Eternal Heart Chapter 1037 to Chapter 1087. Cultivating one's physique and opening one's star acupoints did not have high requirements for the environment. It was not like cultivating elemental energy or making breakthroughs, which required an environment rich in heaven and earth elemental energy. The elemental energy in Xianyu's body revolved like a white torrent, flowing along his meridians and gathering around his extraordinary acupoints, where he began a round of attacks. 6 consecutive attacks. Boom, the extraordinary acupoints produced a strong suction force, gathering the essence, energy, blood, and elemental energy in his body. After opening one extraordinary acupoint, Xianyu proceeded to open the second one. However, the difficulty of opening the second extraordinary acupoint was much higher. After 20 consecutive attempts, he still failed. At this point, Xianyu's elemental energy had been greatly depleted. In such an environment where there was no elemental energy to absorb, the recovery rate of elemental energy was extremely slow. He could only rely on the tokens to recover his elemental energy. Xianyu had a lot of tokens, 71 in total, but he did not use them to recover his elemental energy. He closed his eyes and his consciousness entered the mysterious heart's internal space. It was like another world. Although there were not many things and everything looked simple, there was heaven and earth elemental energy in this world. Majestic heaven and earth elemental energy gushed out from the mysterious heart and circulated throughout his body, converging into the elemental energy star and producing new elemental energy. The mysterious heart's internal space could provide Xianyu with heaven and earth elemental energy and allow his elemental energy to recover rapidly. Xianyu had discovered this not long ago. At that time, he had been with the others, and only now did he take a closer look. The mysterious heart did not possess this ability previously, but it did after the birth of his personal pocket dimension. In fact, this ability was not particularly useful, but coincidentally, Xianyu's current environment was special, allowing this ability to be maximized. After resting for a few hours, Xianyu continued to open the extraordinary acupoints. His celestial body was nearing completion, and the last few extraordinary acupoints were the most difficult. Under normal circumstances, he should be in the middle stage of the star condensation realm and complete the celestial body. Hence, it was much more difficult for Xianyu to complete the celestial body at his current stage. A day later, Xianyu successfully opened one extraordinary acupoint, completing the celestial body. He was only left with one extraordinary acupoint. He left the place and flew for 4 hours before he found a safe place. Although Xianyu no longer recruited his subordinates, he had offended too many people in the past and caused too much of a commotion. These people might still be searching for Xianyu's whereabouts. Therefore, Xianyu would change places from time to time, just in case. Lin Tianfeng was wearing clothes that did not fit him very well. He had a gloomy expression on his face, and he looked as if he could not bear the sight of anyone. This? Lin Tianfeng, what exactly happened? The Black Scorpion King was very curious about what had happened to Lin Tianfeng's body. Why was he stripped naked? Lin Tianfeng's expression became even more gloomy. When he saw that there were quite a few people around him who couldn't help but snicker, he immediately flew into a rage. What are you laughing at? There were more than 30 people present, and 6 of them were from the Lin clan. Among them, Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei were the top experts here. No one dared to offend the Lin clan. Lin Tianfeng, you were too careless this time. If Xianyu didn't let you go, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to pass the test. Lin Daowei said calmly, as if he was lecturing Lin Tianfeng. Both of them were geniuses of the Lin clan. Their talents and strength were similar, but Lin Tianfeng was more famous. Lin Daowei had organized a team to rescue Lin Tianfeng, partly to prove that he was more outstanding. Although he did not succeed in rescuing Lin Tianfeng, if news of him being naked were to spread, he would definitely become a laughingstock. Lin Daowei would still be able to achieve his goal. You don't need to care. Lin Tianfeng shouted. He then clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said, Xianyu, I will definitely make you fail. I won't let you enter the celestial sect. In reality, Lin Tianfeng was already a little afraid of Xianyu. He did not want to go against Xianyu. However, when he thought of Xianyu entering the celestial sect and the two of them being in the same sect, Lin Tianfeng felt a little crazy. He definitely could not let Qinyu enter the celestial sect. If not, he would be laughed at every time he saw him. Lin Tianfeng, you still want to deal with Qinyu? This person's strength is not ordinary. I'm afraid that other than the top group of examinees, the rest would not be able to do anything to him. Moreover, this person is alone. He is treacherous and cunning. He constantly changes his location. Catching him is easier said than done. Lin Daowei objected. Although Qinyu was against the Lin clan, which made him somewhat angry, he was happy to see Qinyu make Lin Tianfeng so miserable. There were also some people who had the intention to retreat. They did not want to end up like Lin Tianfeng. It was really too horrible to look at. Although this is difficult, if we succeed, the rewards will be very bountiful. Do you know that Qinyu has close to 100 tokens? As long as we catch him, we will have passed the second test. After that, we don't have to do anything else. Lin Tianfeng tempted them with benefits. In reality, Qinyu did not have that many tokens. However, if he said a few more, it would be more tempting. Lin Daowei hesitated and fell silent. Once they caught Qinyu, they would not have to be busy for the next 20 days. Moreover, Qinyu's notoriety was too great. Lin Daowei could also gain a lot of reputation. It would not be a problem for him to surpass Lin Tianfeng. Qinyu dared to attack my Lin clan. I will definitely take care of this matter. Lin Daowei said righteously. Some people had the intention to retreat because they were afraid. However, the more teammates they had, the less fear they had. When they thought of the painful memories, hatred would surface in their hearts. I believe that Qinyu has harmed far more than these people. We can still rope in more people and let Qinyu know that good and evil will be rewarded. Lin Daowei continued. He had the demeanor of a leader and was able to mobilize the enthusiasm of the others. Soon, the large group began to move, searching for traces of Qinyu. More than 30 people were slightly spread out, but they maintained a certain distance from each other. If they found traces of Qinyu, the surrounding people would be able to quickly rush over to support him. 2 days later, Qinyu was opening the last extraordinary acupoint, the Sea of Breath acupoint. This acupoint was close to the elemental energy star and was extremely difficult to open. It was as if there was a majestic mountain in front of him that was difficult to cross. Suddenly, Qinyu sensed that someone was approaching him. Because Qinyu was cultivating, he was a step too late. The other party also discovered Qinyu at the same time. Qinyu. A round-faced man's fat face trembled and he quickly retreated. Immediately after, he took out a transmission token from his storage bag. Whoosh, Qinyu immediately ended his cultivation. His body flickered with a silvery white light and he instantly appeared near the round-faced man. He stretched out his hand and pressed down. A silvery white light appeared in the sky and poured down, enveloping the round-faced man. What a strong spatial binding force, the round-faced man struggled with all his might. Qinyu instantly appeared in front of him and snatched the transmission token from his hand. Retreat first. We will rush over immediately. I finally found Qinyu. This time, I can't let him escape. As soon as Xianxia received the communication token, he received a series of messages. As I expected, they are still searching for my traces. But I don't know if Lin Tianfeng is among them. Qinyu said slowly. Tell me everything you know. Qinyu pressed. If there were too few enemies, he might as well get rid of them completely to avoid any future worries. We have a total of 35 people. The round-faced man was slightly afraid of Qinyu. He slowly reported the information to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. Just as he finished listening to the round-faced man, elemental energy undulations could be felt from both sides. 3 figures flew over. Bang, Qinyu punched out, and the round-faced man's head exploded. Whoever dares to chase after me will end up like this person. Qinyu flew away, his warning reverberating in the air. Previously, Qinyu only snatched the tokens and did not kill anyone. After all, there was no deep hatred between them. But now, to get rid of trouble, he killed. Not even 20 breaths after Qinyu left, everyone gathered. Bastard, how could he be so cruel and merciless? He killed King Xianxia. We cannot let him go. Lin Daowei said angrily. But next, we should split into smaller groups. It will be safer. Black Scorpion King suggested. At this moment, a familiar and huge energy undulation could be felt from afar. Could it be that the kid is back? Lin Tianfeng's eyes narrowed. Gradually, a figure appeared. The person was dressed in a black robe, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Black light surged in his eyes, and his aura was terrifying. On his belt, there were 60 tokens, emitting strong auras. This person was Sun Tianlong. He was once an elite of the Tianhe sect, and his cultivation was at the star condensation late stage. A while ago, he left the sect to participate in the celestial sect's assessment. This person was one of the top elites in this assessment. He faced a huge team of more than 30 people, but he did not show any fear. Instead, he looked at them curiously. Sun Tianlong. He actually gathered so many tokens. The second assessment had just begun, and the number of tokens also represented one's strength to a certain extent. Other than Chen Yu, this was also the first time Lin Tianfeng had seen so many tokens. Lin Tianfeng, Black Scorpion King, what are you doing here? Don't you have a single token? Sun Tianlong asked. Lin Tianfeng, Black Scorpion King and the rest blushed at Sun Tianlong's question, not knowing how to answer. Sun Tianlong, cooperate with us. Lin Tianfeng said after a few breaths of silence. If Sun Tianlong joined, the chances of catching Chen Yu would increase by more than 50%. Join you? Sun Tianlong smiled disdainfully, obviously looking down on the people in front of him. Although they had a lot of people, the number of tokens they had was pitiful. You didn't even ask us what our goal is, and you rejected us? Lin Daowei agreed with Lin Tianfeng's idea and cooperated. Sun Tianlong, I admit your strength. In such a short period of time, you collected 60 tokens. You are very outstanding. However, the number of tokens in Chen Yu's hands is more than yours. Lin Tianfeng chuckled. With a simple sentence, he revealed their goal, as well as the fact that Chen Yu had many tokens. He believed that Sun Tianlong would not refuse after hearing this. As expected. Sun Tianlong frowned, his face darkened, and said, Your goal is Chen Yu? Then, Lin Daowei roughly explained the situation. After Sun Tianlong heard it and confirmed that there were no suspicious points, he agreed, Okay, I will help you deal with Chen Yu. If he loses to me, I want 30% of the tokens. Sun Tianlong demanded an exorbitant price. After a moment of discussion, everyone agreed. Next, everyone moved out in small teams. I alone am enough. Sun Tianlong's expression was cold. One person per team. After knowing that those people were still tracking him, Chen Yu headed west. After flying for half a day, he was far away from that area. After all, there were too many enemies. As time passed, their numbers would only increase. After a few days of hard work, they will naturally give up when they can't find me. Chen Yu mumbled. The enemies had a lot of people, but not many tokens. There was no way for them to replenish their elemental energy. When their elemental energy was depleted to a certain extent, they would have to collect more tokens. Otherwise, they would be eliminated and would not be able to enter Celestial Sect. Once the team was scattered, it would not be easy to gather again. Chen Yu found a random spot and sat down cross-legged. He had too many tokens on him. No matter where he hid, anyone who passed by would be able to sense the familiar and dense elemental energy of heaven and earth. Moreover, these tokens could not be placed in the light silver crystal space. If the energy in the space was absorbed, the tokens would be damaged. That would be bad. During the 5-mountain martial arts competition, such a situation happened. Chen Yu activated the star acupoint opening technique and tried to break through the last extraordinary acupoint. He was not in a hurry. Before the second round of assessment, he would definitely be able to open the last star acupoint. After entering Celestial Sect, he would have to consider the second level of the divine body of 4 elephants. Time passed. 2 days passed. At Chen Yu's abdomen, a spot of light suddenly shone and expanded continuously. It emitted a strong suction force that affected the other 719 star acupoints, causing them to all light up. All 720 star acupoints shone brightly and a layer of starlight surrounded Chen Yu. The star acupoints on the surface of his body fluctuated along with Qianyu's breathing. The light shone brightly and dimly, interconnected with each other. It was like the starry sky of the universe, vast and profound, unpredictable. Finally, success. Qianyu's eyes shone brightly like two shining balls of light. He activated his strength slightly and the star acupoints on the surface of his body moved in response. His strength was transmitted and condensed on his fist. His fist was completely covered by the white light. It was like a blazing white ball of light, emitting a terrifying pressure that made one's heart tremble. Qianyu condensed his strength and punched out. Boom, radiance blossomed on his fist. It was dazzling and blinding, like a shocking pillar of light that crushed out and destroyed everything in its path. A 300-meter-wide gorge was left on the ground, and a mountain in the distance had disappeared without a trace. The opening of the last astral acupoint not only increased Qianyu's strength, but it also allowed him to feel the perfection of his astral body, allowing him to use his strength freely. Next, Qianyu solidified his perfected celestial body and made preparations for the second level of the divine body of 4 symbols. Above the barren mountain ridge. 2 men and 1 woman quickly flew past, their faces somewhat pale. One of the young men was injured, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. Still want to escape? A cold shout came from behind, and a huge pressure descended. The world was dusky, and black wind surged. A pitch-black shadow rapidly approached, turning into a dark-skinned man. This person was the Black Scorpion King, and there were 4 people following behind him. The 3 of you are from the Kong clan, right? Hand over the token and I can spare your lives. The Black Scorpion King sneered. Brother Dongshan, why don't we hand over the token to him? Kong Chuya's face was filled with helplessness. The Black Scorpion King's cultivation was at the peak of the star condensation middle stage, and he alone could defeat the 3 of them. Moreover, he had 4 helpers, and their strengths were not on the same level. No, if we hand over the token to the Black Scorpion King, we will not be able to enter the celestial sect. Kong Dongshan firmly denied. But as time passed, the 5 people behind them got closer and closer, and a huge pressure assaulted them. The 3 from the Kong clan could not escape. Kong Dongshan glanced at Kong Chuya, and a plan formed in his mind. He would leave Kong Chuya behind and attract the Black Scorpion King's attention, and he would be able to escape. Kong Dongshan hesitated. At this moment, rumble, a violent tremor came from afar. Kong Dongshan used his spiritual sense to scan, and discovered that a mountain had been razed to the ground. Immediately after, he felt a strong and dense energy of heaven and earth. Let's go, this way. Kong Dongshan changed his direction. The Black Scorpion King and the others were not targeting them, they just wanted the token. And in that direction, there was a familiar and dense energy of heaven and earth. Obviously, there were many tokens. Maybe when the time came, the Black Scorpion King and the others would change their target and let them go. If it still did not work, Kong Dongshan could only use the plan he had just thought of. That is, Chen, Kong Dongshan's spiritual sense suddenly saw a man, and his face was shocked. He did not expect to meet Qianyu. At the foot of the Martial God Mountain, Kong Dongshan had mocked Qianyu many times, and the relationship between the 2 was a little stiff. Furthermore, recently, Kong Dongshan had heard some scary rumors about Qianyu, and was worried that Qianyu would make a move on him. But now, they were being chased by a strong enemy. Compared to the vicious Black Scorpion King, he felt that Qianyu was more friendly. Moreover, Kong Chuya had a good relationship with Qianyu. There is a very dense energy of heaven and earth. The Black Scorpion King naturally felt it too. But the energy of heaven and earth was too dense, which proved that the other party had a lot of tokens. It was very likely that they were a strong team, or a top expert. But as they got closer, the Black Scorpion King saw a figure. It was Qianyu. Ha ha ha, found him. The Black Scorpion King laughed excitedly. These days, they had split into a few teams and kept looking for Qianyu, but they did not have any results. The Black Scorpion King and the others did not have tokens, and their energy consumption gradually increased, so they attacked others to plunder tokens. But they did not expect to meet Qianyu in the process of chasing. This was really wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance, Qinyu naturally knew about the appearance of the three from the Kong family and the Black Scorpion King. Swoosh, Qinyu's figure flew out, rushing toward the Black Scorpion King and the others. He did not expect these people to still be looking for him. They were really persistent. Seems like my warning back then did not have any effect. Qinyu shouted coldly, and the physical pressure of an ancient sacred beast swept out in all directions. He had killed a king to warn the other party, but it was useless. It seemed like the threat was not enough. Retreat. The Black Scorpion King felt the pressure and immediately ordered. Even he himself was on guard, staring at Qinyu. Swish, Qinyu was like a white light, rapidly approaching the Black Scorpion King. The body of constellation not only increased Qinyu's strength, but it also increased his defense and speed. Faster than before. The Black Scorpion King took out his profound artifact and slashed down. The black sword. Light dyed the sky black. Break! Qinyu's voice was like thunder, and he punched out at the same time. After the completion of the body of constellation, Qinyu had a feeling that he could use all the strength in his body freely, and his punch was full of power. Boom! His roar and punch shocked the heaven and earth, shattering the sword light and dispersing the darkness. A wave of white light swept toward the Black Scorpion King. He used his energy to defend, but his figure was pushed back hundreds of feet, and the blood in his body churned. The three from the Kong family were shocked. All this time, they did not have a clear understanding of Qinyu's strength. At this moment, the scene of Qinyu pushing back the Black Scorpion King with one punch shook their hearts. The Black Scorpion King was at the peak of the middle stage of the star condensation realm, and its strength was considered not bad, second only to the top geniuses of the large families. It could easily slaughter the three from the Kong family. But Qinyu pushed it back with one punch, as if there was a huge difference in strength between the two. After pushing back the Black Scorpion King, Qinyu's gaze locked onto the other four. Run, quickly run! The four who were stared at by Qinyu felt as if they were being stared at by a demon, and their hair stood on end. Where do you think you're going? Qinyu's figure flashed, and he rushed out, closing in on one of them, and punched out like thunder. The process was incomparably fast, and the opponent could not react in time. No, with one punch, the peak early-stage star condensation realm king's bones shattered, and he screamed in pain. Pung, a large hole appeared in his body, and his vitality dissipated as he was thrown back. The first. Qinyu's voice was ice-cold. The other three felt their hairs stand on end. Just as they heard these three words, they discovered that Qinyu's figure had already disappeared. One of them suddenly felt an incomparably intense danger of death. The treasured sword in his hand surged with origin energy, and he fiercely slashed to the right. Ding! His full strength slashed a blazing white fist of light, and like a wooden branch hitting steel, it instantly shattered. No, that fist descended like thunder, and the power that could topple mountains and overturn seas crushed his entire body, destroying all his organs. The second. Qinyu's voice sounded like the pronouncement of death. The three from the Kong family, just watching the scene of Qinyu's slaughter, felt their hearts jump. One punch killed one person. In an instant, two great star condensation realm experts died without a burial. Qinyu, you dare! The Black Scorpion King's incomparably furious roar resounded. But he did not rush up to fight with Qinyu. The scene of Qinyu killing one person with one punch had also shocked him. The Black Scorpion King fiercely slashed his sword, and tens of black scorpion-like sword lights swept over. The Black Scorpion King's actions was only to give the other two an opportunity to escape. You can't stop it. Qinyu said coldly. The star acupoints on his body emitted layers of radiance, bathing him in starlight, and his body quickly formed a star robe. Bang 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 bang, the Black Scorpion King's tens of sword lights all slashed onto Qinyu's body, causing a shocking explosion. But Qinyu's movements were not affected in the slightest, and did not slow down at all. He withstood all of the Black Scorpion King's attacks, as if nothing had happened. The third. Qinyu activated the power of his star acupoints. The radiance on his body swam and gathered on his fist. The condensed radiance was dazzling, but it caused people's hearts to tremble. The middle stage star condensation realm expert that was attacked by Qinyu used a speed secret technique, wanting to escape at all costs. The scene of Qinyu killing one person with one punch was too terrifying, and he did not dare to take Qinyu's punch. No, the profound of space, but he suddenly discovered that his movement was greatly hindered, and his speed secret technique could only be used at 30%. Bang bang, the tyrannical fist light descended, engulfing everything. "Qinyu, you're crazy!" The Black Scorpion King roared in shock. At this moment, Qinyu was like a murderous demon, and no one could stop his slaughter. Bang, another fist light burst out, shaking the surroundings. The fourth. One punch killing one person, he had already killed 4 people. The Black Scorpion King's team only had him left. The fourth. Qinyu's voice sounded like the pronouncement of death. What followed was a chilling silence. The 3 Kong family members did not even dare to breathe loudly. The battle scene just now was really shocking and shocking. They really did not expect Qinyu to be so strong, so decisive in killing, and they had fought against such a ruthless person before, as if they had wandered on the edge of death. Now that they thought about it, Kong Dongshan and Kong Shamu could not help but shiver. Next, no matter what, they could not offend Qinyu, and even had to curry favor with him. Kong Chouya, on the other hand, was shocked and excited. Qinyu was very strong, even stronger than Lin Tianfeng, and easily dealt with the enemy that was chasing them. The Black Scorpion King stared at Qinyu, not daring to insult him again. Now that he was the only enemy left, insulting Qinyu would only anger him, and his end would be worse. Whoosh, the Black Scorpion King suddenly moved, but he was running away. He pushed his speed to the limit, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Whoosh, Qinyu also moved at the same time, his figure instantly leaping out. The Black Scorpion King felt a chill, his scalp tingling. As expected, Qinyu would not let him go so easily. "Qinyu, if you delay any longer, when the others catch up, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." The Black Scorpion King hurriedly shouted, hoping that Qinyu would give up. In fact, it would take some time for the other teams to arrive. Because he led the team to chase after the 3 Kong family members, and had run a little far. "And I don't have a token on me, so there's no benefit in dealing with me," the Black Scorpion King continued. "You're about to die, what's the use of talking so much nonsense?" Qinyu's voice was calm and cold, full of confidence and assurance. You're too arrogant, I admit that you're strong, but you want to kill me? You're dreaming." The Black Scorpion King roared. As an expert at the peak of the intermediate star condensation realm, it was embarrassing to be chased by brother Qinyu, who was at the peak of the early star condensation realm, and the other side even threatened to kill him. "In that case, I'll let you see whether or not you're delusional." Qinyu's speed exploded, quickly closing the distance between him and the Black Scorpion King. "Qinyu, you are too arrogant." The Black Scorpion King's face was gloomy and incomparably furious. Elemental energy condensed on his finger, as if it had transformed into a sharp sword, and he fiercely stabbed his body a few times. Boom, a black sword light burst forth from his body. The Black Scorpion King's entire body seemed to have turned into a black sword, rapidly thrusting forward, its speed multiplying. As a sword cultivator, the Black Scorpion King excelled in speed. Facing the Black Scorpion King's full speed, Qinyu could only rely on his celestial body and space profound to close the distance. But suddenly, the Black Scorpion King discovered that Qinyu's speed had increased without warning. What happened? The Black Scorpion King was shocked and confused. I'm sorry. I had a sudden breakthrough in space profound." Qinyu faintly laughed. The Black Scorpion King felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It was rare to encounter a sudden breakthrough, but it actually happened to Qinyu at this time. To the Black Scorpion King, this was undoubtedly terrible news. The first time he was captured by Qinyu, other than the opponent's surprise, it was also related to space profound. Qinyu's space profound had already reached a very profound level, and now it actually increased again. Wasn't it said that space profound was extremely difficult to comprehend, and that it was even more difficult to improve? This was all a lie. There was simply no justice in this world. After Qinyu's mysterious heart transformed, his comprehension speed of space profound increased by nearly 10 times. Using space profound could also deepen his understanding. During this process, Qinyu had a breakthrough in space profound, and his realm was already very close to the third level. Buzz, the Black Scorpion King felt as if the heaven and earth had become viscous, and his movements were obstructed. Qinyu did not lie to him. He really had a breakthrough. Moreover, the Black Scorpion King's dark profound was suppressed. Doesn't this mean that this kid's space profound is already extremely close to the third level? The Black Scorpion King found it hard to believe. Boom, a loud sound came from behind. He saw Qinyu's huge fist light, which was like a white sun pressing down. The binding and locking of space power made it hard for the Black Scorpion King to dodge, and he could only take it head-on. He controlled his profound weapon, and slashed forward. Boom, although the white fist light was split open, the huge power within it sent his black scorpion tail sword flying. The aftermath of the fist light set off a violent storm, blowing over. The Black Scorpion King did not stop, and hurriedly fled. You can't escape. Qinyu's cold voice came, and another fist descended. The Black Scorpion King could not dodge, and could only stop every time to take it head-on. Boom boom boom, in a few breaths, the two had exchanged more than 10 moves. The sky was constantly exploding, and the interweaving black and white storm destroyed everything nearby. The Black Scorpion King's blood was boiling, and he felt an unprecedented pressure. Up until now, Qinyu had not even used his profound weapon, and only continuously swung his fists, and he had forced himself to this point. The Black Scorpion King realized that he had no way out. Qinyu, let me go, and I will help you persuade them to give up on hunting you, and I will also not oppose you anymore. The Black Scorpion King begged in a low voice. How could Qinyu believe the Black Scorpion King's words? Both fists attacked like a storm, and balls of exploding fist light shone and blossomed in the air. Pung 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 pung, the Black Scorpion King constantly waved his black scorpion tail sword, but was unable to block the surging attack. He was hit by a fist, and although he used the black scorpion tail sword to reduce the damage, he was still heavily injured. His body fell down in a straight line, and he constantly coughed out blood. The Black Scorpion King's face was deathly pale. Seeing Qinyu rush over, his eyes instantly revealed madness. Qinyu, I will fight you to the death. The Black Scorpion King looked like he was facing death calmly. If it was a normal person, they would definitely keep their distance, and deal with it cautiously. The counterattack of a peak middle stage star condensation realm was still very frightening. But Qinyu's expression did not change. His killing intent was decisive, and both fists smashed down. The Black Scorpion King spat a mouthful of blood on the Black Scorpion tail sword, activating the profound weapon with all his strength. Xiao boom, endless black sword light revolved around, gathering into a giant black sword shadow. It was hundreds of zhang long, and the evil black sword intent surged and flew. Sky Scorpion Poison Sword. The Black Scorpion King displayed his peak sword, wanting to force Qinyu to retreat. He did not have much yuan qi left, and if he continued to fight, he would not have any chance of winning. Facing the Black Scorpion King's fatal sword, Qinyu took out the Golden Mountain Pagoda. The Golden Mountain Pagoda emitted a dazzling golden light, and instantly turned into 1,000 zhang tall golden pagoda, smashing down. Boom, that sharp and evil black sword light was forcibly crushed by the golden pagoda, and the treasured scorpion tail sword was also suppressed. Boom, the Golden Mountain Pagoda suppressed the Black Scorpion King. No. The Black Scorpion King burned his remaining yuan qi, wanting to escape, but was bound by Qinyu's space profound. Added with the gravity of the Golden Mountain Pagoda, he could not dodge. Boom, the Golden Mountain Pagoda hit the Black Scorpion King, and fell to the ground, leaving 100 zhang deep pit, and cracks spread in all directions. The Golden Mountain Pagoda was a heavy profound weapon. Being hit head-on and completely suppressed, the Black Scorpion King was dead for sure. Thank you, Brother Chen, for saving my life. Please accept my token. Kong Dongshan's voice came out, and he took the initiative to hand over the token, hoping that Qinyu would forget his previous mistake. Kong Xiaomu and Kong Chuya were stunned, and also handed over their tokens. Qinyu hesitated for a few breaths. He did not lack tokens, but he still took them all. Brother Chen, you are too powerful. The 5 of them did not have the power to fight back, and were easily taken care of by you. Kong Chuya said in admiration. She had never thought of passing the second test, so she did not mind giving the token to Qinyu. On the other hand, Kong Dongshan and Kong Xiaomu were still thinking about the token, but in order to let Qinyu forget, they could only do so. After a few words, Qinyu prepared to leave. The Black Scorpion King must have sent a message, and someone might be on the way here. Brother Chen, don't go so fast, wait for us. Kong Dongshan shouted from behind. They already had no tokens, and it would be much more difficult to pass the second test. But if they could follow Qinyu, they would be able to do whatever they wanted, and maybe they could gain something. Secondly, spending more time together could make up for mistakes. Brother Chen, where are you going? You already have so many tokens, you can definitely enter the Celestial Sect, and you might even be in the top 10. Seeing that Qinyu was leaving, Kong Chuye immediately followed. If you follow me, you will be in trouble. Qinyu said calmly, not wanting to bring a few burdens with him. Brother Chen, you must be joking. You are so strong, the Black Scorpion King and the other 4 were killed by you. As long as Brother Chen does not mind, let us follow you. We will listen to your arrangements, and help you get into the top 5 of the Celestial Sect. Kong Dongshan revealed a sincere smile. Not interested. Qinyu did not have much desire for results, as long as he could enter the Celestial Sect, he could not be bothered to fight for the top 10 or 5. Having said that, he left the place. Kong Dongshan and the other 2 followed closely, wanting to hug Qinyu's thighs. If Qinyu did not care about results, it would be a good thing, as they could pay a certain price to get the token from Qinyu. Not long after they left, 3 teams arrived at this place. One of the teams was led by Lin Tianfeng, and the other had a star condensation intermediate stage cultivator. The last team only had one person, and that was Sun Tianlong. There was an intense battle here. Lin Tianfeng's face was solemn. They are all dead. Sun Tianlong opened his mouth, black light surging in his eyes, and his desire to fight soared. The stronger Qinyu was, the more interesting it would be. The elemental energy here is a little messy, there are at least 10 different types. Lin Tianfeng said after sensing it. Could it be that Qinyu found a helper? Otherwise, the Black Scorpion King would not have fallen so quickly, and would definitely be able to hold on until we arrived. Another girl in yellow said. I wonder who Qinyu is working with, should we continue to chase? Qinyu was strong, and the Black Scorpion King team was completely annihilated, which was a huge blow to everyone. Knowing that Qinyu was working with others, they gradually had the intention to retreat. Do as you wish, I, Sun Tianlong, have set my sights on a target, and will not change. Sun Tianlong's lips curled up, and he flew out, throwing out a sentence. After Qinyu moved to another location, he started cultivating again. It was a pleasant surprise that his space profundity improved during battle. With Qinyu's current comprehension speed, it was highly possible for him to break through the 3rd level in a short time. Furthermore, after completing the Celestial Physique, there was another combat skill that he needed to familiarize himself with before he could use it. Different from the star pattern robe, this combat skill was more offensive. Once it was used, the power of the star acupoints would temporarily erupt, producing a terrifying destructive force. A moment later, the 3 from the Kong family appeared. Seeing that Qinyu was cultivating, no one went up to disturb him. However, Kong Dongshan was observing Qinyu's cultivation technique. A cultivator's strength was closely related to their cultivation technique. In the previous battle, Qinyu had displayed a flawless defense and unparalleled strength. In his field of vision, 720 balls of light appeared on Qinyu's body. The white light gave off a powerful pressure. That should be the position of the 720 acupoints. Kong Dongshan thought. The balls of light on Qinyu's body flickered, giving Kong Dongshan a feeling of perfection, like a vast starry sky. Suddenly, the 720 balls of light on Qinyu's body emitted an even more resplendent light. They surrounded Qinyu's body, completely enveloping him like a dazzling white ball of light. Rumble, the surrounding ground seemed to be under great pressure, cracking inch by inch, forming a 100-zhang crater. Qinyu was originally sitting on the ground, but now he was sitting in midair. What's going on? Kong Dongshan's expression changed as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Kong Xiaomu and Kong Qiuya were also attracted, feeling great pressure. They couldn't help but feel fearful. At this moment, they felt that Qin Yu wasn't on the same level as them. He could easily kill them. The three of them sat on pins and needles, their bodies drenched in sweat. Fortunately, the light on Qin Yu's body gradually dissipated, and the pressure gradually weakened. They heaved a sigh of relief, maintaining a certain distance from Qin Yu. So this is how this combat skill works. Qin Yu muttered in his heart. He was currently cultivating the last battle technique of the celestial body. As it was a close-range combat technique, it was inconvenient to use it. Otherwise, the three from the Kong clan would have been affected by the shockwaves. Kong Qiuya, who had the lowest cultivation, might even have been killed by the shockwaves. After a while, Qin Yu finished cultivating. Brother Chen, were you practicing combat skills just now? Kong Qiuya ran over to ask. Brother Chen's cultivation method and battle skill are truly extraordinary. I'm afraid there's an expert behind him. Kong Dongshan walked over with a smile. Powerful cultivation methods and battle skills were not easy to obtain. In the family, the inheritance of cultivation techniques was strictly managed. Ordinary disciples could not obtain any good cultivation techniques at all. Among the human forces, everyone was fighting to be the first to enter a powerful sect. On one hand, it was to obtain more powerful cultivation methods and combat skills. Brother Chen, we have a proposal with Brother Xiaomu. Kong Dongshan said. They followed Qin Yu for two reasons. First, to find an expert to protect them, and second, to obtain a token to pass the sex test. Kong Dongshan suggested that the three of them take the token and wander outside, attracting the enemies, and then lure them to Qin Yu's place. At that time, Qin Yu would make a move and snatch the token. The final result was an 82 split. Qin Yu took 80%, and they took 20%. In order to make Qin Yu agree, Kong Dongshan was willing to part with it. The three of them would only take 20%. Qin Yu did not reply and fell into deep thought. There was still a long time before the end of the second test. For the time being, he indeed had nothing to do. Moreover, during the test, there wouldn't be any problems if he could openly snatch the token and storage space of others. Let's talk about it after a while. Qin Yu decided to take it slow. Kong Dongshan and Kong Xiaomu heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Qin Yu agreed, they would have the hope of passing the test. 5 days later, Kong Dongshan's plan began. The three of them borrowed the token from Qin Yu and wandered outside to lure the enemies. You two damn fatties, you actually want my token. Kong Dongshan shouted as he sprinted. Behind him, two slightly plump men chased after him. The two of them had similar appearances and were a pair of twins. If you have the ability, don't run. When this king catches up to you, I will definitely let you experience this king's torture methods. You can't run. The two of them chased and shouted. Kong Dongshan did not consider the consumption of his essence force, nor did he plan to fight with them. He only wanted to constantly provoke the enemies while he focused on escaping. After escaping for a while, Kong Dongshan encountered Kong Xiaomu and Kong Qiuya. The two of them had attracted a total of 3 pursuers. Just you wait. In the future, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Kong Xiaomu spoke ruthlessly and angered the enemies. The three of them would join forces with the enemies who were chasing after them in the future. But after chasing for a while, the three from the Kong clan suddenly stopped. Swish, a figure rushed out from the ground in the distance, moving as fast as a beam of light. His whole body emitted a terrifying physical aura, setting off an astonishing storm. Just this speed and power alone made the pursuers feel threatened. When they saw Qin Yu's appearance, they were all frightened. After so many days had passed since the second test, most people already knew about Qin Yu's deeds. His methods were ruthless and cruel, and he even dared to kill the Lin clan members. Even Lin Tianfeng was imprisoned by Qin Yu for a few days, and when he escaped, he was completely naked. Later, Lin Tianfeng organized more than 30 kings to surround and kill Qin Yu, but they did not succeed. It was said that the group had expanded to more than 40 people. Hand over the token, or you will be killed without mercy. Qin Yu roared, like the roar of a giant beast, full of deterrence. A peak early-stage star condensation expert was scared out of his wits. He threw down the token and ran. Soon, all the tokens were in his hands. Let's go to the next place. As long as one was not a fool, one would not fall for the same trick twice. Therefore, he needed to change to another place. Time passed, and 4 days passed. During this period, Xianyu easily earned 60 tokens. But the more time passed, the slower the speed of earning tokens became. Firstly, this place was not big, and the information spread quickly. Therefore, their tricks quickly spread. The second reason was that Xianyu had caused a huge commotion previously, causing the range of his movements to shrink even further. It seems that we need to change places. Just now, Autumn Leaf and I encountered a team of 3 people. When they saw the 2 of us, they turned around and ran. Kong Xiaomu smiled. We can't return empty-handed. Kong Dongshan became even more obsessed with the token. But suddenly, a great pressure came crashing down like a fierce beast. The 3 people felt endless pressure, and their figures froze in place, not daring to move even half a step. Swish, a figure came from behind and stopped not far away. Sun Tianlong. Kong Dongshan's pupils shrank, and his legs trembled. Sun Tianlong's cultivation was at the late-stage star condensation realm, and he was once an elite of the 8 major emperor sects. His cultivation was at the late-stage star condensation realm, and he was one of the top people in this assessment. The 3 of you, do you know the whereabouts of Xianyu? Sun Tianlong glanced at the 3 of them, and his gaze fell on their tokens. The 3 of them tensed up. Sun Tianlong's gaze made them feel a sense of crisis, like prey being watched by a hunter. Obviously, Sun Tianlong had his eyes on them, and their tokens would definitely fall into Sun Tianlong's hands. If anyone can provide accurate information, I will reward him with 20 tokens. Sun Tianlong continued. No matter when, temptation was the most effective way. I don't know. Kong Xiaoya said with difficulty. 20 tokens? Kong Dongshan repeated these words in his heart. He was a little tempted. Because Sun Tianlong had his eyes on them, and he would definitely snatch their tokens. However, if they were able to provide information, they would be able to avoid this and even obtain 20 tokens. Thinking that if they rejected Sun Tianlong, their tokens would be taken away, and if they provided information, they could get 20 tokens. Kong Dongshan hesitated. I know the whereabouts of Xianyu. He secretly sent his voice to Sun Tianlong. Sun Tianlong's eyes flickered imperceptibly, but he still smiled. Since you don't know, let's go. The 3 from Kong clan quickly left. Why is Sun Tianlong looking for Brother Chen? Kong Xiaoya asked worriedly. Before the second test, Sun Tianlong had already declared war against Xianyu. It is said that Sun Tianlong's parents died in the hands of the enemy, and Xianyu is the descendant of a sinner, although this might be a rumor. Kong Xiaomu explained. Let's quickly meet up with Xianyu, then leave this place. Kong Dongshan said. Only he knew that Sun Tianlong was currently hiding behind them. A few moments later, the 3 from Kong clan met up with Xianyu. Brother Chen, let's go. Sun Tianlong is looking for you. He wants to deal with you. Kong Xiaoya walked closer to Xianyu. No need to go. Xianyu calmly said. Why? Do you know that Sun Tianlong has left? Kong Xiaoya was confused. No, he's already here. Xianyu focused his gaze and looked far away. What? Kong Xiaoya and Kong Xiaomu were shocked. Ha ha ha, Xianyu, you are indeed not simple. Even Lin Tianfeng, Black Scorpion King and the rest couldn't do anything to you. Loud laughter could be heard. From afar, a shadow appeared. It was Sun Tianlong. I'm sorry, Brother Chen, I didn't know he was following us. Kong Xiaoya guessed that Sun Tianlong had followed them here. You did well. After I capture Xianyu, I will give you 20 tokens. Sun Tianlong looked at Kong Dongshan, nodded and smiled. What? Brother Dongshan, it's you? Kong Xiaoya didn't expect Kong Dongshan to intentionally lure Sun Tianlong here. Kong Xiaomu looked innocent too. Kong Dongshan's face turned gloomy. He didn't expect Sun Tianlong to sell him out. However, thinking that Sun Tianlong would definitely win and that Xianyu might not even be able to enter Celestial Sect, Kong Dongshan felt relieved. Qin Yu, you aren't the least bit afraid when facing me. I'm curious, where do you get your confidence from? Sun Tianlong sized up Qin Yu and didn't rush to make a move. He purposely sold out Kong Dongshan just now. He wanted to let Qin Yu taste the feeling of being betrayed. Then, he would defeat him and let him taste the feeling of falling from the clouds. Although you look scary, it's not enough to make me afraid. Qin Yu teased his enemy. Presumptuous. Sun Tianlong roared in anger. He then announced coldly, within 10 moves, I will trample you under my feet. Since he said such words, Sun Tianlong wouldn't show any mercy. Swoosh, a dark golden long spear shot out from his back. An illusory image of a dragon circled around the spear. The dragon's roar shook one's soul. Holding the spear in one hand, Sun Tianlong looked like a peerless god of war. Kong Xiamu and Kong Xianxia were hit by a tornado of dragon patterns. Their bodies flew backwards and they coughed out blood. So strong. Are these the inner sect elites of Celestial Stream Sect? Kong Dongshan was also extremely depressed. Facing Sun Tianlong, he couldn't even muster up any intention to fight. From the looks of it, Qin Yu would definitely lose. Kong Dongshan retreated a distance. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the scene of Qin Yu's defeat would appear. The moment Sun Tianlong took out his profound artifact, he was like an invincible god of war. His aura rose to the peak, intimidating everyone. Facing Sun Tianlong, Kong Dongshan couldn't even muster a trace of battle intent. Kong Xiamu and Kong Xianxia were even forced back by that powerful aura and suffered light injuries. He was indeed worthy of being an elite of the 8 major emperor sects. He was on a completely different level from ordinary people. Brother Chen, leave quickly. With your strength, Sun Tianlong won't be able to catch you if you want to escape. Kong Xianxia secretly transmitted her voice. Facing such a terrifying Sun Tianlong, she didn't even dare to speak openly. Why should I escape? You guys have done a good job attracting such a big fish. Chuckling, Qin Yu turned to look at Kong Dongshan after uttering his final sentence of praise. Kong Dongshan was a little scared by Qin Yu's gaze, but thinking that Sun Tianlong would defeat Qin Yu, or even kill him, Kong Dongshan had nothing to worry about. Qin Yu wasn't afraid of Sun Tianlong. Since the other party had come, Qin Yu probably wouldn't be able to shake him off with his late-stage star condensation realm cultivation and speed. Since that was the case, he might as well fight him head-on. His celestial body had reached perfection, and his space profundity had improved by leaps and bounds. It would be difficult for a mid-stage star condensation realm cultivator to pose a threat to Qin Yu. Against the late-stage star condensation realm Sun Tianlong, Qin Yu also had some battle intent. Arrogant. Sun Tianlong roared, and a boundless aura pressed down. The dark gold dragon patterned spear in his hand stabbed out. He had already said that he would defeat Qin Yu in 10 moves, and he would go all out without mercy. Boom, as the spear stabbed out, the sky darkened, and a huge dark gold spear shadow flew out, piercing through heaven and earth. The spear shadow emitted a dragon's roar that shook one's mind. Sun Tianlong's first move had deeply shocked Kong Xiamu and Kong Xianxia. As expected of an inner sect elite who has studied in the 8 great emperor sects, I heard that Sun Tianlong chose to cultivate the wandering dragon demon sweeping spear, a powerful combat skill. Now that I've seen it for myself, it is indeed powerful. Kong Xiamu exclaimed. Qin Yu actually didn't run away from Sun Tianlong. What trump card did he have to contend against him? In his field of vision, Qin Yu did not draw out his profound weapon, nor did he display any moves. He actually dashed out. Directly. Buzz, the star acupoints on the surface of his body shone brightly, interweaving into a star-patterned cloak. Qin Yu's entire body was enveloped in white starlight. Facing that earth-shattering spear, he faced it head-on. Is this suicide? Sun Tianlong sneered. Qin Yu actually took the initiative to collide with his attack. Even if the opponent was a body cultivator, he would still be smashed to pieces by his attacks. Brother Chen? Kong Xianxia could not bear to see this. However, the scene he imagined did not happen. Boom, Qin Yu collided with the dark golden spear shadow. An explosion shook the sky, and layers of storm swept out in all directions. In the next moment, Qin Yu's figure retreated a distance of 100 feet. The star-patterned robe was torn in many places, and Chen Yu's body also had some scars, but they healed in the blink of an eye. Eh? He actually blocked it? Sun Tianlong was astonished. One of his moves from the Wandering Dragon Demon Vanquishing Spear was actually blocked by a peak early-stage star condensation realm. Looks like your cultivation technique is not bad. This defensive skill is not bad, but it has already been damaged. I can completely destroy it with my second move. Sun Tianlong's expression was calm. Once he destroyed Chen Yu's defensive skill, killing Chen Yu would be a piece of cake. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, Sun Tianlong waved his spear and swept it forward. Several thousand dark golden spear images appeared between heaven and earth. They lined up in a row, and they were like a magnificent army as they charged forward. Gods and devils were forced to flee. That move just now was just to test your strength. You speak as if I will do nothing and let you attack as you wish. Chen Yu chuckled. He was speaking the truth. Just now, he had only relied on his elemental energy and celestial form to exchange blows with a late-stage star condensation realm expert. Moreover, a late-stage star condensation realm attack had exceeded the limits of the star-patterned robe. But this did not mean that he had lost. He still had other methods. Swish, Chen Yu waved his hand, and a golden light shot out. It transformed into a huge pagoda thousands of feet tall, golden light shooting in all directions. Boom! 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 The thousands of dark golden spear shadows were blocked by the Golden Mountain Pagoda. All of them struck the pagoda, emitting continuous explosions that were deafening. The Golden Mountain Pagoda was a heavy, large-scale weapon. It could be used to attack, and it could also be used to block an enemy's attack. Even if you use this middle-grade weapon to defend, it won't change the result. Sun Tianlong's face darkened. The dark golden spear in his hand pierced through the air, like an illusory dragon's shadow, passing through the Golden Mountain Pagoda to attack Chen Yu. The dark golden spear in his hand was also a middle-grade weapon. In terms of attack speed, the Golden Mountain Pagoda was slightly inferior. It could not catch up to the dark golden spear. But the Golden Mountain Pagoda had another special characteristic. There was a separate space within. Xiao, the dark golden spear was like lightning, striking Chen Yu's body with incomparable speed. But what it pierced was only the afterimage of Chen Yu. Just a moment ago, Chen Yu had entered the interior of the Golden Mountain Pagoda. This weapon has an internal space? Sun Tianlong was somewhat surprised. Frowning, he launched another attack. From the time he said he would defeat Chen Yu in 10 moves, 3 moves had already passed. Chen Yu was not even injured. The Golden Mountain Pagoda rapidly neared Sun Tianlong. Chen Yu suddenly sprang out from within, the bright light in his hand condensing into a white ball, smashing forward. Facing Chen Yu, whose cultivation was so much lower than his, Sun Tianlong stood where he was, not retreating a single step. He controlled the profound weapon to attack. The attack of a late-stage star condensation expert was too fast. It was difficult for Chen Yu to dodge. But if he did not dodge, it would be difficult for him to attack Sun Tianlong, and he would not be able to win. Chen Yu took a deep breath, gathering power in his heart, increasing his speed. At the same time, he used the profound meaning of space to increase his speed. Shua, his figure instantly rushed out, setting off a shocking storm, dodging the spear. Sun Tianlong did not imagine that Chen Yu's speed would be so fast, to be able to dodge his attack. Facing the charging Chen Yu, Sun Tianlong condensed Yuan Qi in his palm, transforming it into a Yuan Qi spear, fiercely thrusting out. Boom, the fist light and the Yuan Qi spear fiercely collided, the two forces fiercely clashing. The powerful Yuan Qi attack attacked Chen Yu, causing more damage to his star-patterned robe. But at such a close distance, Sun Tianlong was also forced back by the power of Chen Yu's fist, the blood and qi in his body roiling. The 3 spectators of the Kong family were dumbfounded. Sun Tianlong was actually forced back by Chen Yu. And right now, Chen Yu was not injured in the slightest after exchanging several moves with a late-stage star condensation expert. This was unbelievable. Kong Dongshan suddenly felt a little uneasy, praying in his heart that Chen Yu would quickly be defeated. I want to see how many moves you can last. Sun Tianlong was also somewhat angry. Boom. Boom. Boom, he controlled the dark gold long spear and unleashed a fierce attack. It was as if there was a black gold lightning in the air. With an unfathomable speed, it launched 3 attacks towards Qinyu. Seeing that Sun Tianlong was enraged and had already used his full strength, Qinyu also did not hold back. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, the mysterious heart entered an explosive state, a surge of vigorous energy flowed through his body, the 720 star acupoints on the surface of Qinyu's body shone with an even brighter light. Boom. Boom. Boom, he waved his fists in a quick manner, clashing with Sun Tianlong's profound weapon. Qinyu's figure was as steady as Mount Tai, while the profound weapon was continuously forced back by him. Qinyu, who had entered the explosive state of his heart, had his battle strength multiplied, making him unstoppable. So, he flew out, creating a thunderous explosion, like lightning, emitting the aura of a primordial holy beast, as he closed in on Sun Tianlong. At this moment, Sun Tianlong felt as if he was fighting against an opponent of the same level. Soaring dragon shakes the heavens. He let out an angry roar, the dark gold long spear surged with energy, turning into a dark gold giant dragon, emitting a terrifying dragon aura. It opened its mouth and pounced over, as if it wanted to devour Qinyu. What a powerful killing move. Qinyu felt as if the sky was about to collapse. The long spear that had turned into a giant dragon was boundless and terrifying. But I also have a killing move. Qinyu's eyes shone brightly. After attaining perfection in the celestial body, he would be able to execute a powerful offensive battle skill. Qinyu was already familiar with it, and today, he was going to execute it for the first time. The name of this battle skill was Falling Stars. Boom, the star acupoints on the surface of Qinyu's body spewed out blazing radiance, wrapping around Qinyu. In an instant, Qinyu's figure could no longer be seen, turning into a giant ball of white light, illuminating the heaven and earth, leaving only the dark gold evil dragon. The battle skill Falling Stars caused the power of the 720 star acupoints to erupt for a short period of time, merging Qinyu's physical strength into the attack, turning it into an invincible star that could destroy everything. Pung. In an instant, the star and the dark gold evil dragon collided, and the two colors intertwined and shone. In less than a breath's time, the white light devoured everything, causing the evil dragon's figure to disappear. A dark gold long spear was flung several thousand zhang away, smashing into the ground, leaving behind a giant pit. Sun Tianlong, this is the battle skill I've just learned, come and comment on it. Qinyu laughed loudly and rammed towards Sun Tianlong. Falling Stars was a close-range attack, and in this state, Qinyu could unleash all of his strength, including his speed. Boom, facing the collision of Qinyu's giant star, Sun Tianlong was unable to dodge. His expression changed, and he formed a hand seal, forming a dragon-patterned light wall around him. Pung, as Qinyu rammed over, the dragon-patterned light wall gradually caved in, and finally shattered. Sun Tianlong was hit by Qinyu's fist, his chest caved in, his ribs fractured, and blood spurted from his mouth as his figure flew backwards. What battle skill is this? As Sun Tianlong flew backwards, his inarticulate voice rang out. No, on the other side, Kong Dongshan, who was watching the battle, also shouted. How could Sun Tianlong be injured? Kong Shamu and Kong Chuya were completely dumbfounded. How could the high and mighty Sun Tianlong be injured by Qinyu? Kill. Qinyu rushed out again. Falling Stars consumed a lot of energy, and its duration was limited. He had to use this time to attack Sun Tianlong. After transforming into a star, Qinyu's speed and attack were indescribably powerful. Pung, Sun Tianlong collided head-on, and his figure flew backwards again, blood spurting from his mouth in the air. Before he could stabilize his figure, he saw Qinyu charging over again. After transforming into a star, Qinyu's speed and attack were indescribably strong. The 10 moves that Sun Tianlong said had already passed, and not only did he not defeat Qinyu, but he was also chased by Qinyu, constantly vomiting blood. After exchanging a few blows with Qinyu, Sun Tianlong was seriously injured. The starlight around Qinyu gradually dimmed. One could vaguely see the figure in the huge light ball. Swish, the dark gold spear flew back to Sun Tianlong's hand. With the mystic artifact, he felt less pressure. Qinyu, don't be so arrogant. I will defeat you today. Sun Tianlong roared. He was prepared to use the killer move of the wandering dragon demon vanquishing spear, but Qinyu was too close to him. Sun Tianlong couldn't use it in time. Facing Qinyu's terrifying attack, he could only respond with his spear immediately. Otherwise, he would be injured. He stabbed with his spear. The angle and timing were perfect. It slashed across Qinyu's wrist, leaving a wound. Qinyu's wrist bled slightly, but it healed instantly. Your mystic artifact is a bit of a hindrance. Qinyu grabbed the dark gold spear. Under his immense strength, Sun Tianlong couldn't win at all. The dark gold spear in his hand was snatched away by Qinyu. Sun Tianlong was infuriated. His mystic artifact was snatched away just like that. Qinyu threw Sun Tianlong's mystic artifact the moment he got it. The dark gold spear disappeared 5 kilometers away and stabbed into the ground. At the same time, a golden light followed and turned into a huge golden pagoda, suppressing the dark gold spear. Sun Tianlong, who had lost his mystic artifact, was terrified again. Facing Qinyu's punch, he condensed elemental energy into a spear to attack and weaken it. His other hand released an elemental energy barrier to defend. Bang! The elemental energy spear was smashed into pieces. The elemental energy barrier only lasted for half a breath before shattering. Sun Tianlong was injured again. He flew backward and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Qinyu with a fierce glint in his eyes. Your secret skills time is almost up. At this moment, the stars around Qinyu were much dimmer. One could already see Qinyu in the center of the stars. So what? Qinyu showed no fear and launched another attack. Very soon, the duration of falling star ended. The starlight around him disappeared, and his star acupoints also dimmed a little. However, Sun Tianlong was also severely injured. He had lost his profound artifact and his battle strength was greatly reduced. At this moment, Sun Tianlong's attacks could cause some minor injuries to Qinyu, but Qinyu's punches and kicks were also a huge threat to Sun Tianlong. Pung! Qinyu's fist struck Sun Tianlong's shoulder, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. Sun Tianlong's head drooped and he could no longer move. The elemental energy spear released from his right hand left 7 wounds on Qinyu's body, but these wounds healed in an instant. Bastard, damn it! Sun Tianlong cursed. Qinyu's secret skills duration was up, and he was no match for his opponent. Furthermore, Sun Tianlong suddenly discovered that the number of badges he had on him had decreased slightly. You stole my token. After Sun Tianlong found out the truth, his fury soared to the heavens. But he did not let his anger get to his head. Swoosh! Sun Tianlong flew backward. He had to increase the distance between him and Qinyu. Otherwise, he would lose. Where are you going? Qinyu naturally would not let Sun Tianlong go so easily. He had to choose close-range combat to have a higher chance of winning. Buzz! Qinyu used Space Profound to interfere with Sun Tianlong's restraint. Sun Tianlong used Metal Profound to form a layer of golden spear shadows around him, slashing back and forth to destroy the restraint of Space Profound. The two sides began to close the distance. Space Profound, peak 2nd level. Sun Tianlong's scalp went numb. His metal ultimacy had reached the 3rd level, but in comparison, his space ultimacy, which was more difficult, was stronger. However, the strength of the profound was influenced by one's cultivation base and elemental energy. Sun Tianlong's higher cultivation made up for the gap in this aspect. However, as the distance between the two of them continued to shrink, Sun Tianlong suddenly felt that the surrounding spatial shackles had become even stronger. Even if he used Metal Profound with all his strength, it would be difficult to break it. Could this be the 3rd level of Space Profound? Sun Tianlong was a little dazed. Was he hallucinating? Space Profound was extremely difficult to comprehend. It was a miracle that Qinyu could cultivate it to the peak 2nd level. Moreover, Qinyu's Space Profound had broken through the bottleneck and reached the 3rd level. What kind of monstrous space talent did he have to be able to achieve this? For example, the legendary ethereal body, or the rare space bloodline. Sun Tianlong, eat my fist! Qinyu suddenly shouted. His Space Profound had indeed broken through the bottleneck and reached the 3rd level in the clash of profound power with Sun Tianlong. With his current space talent, this was expected, but it was still a pleasant surprise. Boom, Chen Yu's fist smashed over. Sun Tianlong no longer had the will to fight and focused on defense. Crack, the fist landed. The dragon pattern barrier in front of Sun Tianlong didn't even last a breath before cracks spread and it shattered. Sun Tianlong was sent flying by Chen Yu's fist energy 400 to 500 zhang away, his whole body dizzy. Run, Sun Tianlong only had this thought. That kid was simply not human. He was a freak. In this battle, he was extremely sullen. The profound artifact was thrown out by Chen Yu and suppressed. During close combat, his token was stolen by Chen Yu. Finally, Chen Yu's space profound had broken through, causing Sun Tianlong's advantage in speed to be lost. If they continued fighting, unless he could drag it out until Chen Yu's essence energy was exhausted, he would definitely lose. Sun Tianlong, hand over all your tokens. Treat it as the fee for exchanging pointers with me. Chen Yu shouted and chased after. Behind, the Kong family's 3 people were dumbfounded. Their hearts were already in upheaval, indescribable. Sun Tianlong was defeated, the top batch of experts in the assessment was defeated by Chen Yu. Kong Dongshan's entire face was pale, his entire body drenched in sweat, his entire person dazed. Run, this was the only thought left in his mind. Although Chen Yu ignored him now, the other party would absolutely not let him go. Where could he run to? Kong Dongshan was at a loss of what to do and was in despair. He felt that he had been cheated by Chen Yu, and cheated by Sun Tianlong. Chen Yu persevered in his pursuit of Sun Tianlong. Sun Tianlong had more than 70 tokens on him, which was extremely plentiful. If he could obtain these tokens, he would have a high chance of entering the top 5 in the second round of assessment. Although Chen Yu was not interested in the rankings, these tokens were easily obtainable. Why not? Having an outstanding result in the assessment was also a good thing. He might even be accepted as a disciple by the higher-ups of the celestial sect. As he ran, Sun Tianlong held onto the token in one hand, recovering his essence energy as he ran. However, he had to focus on running away. Otherwise, Chen Yu would catch up to him. This caused his recovery speed to be extremely slow. Sun Tianlong, why are you running? You are a star condensation late-stage cultivator, one of the top elites in this assessment. Chen Yu's provocative voice could be heard from behind. When Sun Tianlong heard this, his chest tightened. Not far away from him, a man and a woman were hurrying on their way. Suddenly, they saw Sun Tianlong flying towards them. They were so frightened that they immediately retreated, their faces pale. It's Sun Tianlong. But soon after, they discovered that Sun Tianlong was heavily injured, and was in a sorry state of escape. How is this possible? How did Sun Tianlong suffer such heavy injuries? Could it be Qin Wentian's doing? The 2 of them exclaimed in shock. Although there were still a few star condensation late-stage cultivators in this assessment, their strengths were roughly the same. Sun Tianlong wouldn't be able to escape with such injuries. Only Qin Wendian, who was aiming for first place, would have such a possibility. In the next moment, a silhouette appeared in their vision. It was Chen Yu. It's Chen Yu. The 2 of them were shocked once again. Chen Yu's name had long spread throughout the Martial God Mountain, causing a commotion here. According to the rumors, Chen Yu was sinister, cunning, ruthless, cruel, and bloodthirsty. He was a typical demonic cultivator. But even if he was a demonic cultivator, how could he be strong enough to chase after Sun Tianlong? Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 silhouettes flashed past the couple, disappearing without a trace, as if everything that had happened was just an illusion. But the shock in their hearts didn't dissipate for a long time. Chen Yu discovered that although he had defeated Sun Tianlong, his opponent was still a star condensation late-stage cultivator, an elite of the Emperor sect. If he wanted to escape, it would be difficult to deal with him. But if he didn't take away Sun Tianlong's token, it would be a loss. Murderous heart art, rupture heart, thump. 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 Thump, the sound of the mysterious heart beating rapidly spread in all directions, passing by Sun Tianlong. Instantly, Sun Tianlong's heart fiercely expanded, and blood gushed out, causing his blood and qi to boil and his yuan energy to circulate chaotically. His body stiffened, and his speed slowed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Yu's speed increased, and he closed in on Sun Tianlong. As he circulated the space profound restriction, he punched out, injuring Sun Tianlong once more. After this, Sun Tianlong could no longer escape from Qin Yu. His injuries continued to accumulate, and if he didn't receive treatment in time, his foundation might be damaged. Here's the token. Sun Tianlong threw out 20 tokens. I want all of them. Qin Yu took the tokens and continued to chase. Qin Yu, don't go too far. Sun Tianlong angrily rebuked. So what if I go too far? Qin Yu disdainfully said. In less than half an hour, Sun Tianlong finally gave up, and obediently handed over all the tokens. If you knew it would be like this, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Why didn't you obediently hand over the tokens? Why did you have to suffer? I really don't understand what you were thinking. Qin Yu took all of Sun Tianlong's tokens, and at the same time, smiled. Sun Tianlong was incomparably ashamed and angry. He couldn't bear Qin Yu's humiliation, and turned to escape. 263 tokens. Qin Yu laughed. With so many tokens, he could easily enter the top 5. Qin Yu returned the way he came. He hadn't forgotten about Kong Dongshan. On the other side, Brother Tianfeng, Sun Tianlong is being chased by Qin Yu. A Lin clan member hurriedly said. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Tianfeng immediately scolded, feeling that the other party was playing with him. Sun Tianlong was so strong, how could he be chased by Qin Yu? Moreover, Sun Tianlong had found Qin Yu. Why didn't he send a message to them? It's true. Someone saw Sun Tianlong with wounds all over his body, being chased by Qin Yu, this Lin clan member said helplessly. At this moment, Lin Daowei received messages from others. Some said that Sun Tianlong had been defeated by Qin Yu, and some said that they wanted to leave the team. Lin Daowei and Lin Tianfeng were dumbfounded. They exchanged a look and saw the shock and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Everything was probably true. When Qin Yu returned to his original spot, Kong Xiamu and Kong Chuya were still there. Where's Kong Dongshan? Qin Yu asked calmly. The two of them hesitated for a moment before Kong Chuya spoke. Brother Dongshan left just now. I don't know where he went. They knew that Qin Yu was back to settle scores with Kong Dongshan. After all, Sun Tianlong was lured here by Kong Dongshan to kill Qin Yu. In fact, Kong Dongshan had asked them to leave together. However, Kong Xiamu and Kong Chuya had been deeply shocked by Qin Yu and did not dare to anger Qin Yu. Moreover, what happened just now had nothing to do with them. They believed that Qin Yu would be able to distinguish right from wrong. Moreover, the two of them wanted to plead for Kong Dongshan. Brother Chen, can you let Brother Dongshan off? He was just frightened by Sun Tianlong, which was why he revealed your whereabouts, Kong Chuya said. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. If Kong Chuya and Kong Xiamu were not frightened enough to reveal his whereabouts, why would Kong Dongshan be so frightened? Brother Chen, this is Dongshan's fault. Please consider the fact that he has been helping you for the past few days and forgive him. Kong Xiamu pleaded as well. Forgive him? Qin Yu laughed softly. He has provoked me many times and I have forgiven him many times. Now, he has betrayed me and lured a strong enemy here to take my life. Do you think I should forgive him? Qin Yu's face was cold and stern. If Kong Dongshan had waited for him obediently and apologized, there might have been room for negotiation. But Kong Dongshan ran away. Kong Xiamu and Kong Chuya were speechless. They had seen Kong Dongshan's actions and words clearly. Qin Yu asked them again about Kong Dongshan's whereabouts. The two of them expressed that they did not know. Their answers were still believable. After all, Kong Dongshan was trying to hide from Qin Yu. Why would he tell others about his whereabouts? However, with a little deduction, it was still possible to get an answer. If Kong Dongshan didn't want to enter the celestial sect, he would definitely find a deserted place to hide and wait for the examination to end. Qin Yu didn't think that this was possible. Kong Dongshan's ambition was great, and he really wanted to enter divine sect. In that case, Kong Dongshan could only rely on other experts and stand against Qin Yu. Only then could Kong Dongshan receive a certain degree of protection. Qin Wendian from the Qin clan and Lin clan, as well as the other elites from the Qin clan. The enmity between the Lin family and Qin Yu was rather deep. Although the other peak elites did not have any enmity with Qin Yu, just the large number of tokens in Qin Yu's possession was enough to tempt them. However, in comparison, the Lin family was more likely to accept Kong Dongshan. Since that's the case, let's ask Lin Tianfeng. Qin Yu chuckled and turned to leave. Brother Xiaomu, what do you think Brother Qin will do to Brother Dongshan? Seeing Qin Yu leaving, Kong Qiuya couldn't help but ask worriedly. If someone brings my enemies here to take my life, if there's a chance, I will definitely take their life. Kong Xiaomu solemnly stated. In this world, one must never be soft-hearted towards one's enemies, especially when it came to killing one's own enemies. Although the Lin clan's troops were no longer pursuing Qin Yu, but it was still very easy to find news of the Lin clan's troops. When Qin Yu met someone, he would release his tyrannical aura, putting on a cold and cruel expression as he inquired. Even if the news of him defeating Sun Tianlong hadn't reached the stage where everyone knew, just his previous reputation alone was like thunder piercing the ears, causing people to tremble in fear. At the start, Qin Yu didn't have any harvest. But very quickly, he met a familiar person. It was none other than the white-robed young master, Long Aoyun. Beside Long Aoyun, there was a black-robed man in the intermediate phase of the star condensation realm. Back then when Long Aoyun was captured by Qin Yu, he tricked the black-robed man into coming over. At that time, the two of them had completely fallen out, but now, they were actually together again. Long Aoyun. As Qin Yu rapidly approached, a voice rang out. Long Aoyun and the black-robed man, who were chatting, turned their heads and saw Qin Yu, and their faces instantly turned pale. Qin Yu. The two of them lost their voices in shock, revealing their fear and panic on their faces. Don't kill me, Qin Yu. I was just muddle-headed for a moment, and believed Lin Daoi's words, which was why I went to deal with you. Long Aoyun immediately begged for mercy, with a pitiful look on his face. The black-robed man also immediately begged for mercy. The two of them thought that Qin Yu was here to seek revenge. But Qin Yu didn't even know that the two of them had once joined the Lin clan's troops to pursue him. Humph, how dare you? Looks like I was too lenient back then. You guys don't have a good memory. Qin Yu had a sinister and cruel look on his face as he said coldly and arrogantly. This caused Long Aoyun and the black-robed man to be even more scared out of their wits, their bodies trembling. They were finished this time. Qin Yu had even killed the Black Scorpion King, who was at the peak of the star condensation intermediate stage, and even defeated Sun Tianlong, who was at the star condensation advanced stage. Dealing with the two of them was like dealing with children. Speak quickly, where's Lin Tianfeng? Qin Yu continued to shout. The two of them tensed up, and their hearts were filled with fear. They subconsciously replied, we just parted ways with Lin Tianfeng. His previous position was 100 li to the west. Shua, after obtaining the answer, Qin Yu quickly left. Long Aoyun and the black-robed man instantly felt that something was wrong. They raised their heads, and saw that Qin Yu had already left. He left, he just asked a question and left. He wasn't here for revenge. The two of them looked at each other. This was the first time they felt that they were so cowardly, as though they had been played by Qin Yu. On a mountain slope. The Lin clan's troops stopped there. You want to follow us? Lin Tianfeng looked at Kong Dongshan, who was in front of him, and asked coldly. I know that you have a huge grudge against Qin Yu, and so do I. That's why I want to follow you. In the future, if you want to deal with Qin Yu, please let me help you. Kong Dongshan said sincerely. He had not given up on entering the celestial sect, so he had to find protection. It would be best if he could be accepted as a disciple by the higher-ups. That way, Qin Yu would not be able to deal with him. However, Kong Dongshan's talent was obviously not up to this point. Therefore, he could only look for protection from other forces. The Lin clan and Qin Yu had a huge grudge, so they were the best choice. Just you? Lin Tianfeng's face was filled with disdain. Even he and Sun Tianlong had been defeated by Qin Yu. Kong Dongshan alone was useless. If Lin Tianfeng still had many companions and clansmen, they would be willing to follow him. It's not just me. I have 2 other clansmen who have hopes of entering the celestial sect. When the time comes, I will persuade them to follow you. Kong Dongshan gritted his teeth. No matter what, he had to get Lin Tianfeng's approval first. Alright, you will follow me for the time being. Do your job well and I will not treat you badly. Lin Tianfeng thought for a moment and made his decision. Almost half of the second round of assessment had passed. The Lin clan's harvest was considered to be rather shabby. Especially Lin Tianfeng himself, who only had 4 tokens in his hands. As the pride of the Lin clan, how could he tolerate such a result? He now needed people to help him collect tokens. His chances of getting into the top 5 were slim, but he definitely had to fight for the top 10. If not, it would be a disgrace to the Lin clan. What right did he have to stand in front of Lin Yuxuan? Kong Dongshan heaved a sigh of relief. From now on, he was under the protection of the Lin clan. Let's go and collect tokens. Lin Tianfeng ordered. Let's go too. Lin Daowei said. Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei each went their own way. The 10 people present quickly split into 2 groups. Most of them were from the Lin clan, but there were also other followers. Just as the 2 groups were about to move, a cold and heavy voice was heard, Kong Dongshan. Kong Dongshan was very familiar with this voice. Instantly, his body trembled and his face turned pale. As expected, Jinyu had come to settle the score with him. Lin Tianfeng, Lin Daowei, and the others also looked over. Chen Yu. Lin Tianfeng looked as if he was trying to suppress his anger. And Lin Daowei stared at Chen Yu curiously, as if he wanted to know why Chen Yu was so powerful that even Sun Tianlong was defeated by him. Kong Dongshan, your life is mine. Chen Yu stared at Kong Dongshan and coldly announced. His tyranny caused the hearts of the Lin clan to tremble. There were not many people who dared to say such words in front of the genius of the Lin clan. Big brother Lin, quickly save me. Kong Dongshan did not argue and directly asked Lin Tianfeng for help. The Lin clan's Lin Tianfeng was his last hope. Chen Yu, now that Kong Dongshan has followed me, let him go. Lin Tianfeng said in a low voice. Kong Dongshan had just followed him. If Chen Yu killed him, who would follow him in the future? On top of that, Lin Tianfeng hated Chen Yu to the core. When he first saw Chen Yu, the scene of him being slapped by Chen Yu repeatedly appeared in his mind, as well as the scene of him being completely naked. It was simply the greatest humiliation of his life. As a genius of a demigod clan, even the higher-ups of some 4-star clans would give Lin Tianfeng some face. Who do you think you are? Do you think I'll let you go just because you say so? Chen Yu looked at Lin Tianfeng. He felt that his previous lesson was not enough. Lin Tianfeng still dared to go against him. Being stared at by Chen Yu, Lin Tianfeng suddenly felt uncomfortable. His body involuntarily felt fear, causing his expression to be unusually gloomy. Chen Yu, you're too presumptuous. We haven't settled the score with you for killing the people of the Lin clan, and now you're here to kill people. Lin Daowei snorted coldly. There were more than 10 people present. How could they be afraid of Chen Yu? Presumptuous. Do I need you to care about me killing people? Chen Yu suddenly shouted. His body emitted an incomparably heavy pressure, as if a primordial sacred beast had descended, intimidating everyone present. Whoosh, Chen Yu instantly made his move. He executed the Yangming sword finger, and a flaming sword pillar shot out at lightning speed. With this finger, Chen Yu activated the power of the celestial body and the 3rd-level space ultimacy. Kong Dongshan did not expect Chen Yu to attack without warning. By the time he reacted, it was already too late to dodge. Bang! Thump, the flaming sword pillar struck Kong Dongshan's head. A headless corpse fell to the ground. The surroundings were dead silent. Chen Yu had killed Kong Dongshan in front of the 2 geniuses of the Lin clan. He had killed Kong Dongshan with a single finger. This domineering aura made it hard for the crowd to breathe, and it was difficult to compete with him. Not to mention that Chen Yu's finger was difficult to deal with even for Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei. Chen Yu, you killed my people again. However, he was from another clan, so I won't argue with you. Lin Tianfeng said coldly, and quickly turned around, preparing to leave. Lin Daowei also stopped opposing Chen Yu. Did I say you can leave? Chen Yu said indifferently as he looked at the 2 teams preparing to leave. As soon as these words came out, the two teams instantly froze in place. Did I say you could leave? Hearing these cold words, the two teams of the Lin family froze on the spot. They had been completely intimidated by Qinyu, which was why their bodies reacted this way. Qinyu, what else do you want? Lin Tianfeng's eyes were filled with intense hatred. Not only had Qinyu killed his men, but he also wanted to target the disciples of the Lin family. How hateful. Qinyu, don't be too arrogant. You should think clearly about the consequences of offending the Lin family. Lin Daowei's expression was slightly cold as he used the Lin family to threaten Qinyu. His tone was tougher than Lin Tianfeng's. After all, Lin Tianfeng had been tortured by Qinyu for a few days, which had left a shadow in his heart, while Lin Daowei had not. You gathered dozens of people to chase after me. What about this? Qinyu said seriously. If they had caught up with him, Qinyu would have been in a terrible situation. Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei were both speechless. There was indeed a great enmity between the two sides. But wasn't Qinyu fine? They had not met Qinyu either. They were biased towards themselves, so they did not take it too seriously. What do you want? Lin Daowei asked. Looking at Qinyu's appearance, it seemed that he did not intend to make a big fuss. Hand over all your tokens, and I will let this matter go. Although there are not many tokens, I will give you face and give you a discount. Qinyu smiled. He did not want to fight, but he could not let this matter go either, so he continued to search for tokens. Impossible. Lin Tianfeng said resolutely. He had been captured by Qinyu, and all his tokens had been taken by Qinyu. His connections had been destroyed, and he had lost all his face. Lin Tianfeng had sworn that he would get his face back. But a few days later, Qinyu came to search for his tokens again. Although he only had 4 tokens, he absolutely wouldn't give them to Qinyu even if he was absolutely unwilling. Don't even think about it. Lin Daowei also shouted angrily. He had accumulated 42 tokens, so how could he hand them all over to Qinyu? On the contrary, they were the ones who coveted the token on Qinyu. Qinyu connected all the tokens with a string and wrapped them around his body, as if he was wearing a token armor. If it wasn't for Qinyu's frightening battle record, they would have already made their move. Even Sun Tianlong has given me all of his tokens, and you still want to resist? Qinyu asked with a sneer. Sun Tianlong is Sun Tianlong, we are us. Lin Daowei said solemnly. They had more people and were from the Lin family. Their background was completely different from Sun Tianlong's. But to me, it's all the same. Qinyu could tell that these people wouldn't compromise so easily. As soon as he finished speaking, the star acupoints on the surface of his body lit up and a boundless pressure instantly spread out. Whoosh, Qinyu shot out like a meteor, charging towards Lin Tianfeng. The radiance in his star acupoints flowed and converged on his fist, forming a dazzling white ball of light. Lin Tianfeng didn't expect Qinyu to make a move without saying anything. It was really overbearing and savage. But when facing Qinyu, he felt a shadow in his heart, and fear involuntarily surfaced in his heart. In addition, Qinyu's battle record of defeating Sun Tianlong was like adding oil to the fire, causing him to be even more frightened. Lin Tianfeng hurriedly sent out a palm strike. But because his reaction was a step too slow, coupled with his fear, he could only display 60% of his strength. Boom, the moment the white fist and purple palm collided, a storm exploded and radiance shot out in all directions. Qinyu stood his ground as steady as Mount Tai, while Lin Tianfeng was like a kite with a broken string, flying backwards. Bang, Lin Tianfeng smashed into a distant boulder, shattering it into pieces. Lin Tianfeng. Lin Daowei hastily called out when Qinyu made his move, wanting to provide assistance. After all, the two of them were in the same boat. But Qinyu's speed was too fast, sending Lin Tianfeng flying with a single punch. Lin Daowei's assistance was a step too late. You're not convinced either? Qinyu turned around, aiming at Lin Daowei, who was flying towards him, and also fiercely punched out. Surrounded by the profound of space, Lin Daowei momentarily felt as if he was stuck in a swamp, his movements slow as he watched Qinyu's fist approach. Bang, Lin Daowei hastily kicked out, a dark purple light bursting out, but it was instantly shattered by the white fist light, and his entire body was also smashed away. Preemptive strike. Defeating 2 people in a row. All of this was accomplished by Qinyu in an instant. The surrounding people had just reacted when they saw Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei flying away. What happened? So fast, in less than 2 breaths of time, the 2 geniuses of my Lin family were defeated. Everyone exclaimed, the anger in their hearts was extinguished by this scene. You are not my opponent, hand over the token, don't force me to attack again. Qinyu's cold voice spread out, as if the surroundings had fallen into a world of ice and snow. Everyone's body shivered. Damn it. Lin Tianfeng crawled up, but the arm that had just attacked was broken, and he could not move for a short time. But compared to his arm, he cared more about his face. But after exchanging blows with Qinyu again, he clearly felt that Qinyu was stronger than before. With Qinyu's current strength, defense, and speed, if no one could restrain him, Qinyu was a killing machine, unstoppable, and it was possible that he could destroy everyone present. Lin Daowei also stood up. His injuries were slightly lighter, but he also realized the cruelty of reality. Even if he and Lin Tianfeng joined hands, they would not be able to stop Qinyu. In reality, if the 2 of them were at their peak, with a stronger determination to win, and with the powerful bloodline of the Lin family, they would have been able to contend against Qinyu. But unfortunately, Lin Tianfeng's heart already had a shadow. Qinyu's preemptive strike had shocked everyone present, and also left the 2 of them with injuries. The situation was completely in the hands of Qinyu. Hand it over. Lin Tianfeng could not bear the pressure inside. He threw out 4 tokens, turned around, and left, not wanting to stay a moment longer. If there was a first, there would be a second, not to mention that the leader was Lin Tianfeng. Bastard, damn it. Lin Daowei gritted his teeth, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He had more than 40 tokens, and he was really reluctant to part with them. But in the end, he could only compromise. Qinyu took the tokens and said in a clear voice, remember, don't go against me in the future. I have some relationship with your Lin family, so I'm a little embarrassed to teach you a lesson. This was the truth. He had learned from the royal blue sky sovereign that the Lin family did owe him a favor in the early years, and there was still some friendship between them. And in the 5 major families, Lin Qin of the Lin family had indeed helped Qinyu, allowing him to enter the 8 major emperor sects and come to a wider world. But Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei did not believe this at all, and thought that Qinyu was mocking them. After the Lin family and Qinyu left, Kong Xiamu and Kong Qiuye came to find them. Brother Dongshan, the 2 of them saw Kong Dongshan's headless corpse. Although they were prepared, they were still shocked to see this scene. Kong Dongshan's death did not make the 2 of them too sad. The relationship between the 3 of them was not very close. Kong Xiamu was usually afraid of Kong Dongshan, while Kong Qiuye admired Kong Dongshan. Time passed. The battles and killings in the desolate world were getting more and more intense, and all kinds of plots and tricks were used. Everything was for the sake of entering the celestial sect. Qinyu, on the other hand, was relaxed and had nothing to do. On this day, Kong Xiamu and Kong Qiuye came to find him. The 2 of you still want to follow me? Qinyu asked. After all, he had killed a member of the Kong family. Qinyu did not feel any hatred or killing intent from the 2 of them. Kong Dongshan's death is not your fault. Kong Xiamu sighed. In the secret territory, there were naturally deaths and injuries in the fight for the tokens. Moreover, it was Kong Dongshan who wanted to kill Qinyu first. But the main reason why Kong Xiamu and Kong Qiuye came was to seek protection. The fight for the tokens had entered the final stage. Danger lurked everywhere. They had the tokens on them and were in grave danger. When they came to the side of Qinyu, they felt as though they had entered a safe zone. In the following period of time, Qinyu brought the 2 of them and wandered around the world. Occasionally, he would snatch the tokens. Near an incomparably wide river. Rumble, the heavens and earth changed colors as the wind and clouds churned wildly. Explosions occurred one after another, as though the end of the world had arrived. Boom, a ray of green light slashed downwards, splitting the 100-feet-wide river into 2, forming a huge ravine in the middle. Not long after, the loud noises stopped and the heavens and earth returned to normal. Beside the river, there was a huge crater where 2 silhouettes could be seen. Sun Tianlong, your strength is weaker than I thought. A man in green robes floated in midair. His facial features were sharp and his eyes were filled with vigor. His hands were behind his back as he spoke calmly. Opposite him was a man in black robes with thick eyebrows and big eyes. At this moment, his face was pale and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Qin Wendian, my injuries have yet to recover. If not, you wouldn't have been able to snatch my tokens. The black-robed man, Sun Tianlong, wiped the blood off his face as he spoke with some resentment. This time, he was defeated by Qin Wendian, and all the tokens he had collected were snatched away. Weren't you injured because you were weak? Qin Wendian had also heard that Sun Tianlong was defeated by Qin Yu. From Qin Wendian's point of view, Sun Tianlong being defeated by a peak initial phase star condensation cultivator, Qin Yu, was a form of weakness. Sun Tianlong was infuriated. Qin Wendian's arrogance did not lose out to Qin Yu in the slightest. I'm afraid that Qin Yu has more tokens than you do. Sun Tianlong laughed coldly in a low voice, revealing a trace of disdain. In truth, he had no idea how many tokens Qin Yu had. He was simply provoking Qin Wendian to deal with Qin Yu. Firstly, I don't think that he has more tokens than me. Secondly, you don't need to provoke me. It's useless to deal with Qin Yu. Qin Wendian's countenance was as calm as ever, his tone filled with absolute confidence. However, since he could defeat you, his strength shouldn't be too bad. Qin Wendian's eyes gleamed. Sun Tianlong felt joy in his heart. Qin Wendian's interest in Qin Yu had been piqued. Days passed by. Qin Wendian roamed this world alone. Everywhere he passed by, people would flee in terror. Qin Wendian was also trying to find out the whereabouts of Qin Yu. He was somewhat interested in this opponent with a low cultivation base. However, Qin Yu seemed to be constantly on the move. Until the last day, Qin Wendian still hadn't found Qin Yu. At this moment, the entire world trembled. Above the dome of heaven, space was torn apart, forming an incomparably huge whirlpool. The second test has ended, quickly come out. It's over. At this moment, in the desolate world, many geniuses raised their heads and sighed. It's finally over. Brother Shamu, can we enter the celestial sect? Kong Chuya asked excitedly. Kong Shamu was stunned for a moment. Now that he thought about it, Kong Chuya was only here to join in the fun. Unknowingly, Kong Chuya had passed the first round of assessment. Now, both of them had 6 tokens and had high hopes of entering the celestial sect. On the other hand, the Kong family's most outstanding genius, Kong Dongshan, had fallen here. Maybe. Kong Shamu replied. Brother Chen, you have so many tokens. You can definitely enter the top 5. Kong Chuya glanced at Qin Yu. Qin Yu's entire body was covered with tokens, as if he was wearing a heavy armor. Not just top 5, Kong Shamu murmured in his heart. Currently, Qin Yu had a total of 340 tokens on him. One had to know that the total number of people who participated in the second round of assessment was only around 1100. This meant that Qin Yu had monopolized close to a third of the tokens. Other than the peak star condensation late-stage powerhouses in this assessment, it was likely that no one could compare to Qin Yu. However, Kong Shamu felt that even the top star condensation late-stage experts had a small possibility of having more tokens than Qin Yu. Rumble, in the sky of the desolate world, a huge vortex was torn open. Rays of silver light shot out from the vortex towards various places. One of the silver light rays reached Qin Yu's side and enveloped him, pulling him towards the vortex. This space energy is so strong. Qin Yu felt the space energy wrapping around his body. Even with his 3rd level of space profound, he could not move it in the slightest. His figure floated towards the vortex at a speed several times faster than usual. Kong Shamu and Kong Chuya, who were beside him, were also enveloped by the silver light rays. They were pulled towards the vortex at an extremely fast speed. This world was barren and devoid of life. However, this method could transport all living creatures out. Martial God Mountain was in an uproar. The assessment is finally over. I wonder what the results of this test will be like. Are there any dark horses or some geniuses who couldn't make it into the celestial sect due to an accident? The surrounding people were discussing incessantly. Many of the higher-ups of the clans who were close to the celestial sect were waiting for the results of their disciples. Whoosh, suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the illusory scene in the sky. It landed at the foot of the martial god mountain and turned into a figure. Someone had come out of the test, however, this disciple had a disappointed look on his face. He did not have a single token on him. He had failed, the first person who came out didn't even have a token. From this, it could be seen how difficult the second test was. Whoosh! 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 Then, rays of light shot out from the illusory scene in the sky and turned into different figures. The geniuses of the Song clan, a demigod clan, have appeared. Their leader, Song Man, has 52 tokens. Someone exclaimed. As a member of a demigod clan, the Song clan and the others naturally received a lot of attention. A few breaths later, the people from the Lin family came out. Eh? The Lin family's results are very average. Someone mocked. Don't forget, the most outstanding people in the Lin family are Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei. Their talents and strength are even higher than Song Man's. The two of them have yet to come out. A black-faced king stood on the side of the Lin family and retorted coldly. In the next moment, all the members of the Lin family appeared. Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei were among them. The two of them only had a dozen tokens on them. This result made the black-faced king, who was biased towards the Lin family, turn even darker. What's going on? The geniuses of the Lin family both failed? Did the Lin family meet a strong enemy? Could it be that they are surrounded by other clans? Or did they meet a peak star condensation late-stage expert? I think the two of them are completely undeserving of their reputation. Maybe they are not that strong. The Lin family was also a demigod clan and was the focus of attention. The dismal results of Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei caused a lot of questions and discussions. Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei naturally felt the gazes from all around them. Isn't this the young master of the Lin family? Let me see how many tokens you have. Song Man's mocking voice came from afar. Chen Yu. Lin Tianfeng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. This time, he had lost all face in front of countless powers and tens of thousands of people. The main culprit was Chen Yu. Swish, Sun Tianlong appeared in front of everyone. In the next instant, countless gazes focused on him. Many voices of astonishment rang out, the same as the discussion about the geniuses of the Lin family. Sun Tianlong, back then if it wasn't for your arrogance and chasing after Chen Yu alone, how could we have ended up like this? Lin Tianfeng stared at Sun Tianlong with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Sun Tianlong closed his eyes and remained silent. First, he was defeated by Chen Yu. Now, he only had 13 tokens. His results were extremely dismal. And what Lin Tianfeng said wasn't wrong. Back then, if he wasn't alone and had a few helpers, even if he couldn't defeat Chen Yu, he wouldn't have lost to Chen Yu. I have already failed. I won't find excuses for myself. But a single failure doesn't mean that I will fail forever. Sun Tianlong stood ramrod straight, unaffected by setbacks. The celestial sect was one of the three great sects of the human race. He must improve by leaps and bounds here, surpassing Chen Yu. That's right. Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei glanced at each other, seeing the intense hatred in each other's eyes. In the secret realm, they couldn't win against Chen Yu. But in the main world, the Lin family was extremely powerful. Wouldn't it be easy for them to deal with Chen Yu? They must make Chen Yu pay a painful price. Swish, a beam of light landed in front of Lin Tianfeng. Chen Yu. Lin Tianfeng saw the sudden appearance of Chen Yu and was momentarily shocked, retreating 3 steps. He was just thinking about how to deal with Chen Yu when he suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Tianfeng, who had a guilty conscience, was so scared that his face turned pale. Seems like you guys still haven't learned your lesson. Chen Yu glanced at Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei, seeing deep hatred and killing intent in their eyes. At the same time, the surroundings were in an uproar, and a shocking commotion broke out. It was because Chen Yu had too many tokens on him. The moment he appeared, he was the center of attention. Who is this person? Why does he have so many tokens? Some of the latecomers had never seen Chen Yu before. However, there were even more people who had a deep impression of Chen Yu. After all, before the second round of examination, there were many rumors about Chen Yu. It's Chen Yu. how is this possible? His cultivation is only at the peak of the early star condensation realm, yet he has 340 command tokens. Lin Tianfeng, Lin Daowei, Sun Tianlong, and the others only have a dozen or so command tokens. Even Song Man only has 52 command tokens. I wonder what kind of tricks did the descendant of the traitor of the human race use to swindle so many tokens. Because of the previous rumors, when many people saw Chen Yu's shocking results, they didn't show admiration, but rather doubt and jealousy. Quick, look at Qin Wendian. Qin Wendian is out, how many tokens does he have? Exclamations of shock rang out once more. There was no one around Qin Wendian. His calm countenance was somewhat stiff. In truth, he had only come out half a breath later than Chen Yu. In his opinion, he would definitely be number one, and would definitely be the center of attention. But Chen Yu had come out before him, instantly attracting the attention of everyone, snatching away the glory that belonged to him. And what truly caused Qin Wendian's heart to tremble was that the number of tokens he had was actually 10 less than Chen Yu. As a star condensation king, he came to this conclusion with a single glance at Chen Yu. The surrounding spectators, as well as the upper echelons of the Martial God Mountain, felt the same as well. Qin Wendian's token count was 10 less than Chen Yu's. The entire Martial God Mountain was in an uproar, filled with shock and disbelief. Could it be that the descendant of the traitor of the human race is number one this time? Could it be that no one can surpass him? As more and more people came out from the secret realm, the commotion around the Martial God Mountain died down. Only when the last person came out did the secret realm close. The atmosphere around the Martial God Mountain was strangely quiet. On the stone platform, the three upper echelons of the celestial sect swept out with their spiritual sense and determined the ranking in their hearts. The scholarly old man in the lead glanced at Chen Yu and waved his hand. The mist in the air condensed as a silvery light flashed, forming the names and rankings of the participants. Number 1, Chen Yu, 340 tokens. Number 2, Qin Wendian, 330 tokens. Number 100, Wu Wan, 5 tokens. The ranking appeared. Number 1? Chen Yu was somewhat taken aback by this ranking. He had initially thought that he would be in the top 3, with the possibility of being ranked second being the highest. After all, he didn't purposely search for tokens. Number 1. Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei stared at Chen Yu with incomparable jealousy. Half of the credit for Chen Yu's achievements was due to them. I'm number 2. Qin Wendian murmured, as though he had just accepted reality. Qin Wendian's expression turned gloomy. His eyes glowed with a dark green light, and his entire body emanated a terrifying aura. He, Qin Wendian, was unrivaled. In the clan, he was number 1 in everything. This was also the requirement he had for himself. He only wanted to be number 1, hence, 20 years ago, he gave up on participating in the examination. 20 years later, his goal was to be number 1, but in the end, he was number 2. Elder Shen, there are some suspicious points in the results of this examination. Please check it out. A white-haired middle-aged man spoke. He was from the Qin clan, one of the 2 celestial clans. Qin Wendian's failure had caused him to be extremely shocked. The first place was actually at the peak of the initial stage of the star condensation realm. He felt that there was something fishy going on. There were many unexpected points in this examination. But these are the rules. There's no need to check it out. The scholarly old man said calmly. The second examination was to test the overall quality of a cultivator, including strength, strategy, survival ability, etc. In this examination, it was inevitable that some unscrupulous methods were used. Regardless of what methods Chen Yu used to obtain so many tokens, the celestial sect only wanted the results. The white-haired middle-aged man from the Qin clan had an ugly expression on his face, but he didn't say much. Hua, in the hands of the scholarly old man, a scroll flew out. The scroll automatically opened, and the words floating in the air flew onto the scroll. From today onwards, the 100 of you are members of the celestial sect. The scholarly old man announced in a clear voice. His words were infused with the power of the profound mysteries of space, and rang clearly in the ears of everyone, causing their minds to tremble. When the names of 100 people were carved on the scroll, they would become disciples of celestial sect. Even if there were traitors among them, they would be severely punished and imprisoned in celestial sect. Or, they would become celestial sect's ghosts. In the entire human race, countless people wished that their names would be recorded in the celestial sect's secret scroll. This was a form of glory and proof of the human race's talents. The mainstays of the human race, the elites, all came from the three major sections. At the same time, the three major sects had very few disciples. Hence, they were very protective of their disciples. For example, when Qinyu killed the Kong clan's genius, Kong Dongshan, the Kong clan would definitely not let it go. However, once Qinyu became a disciple of celestial sect, the Kong clan would not dare to touch Qinyu. If the Kong clan knew that Qinyu was the top scorer in this assessment, they might even try to curry favor with him. At the same time, the names of the top 100 disciples of celestial sect spread like wildfire. They would be the center of attention, and in the future, they might even become influential figures in the human race. As for the doubts about Qinyu's results, they gradually lessened. As one of the three major sects, why would celestial sect care about their doubts? In fact, no one dared to question the results of this assessment in front of the scholarly old man. After all, this was a world where strength reigned supreme. If celestial sect agreed with Qinyu's ranking, those who disagreed could only agree. "I've entered celestial sect." An excited voice rang out beside Qinyu. Kong Chuya and Kong Shamu had both entered celestial sect. Both of them had 6 tokens each. Although they were ranked last, they were still considered to have entered celestial sect. "Thank you, Brother Chen, for your help." Kong Shamu was grateful from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for Qinyu's protection for the second assessment, they might not even get a token. They might even die in there. Humans valued their own interests more than anything else. At this moment, Kong Shamu had already forgotten about Kong Dongshan's death. Qinyu didn't mind. To him, this was a small matter. "Follow me up the mountain." The scholarly old man's voice rang out again. With that, the 3 grand elders and the deacons all flew towards Martial God Mountain. The 100 geniuses followed closely behind. When they first entered the celestial sect, most of them were cautious and apprehensive, afraid of making mistakes. Meanwhile, the area around Martial God Mountain was in an uproar. Is this the end? After every batch of celestial sect examinations, don't the higher-ups of celestial sect accept disciples on the spot? Most of the people present were looking forward to it. However, this time, the higher-ups of the celestial sect did not accept him as a disciple on the spot. This made them disappointed. The ranking of these geniuses might be able to predict their future achievements. But there was another important factor, and that was to acknowledge a master. Under different masters, one could walk a completely different path, and their future achievements would naturally be different as well. What the hell is the celestial sect up to this time? Don't tell me you don't want to accept disciples anymore? Then these 100 disciples will be a great loss. That's not possible. Without the guidance of a master, no matter how strong a genius is, his achievements would be limited. If this goes on, celestial sect might lose their title as one of the 3 major sections. Martial God Mountain was extremely large. There were courtyards, pavilions, a sea of flowers, a waterfall, a small bridge, and flowing water. Dense mist drifted about in all directions, making it seem like a paradise on earth. The concentration of heaven and earth elemental energy here is more than 2 times that of the foot of the mountain. Qinyu took in a deep breath, feeling comfortable all over. The speed of cultivation in celestial sect was 5 times faster than in places like the disordered oceanic plains. If it was in the disordered oceanic plains, Qinyu would need at least 20 to 30 years to break through to the intermediate stage of the star condensation realm. But in celestial sect, perhaps 5 to 6 years would suffice. Of course, Qinyu had already broken through to the intermediate stage of the star condensation realm for more than 5 years. His cultivation level was not far from the intermediate stage of the star condensation realm. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could break through. The scholarly old man brought the 100 new disciples to an empty plaza. "The last examination is in front. Go on," the scholarly old man said. "There's another examination?" Qinyu was stunned. Some of the disciples had heard about it from their elders and knew what the old man was talking about. They queued up and walked in. Soon, it was Qianyu's turn. The great hall was dark and solemn. An invisible soul pressure filled the entire space. The moment he arrived, Qianyu had a feeling that his life was in someone else's hands. On the main seat of the great hall, there was a celestial sect elder. His white eyebrows were raised and his eyes were like a bottomless abyss. He looked extremely dignified and even scary. On both sides of this celestial sect elder, there were 2 attendants, each holding a booklet. Next, I will ask and you will answer. Don't say anything unnecessary. The white-browed elder's voice was cold and emotionless. Name? Qianyu. Qianyu was speechless. The celestial sect should know his name. Age? 63. The white-browed elder on the main seat of the hall frowned slightly and the expression in his eyes changed. The 2 attendants beside him also revealed looks of surprise. The age that Qianyu reported was too young. The criteria for the celestial sect was that one must not be more than 150 years old. Qianyu's age was even lower than half of the criteria. In the history books, the youngest disciple to enter the celestial sect was 75 years old. Now, Qianyu had refreshed the record by more than 10 years. Buzz, in between the white-browed elder's eyebrows, a vast spiritual pressure surged towards Sumo. Qianyu found it hard to move and allowed the elder's spiritual consciousness to enter his body. At this moment, Qianyu had long since understood that the so-called final test was an information review. On one hand, it was to find out more about the new disciples. On the other hand, it was to find out who had other intentions in the celestial sect. In the middle of Martial God Mountain, the wind and clouds surged. Colorful lights intertwined in the sky. I didn't expect the first place to be this kid. How unexpected. How about it? Have you all thought it through? Who wants to take him as a disciple? A loud and clear voice asked. Every time the first place was fought over by the higher-ups of the celestial sect. Every time the higher-ups fought for the first place, they would lose the right to choose disciples in the future or pay a price. However, it was different this time. Qianyu unexpectedly obtained the first place. The price they paid for Qianyu didn't seem to be worth it. There was another important reason, which was the rumor about Qianyu, the descendant of a sinner of the human race. Celestial sect was one of the 3 sacred cultivation grounds of the human race. To a certain extent, the safety and territory of the human race were protected by them. Therefore, the 3 major sects could be said to be the forces that had the most dealings with the demonic races. Most of the people in the 3 major sects hated the demonic races as enemies. Therefore, Qianyu's identity was a little sensitive. Due to many reasons, Qianyu's master hadn't been chosen yet. Therefore, the celestial sect didn't accept a disciple immediately. Instead, they checked first before deciding on the matter. To put it bluntly, because of Qianyu, the normal schedule of the celestial sect was disrupted. Aren't all the descendants of the royal Azure dynasty's sovereign lord convicted? The possibility of this rumor being false is higher. A fat old man who looked like the Maitreya Buddha when he smiled said. He had taken a fancy to Qianyu's physique Dao talent and had the intention to accept Qianyu as a disciple from the beginning. Not necessarily. The matter regarding the royal Azure dynasty's sovereign lord was handled by the 8 major sections. We don't know the specifics. Another high-ranking official said. Let's wait. Elder Tai will ask about his background soon. We will get the answer soon. A loud and clear voice sounded. The high-ranking officials waited. There's news. A loud and clear voice suddenly sounded. This kid is indeed the descendant of the royal Azure dynasty's sovereign lord. As soon as this was said, the high-ranking officials had more or less made a decision. On the other side, Qianyu passed the check and walked out of the hall. He clearly noticed that when the white-browed old man found out that he was the descendant of the royal Azure dynasty's sovereign lord, there was a flash of disappointment on his face. After walking out of the hall, Qianyu, the scholarly old man, seemed to have seen this scene too. After a while, everyone passed the check. Good. From now on, all of you are disciples of the celestial sect. The scholarly old man announced again. Suddenly, the scholarly old man shouted out a name, Xianxia, are you willing to become my disciple? In the crowd, a rather delicate and pretty man could not help but reveal an excited expression on his face when he heard this. Disciple is willing. Greetings, Master. Xianxia immediately bowed respectfully. The profound energy that he comprehended was the profound of space. He was ranked 9th in this test and was an outstanding genius. The scholarly old man, Elder Shen, was proficient in arrays and profound of space. His requirements for accepting a disciple was to satisfy one of these two aspects. Originally, he had high hopes for Qinyu, but it was a pity that Qinyu was the descendant of a sinner. Elder Shen, who was extremely concerned about his reputation, would definitely not accept Qinyu. Boom, the heaven and earth yuan qi nearby roared and instantly condensed into a majestic figure, causing the 100 disciples to stiffen as they felt a great pressure. Sun Tianlong, are you willing to become my disciple? Disciple is willing. Sun Tianlong's eyes were filled with determination. The elder who accepted him as a disciple had a high status in the sect. If he were to become his disciple, Sun Tianlong's growth speed and space would be greater, and he would definitely surpass Qinyu. Soon after, the white-browed old man who was inspecting the crowd in the main hall also walked out and accepted a disciple. There was also a senior disciple who personally came to represent the elder behind him to take away the junior brother and junior sister. Lin Tianfeng, Lin Daowei, the two of you come to me. A slightly angry voice came from afar. Second uncle. Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei looked somewhat embarrassed. The person who passed the message was an elder of the celestial sect, who was also a member of the Lin family. Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei were obviously very afraid of second uncle. The reason was obvious, it was because they had embarrassed themselves in this test. The other elders were not willing to accept them as disciples, so only the upper echelons of the Lin family could accept them. Boom, in front of the square, an illusory figure suddenly appeared. It was 100 feet tall. The figure was dressed in a black and white robe, his white hair dancing in the wind, and he looked like a sage. When he appeared, it was as though there was no sound or color between heaven and earth. Everything revolved around him, and was controlled by his will. Qin Wendian, are you willing to become my 8th disciple? A loud voice rang out. This person was the sect leader of the celestial sect. Immortal state. Sect leader, Sikong Wanli. All the disciples present were shocked, and their faces were filled with admiration and reverence. Soon after, many people looked towards Qin Wendian, their faces filled with envy. Qin Wendian also had a look of surprise on his face, and his lips curled up as he looked towards Qinyu. So what if he was the first in the test? The eyes of the upper echelons of the celestial sect were bright, and they could naturally tell who was more outstanding. He had become the sect leader's disciple, while Qinyu, the so-called first place, had yet to be accepted by an elder. This disciple is willing. Qin Wendian replied. Under the watchful eyes of the elders and disciples, Qin Wendian became the disciple of the celestial sect's sect leader. Although Qin Wendian was ranked second, the number of tokens he had was 10 less than Qinyu. However, everyone could see how outstanding he was. In the first test, Qin Wendian ascended to the top with a single leap. The radiance of the 3 stone monuments was 10 meters high, no one else could match up to him. Many of the elders present actually wanted to take him in as a disciple, but since he was the sect leader's disciple, how could they dare to compete with him? Sect Master Sikong Wanli's projection slightly nodded. So far, he had accepted 8 disciples. Among them, the first 5 had already reached the mysterious nether realm. The first 3 were famous throughout the human race and were respected by tens of thousands of people. He also had high hopes for Qin Wendian. In fact, Qin Wendian might even surpass his most outstanding disciple. After joining the celestial sect, the unhappiness in Qin Wendian's heart gradually lessened. He stood up straight with his hands behind his back. His face revealed a slightly cold and arrogant expression as he glanced at Qinyu. Although the other party had snatched away the glory of being number 1, the higher-ups of the celestial sect weren't blind. They could tell who was more outstanding. So what if he was the first in the examination? The eyes of the higher-ups of the celestial sect were sharp. They could tell who was more outstanding. He had become the sect leader's disciple, but Qinyu, the so-called number 1, had yet to receive an elder who had shown any interest in taking him in as a disciple. The celestial sect is one of the three great sects of the human race. They are extremely concerned about their reputation. Perhaps it's because of the rumors from before that nobody accepted him as a disciple. Qin Wendian speculated. Could it be that the rumors were true? Initially, Qin Wendian was prepared to challenge Qin Yu and take back the first place that belonged to him. But when he became the sect master's disciple, Qin Yu didn't even have a master. As time passed, he, who had become the sect master's disciple, would naturally soar into the sky and leave everyone else behind. There was no need for him to fight with Qin Yu. Xia Feng, I want to take you as my disciple. What do you think? An illusory figure of a sovereign appeared. Disciple doesn't dare. Greetings, master. A tall and well-built female disciple was extremely excited and immediately bowed. Following that, fewer and fewer disciples were accepted. The ceremony seemed to be coming to an end. As for Qin Yu, the champion of this cohort, no one questioned him from beginning to end. Brother Chen? Kong Chuya couldn't bear to see this scene. Hee hee. Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei looked at each other and laughed one after another. When they learned that Qin Yu had won first place, they were quite shocked. They didn't know how to deal with Qin Yu next. However, none of the elders were willing to accept Qin Yu as a disciple. In this way, the price of dealing with Qin Yu would be much lower. This was the scene they had hoped to see the most. They had not expected it to happen. Qin Yu stood in place, not moving an inch since the beginning. He had already expected this, but the situation seemed to be more serious than he had imagined. It was no wonder that the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord didn't announce their relationship in the disordered ocean plains. Instead, he allowed Qin Yu to become the governor of the city Lord Manor under his protection. Now, even though he had taken first place in the examination, no one wanted to take him as a disciple. Although this matter had a great impact, it didn't matter if they didn't have a master. In every generation, at least half of the disciples weren't accepted as disciples and cultivated alone. It wasn't that Qin Yu couldn't accept such a situation. Alright, let Deacon Liao bring you to the Celestial Sect Disciples area. The scholarly old man suddenly spoke. This also meant that the disciple acceptance ceremony had ended. Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei's smiles became wider. In the Celestial Sect, having a master and not having one were very different. A master was not only a mentor on the path of cultivation, but also a form of protection. In the sky, the few emperor lords and sect leaders' projections looked at each other and communicated using their spiritual consciousness. Everyone, don't be too biased. Let him stay here for now. If he performs well and accumulates a certain amount of fame and talent, you can consider him again. Sect leader Sikong Wanli said calmly. Putting aside the issue of fame, Qin Yu was outstanding in other aspects. He was one of the top disciples in this batch. The celestial sect leader's words made the elders feel slightly more at ease. Since the sect leader had agreed, even if they accepted Qin Yu, they wouldn't be the only ones responsible if anything happened. Sect leader's words make sense. The old man who looked like a Maitreya Buddha transmitted his voice. He was more optimistic about Qin Yu's talent and body refinement. The rest of the higher-ups also agreed. Looking at the new batch of celestial sect disciples leaving the public square, many of the higher-ups also prepared to leave. But suddenly, Sikong Wanli's projection suddenly emitted a slight energy fluctuation. Although it was indiscernible, the mysterious Dark Realm Emperor Lords could still detect it easily. What could have caused the sect leader's emotions to fluctuate so much that the projection became unstable and emitted energy fluctuations? Qin Yu. Sikong Wanli suddenly spoke. Qin Yu, who was leaving with the crowd, was stunned. Why did the celestial sect leader suddenly call his name? The rest of the higher-ups also had different expressions, not knowing what the sect leader wanted. I want to accept you as my disciple. What are your thoughts? The celestial sect leader had a strange look on his face. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Some were stunned, some were shocked. The elders of the celestial sect found it hard to maintain their composure. The sect leader had said so earlier. Why did he want to accept Qin Yu as his disciple now? What kind of show was this? The higher-ups looked at the sect leader carefully, wanting to know why. Qin Wendian was completely dumbfounded. No, why did the sect leader want to accept Xianxia as his disciple? How could this be? Your disciple is willing. Xianxia was also stunned. But how could he reject the celestial sect leader accepting him as his disciple? The sect leader was a celestial sect leader with high status and power. Furthermore, he was a God realm expert. But why didn't the sect leader accept him as his disciple earlier? It was really strange. The celestial sect leader nodded his head and didn't speak anymore. At this moment, a voice transmission rang out in his mind, making it hard for him to deal with it. Sect leader, why did you accept Xianxia as your disciple? Didn't you say that you would only accept Xianxia? And you also said that Xianxia is the descendant of a sinner of the human race and would affect our reputation greatly. Let him stay alone for now. When he performs well, we will accept him as our disciple. Some elders even suspected that the sect leader's projection was fake. Of course, such words couldn't be said out loud. Xianxia sighed and said, Xianxia was the first in the examination this time. By right, he should be accepted by one of the higher-ups of the sect. If not, it would be too unfair to him. However, all the elders could tell that Xianxia was lying. Since the sect leader wasn't willing to speak the truth, they couldn't force him to answer. But the suspicions in their minds were hard to get rid of. Could it be that this was all an act put up by Xianxia? He wanted them to give up on such an outstanding disciple like Xianxia and accept Xianxia as his disciple without paying any price. The celestial sect had a rule. If any of the higher-ups accepted the first in the examination as their disciple, they wouldn't have the right to fight for the right to be their disciple. Even the sect leader wasn't an exception. But this time, the sect leader didn't have to pay any price and accepted the first and second in the examination as his disciple. Seems like I have underestimated the sect leader. The sect leader is a man with great foresight. The higher-ups sighed and dispersed one by one. Under Deacon Liao's lead, 100 new disciples arrived at a beautiful place with clouds and mist floating around. Here, there were many mountains of different sizes. Below them, there were ponds and waterfalls. In this area, there are a total of 78 mountain peaks. Every mountain peak can accommodate 3 to 4 people. You can choose among yourselves. Deacon Liao gave a few simple instructions before he left. 78 mountain peaks. There are differences in the scenery and the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Qin Wentian muttered as he gazed into the distance. The rest of the geniuses also noticed this point. So, in an instant, more than 10 geniuses rushed out. There were good and bad places to stay. Everyone would definitely want the best. Who would be willing to stay in a bad place? In this area, the closer we are to the center, the better the environment. There are also a few unique mountain peaks that are beneficial for comprehending profound energy. Xianxia also dashed out and locked onto his target. Among the 78 mountain peaks, there were 3 that seemed to be made out of metal. The surface of the mountain reflected a metallic glow, resembling a dazzling sharp sword. Xianxia had his eyes on one of them. There were 4 palaces at the peak, the top, and the waist of the mountain respectively. In other words, this mountain peak could accommodate 4 people. Currently, the 3 palaces were all enveloped by formations, indicating that there were people living in them. The palace at the bottom of the mountain peak should be uninhabited. Xianxia has his eyes on this place. There's no hope for us. When the disciples saw Xianxia, fear flashed in their eyes as they hurriedly retreated. Even though some of the disciples had never seen Xianxia's methods before, they knew that he was ranked first in the entrance examination. Even Qin Wentian was suppressed by him. In the forest beside the palaces, a green-haired man leaned against a tree. He chewed on a blade of green grass as he gazed at the new disciples flying towards his residence. Seems like my residence is not bad. So many new disciples have their eyes on it. The green-haired man laughed. Once you enter my residence, it won't be so easy to get out. Next, the green-haired man discovered a strange scene. Originally, there were many disciples vying for his residence, but when they saw a peak initial star condensation disciple, they all ran away. So, Xianxia successfully arrived at the residence. At the same time, a silhouette descended from another direction. It was Sun Tianlong. Xianxia, leave this residence to me. You comprehend the profound of space, while I cultivate the profound of metal. This residence is extremely beneficial to me. Sun Tianlong negotiated with Qinyu. Now that Qinyu was accepted as a disciple by the sect leader, if he wanted to catch up to Qinyu, he definitely couldn't give up on this residence. I won't. This cave abode is also very beneficial to me. Qinyu shook his head. Sun Tianlong's expression was somewhat unsightly. From his point of view, Qinyu was purposely opposing him. Speak. What do you want? I will do my best to satisfy you, as long as you leave this residence to me. Sun Tianlong decided to make a deal with Qinyu. But at this moment, from the forest not far away, a green-haired man flew out. He was wearing the robes of a celestial sect disciple. So, the green-haired man landed in front of Qinyu and Sun Tianlong. His face was filled with unhappiness, and a terrifying pressure emanated from his body. He was like a peerless treasure sword standing in the air. What's the matter with the newcomers? This is my residence, why did you guys come in? Don't you know that trespassing is against the sect rules? Sun Tianlong and Qinyu were taken aback as they looked at the green-haired man who suddenly appeared. The other party was wearing the celestial sect's uniform, so he must be an old disciple of the celestial sect. However, the green-haired man actually closed the barrier and hid outside, making people mistakenly think that this was an ownerless cave dwelling. Since it had an owner, Qinyu prepared to find another cave dwelling. Sun Tianlong also did not intend to cause trouble and prepared to leave. If he couldn't get it, Qinyu couldn't get it either. Perfect. However, the domineering azure-haired man floating in the air suddenly said, "Do you think this king's cave is something you can barge into and leave as you please?" Logically speaking, it was indeed Qinyu and Sun Tianlong who mistakenly broke into the cave dwelling. However, everything was the green-haired man's guidance. "Senior brother, what do you want?" Sun Tianlong asked. "Logically speaking, you should be punished for breaking into my cave dwelling, but since you have just entered the celestial sect, this king will give you a chance. It just so happens that I want to see the aptitude of this batch of new disciples. Both of you, exchange 10 moves with me. If you can make me take half a step back, it will be considered my loss and you can leave. If I win, I won't send you to the law enforcement hall, just give me 2 profoundness crystals each." Originally, the green-haired man did not intend to go through so much trouble. Facing some peak early star condensation and middle star condensation cultivators, he directly used the huge gap in their cultivation to suppress them. However, Sun Tianlong's cultivation was at the late star condensation stage, so it was very likely that he would fail. 2 profoundness crystals. Sun Tianlong pondered for a moment and agreed. Although the 2 Upanishad crystals were precious, they were still within his reach. On the other hand, he wanted to see the standard of the celestial sect's disciples. Sun Tianlong had once joined the Sky River sect of the 8 major emperor sects, and his cultivation was at the late star condensation stage like the green-haired man. "Then let's begin." The green-haired man chuckled, and the green grass in his mouth suddenly shot out. The green grass was entwined with sharp and hard green sword chi, turning into a 500 to 600 feet long green sword light that attacked Sun Tianlong. The green-haired man attacked without warning, and Sun Tianlong's reaction was a beat slower. Boom! Sun Tianlong hurriedly brandished his dark golden spear and swept out a dark golden spear shadow, but the green sword chi instantly pierced through it. Whoosh whoosh! Sun Tianlong retreated 1,000 feet, and several cuts appeared on his robe. His eyes narrowed and he attacked again. At this moment, the green-haired man took out a greenwood sword. The sword chi was like a green ocean, stirring up huge waves in all directions. Boom! Boom! Sun Tianlong and the green-haired man exchanged several blows in a row. Sun Tianlong was completely suppressed by the azure-haired man. He was forced to continuously retreat as sword wounds appeared on his body. On the other hand, not only did the green-haired man not take half a step back, but he continued to advance. 10 moves. The green-haired man suddenly flew backwards and lightly spat out a sentence. Sun Tianlong was utterly defeated by the green-haired man. This scene was witnessed by the crowd and they couldn't help but yearn for the celestial sect even more. They would definitely become stronger here. I lost. Sun Tianlong was very unwilling. He didn't expect to lose so easily. When facing the green-haired man, he felt as if he was facing a tall mountain. Sun Tianlong kept his promise. He handed over 2 pieces of profoundness crystals and left. It's your turn now. The green-haired man's gaze fell on Xianxia and he smiled contentedly. Taking care of the person with the highest cultivation base would be a piece of cake for this young man. He might even hand over the profoundness crystals on his own accord. Xianxia was about to speak when he realized that the green-haired man's gaze was attracted by something and he stared at it. At the same time, 2 of the other 3 people who lived in the mountain walked out and looked into the distance. Xianxia also looked over curiously and saw 2 fairy-like figures floating over. One of them was a green-haired lady with a jade-like face, pure and elegant. She wore a faint smile on her lips, like a green lotus in a lotus pond being blown by the wind. As for the other purple-haired lady, she didn't look like an ordinary person. Her skin was as white as jade, her facial features were exquisite and flawless, and she had an elegant and quiet temperament. Xianxia looked at the purple-haired lady and was stunned. He didn't expect the celestial sect to have such a beautiful lady. Xianxia, as an old disciple, why are you making things difficult for a new disciple? The green-haired lady looked at the green-haired man and her voice was clear and pleasant to the ears. Senior Sister Luo is right. I'm just playing with them. The green-haired man, Xianxia, smiled. Luo Yulian took the initiative to talk to him. This kind of thing happened only once a year. Besides, if Luo Yulian was talking to him, the purple-haired fairy, Lin Yuxuan, would definitely be paying attention to him. Young man, your senior brother Zhang is in a good mood today. You can leave. Zhangchen waved his hand at Xianxia. Senior brother Zhang, let's continue with our bet. Xianxia thought for a while and rejected Zhangchen's good intentions. What? Zhangchen was stunned and suspected that he had heard wrongly. Was this young man's brain damaged? I didn't make things difficult for him, but Xianxia still took the initiative to come up to me. Could it be that he was a masochist? Not only Zhangchen, but the old and new disciples, as well as the 2 beauties in the sky, were also shocked. Lin Yuxuan's amethyst-like eyes sized up Xianxia. Alright, since you want to spar with me, as your senior brother, I won't reject you. Zhangchen revealed a faint evil smile. Since this young man took the initiative to come up to him, Zhangchen could show off his skills in front of Luo Yulian and Lin Yuxuan. However, I hope that senior brother can change the bet. If I lose, I'll give you 2 profound crystals. If I win, senior brother will give me the cave abode. Xianxia continued. His goal was still this cave abode. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made the bet. It was better to avoid trouble. No problem. Zhangchen agreed immediately. There was no question of him losing, so he didn't even think about it. Senior Sister Lin, Senior Sister Luo, please be my witness, Zhangchen told them about the bet. Originally, Luo Yulian and Lin Yuxuan didn't understand why Xianxia wanted to bet and were a little curious about him. Hearing Zhangchen's words, Luo Yulian felt it was funny. Lin Yuxuan's face was cold as if it didn't concern her. From their point of view, Xianxia definitely wanted to go all out and force Zhangchen to retreat half a step. That way, he would be able to win. They could understand that a new disciple must be a genius in the outside world and was used to being arrogant. However, this was the celestial sect. Those who could come here were all geniuses. Moreover, the older disciples had all gone through advanced training. Xianxia was destined to lose. That was why he was so arrogant. Make your move. Zhangchen smiled. His opponent was Xianxia. He didn't take the initiative to attack. He even deliberately gave way to the 2 beauties. Seeing Zhangchen being so arrogant, Xianxia secretly applauded. This way, the cave abode would be his. Whoosh, he flew out at an ordinary speed. However, when he was within 100 feet of Zhangchen, his speed instantly doubled. Spatial energy fluctuated as he turned into a beam of light, closing in on the green-haired man. The originally calm green-haired man's expression changed. This speed was not something an ordinary star condensation initial stage cultivator could possess. Boom, the dazzling white light pierced Zhangchen's eyes, causing him to be unable to open them. Zhangchen controlled the weapon and faced the attack head-on. Even if Xianxia's speed was fast and his strength wasn't simple, his sword was enough to injure or even heavily injure him. Boom, the sound of an explosion shook the surroundings. The green sword energy and the white light intertwined. When the light dissipated, everyone saw that there was a wound on Qianyu's left arm. This was caused by Xianxia's weapon. Xianxia wasn't the strongest among the older disciples. However, he wasn't someone the new disciples could contend against. It was normal for Qianyu to be injured. However, when they looked at Xianxia, they discovered that he had retreated 100 feet. Xianxia stood rooted to the ground, feeling the pain in his arm. He was in disbelief. That power was unleashed by a star condensation initial stage cultivator. Of course, the most important thing was that he had lost. The bet was that he would lose if he retreated half a step. However, he was forced back 100 feet by Qianyu. Eh? This batch of new disciples doesn't seem simple. On top of the various peaks, the older disciples witnessed this scene. Luo Yulian's mouth was agape. She didn't expect Qianyu to win unexpectedly. Kid, that doesn't count. You ambushed me and I wasn't ready. Let's have another round. Xianxia said angrily. He had embarrassed himself in front of the two beauties of the celestial sect. If he had another round, he would definitely give it his all. Not only would he not lose, he would also make Qianyu suffer a crushing defeat. At this moment, Xianxia, you've lost. The purple-haired girl in the sky, Lin Yuxuan, opened her mouth. Her voice was like a stream of spring water, seeping into one's heart. Xianxia sighed deeply. Since Lin Yuxuan had spoken, how could he be so thick-skinned as to renege on the bet? Junior brother, you've won. Xianxia stared fiercely at Qianyu, his eyes filled with warning. Qianyu ignored him. Xianxia was one of the weaker ones among the older disciples. If he was afraid of him, he would be too useless. Besides, he was now the disciple of the celestial sect leader. His status was different from ordinary disciples. Let's go, Yulian. Lin Yuxuan and Luo Yulian, the two beauties, left quickly. Before they left, Lin Yuxuan looked at Qianyu, her eyes filled with admiration. This scene was witnessed by Xianxia and he sighed. He was the one who wanted to show off in front of Lin Yuxuan, but Qianyu got what he wanted instead. This kid purposely acted weak and won with a sneak attack. He's really cunning and cunning. I can't let this go. Xianxia thought to himself. The environment isn't bad. Qianyu laughed. Xianxia heard this and became even angrier. He had spent a lot of primordial stones to renovate this cave dwelling. Sun Tianlong, who was far away, was confused. Qianyu cultivated spatial esoteric. Why was he so obsessed with this cave dwelling that could help him comprehend gold esoteric? Maybe he just wanted to show off in front of the beauties and didn't know that Qianyu was such a pervert. Qianyu walked into the cave dwelling and felt the elemental energy of heaven and earth. He was very satisfied. He didn't hesitate to offend the older disciples to get this cave dwelling. There must be a reason. The first reason was that there were no good places to comprehend the spatial esoteric in these 78 mountains. The second reason was related to the divine body of 4 symbols. The first level of the divine body of 4 symbols was completed. The second to fifth levels of the divine body of 4 symbols involved the core inheritances of the 4 sacred clans. What was more special was that these 4 levels didn't have a specific cultivation order. In other words, one could cultivate any one of them. These 4 levels were White Tiger Heaven Splitting Claw, Green Dragon Sacred Wood Leg, Vermilion Bird Heaven Burning Wings, Black Tortoise Sea Suppressing Arm. During the Secret Lands trial, Qianyu had already made his choice on which type he would cultivate on the 2nd floor. During the Secret Lands trial, Qianyu had already decided to practice the White Tiger Heaven Splitting Claw on the 2nd floor. He had made this decision after careful consideration. The Vermilion Bird Burning Sky Wing had both speed and attack. However, Qianyu's space power Upanishad had reached the 3rd level, which had increased his speed tremendously. Thus, the Vermilion Bird Burning Sky Wing's effect on him had been weakened. The Azure Dragon's Sacred Wood Leg focused more on support. The Black Tortoise Sea Suppressing Arm focused more on defense. But in battle and danger, it was often a matter of life and death. Killing the enemy was the fastest way to solve the problem. Therefore, Qianyu chose the White Tiger Sky Splitting Claw, a pure and unstoppable attack, after closing the cave abode's barrier. Qianyu started to cultivate the White Tiger Sky Splitting Claw. The first level of the divine body of 4 symbols was the foundation of the divine body. If it couldn't be perfected, then the following levels wouldn't be ideal. The white tiger sky-splitting claw was cultivated on the foundation of the celestial body. Activate the power of the star acupoints, connect them, and fuse the metal profound to form the white tiger Saint Claw. If the star acupoints on Xianyu's hands were incomplete or damaged, the white tiger sky-splitting claw's power would be affected. To cultivate the white tiger sky-splitting claw, one had to comprehend the metal profound. Otherwise, it would be difficult to unleash half of the white tiger sky-splitting claw's power. This was also one of the reasons why the divine body of 4 symbols was so hard to cultivate. As a body tempering technique, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Not only did it integrate many profound inheritances, but it also required the comprehension of many profound powers. A cultivator's energy was limited. Comprehending 2 types of profound would be extremely tiring. More resources would be consumed, and the comprehension would be even more difficult, making it difficult to achieve anything. The speed of comprehending the metal profound on this metal mountain is 3 times faster than other places. Xianyu started to cultivate the white tiger sky-splitting claw while comprehending the metal profound. Buzz, the star acupoints on Xianyu's wrists and hands emitted strands of starlight, wrapping around his hands. He was extremely talented in body tempering. Such a difficult body tempering technique didn't pose much of a hindrance to him. Moreover, after the mysterious heart's transformation, the speed at which he comprehended profound meanings had increased by several times. He had comprehended the metal profound meaning in an instant, but it was still at a very low level. When a wisp of metal intent merged with Xianyu's claw, his claw glowed with a faint gold color that looked like metal that could easily tear through anything. The next day. "Chen, Master wants to see you." A voice penetrated the barrier of the abode and passed into Xianyu's ears, but it did not affect Xianyu at all. Xianyu ended his cultivation and left the secret chamber. His current master was the celestial martial sect master, Xikong Wanli, a god-state almighty. He couldn't afford to be careless. Xianyu walked out of the cave and saw 2 men. One of them was none other than Qin Wendian. His gaze swept past Xianyu, filled with indifference. He still couldn't figure out why the sovereign would suddenly accept Xianyu as a disciple. Originally, he was the most eye-catching person, and Xianyu would be eclipsed from then on. But now, the 2 of them had become the sovereign's disciples. Qin Wendian wanted to challenge Xianyu to prove that he was the number one. But the 2 of them had just entered the sovereign's tutelage, and if he were to challenge Xianyu to a duel, it would leave a bad impression on the sovereign. Xianyu glanced at Qin Wendian indifferently, and his gaze landed on the man beside him. The man had a fair and delicate face, and a warm smile hung on his face, giving off a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. This man had a good appearance, but his strength was similarly unfathomable. "In the future, the 2 of you will be under Master's tutelage. I will be your 7th senior brother." The delicate man had a smile on his face. So he was the sovereign's 7th disciple. Xianyu couldn't help but be in awe. The 7th disciple accepted by the celestial martial sect master 20 years ago was named Hongshou Yuan. At that time, he was ranked 2nd, and was still a heaven's chosen whose name shook the world, and had the nickname Prince Shuyang. Under the guidance of the delicate man, Hongshou Yuan, Xianyu and Qin Wendian arrived at the mansion of the celestial martial sect sovereign. This was the highest point of the martial god mountain, and a majestic grand hall was erected there. The surroundings were simple, and there were only a few simple decorations, giving off a solemn and dignified air. "Master, the 2 junior brothers are here." Hongshou Yuan bowed towards the grand hall. "Come in." A dignified voice rang out. The moment they entered the grand hall, they saw a gigantic copper incense burner, emitting a faint green smoke. Inhaling a breath of the smoke would cause one's spirit to feel refreshed, and the fatigue from before would be swept away. Soon after, Xianyu saw Xikong Wanli in person. Xikong Wanli was dressed in a black robe, and although he wasn't old, his hair was already snow white. His dignified demeanor was filled with the vicissitudes of life. "From today onwards, the 2 of you are my, Xikong Wanli's, disciples." Xikong Wanli's voice was calm, but his aura was astonishing, giving off an unquestionable feeling. After a simple apprenticeship ceremony, Xianyu and Qin Wendian bowed together. "Greetings, Master." To be able to enter the tutelage of a god, this meant that in the future, they might have a sliver of hope to reach the god realm and dominate the origin world. Since you have entered my tutelage, there are some rules that you should know. Xikong Wanli said lightly. Facing a god realm expert, although the other party didn't release any pressure, Qin Yu and Qin Wendian still felt a suffocating pressure. The celestial sect has a requirement for all disciples, and that is to condense 4 yuan 4 stars and break through to the mysterious dark realm. Even if the two of you previously cultivated the 3 revolution star cultivation technique, my celestial sect has many star increase techniques. This was something that everyone knew. Using 4 yuan 4 stars to break through to the mysterious dark realm would allow one to be valued by the celestial sect. Someone had concluded that the more yuan 4 stars one condensed, the higher the probability of breaking through to the mysterious dark realm. After reaching the mysterious dark realm, one's cultivation would be smoother, and they would be able to walk further. According to the ancient records, of those who broke through to the god realm, only an extremely small portion of them were kings who had condensed 3 yuan 4 stars. Hence, in the entire origin world, the strong races and powers all valued the number of yuan 4 stars in the star condensation realm. Some geniuses didn't mind staying in the star condensation realm for tens of years, or even hundreds of years, just to condense 1 more yuan 4 star. Of course, this is the sect's requirement. As my disciples, you are naturally the cream of the crop. Master's requirement is that you break through to the mysterious dark realm with at least 4.5 stars. Xikong Wanli stated his requirement. 4.5 stars? Qin Wendian murmured in his heart, filled with fighting spirit. The Qin clan he was in was considered a god realm human clan, and the clan had a 6 revolution star cultivation technique. Naturally, Qin Wendian cultivated the 6 revolution star cultivation technique. He couldn't help but glance at Qin Yu and thought to himself, I will leave you far behind and prove that master's decision to accept you as a disciple was a mistake. Different cultivation techniques meant that the difficulty and strength of cultivation were the same. From Qin Wendian's point of view, Qin Yu was definitely cultivating an ordinary 3rd revolution cultivation technique. Even if he were to cultivate the increased star cultivation technique in the future, it would definitely not be as good as the 6th revolution cultivation technique. If he were to cultivate from the beginning, it would be a waste of time and effort. Although Qin Wendian didn't have the confidence to cultivate the 6th revolution cultivation technique to perfection, it was definitely not a problem for him to surpass Qin Yu. This is the first requirement. Xikong Wanli stated again. Following which, he stated his second requirement. Within the celestial sect, there is a celestial martial ranking. My disciples must be at least in the top 20, or they will be expelled from the sect. The two of you have just entered the sect, I will give you 10 years to complete it. Xikong Wanli's expression was solemn. This time, he had accepted the 1st and 2nd ranked disciples into the sect. The other elders were obviously unhappy, feeling that Xikong Wanli was intentionally playing tricks. Although the elders didn't say it out loud, Xikong Wanli wasn't blind. Because of this, he had to make some arrangements, or there would be hidden dangers. Hence, Xikong Wanli wasn't in a good mood, and his requirements for Qin Yu and Qin Wendian were extremely strict. Hongxiu Yuan, who was at the side, had a look of surprise on his face, but he didn't dare to say anything. Obviously, even he felt that his master's requirements for Qin Yu and Qin Wendian were too strict. The celestial martial ranking was a ranking of the celestial sect's disciples, and there were only 100 of them. Qin Yu and Qin Wendian wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the ranking. The top 20 of the celestial martial ranking were all extremely powerful kings, and the competition was incomparably intense. Back then, Hongxiu Yuan only managed to enter the top 20 in the 15th year. Now, his master wanted Qin Yu and Qin Wendian to enter the top 20 within 10 years. Hongxiu Yuan couldn't help but look at Qin Yu. Currently, his cultivation was only at the peak of the initial stage of the star condensation realm. At most, he would be in the intermediate stage of the star condensation realm in 10 years. As for the top 20 of the celestial martial ranking, they were all terrifying kings who had condensed at least 4 astral energy constellations. Yes. Qin Wendian's expression was solemn, but his eyes flickered. Although Qin Yu didn't know much about the celestial martial ranking, he could only agree. The path of cultivation is filled with ups and downs. Although your master is the celestial sect leader and has reached the God realm, I won't be able to give you too much help. It's best for you to rely on yourselves, and walk a path that belongs to you. Only then will you be able to become one with the heavens, and become one with the heavens. The combining heavens realm was a realm above the mysterious nether realm. The combining heavens realm experts were also known as gods. The difficulty of this realm was extremely high, so it was also known as the God realm. If you have any doubts, you can ask me a difficult question every 6 months. Sikong Wanli continued. As a master, it was his job to resolve doubts appropriately. Now, do you still have any doubts? Sikong Wanli asked. Disciple will definitely complete master's request. Qin Wentian said with decisiveness that could sever iron. Qinyu thought for a moment, and hesitated before asking. Disciple would like to ask, why did master decide to accept me as a disciple? Not only was he puzzled, Qin Wentian was also curious, and the other elders also wanted to know. Your cultivation base is only at the peak of the early star condensation realm, but you were able to obtain first place in this year's examination. There must be something extraordinary about you, so I accepted you as a disciple. Sikong Wanli stared at Qinyu. But in truth, he was also curious. In the beginning, he didn't intend to accept Qinyu as a disciple, but at that time, the Grand Elder of the Celestial Sect suddenly transmitted a message to him, telling him to accept Qinyu and not to speak of this matter. Sikong Wanli felt somewhat sullen in his heart. Accepting Qinyu as a disciple had caused quite a bit of trouble, and he couldn't even explain it. He was curious as to why the Grand Elder wanted him to accept Qinyu as a disciple. Qinyu felt Sikong Wanli's gaze, and his own gaze seemed to sink into that deep and boundless pupil. He couldn't break free, and he sunk deeper and deeper. Only when Sikong Wanli retracted his gaze did everything return to normal. The God realm is indeed terrifying. Qinyu sighed in his heart. And he cultivated the 9 revolutions vast star art, which was a 9 revolutions cultivation technique. His future was boundless, and his chances of breaking through to the mysterious nether realm were greatly increased. One day, he might be able to reach the celestial sect leader's realm, and become a god that stood above countless people. Qinyu felt that his master's answer wasn't a very reasonable reason. Maybe his master wasn't telling the truth. No matter what, Qinyu couldn't ask any further. If not, it would mean that he was doubting the sect leader of the celestial sect. The sect leader was a god. Even if he was his master, if he angered him, he wouldn't have a good ending. Xiu Yuan, bring these 2 junior brothers to familiarize themselves with the celestial sect. The sect leader turned around, his back facing the crowd. 7th senior brother Hong Xiu Yuan understood his master's meaning. He brought Qinyu and Qin Wendian away. First, let's collect our celestial sect disciple robes and identity token. Hong Xiu Yuan led Qinyu and Qin Wendian as they walked. The celestial sect was one of the 3 major sects of the human race. The mountain was quiet and serene, like a paradise. The main reason was that there weren't many people here. Every batch only accepted 100 disciples. Naturally, there weren't many people here. After walking for a while, Qinyu and Qin Wendian discovered that there was a place where there were many people, but there were no special buildings nearby. That is the Celestial Martial Leaderboard. Han Xiu Yuan smiled as he brought the 2 of them over to take a look. The 3 of them came to the bottom of a cliff. This cliff was incomparably tall, and a surging waterfall cascaded down. The rumbling sound of the water was the only sound in this place. On the cliff, on both sides of the waterfall, there were many names carved, shining with a golden light. This is the Celestial Martial Leaderboard? Qin Wentian looked at the huge cliff. He had heard of more than half of the 100 names on the leaderboard. They were all top geniuses of the human race, including some famous geniuses from many years ago. 7th senior brother is ranked 9th. On the right side of the cliff, Qinyu discovered Hong Xiu Yuan's name. Master always said that I'm disappointing. Among the top 10, I'm only ranked 9th. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to sit in the top position. If both of you can be ranked first in the future, Master will definitely be happy. Hong Xiu Yuan had a look of shame on his face. It was obvious that Hong Xiu Yuan was being humble. Don't think that it was just a list of the top 9. This list contained the strength of the geniuses of the celestial sect. If it was combined with the rankings of the three major sects, it could represent the strength of the human race. Qin Wendian was extremely excited. He had an extraordinary obsession with being the number one ranker. The number one ranker in the Heaven Martial rankings was what he wanted the most right now. In his opinion, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to enter the Heaven Martial list. Lin Yuxuan, ranked 8th on the Heaven Martial list. Chen Yu found a familiar name above Hong Shuyuan's name. Lin Yuxuan was the woman he was betrothed to before he was born. His talent was shocking, and he was known as the Heaven's favorite of the era. Although she was only one rank higher than Hong Shuyuan, ranked 8th, she was still young. There was no one in the top 7 of the Heaven Martial ranking who wasn't afraid of Lin Yuxuan and worried that she would surpass them. This Lin Yuxuan's talent is really shocking. Even when senior brother became the sect leader's disciple, he was still far inferior to her. Master always compares me to Lin Yuxuan. Hong Shuyuan shook his head with a smile. Lin Yuxuan? Qin Wendian's eyes blazed with heat. His innate talent was also terrifying, and he was also known as the current Heaven's chosen one. There was hope for him to catch up to Lin Yuxuan. However, some people believed that this reputation was built up by the Qin clan. As a deity realm clan, if the Qin clan didn't have a genius, they wouldn't even be able to compare to a demigod clan. Chen Yu was somewhat interested in the rankings, but not as much as Qin Wendian. Eh? Chen Yu noticed several figures flying toward him from a short distance away. Among them were a few familiar figures. His gaze was first attracted by a graceful silhouette. She was wearing a simple female robe of the celestial sect, yet she exuded a sense of breathtaking beauty. Her jade-like countenance was flawless, and her amethyst hair fluttered behind her. Chen Yu had seen this woman before. When he made a bet with Zhang Chen, this purple-haired woman was one of the witnesses. At that time, Zhang Chen wanted to act shamelessly, but this purple-haired woman stood out to uphold justice. Chen Yu still didn't know the name of this purple-haired woman. Eh? Why is Lin Tianfeng beside her? Following which, Chen Yu discovered that the person standing beside the purple-haired woman was actually Lin Tianfeng. Other than Lin Tianfeng, there were a few others from the Lin clan. Lin Tianfeng had a faint smile on his face as he followed beside the purple-haired woman. Stop following me. The purple-haired woman, Lin Yuxuan, frowned. Sister Yuxuan, I've just entered the celestial sect, and I'm unfamiliar with this place. Can you bring me around? Lin Tianfeng shamelessly followed her. You're already so old, yet you still don't know the way? No. Lin Tianfeng was speechless. You've just entered the celestial sect, so work hard in your cultivation. Your results this time around have disappointed second uncle. I believe that the higher-ups of the Lin clan aren't in a good mood either. Lin Yuxuan warned. During the examination, she had heard a lot of news. During the examination, Chen Yu had purposely spread the news of his engagement, causing an uproar. She initially thought that the genius of the Lin clan would definitely protect his reputation and prevent Chen Yu from entering the celestial sect. In the end, Chen Yu became the number one in the examination and became the disciple of the sect leader. This caused Lin Yuxuan to be infuriated. But what she didn't expect was that Lin Tianfeng was robbed twice by Chen Yu, and his results were almost at the bottom. The Lin clan had lost all face. At this moment, Lin Yuxuan noticed Chen Yu and felt even more displeased with Lin Tianfeng. There's a huge gap between Lin Tianfeng and the other Heaven's favorites. Lin Yuxuan sighed in her heart. When Chen Yu entered the sect, he made a bet with a senior disciple and won in one move, leaving a deep impression on her. Sister Yuxuan, is this the celestial martial list? Lin Tianfeng asked. One of his reasons for entering the celestial sect was to see Lin Yuxuan. Now that it had finally come true, he felt that life was so wonderful and blissful. Everything else was temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. But when he glanced at the celestial martial list, he saw a figure. The wonderful blissful feeling in Lin Tianfeng's mind instantly collapsed. Humiliating scenes appeared in his mind. Chen Yu. Lin Tianfeng's face turned ugly as if he was constipated. Chen Yu. Lin Yuxuan heard this name and her face changed greatly. She knew that once Chen Yu entered the celestial sect, the two of them would eventually meet. But she didn't expect it to be so fast and so sudden. Where was Chen Yu? Who was Chen Yu? The other disciples didn't care about Lin Tianfeng or Qinyu. Most of them were looking at Lin Yuxuan. One of the heaven's favorites, celestial sect's #1 beauty, but they realized that Lin Yuxuan's expression was a little strange. Lin Tianfeng, how have you been? From now on, we are fellow disciples of the same sect. Qinyu greeted. Lin Yuxuan's amethyst eyes fell on Qinyu, revealing a look of astonishment. He is Qinyu. Lin Yuxuan didn't expect to see Qinyu so soon. But in reality, she had seen Qinyu before. Just now, she was comparing Qinyu with Lin Tianfeng and felt that Qinyu was not bad. Lin Yuxuan's mind short-circuited. How could this happen? Qinyu faintly smiled at Lin Yuxuan. When he saw her together with Lin Tianfeng and the others, he had already guessed her identity. This was his fiancée. Sister Yuxuan, the reason why the Lin clan's geniuses, including myself, had such poor results was because of this person. He is cunning and cruel. Lin Tianfeng pointed at Qinyu and described him as an evil person who committed all sorts of crimes. To a certain extent, he hoped that Lin Yuxuan would help him seek justice. Against Lin Yuxuan, who was ranked 8th on the celestial martial list, Qinyu would not be able to retaliate. A loss is a loss. Don't find excuses for yourself. Lin Yuxuan snorted coldly. Her expression was unnatural as she turned to leave. At this moment, she didn't want to see Qinyu because he was her fiancé and she didn't want this fiancé. Qinyu didn't expect Lin Yuxuan to run away the moment she saw him. He smiled helplessly. But there were too many people here. It wasn't a good time to talk. But Lin Tianfeng was scolded by Lin Yuxuan on the spot. He was embarrassed and felt indignant. Sister Yuxuan, this kid's actions are not limited to this. At the foot of the martial god mountain, he claimed that you were engaged and that the fiancé was him. Lin Tianfeng also revealed this matter to the others. This concerned Lin Yuxuan's reputation. He wasn't afraid that Lin Yuxuan wouldn't deal with Qinyu. The moment he said this, the crowd was in an uproar. Lin Yuxuan, engaged? That's impossible. Many of the male disciples were shocked. The female disciples were in disbelief. They had never heard of such a thing. Lin Yuxuan was a heaven's favorite of the human race and the #1 beauty of the celestial sect. She had countless admirers and many of them were present. But thinking about it carefully, this was definitely a rumor. They couldn't just believe a random person's words. Unless Lin Yuxuan admitted it. Lin Tianfeng, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Yuxuan's voice was cold and her face was filled with anger. Lin Tianfeng was anxious too. This was all true. The foot of the martial god mountain was in an uproar. Why didn't Lin Yuxuan believe it? Sister Yuxuan, I'm not talking nonsense. This kid is a toad lusting after swan meat, Lin Tianfeng said with a wronged expression. Shut up. Lin Yuxuan shouted and a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. Her entire body emitted a purple jade glow, illuminating the sky. Her cold shout seemed to contain the power of the heavens. It covered everything, causing the sound of the surging waterfall to become muted. Lin Tianfeng, who was the closest to her, was pale. He couldn't move and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. At this moment, Lin Yuxuan gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. It was as if she was a goddess that couldn't be defiled. Lin Yuxuan's strength has become even stronger. Hong Xiuyuan sighed. Go. Lin Yuxuan's aura decreased slightly. She spat out a word and left with the few people from the Lin clan. Before Lin Tianfeng left, he couldn't understand why Lin Yuxuan would be so angry. It was obvious that everything was Qinyu's fault. Why was he always the one getting hurt? After Lin Yuxuan left, many of the disciples present looked at Qinyu. This is the kid who slandered Lin Yuxuan? But Lin Yuxuan didn't refute him just now. A few of Lin Yuxuan's pursuers felt that something was wrong. Could it be that the goddess in their hearts was already engaged? Qin Wendian, who was at the side, looked at Qinyu, rejoicing in his misfortune. Han Xiuyuan didn't ask too much about this matter. His master had always compared him to Lin Yuxuan. Hence, he didn't admire Lin Yuxuan. Instead, he felt a little repulsed by this name. Suddenly, a man with an old-fashioned expression on his face leaped from a rock in the distance and instantly appeared before Qinyu. The other party's aura was restrained, but it gave off an unfathomable feeling. What you said about Lin Yuxuan's engagement, is it true? The old-fashioned man's expression was cold as he asked. Although the other party had restrained his aura, a formless pressure could still be felt. The surrounding people were curious as well. They believed that under Gung Handong's interrogation, Qinyu would not dare to lie. Numerous gazes were directed at Qinyu, some sharp, some cold, and some sharp. All of these gazes brought Qinyu endless pressure. This was the celestial sect, where the strong were as numerous as the clouds. Junior brother, this is senior brother Gung Handong, a genius who just entered the celestial martial role a few days ago. Han Shuyuan introduced with a smile. Someone on the celestial martial role. Qinyu glanced at the stone wall and found Gung Handong's name at the 99th position. The old-fashioned man, Gung Handong, frowned. Han Shuyuan had addressed this person as junior brother. Could it be that this new disciple had become a disciple of the sect leader? The sect leader had just accepted him as a disciple yesterday. Moreover, he did not make a big deal of it at the foot of the martial god mountain. Hence, many people did not know about it. The sect leader's disciple? Immediately, the pressure everyone else felt on Qinyu weakened. Han Shuyuan was also the sect leader's disciple. 20 years had passed and he was ranked 9th on the celestial martial roll. In the future, Qinyu might become another Han Shuyuan. Qinyu had wanted to tell the truth, but after thinking about it, he felt that there was no need to. In the celestial sect, Lin Yuxuan had too many pursuers. He wanted to break off the engagement with her. There was no need to cause trouble. I'm just joking. Qinyu shrugged his shoulders. He denied that Lin Yuxuan had an engagement. Once he broke off the engagement with her, there would not be such a thing. Hearing this answer, Gung Handong heaved a sigh of relief. The others felt the same way. The goddess in their hearts was still very young. How could she have an engagement? This kid was just spouting nonsense to scare them. This junior brother, Lin Yuxuan, is your senior sister and a peerless genius of the celestial sect. In the future, you cannot say such things. The old-fashioned man said with a stern face. If Qinyu was not a celestial martial disciple and a disciple of the sect leader, if he was an ordinary person, the consequences would be disastrous. After seeing the heavenly martial list, Han Shuyuan brought his 2 junior brothers with him and left to collect their celestial sect disciple robes and identity token. Next, it's time to make a soul tablet. The celestial sect would only accept 100 elite disciples every year. Their level of protection towards their disciples was much better than most sections. All 100 disciples knew how to make soul tablets. Once he dies, his soul tablet would shatter and the celestial sect would be the first to know about it. They would then be able to sense the location of his death. Master, you are busy. If you need anything in the future, you can look for me. After returning to the sect's residential area, Han Shuyuan smiled and left. Qin Wendian and Qinyu didn't say anything as they left. To Qin Wendian, there was only one thing he needed to do now, and that was to raise his cultivation base, making it so that Qinyu would never be able to catch up to him. As for himself, he would be rushing towards the top of the heavenly martial rankings. After Qinyu returned to his residence, he started cultivating the white tiger heaven-splitting claw. Arriving at the celestial sect, he had seen all sorts of powerful kings. Among them, there was no lack of kings who had condensed 4 stars. Qinyu was stimulated to a certain extent, and his thirst for power grew even stronger. While comprehending the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, he cultivated the related techniques. The white tiger heaven-splitting claw was a pure, unstoppable attack. Once it was mastered, even if Qinyu wasn't a member of the white tiger saint tribe, his hands would transform into the claws of the white tiger saint tribe. Night. Qinyu ended his seclusion. It's time to talk to her. Qinyu didn't forget the other reason he chose the celestial sect. He wanted to have a private talk with Lin Yuxuan about the engagement. He walked out of the door and approached the central region of the 78 mountain peaks. The heaven and earth yuan-chi here was denser, and each mountain peak was unique in its own way. Lin Yuxuan's cave dwelling was located at the peak of the highest mountain. As Qinyu approached, he activated the array formation. In the pavilion at the center of the lake in the cave abode, Lin Yuxuan suddenly sensed something. He's here? Lin Yuxuan's expression changed. She didn't want to see Qinyu during the day and scolded Lin Tianfeng because she didn't want the news of the engagement to spread. She didn't expect Qinyu to come looking for her at night. Why is he so eager to get close to me? Lin Yuxuan's expression turned cold. From her point of view, Qinyu was here to look for his fiancée. He might be planning to cultivate their relationship before going to the Lin family to propose marriage. Lin Yuxuan was a heaven's favored one. How could she fall for Qinyu and marry him so early? Don't tell me I don't want to see him? Lin Yuxuan was in a difficult position. They were both in the celestial sect. Even if she didn't see Qinyu now, she would eventually see him. Since that was the case, she might as well face reality. Lin Yuxuan felt that if she met Qinyu now and explained her thoughts clearly, she could only hope that he wouldn't be so shameless. Qinyu, who was waiting outside, saw the enchantment in front of him disappear. A purple figure appeared out of nowhere. Under the hazy moonlight, he looked even more mysterious and beautiful. Qinyu, why are you looking for me? Lin Yuxuan asked. I'm here to talk about the engagement. Lin Yuxuan's expression turned serious when she heard this. As a woman, she didn't want to take the initiative to talk about the engagement. However, Qinyu brought it up so directly. This was exactly what she wanted. Regarding the engagement, I advise you not to get your hopes up. We were betrothed before we were born. We have never met before and we have no feelings for each other. Of course, after meeting you, I don't have any feelings for you. Lin Yuxuan displayed a strong aura and her own thoughts. Which means, you want to break off the engagement? Qinyu was delighted. However, this seemed to be expected. A heaven's favored one like Lin Yuxuan would definitely not be willing to marry a man she had only met a few times. This was exactly what he wanted. Just as Qinyu was about to speak his mind. Swoosh, not far away, a figure suddenly landed. Qinyu, what are you doing here at Sister Yuxuan's place? Lin Tianfeng originally planned to apologize to Lin Yuxuan at night and ask her to admire the moon. However, after coming here, he actually saw Qinyu again. Lin Tianfeng felt that he had committed a sin in his previous life. How could he be entangled by Qinyu, this evil star? I asked you to do me a favor before, but you didn't want to help me, so I had to do it myself. Qinyu said with a smile. Lin Tianfeng recalled that when Qinyu saw him, he wanted to ask Lin Yuxuan out. Damn it, this guy came here in the middle of the night to ask Lin Yuxuan out. You bastard, you slandered Sister Yuxuan's engagement and tarnished her reputation. You still have the face to appear in front of Sister Yuxuan. Lin Tianfeng suddenly shouted. He was very angry. His plan was disrupted by Qinyu, and Lin Yuxuan actually came out to see Qinyu. Could it be that because Qinyu ranked first in the examination, Lin Yuxuan had taken a fancy to Qinyu? Senior Sister Lin, goodbye. Qinyu did not care about Lin Tianfeng. Originally, he should have said what he thought, but since Lin Yuxuan also wanted to break the engagement, it was better not to publicize this matter, so as not to ruin her reputation. Qinyu, don't even think of leaving today if you don't make things clear. Sister Yuxuan is the #1 genius of the Lin family, the pride of the human race. You are not worthy of her. I advise you not to have any ideas about Sister Yuxuan in the future. Seeing that Qinyu had ignored him, Lin Tianfeng continued to shout, as if he wanted to stand up for Lin Yuxuan and win her favor. However, Lin Yuxuan's brow slightly furrowed. She was already in a bad mood, and now Lin Tianfeng was arguing about the engagement in front of her. Qinyu wanted to leave, but Lin Tianfeng was still stopping him. Was this bastard here to torture her? Lin Tianfeng, let him go. Lin Yuxuan said. Sister Yuxuan, you are too kind. You can't let him go like this. You must make an example out of him, otherwise there will be suitors coming here every day to disturb you. Lin Tianfeng was addicted to scolding. After all, he had suffered too much at the hands of Qinyu. Now that he had Lin Yuxuan's support, he had become bolder. Qinyu, stop right there, or I will attack. Seeing that Qinyu was about to leave, Lin Tianfeng shouted. Shut up. Lin Yuxuan shouted again. A formless purple radiance, accompanied by a powerful aura, spread out and illuminated the entire mountain. The scene was exactly the same as during the day, which scared Lin Tianfeng silly. He froze on the spot, sweat drenching his clothes again, not daring to say a word. What was going on? He was clearly protecting Lin Yuxuan and helping her deal with those suitors, so why was she angry at him? Why was he always the one getting hurt? Buzz, Lin Yuxuan turned around and returned to the cave residence. A barrier instantly formed, and no matter how Lin Tianfeng shouted, it was useless. Damn it, why is it like this? Lin Tianfeng was perplexed no matter how hard he thought about it. The goddess he admired was actually angry at him multiple times, and the reason was because of a suitor who had slandered Lin Yuxuan. That's not right, could it be? Lin Tianfeng's mind was filled with disbelief. Could it be that Qinyu was ranked first in the examination, and Lin Yuxuan had taken a fancy to him? No, that's impossible. Lin Tianfeng denied. But how could he explain that when Qinyu came to visit, Lin Yuxuan actually came out? From what he knew, there would be male disciples from Celestial sect who came to visit Lin Yuxuan every month, but they were all rejected. After returning to the cave residence. After a night of struggle, Lin Tianfeng finally made up his mind. Sister Yuxuan must have feelings for Qinyu. I must not let their relationship take another step forward. As long as Lin Yuxuan sees Qinyu's cowardly and incompetent appearance, I'm afraid she will lose interest in Qinyu. But Lin Tianfeng's connections had been destroyed by Qinyu. Lin Yuxuan had feelings for Qinyu, and would definitely not make a move. If that's the case, I can only use Sister Yuxuan's suitors to deal with Qinyu. Within Celestial sect, Lin Yuxuan had many suitors, and they were all stronger than Qinyu. If they knew that Lin Yuxuan and Qinyu were to be together, they would definitely stop them. In the next few days, Lin Tianfeng secretly spread some news, saying that Qinyu had an appointment with Lin Yuxuan in the middle of the night, and that the two of them were taking a stroll together. Also, Qinyu said that he had an engagement with Lin Yuxuan. As expected, within a few days, a storm was set off in Celestial sect. Lin Yuxuan was the goddess in the hearts of many male disciples. How could they tolerate a disciple who had just entered the sect gaining the favor of a goddess, in a cave residence on an icy peak? Qinyu, you dare to say words that tarnished Lin Yuxuan's reputation again. Deng Handong's face was cold, and his entire body was covered in cold mist, freezing the surrounding air, making everything seem to be still. Rumors about Lin Yuxuan and Qinyu not only spread quickly within the Celestial sect, but also to the outside world. After all, it was Lin Yuxuan. If it was any other woman, it would be very difficult for her to cause any trouble. As for the main character of the rumor, ever since he returned to his residence that night, he had gone into seclusion. He had no idea what was going on in the outside world. The Celestial sect's cultivation environment was excellent. After all, it was one of the top 3 cultivation grounds of the human race. On top of that, Xikong Wanli had very strict requirements for Qinyu to become the disciple of the Celestial sect leader. Within 10 years, he would be ranked 20th in the Celestial sect. This was an impossible task for ordinary people. Even for Qin Wendian and Qinyu, it was extremely difficult for them. They had no choice but to work harder in their cultivation. In addition, he had seen many powerful fellow disciples during the day. Only then did Qinyu decide to go into seclusion for a long time. He planned to master the White Tiger Heaven-splitting Claw, and at the same time attempt to break through to the middle stage of the Star Condensation realm. With Qinyu's talent and body tempering, coupled with his speed of comprehending profundities, cultivating the White Tiger Sky-splitting Claw wouldn't be too difficult. As for cultivation, when Qinyu entered the disordered ocean city, he broke through to the peak of the early-stage Star Condensation realm. He had been stuck at this realm for more than 5 years. He had already built a solid foundation, and he believed that breaking through to the next cultivation level would not be a big problem. 5 days later, the golden runes around Qinyu's body suddenly transformed into countless strands of golden light that swam around. They were incomparably sharp, as if they could cut through anything. Level 1 Metal Ultimacy. Qinyu was overjoyed. It had only been a few days since he had comprehended the Metal Profound, and he had already broken through to the next level. Although the first level of profound meaning was relatively low for him, it was still unbelievable that he could reach the first level in such a short time. As his metal profundity improved, his cultivation of the White Tiger Sky-splitting Claw also sped up. On the other hand, his cultivation was progressing at a steady pace. Hence, Qinyu put more energy on the cultivation of the 9 transformations vast star art. A month quickly passed. Qinyu's second elemental energy star had grown quite a bit stronger, and its radiance was resplendent. A month was a very short time for him. But the outside world was already in chaos. At first, the rumors about Qinyu and Lin Yuxuan quickly spread, but not many people believed them. However, Lin Yuxuan did not refute the rumor, and Qinyu also hid in the cave and did not come out. This made everyone feel that something was amiss. The male and female protagonists of the rumors didn't refute them. Could it be that Lin Yuxuan had tacitly agreed? Could it be that the rumors were all true? Some people could restrain their impulses, but there were also some who could not endure it. They did not dare to ask Lin Yuxuan, so they could only look for Qinyu. "Qinyu, come out." Xianxia was the first to arrive. He had long been thinking of taking back his cave abode to redeem the face he had lost to Qinyu in the bet. But later on, he found out that Qinyu was a disciple of the sect master, so he couldn't use ordinary methods. And now, the birth of the rumor had given him an excuse. "Get the hell out here. How are you worthy of seeing your sister Lin? Which part of me, Xianxia, isn't better than you?" Xianxia roared. If he found trouble with Qinyu for no reason, the law enforcement hall might be biased towards Qinyu, who was the sect master's disciple. But using this as an excuse was understandable, and no one could say anything about it. Instead, it made people feel that Xianxia had deep feelings for Lin Yuxuan. Qinyu was in seclusion, so he naturally did not care about Xianxia. He also knew that Xianxia's real purpose was to take back his cave abode. But Xianxia's tireless scolding affected Qinyu, so he opened the barrier of his seclusion, and from then on, he had nothing to do with the outside world. This kid, how can he endure it? Xianxia did not expect Qinyu to not make a move, so he could only retreat. The next day, another rumor spread. It was said that when Qinyu entered the sect, he won a bet against Xianxia and won Lin Yuxuan's favor. When Xianxia was dissatisfied and wanted to compete again, Lin Yuxuan sided with Qinyu. This rumor was naturally spread by Lin Tianfeng. "Sister Yuxuan, although everything I have done has affected your reputation, it is still better than you being completely ruined by that kid." Lin Tianfeng muttered to himself. He was immensely proud of his own clever plan. Without any effort, he used Lin Yuxuan's suitor to deal with Qinyu. "Qinyu, you can hide for now, but you can't hide forever." Lin Tianfeng sneered. He walked out of the cave abode and went to visit Lin Yuxuan. He decided to push all the blame onto Qinyu, saying that Qinyu deliberately spread the rumor to tell the others that he and Lin Yuxuan were already a couple. "Sister Yuxuan, it's me." But the barrier of Lin Yuxuan's cave abode was also closed, and no matter how he called, it was useless. In the room, Lin Yuxuan felt annoyed when she heard Lin Tianfeng's voice. She knew that Lin Tianfeng liked her, but she had no interest in him at all. She felt that he was arrogant and ignorant. "Qinyu, why don't you stand out and refute the rumor?" Lin Yuxuan asked herself. She was not an idiot. She knew that the rumor was deliberately spread by someone. After all, Qinyu would not gain anything by doing this. Lin Yuxuan did not stand out to refute at first because she had expressed her stance that night, but Qinyu had not said what he thought. She wanted to take this opportunity to see what Qinyu was thinking. But who would have thought that Qinyu would shut his door and not say a word? Could it be that he wants to use this rumor to let the others know that we are a couple? Lin Yuxuan's pretty face turned cold. After all, Qinyu's master was the celestial sect leader. Nothing big would happen to him. If that was really the case, Lin Yuxuan would definitely not agree. But she could not look for Qinyu now. Otherwise, the rumor would become the truth. This gave Lin Yuxuan a headache. "Qinyu, I will never marry you." Lin Yuxuan's heart was firm. She felt that Qinyu was shameless. Everything he did was to get her and get into the Lin clan. Every few days, Xianxia would come to Qinyu's cave and shout. Qinyu did not reply. The sect did not care either. Hence, Xianxia decided to go all out. He acted as if he had gone mad with love and lost his rationality. He issued a challenge to Qinyu. A letter of challenge, like a sharp sword, was inserted into the bluestone floor in front of the cave. "Qinyu, I, Xianxia, want to challenge you." I want to prove to everyone that you are not worthy of Lin Yuxuan. Zhang Chen's challenge, Lin Tianfeng also spread it out immediately. What he wanted was someone to challenge Qin Yu and humiliate Qin Yu. The celestial sect was filled with experts. The celestial martial list was filled with demon-like existences. Although Qin Yu was number 1 in the assessment, he was considered ordinary in the celestial sect. What? Zhang Chen issued a challenge to Qin Yu? As a senior disciple, his cultivation is at the star condensation late stage. To challenge a new disciple at the peak of the star condensation early stage, does he still have any face? In the eyes of the crowd, Zhang Chen was completely relying on his strength to bully the weak. However, some people expressed their understanding. Zhang Chen was deeply in love with Lin Yuxuan. He had talked to Qin Yu several times, but Qin Yu refused to come out. It was completely reasonable for Zhang Chen to do such a thing under impulse. There were even some senior disciples who resonated with Zhang Chen. A new disciple who had just entered the sect, his cultivation was only at the peak of the star condensation early stage, and he had even slandered Lin Yuxuan's reputation. What qualifications did he have to win Lin Yuxuan's favor? More admirers came to Qin Yu's cave. At first, they only called Qin Yu out to reason with him. Later, it turned into cursing. On this day, Gung Handong, who was ranked 99th on the celestial martial list, came to Qin Yu's cave and immediately alarmed many people. A genius on the celestial martial list naturally attracted attention. Moreover, all the disciples knew that Gung Handong had once confessed to Lin Yuxuan but had been rejected. Qin Yu, I warned you not to say anything to slander junior sister Lin. You actually don't know what's good for you. I, Gung Handong, do not care about bullying the weak. Today, I challenge you to a bet. On the celestial martial battle platform, if you can withstand 3 moves from me, I will give you 5 profound crystals. If you lose, you will be slapped 5 times. Gung Handong's words pushed this matter to the peak, exceeding Lin Tianfeng's expectations. After all, Gung Handong was someone on the celestial martial list. The rumor gradually became the truth. Various versions of the story about Qin Yu and Lin Yuxuan spread everywhere. Countless people were angry. It was like a flower stuck in cow dung. Lin Yuxuan was also annoyed. Qin Yu did not refute the rumor. He did not say anything and kept his door closed. Now, she did not dare to go out either. In the secret chamber. White Tiger Heaven-Splitting Claw, Xianxia. Qin Yu opened his pitch-black, crystalline eyes, and they flickered with excitement. After half a year of seclusion, his metal profound had reached level 2.5, and his White Tiger Heaven-Splitting Claw had reached the level of Xianxia. Qin Yu's claws were covered with white gold light patterns, turning into a pair of translucent giant beast claws, emitting a terrifying pressure that could intimidate all things. Chi-chi, with a light wave, 5 smooth grooves were left on the stone wall of the secret chamber. This was a secret chamber made of special materials. Ordinary star condensation late-stage experts could not break it open. Qin Yu's White Tiger Sacred Claw left 5 claw marks with a light wave. What if he used his full strength? The wall would probably be clawed into pieces like tofu. Buzz, the translucent White Tiger Sacred Claw turned into rays of white gold light patterns, adhering to Qin Yu's claws, adding a mystical feeling. White Tiger Heaven-Splitting Claw Xianxia. He had reached his goal. However, his cultivation had not broken through to the star condensation middle stage. Next, Qin Yu put 80% of his energy into breaking through. In the storage space, the elixirs in this area were quickly consumed, and within a few months, they were all used up. In Qin Yu's star C, the second elemental energy star was becoming more and more round and bright, looking very similar to the first elemental energy star. One last step left. Qin Yu ended his year-long seclusion. I need to use the Celestial Sect's special place to break through. The Celestial Sect was one of the 3 sacred cultivation grounds of the human race. In terms of cultivation, it was definitely at the top. There were all kinds of secret cultivation rooms, where one could comprehend different profound meanings. There was also the Celestial Martial Tower, where one could simulate enemies and train in actual combat. There was also the Sky Martial Arena, where one could challenge experts. Among them, there was a special place called the Skyward Terrace. It was a special place specially built for people to achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation. Of course, all of these places required contribution points to be used. When Xinyu became a disciple of the celestial sect, he was rewarded with 10,000 contribution points, otherwise he could not even go to the rising sky platform. Just as he walked out of the cave abode, on the opposite mountain peak, a disciple looked over in surprise. After half a breath, he suddenly shouted, "Xinyu is out." Xinyu was stunned by this scene. Since when did he receive so much attention? He looked down and saw a letter of challenge stuck on the ground not far away. "Zhangchen? Challenge me?" Xinyu was stunned once again. Many doubts emerged in his mind. Didn't he just ignore Zhangchen? Was there a need for him to be so angry and issue a letter of challenge? There was simply something wrong with his brain. However, the strength of this senior disciple, Zhangchen, was unquestionable. When he fought with Sun Tianlong, he completely suppressed him and easily won. In the gambling match, Xinyu won in one move because the other party underestimated him, and Xinyu made the first move, displaying his greatest advantage. Although I don't know how Zhangchen's strength is now, I should first break through to the middle stage of star condensation. Xinyu left directly. He quickly came to the peak of a mountain. This place was flattened, and there were 10 thick pillars erected on the platform. They were 5,000 feet tall, reaching into the sky. These 10 pillars were as translucent as jade, and there seemed to be water flowing within them, making them extremely beautiful. This was the sky-facing platform. This was a special place specially built for breaking through in cultivation. At this moment, there were people sitting quietly on top of 3 of the pillars. The other 7 pillars were empty. Sky-facing platform, 3,000 contribution points to use for a day. A deacon in charge of the sky-facing platform said to Xinyu. Xinyu paid 3,000 contribution points. His figure flew up and landed on one of the jade pillars. Immediately, a cool and gentle mist rose from his feet, wrapping around Xinyu's body. This was all heaven and earth essence qi. The mist seemed to be liquefied, causing Xinyu's clothes to be somewhat wet. Moreover, the heaven and earth essence qi emitted from the jade pillar did not want to spread out. Like a ball, it wrapped around Xinyu. Just as he started the 9 revolutions vast star technique, Xinyu felt the essence qi in his body rapidly revolve. The speed was 2 to 3 times the usual. Moreover, the essence qi here was rich, seemingly inexhaustible. Xinyu could cultivate without worry. The news of Xinyu coming out of seclusion instantly spread throughout the disciples' residences, causing a huge uproar, as if something big had happened. In fact, the rumors about him and Lin Yuxuan had already shown signs of fading after a year. However, as Xinyu came out of seclusion, the depression and anger that most of them had accumulated suddenly erupted. That little bastard has finally come out. He's really good at hiding in the cave for an entire year. Quickly informed Zhangchen. He issued a challenge to Xinyu. Senior apprentice brother Zhang's feelings for Lin Yuxuan are so deep. Half a year ago, he would go to Xinyu's cave every once in a while to declare war. Of course, I don't think senior brother Zhang is worthy of Lin Yuxuan, but I'm even less optimistic about Xinyu. Xinyu, that cowardly tortoise, hid for a whole year and didn't dare to come out and explain things clearly, making junior martial sister Lin's situation very difficult. He's too cowardly and cowardly. How could junior martial sister Lin like trash like him? Lin Tianfeng kept staring at Xinyu. Because the matter had caused too much of a commotion, even the people on the heaven martial list had been alarmed, which surpassed his expectations. As a result, there was a period of time when Lin Tianfeng shut himself in his cave and didn't take any action. Xinyu, you're really good at hiding, but do you think that the limelight is over? Lin Tianfeng sneered. He stood up and left the cave, looking for Lin Yuxuan. He wanted to let Lin Yuxuan see Xinyu's embarrassing and incompetent appearance. He came out? When Lin Yuxuan heard this news from Lin Tianfeng, she was both happy and angry. She was happy because Xinyu had come out and was going to refute the rumors. Even if that wasn't the case, she still wanted to see Xinyu's attitude and thoughts. At the very least, it was better than Xinyu hiding and not saying a word. What does him coming out have to do with me? Lin Yuxuan didn't have a good impression of Xinyu, and she wanted to break off the marriage. At this moment, there were rumors about her and Xinyu everywhere, so Lin Yuxuan could only reply to Lin Tianfeng like this. She couldn't go see Qinyu, or it would be even more chaotic. Of course, she still wanted to see how Qinyu would deal with these rumors. Lin Tianfeng saw Lin Yuxuan's angry expression. In his opinion, Lin Yuxuan was angry that Qinyu hid for a year and didn't come out. This was because she liked him, so she cared about him. Lin Tianfeng's heart was filled with envy and jealousy. At the same time, Zhang Chen's cave was visited by several people. What? Qinyu came out? Zhang Chen's expression froze. Recently, he hadn't declared war on Qinyu. In his opinion, Qinyu definitely didn't accept the challenge, which was why he stayed in his cave and ignored him. Therefore, Zhang Chen completely gave up. After all, Qinyu was the sect leader's disciple, so he couldn't go too far. And as time passed, the matter of him losing face in front of Qinyu gradually faded in his heart and in the hearts of others. Zhang Chen no longer thought that way. She wanted to regain her face and her cave abode. Zhang Chen, didn't you already issue a letter of challenge to Qinyu? Hurry up and challenge Qinyu, don't let him run away again. His good friend urged as if he was waiting to watch a good show. Yes, for Lin Yuxuan, I won't let him run away. Zhang Chen said righteously. The letter of challenge had already been issued, so he could only continue. It was a good thing to get back his cave and regain face. Maybe it could even make the goddess look at him in a different light. On the other side, the cave of Gung Handong, ranked 99th on the Sky Marshal list, suddenly opened. Boom, a gust of icy wind swept out. And in the middle of this icy wind, a figure stood. No matter how fierce the wind was, his figure didn't move at all. Qinyu, you're finally out. I'll take it that you've been in seclusion for a year just to withstand 3 moves from me. Gung Handong's face was stiff as he muttered to himself, I hope you don't disappoint me. In the disciples' area, many people who were paying attention to goddess Lin Yuxuan started to get restless. Although Qinyu had come out, where did he go? At this moment, many people were looking for traces of Qinyu. Nobody expected that Qinyu would suddenly stop hiding and run out. Nobody knew where he went. Celestial sect was huge and there weren't many people in total, so it wasn't easy to find him. On the heavens platform, Qinyu was fully focused on breaking through the bottleneck. He didn't expect that his appearance would cause such a huge commotion. Hoo-hoo, the jade pillar continuously sent out a huge amount of heaven and earth elemental energy, forming a white ball of light that enveloped him completely. The golden sun shone down, causing the place where Qinyu was to be dazzled, shining brightly in all directions. The deacon in charge of the heavens platform looked at where Qinyu was and revealed a strange expression. There are signs of a breakthrough so soon? At a certain moment, the white ball of light that enveloped Qinyu suddenly thinned, revealing his figure. Success. The deacon sighed softly. Although working at the heavens platform was a good job, there were also some unpleasant things. That was, he often saw others breaking through. Within Qinyu's star C, the second elemental energy star was slightly bigger than the first one. However, it wasn't stable, and its surroundings were constantly protruding. Other than the first elemental energy star, the subsequent elemental energy stars were all condensed by completing the quantity before completing the quality. But in conclusion, completing the first step was already considered a success. Even if the quality was not up to standard, Qinyu was already in the star condensation intermediate stage with 2 elemental energy stars. Star condensation intermediate stage. Qinyu sighed in his heart. However, in a sacred place like the celestial sect, the star condensation intermediate stage was nothing much. After Qinyu was proud of himself, he warned himself not to get carried away. Next, he revolved his mental cultivation method and stabilized the elemental energy stars, unifying the quality of the 2 stars. Rumble, on top of the jade pillar beside Qinyu, a ball of light formed from white mist abruptly shook and spread out. I failed. A black-faced man sighed. He looked at Qinyu and noticed that he had successfully broken through and was stabilizing his elemental energy star. He couldn't help but feel jealous. But he suddenly realized something was wrong. Isn't this Qinyu? The black-faced man had been paying attention to Lin Yuxuan and Qinyu. He had even gone to Qinyu's cave to scold him. When did this kid throw it out? No, I have to tell the others. I have to tell Xianxia. The black-faced man took out his token and sent out a message. Within moments, silhouettes could be seen flying towards the rooftop. Not only were there old disciples, there were also many new disciples. Of course, these new disciples were all scammed by Qinyu in the secret territory. They were here to watch the show. He broke through? Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei looked at each other, their hearts palpitating in fear. Qinyu had left a shadow in their hearts. Now that he had broken through, wouldn't he be even stronger? But on second thought, even if Qinyu broke through, he was only in the star condensation intermediate stage. In the celestial sect, which was filled with experts and geniuses, what did he amount to? Xianxia, the old disciple who joined the sect 20 years ago, was more than enough to teach Qinyu a lesson. Chen, what is your relationship with Lin Yuxuan? No matter how deep your relationship with Lin Yuxuan is, you are not worthy of her. You hid in the cave for a year and let Lin Yuxuan bear everything alone. Your actions are shameful. Is the engagement between you and Lin Yuxuan real or fake? Although everyone was furious at Qinyu's actions, they still maintained a certain degree of self-restraint. On the rooftop, Qinyu frowned. He had just broken through and needed to consolidate his cultivation. But what was wrong with these people? Dozens of people gathered around him and questioned him one by one for disturbing his cultivation. Qinyu, do you dare to accept my challenge? A loud shout suddenly rang out, following which a figure descended. It was none other than the green-haired Xianxia. Qinyu's face was cold and his brows furrowed even more. There was no end to this. He knew that his relationship with Lin Yuxuan had been leaked. Otherwise, why would he attract so many people's enmity? What does my relationship with Lin Yuxuan have to do with all of you? Qinyu replied coldly. His cultivation was disturbed and he was surrounded by a group of people. He was not in a good mood. Everyone was speechless. They didn't expect Qinyu to be so arrogant and domineering. Listening to Qinyu's words, it seemed that he did have an affair with Lin Yuxuan. Many male disciples felt as though they were struck by lightning. Qinyu was really together with Lin Yuxuan, but Qinyu's words and actions were really shameless. How could such trash be worthy of Lin Yuxuan? Qinyu, don't be arrogant. If you have the ability, fight with me. Xianxia was also angered. Oh? You want to fight with me? Qinyu raised his brows. He also wanted to know how much his strength had increased after a year of seclusion. On the other hand, his cultivation was disturbed and he couldn't stay here anymore. He might as well use the battle to consolidate his cultivation. Qinyu, I know you don't dare to accept my challenge. If not, you wouldn't have hidden from me for a year. Xianxia said arrogantly. Although he lost to Qinyu in the bet, it was because of an accident. If they fought fair and square, he would be able to defeat Qinyu in 10 moves. After all, he had been in the celestial sect for 20 years. Although he wasn't famous, he was definitely strong. This despicable coward naturally wouldn't accept a battle that he would definitely lose. The others provoked Xianxia. Although it might not work, they had no choice but to vent the anger in their hearts. The sect leader cares about his face. If we blow this matter up and make Qinyu lose face, when the sect leader is in a bad mood, he will be expelled from the sect. Someone suddenly spoke, reminding the crowd. If Qinyu wasn't the sect leader's disciple, they wouldn't have to worry too much when dealing with him. Everyone knew that the sect leader cared about his face. Qinyu's reputation wasn't good to begin with. If they blew this matter up, his reputation would be tarnished. In the crowd, Qin Wentian watched coldly. Qinyu, I want to see how you clean up this mess. If you lose face, the sect leader won't protect you and might even expel you. Qin Wentian's heart was filled with anticipation. You don't dare? Qinyu suddenly opened his mouth and laughed, haha, Xianxia, I accept your challenge. His sudden acceptance of Xianxia's challenge caused the crowd to fall silent. Many people suspected that they had heard wrongly. Qinyu actually accepted Xianxia's challenge. This was unbelievable. A new disciple who had just joined the sect for a year actually dared to challenge an old disciple, simply arrogant, but this was also what the crowd wanted. Fine, let's fight on the Tianwu arena. Xianxia was overjoyed. Let me make this clear. If you lose, not only will you return the cave to me, you will also have to stay away from Lin Yuxuan. No problem. But if you lose, you will have to pay me 10 profoundness crystals. Xianxia hesitated. 10 profoundness crystals was a huge sum that he couldn't afford. But it was impossible for him to fail, so he quickly agreed. The Heaven's martial arts battle stage was actually a vast valley. It was also a special place for the celestial sect. Here, one could pay a certain price to challenge any disciple of the celestial sect. Of course, the person being challenged could also refuse unconditionally. But if it was a challenge related to the Heaven martial rankings, he could only accept it. Otherwise, he would have to give up his ranking. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qinyu and Xianxia suddenly landed in the valley. There were more than 100 spectators around the valley. This kid is stupid. He thinks that just because he broke through to the middle stage of the star condensation realm, he can compete with Xianxia? It's a pity that Lin Yuxuan is not here. Otherwise, we would be able to see the scene of Qinyu being completely helpless and suffering a miserable defeat. Some people sneered in disdain, while others sighed. Qinyu, are you sure you want to accept Xianxia's challenge? The deacon in charge of the Tianwu arena asked Qinyu again. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great. He was afraid that Qinyu would not be able to withstand more than a few moves and would lose miserably. It was only because he saw that Qinyu was the sect leader that he reminded him again. Yes. Qinyu was a little excited. Take this. Xianxia heard the reply and immediately made his move. The first time he lost to Qinyu, it was because he was careless and underestimated his opponent. Qinyu attacked first to gain the upper hand. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Xianxia, as a star condensation realm advanced stage senior, suddenly attacked without holding back. This made some people feel that Xianxia was a little shameless. But since his opponent was Qinyu, who was even more despicable and shameless, it didn't matter. Xiao, a green ray of sword light swept up layers of green sword qi, sweeping over like a storm. He is indeed a senior disciple. That sword is enough to defeat me. Lin Daowei's face was solemn. In his field of vision, Qinyu faced Xianxia's sword. He did not dodge, but faced it head-on. Qinyu's frail body faced the sea of green sword qi. It was like a baby challenging a giant, and he would lose miserably in an instant. But this did not happen. Boom, loud noises sounded continuously. Qinyu's fist exploded with a bright golden light, and the huge sea of sword qi gradually collapsed. Destroyed with one punch? The crowd could not help but be shocked. Qinyu's fist actually had such power? Profound meaning of gold. Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei realized the key point. In the secret territory, Qinyu did not display this profound meaning. But now, the profound meaning of gold displayed by Qinyu had already reached the second realm. This kid is a body cultivator. I don't know what kind of skill he is cultivating, but his strength and defense are shocking. But Xianxia's skill is Celestial Sect's 1,000 Lives sword art. His attacks are continuous and endless. It is enough to exhaust Qinyu to death. A man with a black face said. Previously, he had failed to break through at the skyward platform. But after discovering Qinyu, he sent out a message and surrounded Qinyu. Xianxia saw that his sword technique was destroyed by Qinyu with one punch. He was shocked and angry. The reason why he challenged Qinyu was to save his face and take back his cave abode. He must defeat Qinyu. Swoosh, a greenwood sword suddenly flew out. The green sword light shone brightly, and a huge sword qi storm swept towards Qinyu. Good timing. Qinyu let out a roar. Both his fists were filled with power and elemental energy, and he attacked together. With the profound meaning of gold, his attacks could cause even more damage. Besides, Qinyu chose the white tiger sky-splitting claw for the second level. Although he did not use this skill, the strength and defense of his hands were stronger than before. Because of this, he dared to use only his hands to face Xianxia. Bang, the golden white radiance and the green sword qi intertwined, transforming into a storm that surged in all directions. Xianxia's Xian artifact was a mid-grade weapon. It left a small wound on the back of Qinyu's hand, but it healed in an instant. If it was an ordinary late-stage star condensation cultivator, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to injure my hand. Qinyu silently said in his heart. At the same time, in the previous clash, Qinyu borrowed the pressure from Xianxia to temper the second Yuan energy star and fuse the Yuan energy from the two Yuan energy stars into one. This was what it meant by using battle to consolidate one's cultivation. After 10 moves, Xianxia and Qinyu were evenly matched. Damn, how is this possible? How did this brat cultivate? It's only been a year, and his strength is already so strong? Xianxia's expression was ugly. In fact, 1 year ago, Qinyu did not reveal his true strength in front of Xianxia. The spectators were no less surprised than Xianxia. His strength, Qin Wentian's expression sank. Although he had not fought against Qinyu, he had always thought that he was stronger than Qinyu and could easily defeat Qinyu. But the strength that Qinyu had displayed at this moment made Qin Wentian shocked. Xianxia, you better be serious. Someone couldn't help but roar. If Xianxia lost, it would be the senior disciples who lost their face. This brat not only has an amazing physique, but he also has an indestructible physique. Ordinary light injuries are completely negligible to him. Someone analyzed. Suddenly, on the Tianwu Arena platform, Xianxia shouted, "Yiwood 10,000 swords array." It's the Yiwood 10,000 swords array, a wood-type sword array from the Myriad Life Sword art. Not only can it last for a long time, but it can also absorb the vitality of the trapped person. Seeing Xianxia display the Yiwood 10,000 swords array, the senior disciples were slightly relieved. However, Qinyu was able to force Xianxia to this point. His strength was not simple. Xiao xiao xiao. In the valley, the green sword light whistled, forming a formation that surrounded Qinyu. The Yiwood 10,000 swords array had a total of 9 layers of sword qi. It was extremely difficult to break through. Qinyu did not underestimate Xianxia. After activating the star rune robe, he continuously punched out to deal with the attacks of the sword array. Good. Qinyu couldn't help but let out a low grunt. The attacks of the Yiwood 10,000 swords array simply did not stop. It was more beneficial for the stability of the Yuan energy star and the condensation of Yuan energy. Rumble, on the Tianwu Arena platform, the explosions continued. The sword qi seemed to have no end, piercing towards Qinyu, and he did not seem tired at all. Gradually, the crowd was dumbfounded. Xianxia's Yiwood 10,000 swords array could do nothing to Qinyu. His opponent was too cruel, his attacks were incomparably ferocious, and his stamina seemed to be limitless. He punched at least 1,000 times, but his face did not change. Xianxia's mind was a little blank. How could he fight? He had already used his trump card, but he still couldn't do anything to Qinyu. Although the Yiwood 10,000 swords array could absorb vitality, it was the most effective when the opponent was injured. Qinyu wasn't injured, so his ability to absorb vitality was greatly reduced. Plus, Qinyu was full of vitality, so he was fine. Not only that. Xianxia realized that Qinyu was getting more and more ferocious, and his aura was getting stronger. His attacks were gradually gaining the upper hand, and he was destroying the Yiwood 10,000 swords array. He is just broken through, so he's using me to train himself. Only then did Xianxia realize this. That was indeed the case. From the start of the battle until now, Qinyu had not taken the initiative to attack. Xianxia had lost his battle intent, and coupled with his absent-mindedness, the power of the Yiwood 10,000 swords array had decreased. Break! Qinyu aimed at the weakest point of the sword array, fused his space profound and metal profound, and punched. Bang! The sword array collapsed, and the greenwood sword was sent flying. Xianxia staggered, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Senior brother Zhang, no more moves? Qinyu smiled faintly, approached Xianxia, and launched his attack. Xianxia was injured and lost his fighting spirit, so he was at a disadvantage in the fierce battle with Qinyu. Those who had fought with Qinyu knew that they must not let him get close to them, but Xianxia didn't understand this. He didn't expect that Qinyu's speed was not any weaker than his. A moment later, Xianxia was hit by Qinyu's attack, and his body was smashed into the wall of the valley, blood spurting out of his mouth. Xianxia lost. The deacon in charge of the battle announced the result, and it felt a little unreal. He actually won. Lin Tianfeng couldn't believe it. Fortunately, Lin Yuxuan didn't come. Otherwise, if she saw this scene, wouldn't she like Qinyu even more? Just SOSO. Qinyu smiled faintly. When he first entered the sect, Xianxia did give him some pressure. However, in the year he was in the celestial sect, Qianyu's strength improved by leaps and bounds. His cultivation advanced to the middle stage of the star condensation realm, his divine body of 4 symbols second level, his white tiger heaven-splitting claw Xiaocheng, and his space profound and metal profound all improved. Now, Xianxia was no longer in Qianyu's eyes. After all, he didn't even use the white tiger heaven-splitting claw, and Xianxia was defeated. Xianxia's defeat made many of the senior disciples lose face. In their opinion, Qianyu's just SOSO also meant that they were just SOSO. Xianxia's defeat and Qianyu's only SOSO sentence angered the older disciples present. What an arrogant guy. We can't let him go just like that. If they let it go, not only would the older disciples lose face, it would also mean that they agreed to Qianyu being with Lin Yuxuan. Other than the older disciples, the younger disciples were also unwilling to accept this. Most of these new disciples were Qianyu's enemies. Among them, Lin Tianfeng was the instigator of this rumor. However, not only did he fail to achieve his goal, he had instead increased Qianyu's prestige. He felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. No, I must make sure that Qianyu dies miserably. Lin Tianfeng's eyes were filled with hatred. Qianyu, you purposely spread rumors and tarnished Sister Yuxuan's reputation. You wanted to monopolize her. Yet, you hid in the cave for a year and let Sister Yuxuan bear the pressure of the outside world. Do you dare to say that you truly like her? You are not worthy of her. Lin Tianfeng shouted, causing the crowd to feel dissatisfied and resentful towards Qianyu. Lin Yuxuan was the heaven's favored one and the most beautiful woman in the celestial sect. Countless men tried their best to gain her affection. Yet, Qianyu treated Lin Yuxuan in such a manner. What was even more hateful was that the two of them could be together. Hearing this, Qianyu did not understand. When he faced Gung Handong previously, he gave a negative answer. When did he purposely spread rumors? Moreover, he was in seclusion for a year in the cave, trying to break through a bottleneck. What nonsense are you talking about? Qianyu shouted coldly, scaring Lin Tianfeng. After all, he was still traumatized. Moreover, I don't like Sister Lin. Qianyu felt that it was better to clarify things. No man would hate a woman like Lin Yuxuan. When Qianyu saw her, he did have a good impression of her, but it was not to the extent of love between a man and a woman. Hearing this, Lin Tianfeng continued to twist the truth. You don't like Sister Yuxuan and yet you pester her. I know, you want to climb up the Lin clan. You are too despicable and shameless, using Sister Yuxuan as a tool to climb up. Lin Tianfeng's words stirred the emotions of the older disciples present. After all, Lin Tianfeng was also a genius of the Lin family. He probably knew more about the truth, so his words were slightly more credible. Qianyu didn't like Lin Yuxuan, yet he still walked together with her. His motive could only be to befriend the Lin family. This was too shameful. The senior disciples exchanged glances and came up with a plan to deal with Qianyu. And that was to challenge Qianyu. Let me. A man with thick eyebrows stepped forward. He and Xianxia were good friends and also Lin Yuxuan's admirers. In addition, Xianxia was defeated by Qianyu, so he couldn't help but want to teach Qianyu a lesson. Qianyu has just fought with Xianxia for a long time. His physical strength must have been exhausted. Brother Li's chances of victory are very high. Moreover, the ancient sky-shaking technique that Brother Li cultivates is known for its ferocity and explosive power. There was once a foreign race member of the same level who was caught off guard and died under Brother Li's explosive power in 3 moves. The man with thick eyebrows had an imposing figure and emitted an ancient and powerful aura. He was like a peerless beast, extremely dangerous. Qianyu, you defeated Xianxia. No wonder you are the number 1 among the new disciples. Do you dare to fight me again? I will also bet 10 profound crystals with you. If I win, you will agree to Xianxia's conditions. The man with thick eyebrows shouted. Brother Chen, don't agree. They are taking turns to fight. Kong Qiuye's voice suddenly came from the crowd. She and Kong Xiaomu had also arrived. After learning that Xianxia was defeated, another late-stage star condensation senior disciple wanted to challenge Qianyu. She immediately tried to dissuade him. No matter, I accept your challenge. Qianyu didn't care. The man with thick eyebrows gave him a feeling that he was only slightly stronger than Zhang Chen. And after his fight with Zhang Chen, he hadn't completely stabilized his second star, so he needed an opponent. Seeing that Qinyu had agreed, the man with thick eyebrows jumped out and landed on the Sky Martial Arena platform. Some of the old and new disciples nearby all revealed smiles. Good, this kid is indeed arrogant. He accepted the challenge after a casual compliment and provocation. Lin Tianfeng also smiled proudly. His previous efforts hadn't been in vain. Quickly go and find Gung Handong. Lin Tianfeng transmitted his voice to a Lin clan disciple. Gung Handong had previously gone to Qinyu's cave dwelling to challenge him. His opponent was extremely powerful and was ranked 99th on the Sky Martial ranking. Begin. The deacon's voice had just sounded when the battle was about to begin. Roar, the man with thick eyebrows suddenly opened his mouth and roared. It was like the collective roar of a group of ancient ferocious beasts, shaking the sky. This was the ancient sky-shaking arts battle skill, sky-shaking roar. Qinyu had also studied sound wave battle skills before. He immediately activated his celestial body and space profound, enveloping his body. The space barrier had a strong weakening effect on vibrating sound waves. Qinyu only felt numb all over, but he didn't feel any other discomfort. Whoosh, Qinyu's strategy was the same as before. He closed in on the man with thick eyebrows and condensed origin energy on his fists. Boom, he punched out, and a radiance exploded. At the same time, the man with thick eyebrows fiercely stomped on the ground, causing the Sky Martial Arena platform to shake violently. A violent dark light wave burst out from his feet. Rumble, the two attacks collided, causing continuous explosions. Both of them retreated more than 10 steps. They were actually evenly matched. This kid is actually able to fight evenly against Brother Li's ancient sky-shaking art after such a fierce battle. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. They suddenly felt a little uneasy. But in reality, the battle with Zhang Chen was not a fierce battle to Qinyu. Bang, the valley was filled with continuous explosions. Every explosion represented a fierce battle between the two. The man with thick eyebrows suddenly soared with a terrifying and savage aura, forming a huge black ape. His attacks increased explosively. Qinyu didn't underestimate him. He fully activated the celestial body and used the star rune robe to increase his defense. Brother Li's ancient sky-shaking art can simulate the aura of a saint beast and increase the power of his battle techniques. This aura and image should be the extinct giant spirit ape. Zhang Chen watched the intense battle on the Sky Martial Arena platform. He realized that although Qinyu's aura was temporarily suppressed, it didn't collapse. Instead, it was continuously increasing. The man with thick eyebrows' attacks seemed fierce, but they couldn't do much to Qinyu. All right. Qinyu's lips curled into a faint smile. What he needed now was a head-on confrontation. The man with thick eyebrows' battle style was exactly what he wanted. It was extremely suitable for Qinyu to stabilize his origin energy star. His efficiency was twice as high as when he fought with Zhang Chen. Damn it, this kid has so much stamina. Doesn't he get tired? The man with thick eyebrows was slightly shocked. Qinyu was a body cultivator. His attacks consumed both elemental energy and stamina. Moreover, this was Qinyu's second match. He was still able to maintain his high speed, perfect defense, powerful strength, and non-stop attacks. He wasn't human at all. Holy Spirit's angry fist. The man with thick eyebrows' elemental energy rumbled in his body and gathered between his fists. The giant black ape behind him also waved its fists, emitting a monstrous aura. This killer move caused many of the new disciples to tremble in fear. They felt that it was difficult to defend against it. What a strong attack. He is indeed a disciple of the celestial sect. Qinyu took a deep breath. His heart gathered energy and increased his strength. Pung, he gathered all the energy in his body and released the elemental energy from 2 origin energy stars. He punched with all his might. Boom, a loud sound shook the sky. A storm rushed into the sky and swept in all directions. There were 2 figures in the center of the explosion. They retreated. The man with thick eyebrows was slightly pale. That move just now had consumed a lot of his energy. On the other hand, Jinyu's star-patterned clothes were torn. There were some wounds and bloodstains on his body. He should have suffered some serious injuries. However, Qinyu laughed. Haha, thank you. This fierce clash had allowed him to completely compress and stabilize his origin energy stars. The two energies had also merged into one, becoming more powerful. The aura on his body was restrained and smooth. The battle was not over yet. Whoosh, Qinyu rushed out again and started his attack. The man with thick eyebrows' face changed. Qinyu's aura was much stronger than before. The power of his punches and kicks had also increased. His cultivation level has completely stabilized in this intense battle. Xianxia was in disbelief. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't dare to use such a method to stabilize their cultivation level. Once they were injured, their foundation would be even more unstable. However, Qinyu had stabilized his cultivation level in a short period of time. After 2 rounds of intense battle, his strength had increased. On the sky martial arena, Qinyu followed up with another attack, executing the 6-flamed finger sword and the blood-glazed flame. After all, he had already achieved his goal of stabilizing his cultivation level. He could end the battle quickly. In a short while, the man with thick eyebrows was defeated. The crowd was silent. He had fought 2 senior disciples in a row and won 2 battles. Lin Tianfeng was completely dumbfounded. Fear surfaced in his heart. How can Qinyu be so powerful? He was already regretting that he shouldn't have planned all this. However, he had already come this far. There was no turning back. The senior disciples looked at each other. Apart from shock, there was also silence and anger. The senior disciples had lost 2 battles in a row. Furthermore, his opponent was a new disciple who had just joined the sect for a year. They really wanted to challenge Qinyu again. However, Qinyu had already fought 2 battles. If he were to deal with Qinyu now, he would be taking advantage of his precarious situation and being too shameless. Even if they won in the end, they wouldn't have a good reputation. Qinyu, you have already fought 2 battles today. I won't take advantage of you. I will challenge you after you rest for a few days. A man with a black face said. He had previously failed to make a breakthrough on the skyward platform and had sent a message to surround Qinyu. He was extremely jealous of Qinyu. He had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, gained fame, and gained the favor of the goddess. Oh? Today's battle isn't impossible. Qinyu's expression was calm. His words were filled with absolute confidence. His cultivation had stabilized, but he had yet to test the white tiger sky-splitting claw that he had learned. Furthermore, after his heart had transformed, he could no longer feel the limits of his physical strength. He did not feel tired even after fighting 2 battles in a row. There was another reason. Qinyu had a slight grudge against him after learning that it was this person who had sent the message and attracted many people to surround him. How arrogant! Immediately, the old disciples were enraged. However, they only had the right to say that after defeating Qinyu. Oh? You want to fight a 3rd battle today? The man with a black face was shocked and asked solemnly. He did not want to take advantage of Qinyu, but how could he not want Qinyu, however, at this moment? An icy cold wind blew, causing everyone in the valley to shiver involuntarily. Brother Tianfeng, Gung Handong is here. A disciple of the Lin clan hurried over and transmitted his voice. Heaven and earth seemed to have fallen into a bitter cold. Frost appeared on the rocks and trees. Gung Handong is here. Someone felt the familiar cold aura and could not help but exclaim. Although everyone present was a disciple of the celestial sect, once they entered the heaven martial list, it was as if they were people of 2 different worlds. Shua, a man with an old-fashioned face and a cold expression came, treading on the icy snow. Gung Handong's appearance caused the entire place to freeze. Everyone quietened down and looked over. Qinyu naturally saw Gung Handong, who was staring at him, his gaze like 2 icy swords stabbing at him. Gung Handong emitted an obvious hostility. Qinyu could understand the reason, but as an expert of the heaven martial list, he should be here to watch the battle. Hey, do you still want to fight? Qinyu shouted at the black-faced man. If you accept, I will fight with you today. The black-faced man could not wait to fight with Qinyu today. That way, his chances of winning would be 100%, He had failed to break through to the peak of the star condensation realm, but he was already very close to it. His previous two challengers could not compare to him in any aspect. Qinyu had already fought 2 battles in a row. The dark-skinned man would definitely win easily. But at this moment, Gung Handong said, "If you want to fight, then accept my challenge." Everyone was silent. The black-faced man retreated and did not speak. How could he dare to fight with Gung Handong? Everyone was silent. The black-faced man retreated and did not speak. Qinyu saw that no one questioned him and knew that it was probably true. He had been in seclusion for a year and did not know that Gung Handong challenged him. "Qinyu, Gung Handong challenged you. If you can take 3 moves from him, he will give you 5 profound crystals. If you lose, you will be slapped 5 times." The deacon in charge of the Heaven Martial Battle platform said. He had the relevant records. "Of course, you can reject unconditionally." The deacon added. "Qinyu, you have already fought 2 battles. I do not want to take advantage of you. But if you still want to fight, accept my challenge. A battle of 3 moves has nothing to do with elemental energy or stamina consumption." Gung Handong said coldly. Many of the older disciples had helpless looks on their faces. Originally, if Qinyu had accepted the black-faced man's challenge, he would most likely have suffered a crushing defeat. In the end, Gung Handong had come to disrupt the situation. No matter how bold Qinyu was, he wouldn't dare to accept the challenge of an expert on the Heaven Martial ranking. He would definitely refuse. He was afraid that it would be difficult for him to defeat Qinyu today. But facing Gung Handong, they didn't dare to say anything. But something unbelievable happened. "Alright, I'll accept your challenge." Qinyu suddenly opened his mouth and accepted Gung Handong's challenge in a flat tone. After a moment of silence, boom, a massive chaotic aura was released, causing the entire martial heaven arena to be engulfed in a storm. This was the effect of the kings being too agitated and releasing their auras. "You agreed?" The expression on Gung Handong's cold, inflexible face changed, and he asked again. The others all looked at Qinyu, their eyes filled with anticipation. This kid really doesn't know death. He actually accepted Gung Handong's challenge. That's Gung Handong, an existence on the Heaven Martial ranking. Everyone exclaimed. Kong Chuya and Kong Xiaomu were completely dumbfounded. They hadn't tried to persuade Qinyu before because they were sure that Qinyu would refuse. However, this was how Qinyu was. He did not play by the rules. "That's right, I accept your challenge. But your wager is a bit too low. The 2 people I fought before each bet 10 profound crystals." Qinyu smiled. With his defense and speed, he wouldn't lose in 3 moves. Moreover, he also wanted to see the strength of an expert on the Heaven Martial ranking. As for the wager, Gung Handong was certain of victory, so he would definitely be willing to increase it. Zhang Chen and the thick-browed man suddenly realized that they still owed Qinyu 10 profound crystals. With their current wealth, they really couldn't take out so many profound crystals. "They're all betting 10 pills on you, so I'll bet 20 pills on you." Gung Handong's words were shocking. That was 20 profound crystals. Of course, Gung Handong wouldn't lose. He could even bet 100. "Then come down." Qinyu agreed. 20 profound crystals were worth nearly 1,000,000 upper-grade primal stones. Even he was extremely tempted. As Gung Handong landed on the Heaven Martial Battle platform, the deacon immediately activated the array, covering the entire platform. This was the rule of the celestial sect. When experts on the Heaven Martial ranking fought, in order to avoid hurting others, they had to activate the array. Gung Handong vs Qinyu, 3 moves, everyone's blood was boiling. Battles at the level of the heavenly martial rankings were rare to begin with, and to be able to see Qinyu's miserable end, they were already slightly impatient. Pung, Qinyu stomped on the ground and flew out. Facing Gung Handong, he wouldn't hold back. For those 20 Upanishad crystals, he would do his best. Circulating the profound of space and activating the celestial body, Qinyu turned into a silvery shadow and launched a preemptive attack. Boom, he punched out, infused with gold profound. The golden white light turned into a giant light pillar, blasting out and crushing everything. But the moment Qinyu punched out, Gung Handong's body emitted a bone-chilling coldness that froze everything. Even the speed of Chen Yu's punch slowed down. Gung Handong instantly flew above Chen Yu and pressed his palm down. Boom, ice condensed in the void, quickly turning into a giant ice palm. It was enormous and heavy, pressing down like an ice mountain. Frost appeared on Chen Yu's body, as if he was about to be frozen in the void. Gung Handong's cultivation was at the peak of the star condensation realm, and he was an expert on the heaven martial ranking. His speed, usage of battle skills, and profound power had all reached a very high level. He used Ice Profound and his movement skills to avoid Chen Yu's preemptive strike. Moreover, this attack came from the sky, so Chen Yu had no way to dodge and could only take it head-on. Not only that. If he was hit by Gung Handong's first attack, even if he didn't lose, Chen Yu would definitely be frozen by the pressure of the ice mountain. He would be like a target, enduring Gung Handong's second and third attacks. Is this the strength of a heaven martial ranking expert? Qin Wentian's heart trembled. He had no chance of winning against Gung Handong. He would be defeated within 3 moves. Haha, Chen Yu, even a heaven martial ranking expert dares to challenge you. You reap what you sow. Lin Tianfeng laughed. The moment Gung Handong made his move, it was as if he had already won. This was the strength of a heaven martial ranking expert. Although Gung Handong was only ranked 99th, being able to enter the ranking showed that he wasn't simple. At this moment, the frozen Chen Yu's body emitted a bright white light. That light was so dazzling that it caused the spectators to squint their eyes. In an instant, Chen Yu's silhouette disappeared. He had transformed into a white ball of light, illuminating the heavens and earth. At this critical moment, Chen Yu executed the second battle skill of the constellation physique, Falling Stars. Boom, he was like a shining star, shooting up into the sky, colliding with that huge ice palm. Rumble, that shining ball of light fell into the ice palm, but its radiance couldn't be concealed. MHM? Gung Handong frowned. Pung, that ball of light soared up with extreme speed, penetrating through the ice palm and colliding with Gung Handong. The critical situation was instantly resolved. Moreover, it was broken through in such a violent manner. This was out of everyone's expectations. Boom, Chen Yu, who had transformed into a star, collided with Gung Handong. The two powerful forces collided. The final result was, swoosh, Gung Handong retreated tens of meters before he managed to stop. What battle skill is this? Gung Handong couldn't help but ask. The current. Chen Yu was completely different from before. His speed and strength had increased by several folds. Otherwise, Gung Handong wouldn't have underestimated Chen Yu's battle prowess and ended up at a disadvantage. Why don't you guess? Chen Yu had a mocking expression on his face. This battle skill is out of my expectations, but it won't change your ending. Gung Handong's voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of his bloodline spread out from his body. His eyes seemed to turn into ice crystals. Faint blue ancient patterns appeared on his palms, and an even more berserk coldness spread out. Boom, Gung Handong thrust out his palm, and a huge icy shadow flew over. After slightly activating the power of his bloodline, Gung Handong's attack power rose to another level. Wherever the icy shadow passed, huge chunks of ice would condense in the air, and then shatter into ice shards. The air was frozen and shattered into dust. Chen Yu didn't dodge. Blood flames bloomed in his hands, twining around his body as he charged forward. Boom, he faced Gung Handong's attack head-on. His ferocious stance caused the hearts of the surrounding people to tremble. How domineering was this? If it were them, who would have the courage to do so? Boom, the icy shadow was shattered by Chen Yu's attack. A golden-white wave of light, carrying a layer of blood-colored flames, charged at Gung Handong. The wave of light had just arrived when Gung Handong's cold power burst out, freezing and shattering it. How? Gung Handong was very surprised. In the second exchange, he was still at a disadvantage. The surroundings were completely silent. Many people opened their mouths and sucked in a breath of cold air. Qin Wendian furrowed his brows. How can this be? How can he have such strength? Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei were shocked once again. This development was completely wrong. Ha ha ha, only one more move. Senior brother Gung, do you have the confidence to defeat me? Chen Yu laughed loudly. After 2 moves, if nothing unexpected happened, Gung Handong would not be able to defeat him in the 3rd move. Gung Handong had underestimated the power of the falling stars. All 720-star acupoints erupted and merged into the attack. In that state, Qianyu's attack was unblockable. In addition to the weakening effect of the blood-glazed flame, he once again gained the advantage in the 2nd exchange. Buzz, the radiance on Qianyu's body gradually dissipated, and the falling stars was stopped by him. This scene caused the surrounding people to be somewhat surprised. The time limit of the secret technique had ended? If not for that powerful secret technique, Qianyu wouldn't be Gung Handong's opponent. I admit that I underestimated you, but I also underestimated the strength of the 99th ranker on the Sky Marshal rankings. Gung Handong's expression didn't change as he said coldly. Being able to enter the Sky Marshal rankings, he naturally had many methods and trump cards. Originally, he didn't intend to use them, fearing that he would accidentally kill Qianyu. But now it seemed that he didn't need to worry about this. The atmosphere was tense, and the 3rd exchange was about to begin. Eh? Qianyu's hand? In the crowd, Ling Ting, Ling Yun, and Ling Jiao of the White Tiger Sacred Clan suddenly discovered that a golden-white pattern was flashing on Qianyu's hand. The pattern gave them a familiar and intimate feeling, and their hands and claws couldn't help but tremble. Many people saw that Qianyu's secret skill had ended and thought that he was bluffing. His secret skill's time limit has ended. He might still be weak. Let's see how Qianyu will deal with Senior Brother Gung's 3rd move. That's right. Senior Brother Gung lost the first 2 moves. He will definitely use his true strength in the 3rd move. The crowd discussed in low voices. Most people hoped to see Qianyu suffer a crushing defeat. In fact, they didn't think that Qianyu could win either. After all, Gung Handong was on the Sky Marshal roll, Qianyu was just a new disciple who had joined the sect for a year. Suddenly, there was an uproar. Gung Handong flipped his palm and an ice bead appeared. The coldness on it spread in all directions and froze everything. This is the 1,000 cold bead. Senior Brother Gung's cultivation method is called the 1,000 cold and 10,000 ice art. This cultivation method has a secret skill that can extract the cold energy from some extremely cold objects and condense it into the 1,000 cold bead to increase the power of battle skills. The crowd couldn't help but think of the scene when Gung Handong challenged Xianxia, the 99th on the Sky Marshal roll. Gung Handong took out a total of 10,000 cold beads to increase the power of his battle skills, which was equivalent to 10 killing moves. He repelled Xianxia and took his place. Crack, Gung Handong crushed the ice bead in his hand. An extremely cold energy suddenly burst out, but he controlled it perfectly. An icy light as thick as a thigh appeared in his hand. The light it emitted instantly turned the surrounding ice into ashes. The icy light gradually condensed until it was as thick as a thumb. The aura it emitted was even more terrifying. This way, I won't kill you, Gung Handong said coldly. After saying that, he thrust out his palm. Swoosh, an icy light as thick as a thumb pierced through the void, crushing everything in its path as it attacked Qianyu. The icy light's cold energy was shocking. It seemed to be able to freeze and shatter everything. Once it hit Qianyu, even with his defense, it would be difficult to block it. Therefore, Gung Handong condensed his attack to avoid killing Qianyu. If he accidentally killed Qianyu and the sect master's disciple, the punishment would be extremely severe. Qianyu, who was being stared at by the beam of light, did not move even half a step. In the eyes of the crowd, he was unable to dodge and could only admit defeat. But suddenly, the golden white runes on Qianyu's right hand blossomed with a bright light, turning into a huge beast claw, but it seemed to be forged from divine gold, emitting the ancient and powerful pressure of a sacred beast. White tiger heaven-splitting claw, boom, suddenly, Qianyu waved his hand, and a dazzling light flashed in the void. Then, 5 dazzling scars of light tore through the void. This is... The 3 from the White Tiger Sacred Clan were completely dumbfounded. At this moment, the beast claw in Qianyu's hand was the White Tiger Sacred Claw. The White Tiger Sacred Claws were the symbol of the White Tiger Sacred Clan. Many clansmen spent their entire lives cultivating these claws, making them indestructible and crushing everything. But now, a human had simulated the White Tiger Sacred Claw. It must be the divine body of 4 symbols. Ling Ting learned about the divine body of 4 symbols from the higher-ups. This was the only cultivation method that could explain why Xianxia could simulate the white tiger sacred claw. Boom, 5 bright golden white light scars emitted a domineering aura and swept out, cutting the beam of light. In an instant, 5 cracks appeared on the beam of light and broke it into several pieces. The beam of light was broken into several pieces, and its power was naturally greatly reduced. Xianxia stretched out his white tiger sacred claw and clenched at the moment the beams of light descended. Bang, the golden light exploded, and the beams of light were blocked and crushed into powder. On the other side, Gung Handong did not expect that Xianxia could still display such a powerful and sharp attack after removing the secret technique. Boom, when the 5 light scars approached, he hurriedly summoned an ice storm to block them. When the storm dissipated, 2 bloody marks appeared on Gung Handong's shoulders. Blood flowed out and instantly froze. After the 3 moves, the audience was silent. No one had expected that the 3 moves would have such an ending. Gung Handong had used his killer move, and Xianxia had also displayed an even more powerful technique. In the collision, Xianxia had actually come out on top. Gung Handong was injured, and the wounds were so bright and eye-catching. Xianxia wins. The warden in charge of the Sky Martial Arena was stunned for a moment before he reacted and announced the result. He won. Xianxia's white tiger sacred claw disappeared, and he smiled. As expected of the divine body of 4 symbols, the white tiger sky-splitting claw was a pure and powerful attack, and it did not show any weakness when facing Gung Handong's killer move. I lost. Gung Handong's expression was dull. He had never thought that he would be completely defeated in the 3 moves. When Xianxia used falling stars, he thought that Xianxia might be able to take 3 moves from him, and that was the worst-case scenario. But in the end, Xianxia had taken the attack head-on and was completely fine. Instead, he had been injured. At this moment, Gung Handong of the Sky Martial Arena has lost. Xianxia has become the new 99th on the Sky Martial Arena. The warden announced solemnly. What? Everyone came back to their senses. Xianxia was on the Sky Martial Arena? Xianxia was also confused. How did he get on the Sky Martial Arena? He had a bet with Gung Handong, and if he could take 3 moves, he would win and get 20 profound crystals. If he couldn't, he would be slapped 5 times. But now, how did he get on the Sky Martial Arena? According to the bet between the 2 of you, there is indeed no change in the Sky Martial Arena. However, the Heaven Martial Battle stage has its own rules. Martial Nephew Chen, you injured Gung Handong, but you didn't suffer any serious injuries. According to the Heaven Martial Battle stage's rules, you have defeated Gung Handong and will replace him. The warden saw that Xianxia was confused, so he explained. In the bet between Xianxia and Gung Handong, there was only a winner and a loser. If Xianxia could only take 3 moves from Gung Handong, he would have won the bet. But he had injured Gung Handong, and this was not mentioned in the bet. And according to the rules of the Sky Martial Arena, if Xianxia managed to injure Gung Handong after exchanging 3 moves, it would be considered a victory. Hence, Xianxia would take Gung Handong's place. If he could only take 3 moves and wasn't able to injure Gung Handong, then according to the rules of the Sky Martial Arena, there would be no change in the ranking. There were winners and losers in a bet, but there were also winners and losers in a battle. 99th on the Sky Martial Arena? After Xianxia recovered from his shock, he was pleasantly surprised. If he hadn't wanted to test the might of the white tiger sky-splitting claw, he wouldn't have been able to injure Gung Handong. His countenance turned ashen. Originally, this was a matter that was extremely disadvantageous to Xianxia. Xianxia's reputation would be tarnished, and he would be humiliated, throwing the face of the sect leader. After that, he would be expelled from the sect. However, Xianxia had forcefully carved out a path for himself, gaining fame and ascending to the Sky Martial Arena. This matter would definitely alarm the celestial sect, and Xianxia's actions had instead brought glory to the sect leader. I defeated Zhongyu and replaced her. Who would have thought that I would come down after staying on the Sky Martial Arena for over a year? Seems like I slacked off after ascending to the Sky Martial Arena. Gung Handong mocked himself as he turned and left. Today's battle had exceeded Gung Handong's expectations. Not only had he lost the bet, but he had also been defeated by Xianxia. I will give you 20 profoundness crystals. Before he left, he said to Xianxia. Because he currently didn't have 20 profoundness crystals. 3 battles ended. 3 victories for Qinyu. At this moment, no matter how unwilling the senior disciples were, they could only swallow their anger. Far away in the valley, in a pavilion, 2 extremely beautiful men were sipping tea. He actually won. Their hands that were holding the tea paused in midair. Han Shuoyuan, this junior brother of yours is not ordinary. He ascended to the sky martial arena within a year. A fair-skinned man with a jade-like face curled his thin, light red lips slightly. Indeed, it's beyond my expectations. Han Shuoyuan put down his teacup. As far as he knew, Qinyu had been in seclusion for a year, and had not consulted his master, nor had he chosen any battle techniques of the celestial sect. Precisely because of this, he had predicted that Qinyu would lose and was waiting to clean up the mess. No matter what, Qinyu was still the sect leader's disciple. Other than this Qinyu, there's another Qin Wendian. His talent is also extraordinary. It seems that within these 10 years, there will be a great change in the sky martial arena. The handsome man opposite him said. At the same time, he also felt that his master was right. The sect leader was astute and had not paid any price to obtain 2 of the best seedlings. Brothers Hua, you are worrying too much. Even if there will be a great change in the sky martial arena, it won't affect you, the 3rd ranker on the sky martial arena. Han Shuoyuan said indifferently, many thanks for your tea. I have to report the results to master. He stood up and disappeared in a single leap. The handsome man sipped his tea and said, Junior Sister Luo, do you want some tea? A green-haired woman suddenly appeared on a mountain in the back. I should be honored by young Master Qingyang's invitation, but Junior Sister happens to have something to do. The green-haired woman Luo Yulian smiled gently and floated away. Young Master Shuyang Han Shuoyuan and young Master Qingyang's Wuzhushan were 2 of the most handsome men of the celestial sect. They were also experts in the top 10 of the sky martial arena. Lin Yuxuan paced back and forth in the cave residence. She very much wanted to know how Qinyu would resolve this matter. From this, she could see Qinyu's attitude and thoughts. But she could not personally go, otherwise the matter would become even more chaotic, and the matter of the engagement would be completely exposed. Lin Yuxuan's eyes flickered. She took out a token and received a message. Qinyu has broken through to the middle star condensation stage and defeated Xianxia. Lin Yuxuan was extremely shocked when she received this result. 1 year ago, when Qinyu joined the sect, he had only managed to win in 1 move. If he were to fight against Xianxia, he would definitely lose. But 1 year later, he had defeated a senior disciple, Xianxia. His progress was truly astonishing. After waiting for a while, Lin Yuxuan received another message from Luo Yulian. He defeated another senior disciple. Lin Yuxuan was slightly surprised. 2 battles, 2 victories, no one would be surprised by such a result. These 2 people are both my admirers. Could it be that Qinyu means? Lin Yuxuan's face sank. Qinyu had defeated 2 senior disciples in a row. Most likely, it was to prove that he had the qualifications to be with her. If this continued, the rumor that she and Qinyu were together would be confirmed. No, I have to clarify it in person. Lin Yuxuan thought for a long time and made a decision. At this moment, she received another message, Senior Apprentice Sister Yuxuan, this Qinyu is incredible. He accepted Gung Handong's bet and won. Not only that. I think other than his bad character, everything else is not bad. Hee. Sky Martial Arena, 99, Qinyu. Lin Yuxuan stood in place, her pink lips slightly opened. The Sky Martial Arena was silent. Most of the disciples gathered here had come to watch Qinyu make a fool of himself, but they had been slapped in the face by Qinyu. Hey, that senior brother, are you still going to fight? Qinyu suddenly shouted. The black-faced man in the crowd shuddered. He recalled that he had challenged Qinyu to a battle just now. However, Gung Handong had suddenly interfered. But now, how could he dare to fight Qinyu? Gung Handong had defeated the 99th on the Sky Martial ranking. How could he be a match for Qinyu? Chen, it's a misunderstanding. I was just joking. The black-faced man squeezed out an embarrassed smile. Qinyu's power had completely shocked him. If he went down there and fought with Qinyu again, he would lose. Moreover, he would help Qinyu's reputation and lose the face of the senior disciples. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing as giving Upanishad crystals for free. Although the senior disciples looked down on the black-faced man's weak smile, no one said anything. Based on the strength Qinyu had shown, who dared to say they could defeat Qinyu? Senior brother Zhang, and senior brother with thick eyebrows, don't forget 10 profound crystals. Qinyu smiled at Zhang Chen and the thick-eyebrowed man. The two of them looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Zhang Chen sighed. I'll give you 10 profound crystals. Zhang Chen was a little regretful. He shouldn't have been incited to cause trouble for Qinyu. This time, he had suffered a double loss. Profound crystals were expensive, and he couldn't gather 10 for the time being. Moreover, Zhang Chen didn't dare to renege. As long as it was a battle on the Sky Martial Arena, it would be recorded. Private battles were no exception. If Zhang Chen dared to renege, he would definitely face punishment from the law enforcement hall. The crowd gradually dispersed. Lin Tianfeng and Lin Daowei didn't dare to say a word and sneaked away. How could this be? After escaping from the scene, Lin Tianfeng still found it hard to believe that everything he had planned would end up like this. Martial Nephew Chen, wait a moment. This is your first time entering the Heaven Martial ranking, so the sect will give you an additional reward. Just as Qinyu was about to leave, the deacon in charge of the Martial Heaven Arena called out to him. Extra reward? Qinyu had never heard of this. That's right. Entering the Heaven Martial ranking has additional rewards. Otherwise, this ranking wouldn't be able to attract all the Heaven Martial ranking's disciples, and it wouldn't have any authority. Entering the Heaven Martial ranking would result in an additional reward of 10 profound crystals and 200,000 high-grade essence crystals. On top of that, Qinyu was ranked 99th. He would receive a 10% discount when exchanging for spiritual pills, precious materials, battle techniques, and cultivation techniques. My surname is Li, follow me. Deacon Li took the initiative to bring Qinyu to receive the additional reward. Today, Qinyu's 3 battles had also shocked him. Entering the Heaven Martial ranking within a year of entering the sect was something that had never happened in the past 1,000 years. Furthermore, Qinyu was a disciple of the sect leader. His future was limitless, and Deacon Li had the intention to befriend Qinyu. Under Deacon Li's lead, Qinyu came to a majestic hall. Deacon Li? Why are you here? Did someone enter the Heaven Martial ranking? An old man with a goatee walked over and greeted him with a smile. That's right. Martial Nephew Chen just defeated Gung Handong, who was ranked 99th on the Heaven Martial ranking. Deacon Li said. Oh? This martial nephew looks a little unfamiliar. The old man with a goatee nodded and looked at Qinyu. The 99th on the Heaven Martial ranking wasn't worthy of his attention. He just entered the sect for a year. It's normal for you to feel unfamiliar. Deacon Li said with a smile. The goateed old man's eyes immediately bulged, and they flickered as he carefully stared at Qinyu. So young and already so strong. This martial nephew must be number 1 in this year's assessment. The old man with a goatee looked at Qinyu with a completely different attitude. Entering the Heaven Martial ranking within a year was unheard of in the history of the celestial sect. He naturally knew what this meant. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the old man with a goatee registered Qinyu's information and gave out the rewards. Under normal circumstances, the old man with a goatee would give out the profoundness crystals freely. Usually, he would give out the profoundness crystals with the most types. But this time, the old man let Qinyu choose for himself. Qinyu did not stand on ceremony and chose 10 metal attribute profoundness crystals. He had experienced the power of the white tiger heaven-splitting claw. The deeper his understanding of the metal attribute profoundness, the stronger the white tiger heaven-splitting claw would be. Next, Qinyu went to the celestial sect's Sky Treasure Hall. Here, he could exchange for all kinds of cultivation resources, elixirs, and profoundness crystals. Cultivating the white tiger heaven-splitting claw consumes a lot of resources. I have to bleed a lot this time, Qinyu walked into the Sky Treasure Hall. In a year, he cultivated the white tiger heaven-splitting claw to the Shaoqing realm, completely relying on his body refining talent. Of course, the small amount of resources in the storage space was also used up. If he wanted to continue, relying on his body refining talent would not be enough. Moreover, the white tiger Saint Claw that he eventually cultivated would also have flaws. The white tiger heaven-splitting claws cultivation method listed many precious materials and some formulas for refining the white tiger Saint Claw, increasing its power and realm. There were also some precious materials and treasures that were necessary. For example, the blood essence of a metal attribute sacred beast, heaven crystal gold, etc. The cultivation method stated that in the process of cultivating the white tiger heaven-splitting claw, if these two items were missing, it would be difficult to perfect this level. The blood essence of a metal attribute sacred beast was not particularly difficult to obtain, but if one wanted a high-grade one, he would have to spend some effort. As for the heaven crystal gold, it was an extremely rare mineral material. If a small piece of heaven crystal gold was added to the offensive high-grade profound weapons or even supreme-grade profound weapons, the profound weapon's power would be greatly increased. Qinyu browsed for a while and selected a formula called metal spiritual liquid. The value of the precious materials needed was not particularly expensive, and the effects were considered good. Thus, he gathered the required medicinal ingredients for the metal spiritual liquid in the Sky Treasure Hall. Now that he was in the celestial sect, he could exchange for anything at a 10% discount. In the long run, he could save a large number of primordial stones. According to Deacon Lee, the higher the ranking, the better the treatment, and the lowest discount for exchanging items was up to 50%. Outstanding disciples enjoyed more resources to cultivate. This was the logic. These materials are enough to concoct 2 portions of metal spiritual liquid. Qinyu busied himself for a while before stopping. The precious materials for 2 portions of metal spiritual liquid cost Qinyu a total of 250,000 high-grade primordial stones. After returning to his residence, Qinyu began to concoct the metal spiritual liquid. After a while, the metal spiritual liquid was successfully concocted. Gurgle, he shook it slightly, and the golden liquid in the bottle tumbled up, shining brightly. Qinyu's hands were covered with the metal spiritual liquid, and he activated his cultivation technique. The golden white light patterns on his hands shone brightly, and he slowly absorbed the medicinal effects of the metal spiritual liquid. This process was also accompanied by unbearable pain for ordinary people. Qinyu felt as if his hands were being pierced by countless golden needles. He gritted his teeth and endured, absorbing the medicinal liquid. For hours later, the medicinal effects were completely absorbed. Qinyu glanced at his hands. His skin was smooth, glowing with a faint golden luster, and the platinum patterns on his hands were more obvious. Activating his primordial force, he activated the white tiger sacred claw. Buzz, the platinum patterns fluctuated, forming a pair of huge translucent claws, emitting the ancient aura of a primordial sacred beast. He discovered that the power of the white tiger sacred claw had increased slightly. After using it for a few days, he finished the first portion of metal spiritual liquid. Not only did the white tiger sacred claw's power increase, but Qinyu discovered that the defense of his hands was far stronger than the other parts of his body. The first portion of metal spiritual liquid had just been absorbed. Qinyu temporarily stopped refining the white tiger sacred claw, and turned to comprehend the profound of metal. Currently, his profound of metal had only reached the 2nd level. One must know that Qinyu had only comprehended the profound of metal for a total of a year. With his current cultivation level, it was already very shocking to raise the profound of metal to the 2nd level in a year. Just 2 days after Qinyu comprehended the profound of metal, a fluctuation came from the boundary of the cave abode, and someone came to visit. Pop, a light flashed in front of Qinyu, and an image appeared. It was the scene in front of the cave abode. A total of 3 people came, and Qinyu knew all of them. They were Ling Ting, Ling Yun, and Ling Jiao of the White Tiger Sacred Clan. White Tiger Sacred Clan, Qinyu ended his seclusion, and met with the 3 people of the White Tiger Sacred Clan in a hall. "What business do the 3 of you have with me?" Qinyu smiled and went straight to the point. Back in the disordered ocean plains, the White Tiger Sacred Clan's mystic underworld emperor lord came to trade for the divine body of 4 symbols, but lost the bet and left. Over the next 4 years, the White Tiger Sacred Clan did not come to find him. Qinyu thought that the White Tiger Sacred Clan could not accept the conditions, and gave up on the divine body of 4 symbols. Ling Ting looked at Qinyu with a complicated gaze. Now that she was facing Qinyu, she did not have the slightest bit of arrogance, but instead felt a strong pressure. Qinyu, my clan sent me to tell you that they have agreed to the conditions you mentioned. Ling Ting took a deep breath and said solemnly. The White Tiger Sacred Clan did not give up on the divine body of 4 symbols, and had sent people to keep an eye on Qinyu. They believed that Qinyu would definitely encounter trouble, and at that time, the White Tiger Sacred Clan could take advantage of him. But after 4 years, Qinyu not only entered the celestial sect, but also became the sect master's disciple. It was like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. And just a few days ago, Qinyu even made it to the Sky Marshal list, shocking the celestial sect. After the upper echelons of the White Tiger Sacred Clan learned of this, they finally gave up on the plan and accepted Qinyu's original conditions. Qinyu was the celestial sect master's disciple, and as long as he did not die, he would definitely become the mystic underworld emperor lord in the future. That's good, but I want to change the terms of the deal. Qinyu's eyes lit up. Qinyu, don't go too far. Ling Jiao saw that Qinyu still wanted to raise conditions, and she snorted coldly, expressing her dissatisfaction. That was 500 profoundness crystals, even the mystic underworld emperor lord would be envious. And other than the 500 profoundness crystals, the White Tiger Sacred Clan also promised Qinyu a favor. But Qinyu was not satisfied, and he still wanted to raise conditions. I'm going too far? If that's the case, then let's forget about this deal. Qinyu smiled awkwardly, looking like he wanted to send them off. Ling Ting and the other 2 immediately became anxious. The upper echelons of the White Tiger Sacred Clan had already decided to trade the divine body of 4 symbols to befriend Qinyu. If they messed up this matter, they would definitely not have a good ending. Qinyu, wait, Ling Ting sighed helplessly. 500 profound crystals. I hope there are more metal-type profound crystals inside. Qinyu changed the terms of the transaction. The White Tiger Sacred Race mostly cultivated metal and light profound, so they should have a lot of metal-type profound crystals. For example, some water-type and wood-type profound crystals were the least valuable in the White Tiger Sacred Race. If Qinyu didn't make any requests, the profound crystals sent by the White Tiger Sacred Race would all be of this type. This request isn't too much. Ling Ting nodded. The White Tiger Saint Clan did have more profound crystals of this kind. It wasn't difficult at all, and it wasn't excessive. One more thing. Qinyu continued. More? Ling Ting and the other 2 widened their eyes in dissatisfaction. Qinyu was too arrogant. He kept raising conditions just because the White Tiger Sacred Race needed the divine body of 4 symbols. Although the first change wasn't too much, it was too harsh. The White Tiger Sacred Race had a lot of metal-type profound crystals, but they also consumed a lot. To them, it was more valuable. I want some blood essence of the White Tiger Sacred Race, preferably from a high-rank monarch. Qinyu smiled. Cultivating the White Tiger Sky-Splitting Claw required metal-type bloodline power, preferably from a metal-type sacred beast. In this regard, the White Tiger Sacred Race was the best choice. If Qinyu didn't take advantage of the other party, there wouldn't be another chance in the future. Ling Ting and the other 2 stared at Qinyu, expressing their dissatisfaction. The White Tiger Sacred Race valued their bloodline very much. Even if their clansmen died outside, they would try their best to recover their corpses. Blood essence had a great impact on the bloodline. After losing blood essence, one would need a long time to recover. If too much blood essence was lost, the bloodline power would weaken. I will tell my clan's upper echelons what you said. Ling Ting and the other 2 couldn't make the decision. I'll wait for your good news. Qinyu sent the guests off. The visit of the White Tiger Saint Clan was good news for him. Although Qinyu could also trade with other Saint clans, it would inevitably take some effort. Once I get the 500 profundity crystals and the metal-type Holy Beast's blood essence, my White Tiger Sky-Splitting Claw will improve rapidly in a short period of time. Qinyu thought to himself. Although he had made 2 more requests, they were not excessive, and he believed that they were within the acceptable range of the White Tiger Saint Clan. After sending off Ling Ting and the other 2, Qinyu left the cave abode and strolled around. Recently, the only change in the Heaven Marshal list was that Qinyu had ascended to the 99th rank. There were many disciples gathered below the Heaven Marshal ranking. When Qinyu arrived, he attracted a lot of attention. He's the Qinyu who just entered the rankings? I heard that he's only been a disciple for a year. The sounds of discussion rose. Gung Handong was too careless. He gambled with a new disciple and was injured in 3 moves, handing over his ranking. He reaped what he sowed. A man crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes filled with arrogance as he spoke. Qinyu narrowed his eyes as he stared at the man. The man's words seemed to be belittling Gung Handong, but in reality, he was belittling Qinyu as well. Now that Qinyu had ascended to the heaven martial ranking, ordinary disciples wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to him. Since the man dared to say such words in front of Qinyu, his status shouldn't be ordinary. There was a high possibility that he was a ranker on the heaven martial ranking. Heaven martial ranking, 72nd, Lin Feng. From the whispers in the surroundings, Qinyu learned of this person's information. The man was indeed a ranker on the heaven martial ranking, and was ranked 72nd. Senior brother Qin, what a coincidence. Qinyu glanced to the other side and saw that Qin Wendian was here as well. He didn't have any enmity towards Qin Wendian, and the two of them were both disciples of the sect leader. Qinyu, don't be too complacent. I only ascended to the heaven martial ranking through trickery. Not long from now, I will also be able to ascend to the heaven martial ranking. When Qin Wendian saw Qinyu, his calm countenance turned heavy. He had always felt that he was stronger than Qinyu, but Qinyu ascended to the heaven martial ranking before him, causing him to suffer a huge blow. Haha, the new disciples nowadays are all more arrogant than the previous. The arrogant man, Lin Feng, laughed uproariously when he heard Qin Wendian's words. I'm only speaking the truth. Qin Wendian's countenance was cold as he faced Lin Feng. He was never willing to be inferior to others, and wanted to be number one in everything. Right now, the number one ranker of the heaven martial ranking was still far away from him. But ascending to the heaven martial ranking and surpassing Qinyu was something he had to accomplish in a short period of time. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as a cold light flickered. Qin Wendian was from the Qin clan and was also a disciple of the sect leader of the Tianwu sect. Lin Feng wasn't willing to offend him. Even if you are hailed as a heaven's chosen, you still need at least 4 years to ascend to the heaven martial ranking. Lin Feng icily spoke. As for you, you merely won against Gung Handong because of luck. If it was an open and above-board battle, you would lose for sure. There's a rule in the heaven martial ranking. After the ranking is changed, no one can challenge you for half a year. You better treasure the time you have on the heaven martial ranking. After half a year, even if Gung Handong couldn't defeat you, there would be other disciples who could. After that, he spoke to Qinyu, his words even more incisive. Qinyu didn't argue. If he fought against Gung Handong head-on, he indeed wouldn't have much of a chance of victory. But after half a year, things might not be so certain. Qin Wendian, facing Lin Feng's questioning, coldly replied, within a year, I will ascend to the heaven martial ranking. Qin Wendian's fighting spirit was completely ignited. At this moment, Qin Wendian and Qinyu received a message from their master at the same time. The two of them immediately left. The new disciples nowadays are all arrogant to the extreme. Lin Feng coldly snorted. Gung Handong's ranking was replaced by Qinyu. As a senior disciple, he also felt somewhat embarrassed. Hence, he directly mocked Qinyu. After which, when he heard Qin Wendian's boasting, he felt even more disdain. Senior brother Lin is right. In my opinion, after a year, Qinyu's ranking would be changed and Qin Wendian wouldn't be able to ascend to the heaven martial ranking. At that time, the two of them would truly lose all their face. Someone beside Lin Feng commented. At the highest point of the Martial God Mountain, Qinyu and Qin Wendian arrived at the residence of the celestial sect leader. Upon seeing the transcendent-looking Sikong Wanli, Qinyu respectfully bowed. Disciple pays his respects to master. Dispense with the formalities. The celestial sect leader calmly replied. At the instant Qinyu inclined his head, he discovered that the gaze of the celestial sect leader was fixed on him. There seemed to be a divine light radiating from his eyes, causing Qinyu's consciousness to enter a daze as he arrived in an ancient world. Above this world, there was a pair of eyes that contained boundless heavenly might, staring down at Qinyu. In front of this pair of eyes, it was as though Qinyu had no secrets at all. All of a sudden, Qinyu's consciousness returned to the Great Hall. Everything was normal. Not bad, his yuan qi is extremely condensed. He should have cultivated a pretty good astral cultivation art. He possesses an indestructible physique and has exceptional talent in body refinement. The strength of his physique and defense are shocking. The celestial sect leader indifferently said. Qinyu's heart trembled. With just a single glance, the celestial sect leader seemed to have seen through all of his secrets. The secret of the mysterious heart should not have been exposed. He silently stated in his heart. Qin Wentian was also listening. He had cultivated the 6 revolutions astral cultivation art of his clan. He didn't expect that Qin Yu would also have a higher grade astral cultivation art. Entering the sect for just a year and ascending to the heaven martial ranking. You have not disappointed me. The celestial sect leader praised. In reality, he didn't have high hopes for Qin Yu previously. Back then, he didn't feel too good about accepting a disciple. Hence, he stated the rule of entering the top 20 of the heaven martial ranking within 10 years. Even if Qin Wentian didn't achieve that, the celestial sect leader wouldn't really chase him out of the sect. As for Qin Yu, the celestial sect leader estimated that Qin Yu would be able to enter the top 50 within 10 years. Who would have thought that in just a year, Qin Yu would be the first to ascend to the heaven martial ranking? In the eyes of outsiders, if a disciple was outstanding, it meant that his master had taught him well. The celestial sect leader would also feel proud. However, to enter the top 20 of the heaven martial ranking within 10 years, it would still be extremely difficult for the two of you. Other than secluded cultivation, you also need to experience life and death battles to raise your battle prowess and temper your will. The celestial sect leader slowly explained. On this point, both Qin Yu and Qin Wentian agreed. If one's battle prowess was strong, they would be able to unleash 100% or even 120% of their strength. If one's battle prowess was weak, even if their cultivation base was high, their strength would still be at the lowest level among those of the same cultivation base. They might even be killed by those of a lower cultivation base than them. For new disciples who have just joined the sect, you have to complete 3 ordinary missions or 1 extremely difficult mission within the first 5 years. Master has helped the two of you to choose an extremely difficult mission. The two of you will have to go out and temper yourselves for a period of time. Qin Yu and Qin Wentian finally understood. So this was the reason why their master had called them here. With regards to the arrangements made by the celestial sect leader, the two of them didn't dare to disobey. Instead, they were filled with anticipation. This is the mission information. As the sound of his voice faded, 2 balls of light shot out from the celestial sect leader's eyes and entered the space between Qin Yu and Qin Wentian's eyebrows. The mission information immediately appeared. Following which, the celestial sect leader asked the two of them about the doubts they had regarding their cultivation. Qin Yu asked a question which was answered perfectly. Alright, that's all for today. Both of you can leave. The celestial sect leader waved his hands. Qin Wentian left the great hall while Qin Yu stayed behind. Is there anything else? The celestial sect leader's back faced Qin Yu. Disciple would like to ask a question. Master, do you know about the eternal death curse? Qin Yu asked. He had always remembered the curse and poison in Yi Luofeng's body. There was only 30 years. If she couldn't be cured, she would definitely die. If she didn't enter the cycle of reincarnation, she would be consigned to eternal damnation. Why? Do you have a close friend or relative who was afflicted by the curse? The celestial sect leader turned around. The eternal death curse wasn't an ordinary curse. Who exactly did Qin Yu offend? It's my cultivation companion in the great cosmos realm. Qin Yu confessed. Back then, the Blood Moon sect's heavenly evil emperor lord told Qin Yu 3 ways to cure the eternal death curse. One of them was to have a godly state cultivator do it. The only godly state cultivator that Qin Yu had met so far was the celestial sect leader. The first time they met, he could tell that the celestial sect leader wasn't in a good mood. Hence, he didn't bring up this request. This was the second time he met his master. When Qin Yu brought up this matter, he felt a little uneasy. You want me to help you break this curse? The celestial sect leader stared at him. Qin Yu instantly felt an immense pressure. he straightened his back and stood upright like a sharp sword. He lifted his head and looked at the celestial sect leader. Disciple sincerely requests for Master to help. After the mission is over, bring her here. The celestial sect leader retracted his gaze and turned his back to Qinyu. If it wasn't for Qinyu's ascension to the heavenly martial rankings and gaining the recognition of the celestial sect leader, he wouldn't have helped him. Many thanks, Master. Qinyu had a look of gratitude on his face as he felt a weight lifted off his heart. Given the capabilities of the celestial sect leader, breaking the eternal death curse was naturally an easy task. Now, he had to prepare himself to carry out the difficult mission given to him by his master. This mission wasn't an ordinary one. The high-difficulty mission that I gave you was mainly prepared for you. The celestial martial sect leader suddenly spoke. Qinyu was slightly taken aback by this development. All this while, he had always felt that the sect leader of the celestial martial sect valued Qin Wendian more than him and accepted him as a disciple for some other reason. The Heaven Martial Proclamation has its own rules. After entering the Heaven Martial Proclamation or advancing in the rankings, one can reject anyone's challenge for half a year. I hope that after this mission, your position on the Heaven Martial list will be stable. The celestial martial sect leader was rather tactful with his words. Qinyu understood what he meant. Back then, he had defeated Gung Handong because of a wager of 3 moves. If it had been a real battle, the possibility of him losing would have been even greater. If Qinyu were to stay in the celestial sect, he would definitely be challenged by Gung Handong half a year later. Other than that, there would also be other experts who wanted to enter the celestial martial list. They would also target Qinyu. If Qinyu were to stay on the list for half a year before he was kicked off, not only would he lose face, he would also lose face for the celestial martial sect leader. Thus, the celestial sect leader assigned a difficult task to Qinyu. The duration of the mission was long, which was equivalent to giving Qinyu more time to improve his cultivation and strength. This disciple understands. Qinyu nodded and left the hall. He believed that his strength would surpass Gung Handong in half a year's time, and that he wouldn't need to hide anymore. However, there was no need for him to refute the celestial sect leader. Moreover, a high-difficulty mission could indeed help him train. Master cares too much about face. Qinyu murmured. This was understandable. After all, the other party was a unity heavenly god. If his disciples were a bunch of weak chickens that were far inferior to the disciples of the mystic underworld Emperor Lord, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Furthermore, the other party was the leader of a sect. After leaving his master's residence, Qinyu carefully browsed through the mission information. The difficulty of the mission was high, and the danger could not be underestimated. Mission: go to the Heaven's Origin Realm and kill the outsiders. Even though the mission location was a realm outside of the Origin World, the Heaven's Origin World was extraordinary. It was even higher than the Great Cosmos World. In the history of the Qianyuan realm, there had been unity heavenly gods. Apart from that, there were also many requirements for the difficult missions. First point: do not reveal your identity as an autonomous world unless absolutely necessary. If that was the case, it would be more troublesome for Qinyu and Qin Wendian if they wanted to survive. Second, he had to stay in the Heaven's Origin Realm for at least 3 years. The third point was the requirement to kill enemies. Within the Qianyuan world, there were various large races, and the human race was just one of them. Their forces were neither strong nor weak. The strongest of them all was the dragon race. The dragons here did not belong to the demon race. In the early days of the ancient era, the strength of the dragon race had reached an unimaginable level. At one time, they were the overlords of the world and became the number 1 race. However, the dragon race was cruel and murderous. Not long after, they were besieged by the other races and fell apart. Among the dragon clan, the few most powerful branches were almost wiped out. The Azure Dragon clan broke away from the dragon clan and merged with the demon clan. As for the remaining dragon clan in the Heaven Origin World, they slowly developed and became the number 1 clan in the Heaven Origin World. They intended to swallow the entire Heaven Origin World. There was no doubt that the dragon clan was powerful. Their bloodline was noble and their physique was strong. Some powerful branches of the dragon clan could directly kill humans of the same level with their physical strength. Qin Yu's high-difficulty mission this time, the requirement to kill enemies was mainly aimed at the Dragon Clan. After browsing through all the missions, Qin Yu returned to his residence. He did not act immediately. Once he went to the Heaven Origin world, he had to stay at least 3 years. The cultivation environment in the Heaven Origin world was definitely inferior to the Celestial sect. Before that, he needed to make some preparations. 3 days later, the White Tiger Saint clan came to visit. Finally, Qin Yu smiled. It was best to complete the deal with the White Tiger Saint clan before he went to the Heaven Origin world. He was a little worried that his conditions were too excessive and the White Tiger Saint clan would not be able to come to an agreement in a short period of time. A sturdy black-haired old man led Ling Ting and the other two into the main hall. Little friend Chen is indeed a heavenly genius. You entered the Heaven Marshal ranking in just a year. The black-haired old man Emperor Baijun laughed. The first time they talked about the deal was in the disordered ocean plains and the leader was also this Emperor Baijun. Similarly, Emperor Baijun had never imagined that Qin Yu would be able to reach this step. If he had known earlier, he would have agreed to Qin Yu's request. I was just lucky. Qin Yu smiled. This old man will not say any more nonsense. Your request, the White Tiger Saint clan. Agrees. Emperor Baijun's tough voice sounded. Happy trade. Qin Yu's smile became wider. In the first negotiation, Emperor Baijun lost the bet and did not trade the divine body of 4 symbols, which seemed a little shameless. But once he agreed, the other party was very forthright. Next, Qin Yu made a copy of the divine body of 4 symbols and handed it to the White Tiger Saint clan. The other party also took out the items that Qin Yu proposed. Qin Yu was not worried that the White Tiger Saint clan would cheat him. After all, this was the Celestial sect and he was the disciple of the Celestial sect master. The White Tiger Saint clan was also not afraid that Qin Yu would cheat him. If he did, he would face the wrath of the entire White Tiger Saint clan. Even the Celestial sect master would not fall out with the White Tiger Saint clan for Qin Yu. 500 profoundness crystals. Qin Yu was overjoyed. Profoundness crystals were expensive. For example, Gung Handong, Zhang Chen and the others could not even take out 10 or 20 profoundness crystals after losing the bet. 500 profoundness crystals. There are as many as 100 metal-attributed profoundness crystals. Qin Yu was very satisfied with this result. If he did not make this request, there would only be 30 to 40 metal-attributed profoundness crystals at most. After all, metal-attributed profoundness crystals were the most valuable in the White Tiger Saint clan. The blood essence of the White Tiger Saint clan. Qin Yu picked up a jade bottle. When he opened the bottle, a golden radiance was emitted. An ancient and powerful bloodline pressure shocked the surroundings. Qin Yu's body tensed up. He felt a great pressure. Not far away, Ling Ting and the other two felt their bloodlines freeze. Their faces were filled with respect. Although there is only 1 drop of blood essence, its quality is extremely high. Could it be the blood essence of an emperor-level sacred beast? Qin Yu was shocked and guessed. On the other side, Emperor Lord Baijun was checking the divine body of 4 symbols. The White Tiger Saint clan had paid a great price for this body tempering technique. Ordinary body tempering techniques were not worth this price. However, the divine body of 4 symbols was created by the Skywalker Fae god in ancient times. Moreover, Qin Yu, a human who cultivated the divine body of 4 symbols, had entered the Heaven Marshal ranking in a year. This was simply a living advertisement. Such a profound technique, it is extremely difficult to cultivate, and it consumes a lot of resources. Emperor Lord Baijun skimmed through it and frowned. He felt like he was at a disadvantage. This body tempering technique was too complicated, and it consumed a lot of resources. Normal kings couldn't afford it. However, if he could successfully cultivate it, he would rarely have a match in the same cultivation. After the transaction was completed, the two sides exchanged some pleasantries, and the White Tiger Saint clan left. Try to be on good terms with this person in the future. Emperor Lord Baijun told Ling Ting and the other two. After the transaction with the White Tiger Saint clan was completed, Qin Yu started to prepare to head to the Heaven's Origin world. First, he went to the caves of Zhang Chen, the black-faced man, Gung Handong, and the others to ask for the debt. There are only 6 profound crystals. Xianxia had a sorrowful expression. It was embarrassing to be asked to pay for the debt. Qinyu took 6 and told Xianxia to make up for the rest when he returned. Next, he went to the caves of the black-faced man and Gung Handong to ask for the profound crystals. After asking for the debt, Qinyu went to the Sky Treasure Palace again. He was going to stay in the Heaven's Origin world for 3 years, and if he didn't prepare enough cultivation resources, his cultivation would fall behind. First, Qinyu exchanged for a set of 6 forms Origin Gathering Array. This Origin Gathering Array alone cost Qinyu 280,000 high-grade Origin stones. But the Origin Gathering Array was too necessary. Next, Qinyu exchanged for a tool to explore the outer world. In addition, he exchanged for some high-grade celestial origin pills, 3 portions of golden spiritual liquid, and many cultivation resources. When he walked out of the Sky Treasure Palace, the origin stones in Qinyu's interspatial bag were already empty. The path of cultivation consumed a lot of resources, not to mention that Qinyu cultivated the 9 transformation vast star technique and the 4 symbols divine body. They were both top-tier cultivation techniques, and the consumption of resources was shocking. However, Qinyu had a lot of profound crystals, and if he really needed origin stones, he could exchange them directly. A month later, Qinyu came to the teleportation center. Originally, Qinyu wanted to go with him, but he was long gone. Every 50 years, the disciples of the Celestial Sect can use a world-breaking teleportation array or a world-crossing teleportation array for free. The deacon in charge of this place explained to Qinyu. Doesn't this mean that the next time I want to return to the great cosmos world, I have to pay 200,000 high-grade origin stones? Ordinary people really can't afford it. Qinyu exclaimed in his heart. This price was too expensive. Buzz, the ancient teleportation array shone brightly, engulfing Qinyu's figure. When the teleportation ended, Qinyu left the origin world and came to the outer world. It was pitch black here, and from time to time, there would be spatial turbulence blowing. Qinyu took out a silver ship and sat on it, heading to the Heaven's Origin world. On this day, Lin Yuxuan walked out of her cave. Senior Sister Lin. Many disciples greeted Lin Yuxuan when they saw her, but their expressions were filled with pity. Lin Yuxuan knew that these people thought that she was together with Qinyu. I will never let him succeed. Lin Yuxuan thought in her heart. Marrying Qinyu was impossible. But now, she felt that even if she clarified that she had nothing to do with Qinyu, not many people would believe her. Moreover, Qinyu was despicable and shameless, like a toad lusting after swan meat. He would definitely pester her endlessly. Lin Yuxuan had already thought of a plan. For the next few years, she must not have any connection with Qinyu, not even meeting him. Since they were in the same sect, it was impossible not to see each other. What if Qinyu blocked her way? Hence, Lin Yuxuan decided to find a mission and leave for a period of time. She came to the sect affairs hall. Lin Yuxuan browsed through the booklet in her hands, choosing a mission that suited her requirements. This high-difficulty mission is not bad. For the next few years, I will not have any connection with him. Lin Yuxuan's gaze landed on a certain place, her lips curled into a faint smile, causing the surrounding disciples to be dazed. While traversing through the outer space, Qinyu discovered that compared to when he returned to the Kunyan realm from the great cosmos world, the spatial turbulence around him was much more frequent and numerous. However, none of the space turbulence came close to Qinyu. The higher the cultivation level, the easier it is to cause space turbulence and even space storms. Qinyu shook his head. Once a space storm was created, Qinyu wouldn't be able to escape. If the space storm was close to the realm, it could even destroy the entire realm. 4 months later, Qinyu arrived at the Heaven's Origin realm and broke the realm barrier. Boom, the space exploration ship was like a falling meteorite, quickly rushing into the Heaven's Origin realm. Boom, the wind and clouds surged. The colors of the clouds were strange and colorful, and they emitted a terrifying aura. Roar, dragon roars were heard, and a few huge dragon heads poked out from the dark clouds. They were of different colors and shapes. Some had no horns, and some had dragon wings. At a certain moment, countless giant dragons in the sky flew down. In front of them, there was a huge transparent barrier that rushed into the sky, extending endlessly and covering an unknown area. Outside the barrier, there were many warriors covered in dragon scales. When these dragon scale warriors saw the dragon shadows flying down from the clouds, they all knelt down with reverence. We're finally here. A dark blue dragon with a pair of wings on its back transformed into a humanoid form. Blue water light surged around its body. His body was covered in dark blue scales, and his arms and legs were extremely thick. A pair of dark golden eyes flickered with a terrifying light. Your Highness can't wait to show off your skills, right? A winged dragon next to him also turned into a human form. It was a woman, and she said with a smile. Haha, show off his skills? With me here, he doesn't have that qualification. On the other side, a man transformed from a black dragon laughed wildly. Hey Lausan, you're good at fighting, but your archery skills are too poor. You're not suitable for hunting. Many young descendants of the dragon clan immediately began to argue. The dragon clan was a very large race with many branches, including the red dragon, black dragon, hornless dragon, and winged dragon. The many races did not get along well with each other, and there would even be occasional civil strife. Dear disciples of the dragon clan, stop arguing. The hunt is about to begin. Please prove everything with the results of the battle. A burly man in armor said calmly. The dozens of princes, crown princes, and princesses gradually quieted down. Although they were all members of the royal family, they were of noble status. However, the ones maintaining the order of the hunt this time were the dragon generals of the various dragon clans. Only by killing a certain number of non-humankind beings and accumulating great military merits could one be conferred the title of dragon general. They were powerful, and their status was no lower than that of princes and princesses. The quarrel gradually died down. Haha, humans love hunting. Let's let them have a taste of being hunted by the dragon race. The blue-scaled man's lips curled into a cold smile. Although this prince's archery skills are average, I can snatch their spoils of war. The black dragon third prince's face was cold and cruel. Before the hunt, state the rules of the hunt. First, you can only use arrows to kill humans. If you use other weapons or methods, you will be disqualified and your results will be invalid. Second, the princes and crown princes are not allowed to attack each other. Otherwise, you will also be disqualified and your results will be invalid. Third, the photographic jade that you are wearing will record all your actions in the hunting ground. All participants are not allowed to abandon the photographic jade, nor are they allowed to use any means to interfere or deceive. A dragon general finished reading the rules. What, we can't attack each other? The black dragon third prince's eyes widened in anger. The photographic jade they were wearing would record everything around them. They couldn't cheat even if they wanted to. All members of the dragon clan understand that the results of this hunt will affect the rights and resource distribution of the dragon clans. Please abide by the rules and don't take it lightly. The hunt begins. As the order was given, a huge circular hole opened up in the barrier. Swoosh! 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 The princes and crown princes of the various dragon clans rushed into the hunting ground and spread out. Their cultivation levels varied. Some were at the star condensation realm, while others were at the void sea realm. Although the main characters of this hunt were at the star condensation realm, the void sea realm members of the royal family also had their battles. I wonder which dragon clan will emerge victorious in this hunt. There are a total of 12 dragon clans and 46 descendants of the royal family participating in the hunt. Among them, the crown prince of the yellow dragon clan has the highest cultivation level, reaching the peak of the mid-stage star condensation realm. He has a higher chance of winning. The warriors guarding this place and the dragon generals were also looking forward to the results of this hunt. But suddenly, boom, the entire spirit formation barrier started to tremble slightly. What's going on? Why is the barrier shaking so violently? Some member of the royal family must have ignored the rules and engaged in a private fight that affected the barrier. The expressions of the dragon generals changed slightly. There were many branch clans of the dragon clan, and they weren't on good terms with each other. This hunt was also to promote friendship between the major clans. Unexpectedly, there were members of the royal family fighting as soon as it started. Don't worry about it for now. After the hunt is over, the results of these participants will be invalid. If they kill other members of the royal family, they will face severe punishment. Xianxia put away the spatial exploration ship in case someone recognized him as an outsider. The first point of this difficult mission was not to expose his identity. Just now, I seem to have broken through some array formation? Xianxia fell into deep thought. The spatial exploration ship was extremely fast, and it didn't stop in time when it rushed into the Heaven Origin Realm. This is the Heaven Origin Realm. The concentration of the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi is indeed higher than that of the Great Cosmos Realm. Xianxia observed the surroundings. First, he had to determine where he was. There were many races in the Heaven Origin Realm, and the human race was only one of them. It would be troublesome if they accidentally entered another race's force. There's someone. Xianxia was lucky. After flying for a while, his spiritual sense detected two figures. It was a man and a woman hiding in a crack in the valley. In the valley, a man in green clothes with a straight nose and a square mouth said in a low voice, "Junior Sister Meow, don't worry. We will definitely return to the human race safely." Junior Sister Meow, who was at the side, had delicate eyebrows and white teeth. Her clear eyes revealed a faint sorrow, which made one feel pity for her. "Senior Brother Lu, can we really avoid those members of the royal family? Half of them are at the star condensation realm." Junior Sister Meow had a sad look on her face. She and Senior Brother Lu were both at the peak of the Void Sea realm. Even if those members of the dragon race were restricted and couldn't use many methods, their chances of survival were still slim. "Hurry up and practice the special concealment secret technique I taught you. You will definitely be able to avoid their hunt. Then, we will be able to return to the human race." Senior Brother Lu sat cross-legged on the ground, circulating the true essence in his body, and his aura gradually disappeared. They were all captives of the dragon race. This time, they were put into the hunting ground and became the prey of the royal family. But the upper echelons of the dragon race had promised that as long as they could survive until the end of the hunt, they would let them go. Junior Sister Meow looked at Senior Brother Lu. If she didn't observe carefully, she would even forget that there was someone next to her. Seeing that this special concealment secret technique was effective, Junior Sister Meow also became a little more confident and began to practice it seriously. This special concealment secret technique wasn't difficult to practice. She could quickly use it, but the effect was far less than Senior Brother Lu's. She needed more practice. "Junior Sister, don't worry. In the royal family, except for a few top monarchs, the other members of the royal family won't be able to find us if they don't search carefully." Senior Brother Lu transmitted his voice. But at this moment, the two of them were in the sky. Unknowingly, a figure appeared. He was dressed in simple clothes. He was young and had an extraordinary aura. "Excuse me," Xianxia spoke, preparing to ask where this place was. "Damn, are you stupid? Come down quickly." Senior Brother Lu hurriedly shouted, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Right now, the members of the royal family of the dragon race were hunting captives like them. All the captives were hiding everywhere, hoping to escape. However, Senior Brother Lu and Junior Sister Meow actually discovered a young man flying in the sky in a daze. Could it be that he had suffered inhumane torture during his captivity and had gone insane? Flying in the sky, he was simply a live target. More importantly, Xianxia appeared above the two of them. Once the dragon race was attracted, the three of them would be doomed. Xianxia was a little confused, but he still flew down. "Hello, I'm Xianxia, may I ask?" Xianxia introduced himself. "Don't be noisy. Are you stupid? Who cares what your name is?" Senior Brother Lu immediately rebuked coldly. His heart was beating wildly because of Xianxia. Everyone was a captive, and they might die at that moment. Who cared what the other party's name was? Moreover, Xianxia was really bold, speaking so casually. Wasn't he afraid of attracting the dragon race? Xianxia furrowed his brows. He had only wanted to ask where he was, but he had been interrupted twice. Moreover, these two people's cultivation levels were only peak late-stage Void Sea realm. A mere Void Sea realm dared to speak to him like this. They really had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. "Haha, found you." Laughter suddenly came from afar. "Not good." Senior Brother Lu's expression changed immediately. Junior Sister Meow's face instantly turned pale. Swoosh, a figure suddenly appeared above. His jade-white skin was covered in scales. He had 2 horns on his head, and his white hair danced wildly. The other party held a white bow in his hand. He looked heroic and his aura shocked all directions. White Dragon Race, 6th Prince. After Senior Brother Lu saw who it was, his eyes revealed despair. The White Dragon Race was the strongest race among the Dragon Race. This 6th Prince of the White Dragon's descendants had a half-step star condensation realm cultivation level. Their traces had been discovered. How could they escape the pursuit of a half-step star condensation realm? Be *starred, you must have submitted to the Dragon Race. You're a traitor. Senior Brother Lu looked at Qinyu with grief and indignation. If not for Qinyu, they would not have been discovered by the 6th Prince of the White Dragon Race's descendants. 3 Prey. What a bountiful harvest. In the sky, the 6th Prince pulled the bowstring, and a white and resplendent arrow of light whistled toward Junior Sister Meow. When Senior Brother Lu saw that the 6th Prince had only shot 1 arrow, and the target was Junior Sister Meow, he thought to himself, I still have a chance. Swoosh, he burnt his quintessential essence and flew out. Senior Brother Lu, Junior Sister Meow saw Senior Brother Lu escape and did not blame him. Facing the White Dragon Race's 6th Prince, anyone who could escape was won. Junior Sister Meow closed her eyes and welcomed death. Boom, however, she did not feel any pain. Instead, she heard a loud explosion. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Qinyu stretch out his hand and crush the white arrow shot by the 6th Prince. This scene was extremely close to Junior Sister Meow, and it shocked her eyes. Senior Brother Lu, who had just escaped, almost staggered when he saw this scene. After crushing the arrow, Qinyu's expression was calm as he muttered to himself, seems like this is the Dragon Race's territory. It seems that this is the Dragon Race's territory. Qinyu did not expect to arrive at the Dragon Race's territory as soon as he arrived at the Heaven Essence realm. His luck was really bad. When the other 3 heard this, they were stunned for a moment. Is this person an idiot? The 6th Prince of the White Dragon Race stared at Qinyu. The humans in the hunting ground were all captives of the Dragon Race, but Qinyu actually said such stupid words. Junior Sister Meow and Senior Brother Lu had seen Qinyu's stupid behavior before. At this moment, they were even more certain that there was something wrong with Qinyu's brain. Perhaps the other party had suffered great pain, causing him to lose his memory and forget what had happened recently. He even forgot that he was a captive. How dare you destroy this prince's arrow? The 6th Prince of the White Dragon Race shouted angrily. Most of the captives were empty sea realm, and a few were star condensation realm. The person in front of him was a star condensation realm captive? Get lost. If this prince can't deal with you, other star condensation realm princes and princesses can easily kill you. He predicted that Qinyu was a star condensation realm. Although his cultivation was not as good as this captive, he was a descendant of the White Dragon Race, a member of the royal family, and had a powerful bloodline. He had the strength to fight against a star condensation realm. Moreover, if Qinyu attacked him, he would definitely die. Therefore, the 6th Prince was proud and fearless when facing a captive with a higher cultivation than him. Qinyu frowned. His sharp and cold eyes pierced the 6th Prince's mind like 2 sharp swords. The other party's body trembled, his mind shook, and his hair stood on end. He felt a killing intent. You want to kill me? The 6th Prince was frightened by a captive, and his face was filled with anger. He took out a token and said, do you know that once I crush this token, a dragon general will come, and you will definitely die? The 6th Prince did not intend to attack Qinyu. He hoped that the other party would quickly get lost and not disturb him hunting the other 2 prey. Save me. Junior Sister Meow, who was next to Qinyu, cried for help. She did not want to die. The only person she could rely on right now was this star condensation realm captive who had suddenly appeared, even if he was a little stupid. Senior Brother Lu also slowed down and fled alone. He had less than a 50% chance of escaping the White Dragon Clan's 6th Prince's pursuit. However, if Qinyu protected them, the 6th Prince would not be able to do anything to them. We're all humans. Since we've met, I'll save your lives. Qinyu said calmly. As a human, how could he tolerate the sixth prince of the White Dragon clan in front of him treating humans as prey? Furthermore, the rules of this mission stated that Xianxia had to kill a certain number of dragons. You will be the first dragon to die by my hands. Xianxia's voice was cold. When junior sister Miao and senior brother Lu heard that Xianxia saved them, they were very happy in their hearts, but Xianxia's words scared them. Sir, you can't kill him. If you kill him, you're dead for sure. Junior sister Miao immediately tried to persuade him. It seemed that Xianxia was really stupid. He did not even know this rule and wanted to kill dragons. B****, a mere captive dares to insult the White Dragon royal family. The sixth prince was furious. Swish swish swish, he quickly pulled the bowstring, and suddenly, 9 white arrow lights formed a line and flew towards Xianxia. The 9 connected arrow lights made a shocking shrill, and its power was unstoppable. What a powerful arrow! As expected of the dragon clan, their physique is strong. These 9 arrows are enough to take my life. Even an ordinary half-step star condensation realm cultivator would find it hard to resist. Senior brother Lu exclaimed. If Xianxia was no match for him, he would immediately retreat. In his field of vision, the young man had always been calm. When he saw the 9 arrow lights, he even showed a look of disdain. In the next instant, Xianxia stretched out his palm. Bang! A rapid explosion sounded, and the 9 arrow lights all hit Xianxia's palm. However, Xianxia's palm did not even break the skin. Seeing this scene, the sixth prince was also shocked. Suddenly, Xianxia's finger shone with white light, and he pointed in the air. Swoosh, the power in his fingertip shot out and condensed into a sword finger, piercing the void and killing the sixth prince. Not good. The sixth prince's scalp tingled, and he felt the danger of death. He immediately wanted to crush the token in his hand. However, the finger was too fast, beyond his imagination, and instantly hit the sixth prince's head. Bang! The sixth prince's head exploded, and his body fell. Xianxia walked forward and took away the demon core. Junior sister Miao and senior brother Lu, who were behind, were dumbfounded, and their eyes were blank. Dead. The sixth prince of the White Dragon clan was killed by Xianxia with a finger. In this way, it was impossible for Xianxia to leave this place alive. They might even be implicated. How could you kill him? Do you know that as long as we hide and wait for the hunting time to pass, the Dragon clan will let us live? Since you killed the White Dragon Prince, the Dragon clan will definitely not let you off. Junior sister Miao said anxiously. In order to save them, Xianxia killed the sixth prince of the White Dragon clan. She felt a little guilty. So be it. It doesn't matter. However, Xianxia wasn't worried. What is the hunting you mentioned? Why are you guys in the Dragon clan's territory? Xianxia asked. He was still completely unclear about this basic information. Junior sister Miao looked at Xianxia with a complicated gaze. Did he really lose his memory? Did he forget everything about being a captive? It's like this, she sympathized with Xianxia's experience and explained the matter in detail. I see, the Dragon clan is hunting humans. Xianxia's expression was cold. Junior sister Miao, let's go quickly. If we follow him, the sixth prince's death might implicate us. Senior brother Lu was not grateful to Xianxia at all and wanted to stay away from Xianxia. Senior brother Lu, brother Chen saved us just now. Junior sister Miao could not help but say. Junior sister Miao could not help but say. If not for Xianxia, they might have already died at the hands of the sixth prince. Even if you can survive until the end of the hunt, the Dragon clan will not let you off. Xianxia said calmly. Junior sister Miao and senior brother Lu revealed a trace of sadness and helplessness. They had also thought of this possibility, but they did not want to die. As long as there was hope, they would struggle with all their might. If you follow me, there is a high chance that you can leave here alive. Xianxia's words made junior sister Miao and senior brother Lu extremely shocked. As a human, Xianxia couldn't just watch as the dragon race slaughtered and toyed with humans. He couldn't just stand by and watch as the dragon race killed and toyed with humans. On the other hand, he would stay here for a few years and could use these people to integrate into the human race. Of course, all of this was within the scope of his ability. Brother Chen, can you really let us go back alive? Junior sister Miao was very tempted. Qinyu did not say anything more. He got up and walked forward. Seeing that Qinyu was so confident, junior sister Miao persuaded senior brother Lu to follow Qinyu. This person's cultivation level should be at the star condensation realm. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to kill the sixth prince. If we follow him, it will indeed be much safer, and the possibility of persisting until the end of the hunt is higher. Senior brother Lu thought to himself. But the premise was that Qinyu did not do anything stupid. Suddenly, senior brother Lu sensed the fluctuation of Yuan Qi and immediately restrained his aura and hid his figure. Quickly hide. Senior brother Lu transmitted his voice to junior sister Miao and Qinyu. Junior sister Miao quickly hid, and only Qinyu stood unmoved. It's over, he's stupid again. Senior brother Lu thought to himself. And a shocking scene happened. Qinyu suddenly stretched out his finger and pointed in the air. Swish, a silver-white finger light, with a speed that the naked eye could not catch, traversed a distance of more than 2,000 feet and hit the flying dragon clan royal in the distance. Who? How dare you steal? The other party shouted, but he only said a few words before his voice stopped abruptly. Another person was killed with a finger, and the distance between the two parties was so far. Swish, a demon core flew over and landed in Qinyu's hand. Let's go. Qinyu said calmly, as if killing the dragon clan royal was a trivial matter. Can you keep a low profile and not make such a big commotion? Senior brother Lu could not help but say. Qinyu ignored him and continued forward. Suddenly, a huge yellow dragon's shadow flew out from the ground in front of him and turned into a man holding a black bow. Hee, 3 prey. The other party pulled the bowstring and shot. But almost at the same time, Qinyu pointed out with a finger. The speed of the finger light was several times faster than the speed of the bow and arrow. Bang, the other party's head exploded, and his body fell to the ground. Qinyu took the demon core and continued forward. Junior sister Miao and senior brother Lu, who were behind, were completely dumbfounded. They knew that Qinyu wouldn't listen to them no matter what they said. You're a lunatic, a fool. Senior brother Lu screamed and immediately ran away. He didn't dare to be with Qinyu anymore. Qinyu was a fool who only knew how to kill people. He had killed so many dragon clan royals, so he would definitely die. If he followed Qinyu, even if these things had nothing to do with him, he would still die. However, junior martial sister Miao was shocked by Qinyu's carefree and unhurried manner of killing. She believed that Qinyu might really have the ability to kill his way out of this hunting ground and return to the human race. The hunting ground wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. There were more than 40 dragon clan royals searching for prey, and the possibility of meeting Qinyu was higher. Moreover, every time Qinyu killed, there would be a certain amount of noise. In the following journey, they encountered 3 dragon clan royals, including the 4th princess of the hornless dragon race and the 7th princes of the winged dragon race, but none of them could withstand a single finger from Qinyu. Brother Chen's finger is too powerful. Junior sister Miao exclaimed in her heart. At this moment. How dare you kill a dragon? A furious roar sounded, accompanied by a mighty dragon's might that surged in all directions. A huge fiery red figure flew over and turned into a burly man whose entire body was burning with flames. The 3rd prince of the scarlet dragon race. Junior sister Miao couldn't help but shiver. The scarlet dragon race was also the most powerful branch of the dragon race, and the 3rd prince of the scarlet dragon race was at the peak of the early stage star condensation realm. With the powerful bloodline of the scarlet dragon race, the 3rd prince's combat strength was extremely shocking. Even if he faced 2 humans of the same level at the same time, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. He stood proudly in the sky, surrounded by fiery clouds. The trees on the ground were burned, and the ground was charred black. You're very bold to actually dare to kill a dragon. The 3rd prince of the scarlet dragon race discovered the corpses of the dragon race and chased after them. They were all killed by a single finger of mine. Qinyu looked at the 3rd prince and spoke calmly, as if he was chatting with someone he knew. This calmness made junior sister Miao admire him. So what? I'm not like those trash. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand, and I might even get extra rewards. The 3rd prince said disdainfully. The corpses of the dragon race he saw were all below the star condensation realm. As for himself, his cultivation was at the peak of the early-stage star condensation realm. However, before the third prince could finish, he was interrupted by Qinyu. You won't be able to withstand a single finger either. You won't be able to survive one finger. Hearing this, the third prince's face turned red and he felt extremely humiliated. As far as he knew, the one with the highest cultivation level among the captives was at the mid-stage star condensation realm. He was the strongest prey in this hunt. However, the third prince of the Crimson Dragon race believed that even if he encountered the strongest prey, the other party would not be able to kill him. Junior sister Miao, who was beside Qinyu, was also dumbfounded. She did not expect Qinyu to say such a thing at such a critical moment. Was he stupid? Or did he really have the ability to do so? You will die in the most miserable way for insulting me. The third prince of the Crimson Dragon race flew into a rage. Boundless flames seeped out of his scales and swept in all directions, turning into flaming dragon shadows that swam about. Boom! The third prince waved his claws and gathered crimson flames. At this time, Qinyu, who stood opposite of him, tapped his finger. The other party had really used a single finger. This made the third prince of the Crimson Dragon race furious and embarrassed. But the next moment, his expression changed. Swoosh! Qinyu's finger turned into a golden-silver light that seemed indestructible. It was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. Facing this finger, the third prince felt that he could not block or dodge it. Death was rising from the bottom of his feet. Metal ultimacy, space ultimacy. The third prince of the Crimson Dragon race was shocked. He was not surprised that Qinyu had mastered these two ultimacies, but that Qinyu had used the ultimacy. Be it metal ultimacy or space ultimacy, they had surpassed the level of ultimacy he had mastered. This meant that the other party's cultivation level was at least at the mid-stage star condensation realm, or even higher. Was his luck really so bad that he had encountered the strongest human among the captives? But even so, he still had the ability to resist. The flames on the third prince's body boiled and he turned into a crimson dragon that was hundreds of feet long. He opened his mouth and spat out waves of fire. Boom! Qinyu's finger pierced through everything and hit the third prince's head. Boiling blood splattered and the third prince's huge body crashed into the ground with a loud bang. No, the third prince of the Crimson Dragon clan roared with unwillingness. He seemed to have used up the last of his strength, and in the next moment, he died completely. He really couldn't withstand a single finger. This, junior sister Miao stood rooted to the ground like a statue. Dead, the third prince of the Scarlet Dragon race, the third prince of the Scarlet Dragon race, the third prince of the early star condensation realm with a powerful bloodline, had been killed by Qinyu with a single finger. What was Qinyu's cultivation? Could he really be the strongest among the captives? Whoosh! A beam of dragon-patterned light shot out from the corpse of the third prince of the Crimson Dragon race into the sky. Not good. Brother Chen, run! Junior sister Miao's expression changed. Her face was filled with anxiety and fear. Before the third prince died, he crushed the order token. Long Jiang will be here soon. Dragon General? Qinyu did not understand Long Jiang. How strong was the Dragon General? Since he didn't know about this, he left with junior sister Miao first. Before leaving, Qinyu took the third prince's demon core, a pair of sharp claws, and a precious reverse scale. Qinyu did not absorb the third prince's bloodline. The third prince's cultivation was only at the early star condensation realm, so his bloodline did not have much of an effect on Qinyu. Outside the hunting ground. Among the many Long Jiang, a burly middle-aged man in red armor suddenly sensed something and looked into the distance. Boom! In the next instant, the origin energy on the surface of his body surged, turning into a fiery red shadow that pierced through the barrier and flew in. What happened to Dragon General Ling Hua? Looks like the royal family of the Crimson Dragon race has sent out a distress signal. I wonder which royal family of the dragon race did it. They actually fought with the Crimson Dragon royal family. This way, both sides will be disqualified. If someone dies, it will be even more troublesome. The other Long Jiang murmured. The Crimson Dragon race was one of the most powerful races among the dragon race. Only one of the most powerful races, such as the White Dragon, Yellow Dragon, Winged Dragon, and Black Dragon, would have the guts to attack. The Dragon General Ling Hua soon arrived at the place where the third prince of the Crimson Dragon race had died. The third prince. The dragon general Ling Hua looked at the third prince's corpse, and two pillars of fire shot out of his eyes, leaving two charred pits in the distance. The hunting event had a clear rule that no fighting was allowed, but the third prince had been killed. There are only a few who have the ability to kill the third prince. The dragon general Ling Hua was deep in thought. But when he checked the third prince's corpse, he found that other than his head being destroyed, there was not a single wound on his body. This meant that the third prince had most likely been killed in one blow. There is no aura of other dragon race, only the scent of a human. The dragon general Ling Hua's eyes darkened. The murderer was pointing to a human. As far as he knew, even the strongest among the captives could not kill the third prince so easily. Swoosh, the dragon general Ling Hua flew out and followed the aura. The dragon race had an innate sense of smell, and they were very sensitive. They could even smell some scents that ordinary people could not. A moment later, the dragon general Ling Hua found another dragon corpse. The fourth princess of the hornless dragon race. The dragon general Ling Hua's eyes darkened, but he did not bother too much. The other party was from the hornless dragon race, not the crimson dragon race. But the dragon general Ling Hua found that the fourth princess of the hornless dragon race had also been killed in one blow. There was a distress token not far away, but it seemed like she had been killed before she could crush it. The dragon general Ling Hua continued forward and found another dragon corpse. It was the same as the third prince of the crimson dragon race and the fourth princess of the hornless dragon race. Damn it. Is it someone among the captives who is killing the dragon race? The dragon general Ling Hua's eyes burned. The hunting event had been ruined just like that, and so many members of the dragon race royal family had died. He had to bear some responsibility. The most important thing now was to capture the culprit and reduce the number of casualties among the dragon race royal family. If all the members of the dragon race royal family who participated in the hunting event died here, the dragon generals would definitely be severely punished. Even if they were not sentenced to death, they would not be far off. Everyone, there has been a huge change in the hunting event this time. There is a hidden expert among the humans who has killed many members of the dragon race royal family. The dragon general Ling Hua took out his message token and communicated with the other dragon generals. A moment later, all the dragon generals came to a consensus to stop the hunting. They would first protect the dragon race royal family and then find the culprit. There is a hidden expert among the human captives who has killed many members of the dragon race royal family. Therefore, the hunting event is temporarily stopped. All participants are to seek refuge in the east immediately or leave the hunting grounds. A message was sent to all the members of the dragon race royal family in the hunting grounds. In a chain of mountains in the south, a handsome man with a slender figure floated in the air. He was covered in golden scales and had a golden horn on his head. He gave off a devilish sense of beauty. There was a golden arrow between his fingers. Swoosh, the handsome man flicked his finger and the arrow flew out. It drew a dazzling golden light in the air and landed somewhere in the mountain range. Boom, the golden light exploded, revealing a human corpse with a huge hole in its chest. Big brother, how many prey did you hunt? A golden figure flew over from not far away. 10. The handsome man said. As expected of Big Brother. I am ashamed that I only hunted 4. Big Brother is the crown prince of the yellow dragon race. Your cultivation surpasses the other members of the dragon race royal family. You will definitely come first in this hunting event. The yellow dragon race prince flattered. At this moment, the two of them received a message. The yellow dragon race prince, the handsome man, revealed a strange expression. Damn human trash. How dare he kill a member of the dragon race? What a pity. Big Brother could have come first in this hunting event, the yellow dragon race prince sighed. Let's leave this place quickly. Why do we have to leave? The yellow dragon race prince's lips curled up. It's not easy for an interesting prey to escape. It would be too regretful if we can't kill it. The other prince came to his senses and exclaimed in his heart. As expected of the crown prince. His boldness was not something ordinary members of the dragon race could compare to. However, if they could really hunt down this powerful human captive, the Yellow Dragon clan would be the undisputed first place this time. Big Brother, Why don't we call second brother and fourth sister over? The prince felt that it was not safe. After all, the fact that the dragon generals told them to retreat meant that the culprit was not simple. Okay. The yellow dragon race prince thought for a while and agreed. On the other side, the black dragon race's third prince had a cold and cruel expression. Damn, we only killed 6 prey. The limelight of this hunt will probably be stolen by them. But if we can capture this human captive, the black dragon third prince also had this thought. However, his cultivation was only at the middle stage of the star condensation realm. It might not be safe, so he also sent a message to the other members of the black dragon race to join forces and hunt down the culprit. Soon, the black dragon race gathered 5 members of the royal family. Third brother, the hunting grounds are so big. Where can we find that human? Hee, didn't the dragon generals tell us to hide in the east? Then the culprit is very likely to be in the west. The dragon generals are mostly at the late stage of the star condensation realm? Jinyu learned this from junior sister Miao. He did not know how many dragon generals there were outside the hunting grounds. The dragon race is powerful. If there are too many dragon generals, it will be bad. We should leave as soon as possible. Jinyu made up his mind. Just like that, they left the hunting grounds. On the way, Jinyu encountered 3 members of the royal family who were preparing to leave. He killed them all in one move. Jinyu also met a few humans. He brought them along and headed west. Not far ahead is the edge of the hunting grounds. But the array barrier is very strong. It will be very difficult to destroy. A gray-robed old man said. His cultivation was at the early stage of the star condensation realm. He had the highest cultivation among the humans that Jinyu had rescued. The gray-robed old man stared at Jinyu. He saw that the other party's expression did not change. Where did this person come from? Why haven't I heard of such a powerful star condensation realm among the captives? The gray-robed old man secretly observed Jinyu. If he had not seen the scene of Jinyu killing a star condensation realm dragon with a single finger, he would definitely not escape with such a young kid. The group quickly approached the edge of the hunting grounds. The huge translucent barrier could already be seen. But in the distance, on the right, several black figures suddenly appeared, causing the sky to darken. Black dragon race. The gray-robed old man's expression was solemn. He did not expect that at the last moment, the members of the royal family of the black dragon race would attack. Among the 5, 3 gave off the aura of the star condensation realm. Lowly humans, you want to escape from here? The black dragon third prince's expression was cold. 1, 2, 3, a total of 6 prey. How dare you kill a dragon and still think you can escape from here? The black dragon second prince, who was even larger, had a cold gaze. Junior sister Miao and the others were panicking. We have the numbers, and this young man's skills are not simple. If we go all out, we might be able to kill our way out. The gray-robed old man was relatively calm. He stared at Jinyu and pondered. But suddenly, a powerful pressure came from behind. Black dragon race, get out of here. This group of prey is mine. A loud roar shook the world and set off a storm. 6 experts of the yellow dragon race were charging over. The one leading them was the crown prince of the yellow dragon race. He was the member of the royal family with the highest cultivation in this hunt. Black dragon race, scram. This group of prey is mine. The yellow dragon crown prince's angry roar shook the sky. Endless golden light shone down and dragon might filled the sky. The yellow dragon race is here too. The third and second princes of the black dragon race had ugly expressions. In order to overshadow the yellow dragon race, they had chosen to disobey the dragon general's orders. But the yellow dragon race had also come. Yellow dragon race. The gray-robed elder's expression changed. He had thought that there was hope for survival just now. But who would have thought that the yellow dragon race team would also come? There were 4 star condensation realm cultivators in the 6-man team, and the yellow dragon crown prince was at the peak of the mid-stage star condensation realm. Faced with such a terrifying lineup, did they still have any hope of escaping? We found this group of prey first. The black dragon third prince refused to back down. Hunting is not about who finds the prey first. The yellow dragon crown prince chuckled and descended. Golden scales flickered all over his body, and his golden hair fluttered freely. Whoever is more capable will be the one to kill the prey first. That will be the victor. A yellow dragon princess said with a smile. With the crown prince here, the black dragon race would definitely not be their match. The prey would also be the yellow dragon race. Whoever killed the prey first would be the winner. The experts of the black and yellow dragon race glanced at the human team at the same time. They were looking for the culprit who had killed several dragons in a row. That was the biggest prey. Finally, the yellow dragon crown prince and the black dragon third prince looked at the gray-robed elder in unison. I'm afraid the leader is this old man. His cultivation isn't that impressive. The black dragon's second prince stared at the gray-robed elder with a murderous glint in his eyes. Could these people have been acting together from the beginning? How about we kill a few dragons together? The yellow dragon crown prince gasped. The gray-robed elder was at the early stage star condensation realm. At this moment, being stared at by so many experts of the dragon race, he felt a chill all over his body as he felt the aura of death. This was a great injustice. The one who killed the dragons was not him, but Xianxia. The gray-robed elder was also too embarrassed to give up Xianxia. After all, they were both humans, and Xianxia had even saved them. The experts of the dragon clan sneered disdainfully at the sight of the gray-robed elder's trembling appearance. At this moment, a young man from the human race walked out with a look of disdain on his face. I've killed so many dragons before, and yet there are still dragons coming over to offer their heads. Aren't you all too stupid? The smiles on the faces of the members of the dragon tribe, who were like hunters looking at their prey, stiffened upon hearing those words. Bastard, what did you say? The third prince of the black dragon clan was instantly enraged. Black light surged in his eyes and blossomed out, emitting a great pressure. Oh? Did you kill those dragons by yourself? The crown prince of the yellow dragon race stared at Xianxia with his golden eyes, as if he wanted to see through him. Previously, he had neglected Xianxia. Now that he had taken a closer look, he realized that Xianxia was like an endless ocean that was difficult to see through. That's right. Xianxia smiled faintly. Little friend Chen, do you have a brilliant plan? Seeing that Xianxia was so calm, the gray-robed elder asked via voice transmission. I'll just kill them all. Xianxia did not send a voice transmission and answered brazenly. This made the gray-robed elder wipe the cold sweat on his forehead and exclaim in his heart, this young man is too arrogant. However, the gray-robed elder also hoped that Xianxia would really make it big with his words. Impudent. The yellow dragon crown prince shouted angrily. This young man was really bold and arrogant. Previously, he had insulted the dragon race, and now, he said that he would kill them all. Big brother, let me take care of him. An early-stage star condensation realm woman of the yellow dragon race suddenly pulled the bowstring. Boom, the arrow on the bow gradually emitted a dazzling light, and in the end, it looked like a small sun. This arrow erupted with the radiance of the sun, instantly engulfing Xianxia. The yellow dragon princess was very confident in her archery skills and smiled smugly. However, suddenly, amidst the golden explosion, a gold and silver beam of light flew out, breaking through the golden sun-like radiance and arriving in front of the princess. You. The yellow dragon princess' eyes widened. Bang, before she could say anything, her head was smashed by Xianxia's finger, and red and white matter splattered everywhere. The surrounding dragon race members held their breaths, so powerful, this thought appeared in everyone's mind when they saw the scene just now. Secondly, they were furious. Xianxia had actually killed another dragon in front of them. How dare you kill the dragon race's royal princess? I will take your life personally. The yellow dragon prince shouted angrily. If he was hunting, he would have to abide by the rules and could only use bows and arrows. But now, he was taking revenge for the princess, so he naturally did not have to care about that. Boom, the yellow dragon prince's hands shone with golden light, and 2 golden-scaled dragon claws suddenly struck out. In the void, 10 golden beams of light shot out. On the other side, the black dragon race and the others would not let the yellow dragon prince snatch their big prey. The black dragon third prince struck out with his palm, and the dark palm light engulfed the surrounding light as if it wanted to bury everything in darkness. Little friend Chen, be careful. The gray-robed old man shouted. The yellow dragon prince was at the peak of the mid-stage star condensation realm, and the black dragon third prince was at the mid-stage star condensation realm. The two of them attacked Qinyu at the same time, and the power was truly terrifying. A few Void Sea state humans were forced to crawl on the ground, unable to move. Mere ants, why do I need to be careful? Qinyu smiled faintly, and the star acupoints on his fists and arms lit up as he punched out. Boom, a violent silver-white pillar of light erupted from his arms, soaring into the sky and shattering everything. The yellow dragon prince and the black dragon prince's attacks were instantly smashed like tofu when they encountered Qinyu's fist light. The black dragon third prince, who was relatively close, was within the range of Qinyu's fist light. The scales all over his body trembled, and he immediately retreated. Ah! The black dragon third prince screamed. One of his arms was gone, and the wound was dripping with blood. You, how dare you cut off my arm? The black dragon third prince's expression was ferocious, and he was filled with rage. He wanted nothing more than to skin Qinyu alive. What a powerful attack. If the black dragon third prince had been completely hit, he would have died a horrible death. The yellow dragon prince looked at Qinyu with an incomparably solemn gaze. This strength was too strong. In a one-on-one fight, he would lose without a doubt. But how could he be stupid enough to fight Qinyu one-on-one? Attack together! The yellow dragon prince ordered. Other than the Void Sea realm, the three yellow dragon star condensation realms all attacked. On the other side, the black dragon race also put down their grudges with the yellow dragon race and attacked together. 6 star condensation realms. Although the gray-robed old man was also in the star condensation realm, facing such a lineup, his legs trembled, and he could not muster the courage to fight. All of you, retreat. Qinyu said calmly. The humans he had saved, other than the gray-robed old man, were all Void Sea realm cultivators. If the battle between star condensation realms was too intense, just the shockwaves alone could kill them. Go. The gray-robed old man immediately led the others and retreated quickly. In his field of vision, Qinyu was engulfed by the attacks of the 6 star condensation realms. Brother Chen. Junior sister Miao could not help but shout. Qinyu was afraid that the battle would affect them, so he did not make a move and was hit by the attacks of the 6 star condensation realms. But in the next moment, a figure rushed out of the huge golden black storm. It was Qinyu. Despite being hit by the attacks of the 6 star condensation realms, he was completely unharmed. Whoosh, Qinyu pointed out with a finger. His strength and profound meaning merged and burst forth. The next moment, Peng, a black dragon race member's head exploded, and his corpse fell. First. Qinyu had just finished speaking when he pointed out with another finger. Not good. An early-stage star condensation prince of the yellow dragon race felt his heart beat wildly as he felt the threat of death. But he found that he could not dodge. His entire body was sealed, and it was extremely difficult to transform into a dragon. Peng, another head exploded. Second. As Qinyu's voice sounded, the remaining 4 star condensation realms of the dragon race could not help but tense up, and cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Is he even human? The yellow dragon crown prince could no longer maintain his previous elegance, and fear appeared on his face. Everyone's attacks seemed to have hit Qinyu, but he seemed to have an indestructible body, and was not injured at all. How could a human have such a defense? Even the body cultivators of the yellow dragon race were slightly inferior to Qinyu in terms of defense. Third. Qinyu pointed at a princess of the black dragon race. No, don't kill me, no. Just being pointed at by Qinyu was enough to make the princess wail and give up resisting. Qinyu naturally would not hesitate. Peng, a black dragon head exploded. The experts of the dragon race who had charged over with a menacing aura earlier on had their heads exploded by Qinyu one after another. The remaining dragons were scared out of their wits, and their faces were pale as they trembled. Qinyu's finger was like the finger of the Grim Reaper, whoever he pointed at would die. The yellow dragon crown prince and the black dragon third prince could not defend against it either, and their hearts trembled. At that moment, they were filled with regret. Why did they come to hunt a monster like Qinyu? 3 left. Qinyu's relaxed voice sounded, as though the massacre earlier on was a trivial matter. The moment he said that, all the dragons present felt chills run down their spines as though they had fallen into an ice cavern. Fear spread uncontrollably. The humans at the back were overjoyed. Expert, with the help of an expert, we'll definitely be able to get out of here alive. The gray-robed old man said excitedly, impressed by Qinyu's strength. Human scoundrel, don't you dare be arrogant. Suddenly, a furious roar sounded. Rumble, a violent flaming tornado swept over, causing the ground tens of thousands of feet below to burn and turn into scorched earth. Dragon General Ling Hua. The yellow dragon crown prince heaved a sigh of relief. Swash, amidst the torrential flames, a scarlet dragon that was 2,000 feet long descended instantly and glared at Qinyu with its eyes the size of a house. Dragon General. The gray-robed old man's voice trembled. Initially, they had hopes of escaping after Qinyu killed a few dragons. However, the Dragon General attacked at the critical moment. This Dragon General was from the Scarlet Dragon race and he had seen him on the battlefield. The other party was extremely powerful and had slaughtered countless humans. Dragon General, it's him. He's the one who killed the 4th princess of the Hornless Dragon race, the 7th princess of the Winged Dragon race and the 3rd prince of the Scarlet Dragon race. Beside the Dragon General Ling Hua was a green-robed man with a straight nose and a square mouth. It was Senior Brother Liu who had left Qinyu previously. Senior Brother Liu, you actually submitted to the dragon race. Junior Sister Miao's heart ached when she saw that. The others also glared at him with hatred. Junior Sister, a wise man submits to circumstances. Everyone, he was the one who killed the royal family of the dragon race. It has nothing to do with you guys. I advise you to leave him now and surrender to the dragon race. Otherwise, you can die under the flames of the Dragon General along with him. Senior Brother Liu had submitted to the dragon race and advised with a proud smile. The gray-robed elder sighed helplessly. Qinyu had killed so many dragons, so the hunt had to stop. Although they didn't kill any dragons, the dragons were cruel and bloodthirsty. How could they let them go? Who are you? I don't remember you among the captives. The Rhombus Fire Dragon General stared at Qinyu with his eyes as big as a house. Just the breath from his nostrils created a flaming storm. The members of the royal family didn't know who the captives were, but the dragon generals had sent them to the hunting ground. There were about 200 of them. How could they not remember? This sentence caused many people to be confused. The members of the royal family and the human captives couldn't help but stare at Qinyu, wondering about his true identity. Maybe there's something wrong with your memory. Qinyu smiled and said. He wouldn't reveal his identity as an outsider unless he had no other choice. You. The Rhombus Fire Dragon General's eyes flashed red, and endless flames spread out from his body. You are very courageous, but most of the time, courageous people die very quickly. The Rhombus Fire Dragon General was furious. The members of the royal family and the humans all felt the powerful pressure and retreated. At the same time, the Rhombus Fire Dragon General attacked. Boom, he opened his giant mouth and endless flames burst out, forming a sea of fire that engulfed the sky and covered Qinyu's body. This is a late-stage Void Sea Dragon General. Just one dragon breath has such power. The gray-robed elder looked forward with lingering fear. They almost didn't escape and were burned to death by the Rhombus Fire Dragon General's attack. With the Rhombus Fire Dragon General attacking, that kid will definitely die. The Yellow Dragon Crown Prince watched the battle from afar. He still had lingering fear. If the Rhombus Fire Dragon General hadn't arrived in time, his life would have been in danger. Whoosh, a figure rushed out of the sea of fire. His entire body shone with starlight, like a rising star. The Rhombus Fire Dragon General's attack couldn't hurt him? The Yellow Dragon Crown Prince was shocked to see this. Where did this human come from? How could he be so strong? However, when the Yellow Dragon Crown Prince saw that Qinyu was about to engage in close combat with the Rhombus Fire Dragon, he couldn't help but sneer. The Rhombus Fire Dragon is a descendant of the Crimson Dragon clan. The Crimson Dragon clan's physique is naturally strong, far stronger than many dragon clans. Not only that, anything that comes into contact with the Crimson Dragon tribe will be tainted by the true Crimson Dragon fire. Therefore, very few enemies will come into direct contact with the Crimson Dragon tribe in battle. Is this kid looking for death? Boom! Qin Yu's fist collided with the rhombus fire dragon general's scarlet claws, causing a loud explosion. At this moment, the rhombus fire dragon general felt as though his claws had clawed onto a huge metal mountain. Intense pain and tremors could be felt. His expression changed slightly, and he retreated 1,000 feet. On the other hand, Qin Yu only took a dozen steps back from the collision. Qin Yu glanced at the scarlet flame burning on his hand. He circulated his origin energy and space intent and shook his hand to get rid of the flame. How can a human possess such power? The rhombus fire dragon general was shocked. What? The yellow dragon crown prince's eyes widened. Not only had Qin Yu taken the initiative to engage in close combat, but he had also gained the upper hand. He even suspected that Qin Yu was not a human. Perhaps he was a dragon in disguise. The human captives, who had been in despair and even had thoughts of surrendering, were first dumbfounded when they saw this. Then, hope was ignited in their hearts. Whoosh! Qin Yu charged out again, punching at the rhombus fire dragon general. This time, the rhombus fire dragon general was on guard against Qin Yu's power. He circulated all the power in his body, and scarlet flames burned on his claws, emitting an incomparably high temperature. Bang! The rhombus fire dragon general's scarlet claws collided with Qin Yu's tiny fist again. However, he still felt a powerful force rushing into his internal organs through his claws. Bang! 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 Qin Yu and the rhombus fire dragon general clashed more than a dozen times. Loud explosions rang out, and scarlet flames and white light shot out in all directions. As expected of a dragon. Not bad, you can take so many punches from me. Qin Yu couldn't help but grin. If an ordinary late-stage star condensation cultivator was hit by Qin Yu like this, they would be heavily injured even if they didn't die. When the rhombus fire dragon general heard this, he almost vomited blood. His cultivation was higher than Qin Yu, and he was older than Qin Yu. Shouldn't he be the one saying that? Don't be arrogant. The rhombus fire dragon general was enraged by Qin Yu. Flames gathered in his mouth, turning into a scarlet pearl. Boom! The rhombus fire dragon general did not clash with Qin Yu directly. He chose to use his combat skill. The scarlet pearl was like a blood-red sun, smashing towards Qin Yu. The Scarlet Dragon race's Scarlet Dragon True Fire was extremely hot and destructive. The Scarlet Pearl contained energy that caused the surrounding people to retreat a distance. What a high temperature. Qin Yu decided to end this battle as soon as possible. According to what he knew, there was more than one dragon general outside the hunting ground. If the other dragon generals rushed over, it would be troublesome. White Tiger Sky-Splitting Claw. On Qin Yu's right hand, platinum patterns shone brightly. They separated from his skin, forming a huge metal beast claw. That is? The rhombus fire dragon general's eyes narrowed. Qin Yu's beast claw exuded an ancient aura of a sacred beast, making him feel threatened. Qin Yu's claw suddenly waved, and a blinding light flashed in the air. 5 resplendent scars tore through the air. Qin Yu's claw attack was incomparably fast, and it instantly collided with the scarlet sun. An unbelievable scene occurred. Boom! 5 dazzling golden white streaks of light cut the crimson sun into several pieces in an unstoppable manner. Qin Yu's white tiger sky-splitting claw was even stronger than when he fought Gung Handong. The rhombus fire dragon general's attack could not withstand its sharpness. In an instant, the 5 golden and white scars descended beside the rhombus fire dragon general, tearing it apart. Ah! The rhombus fire dragon general screamed miserably. One of his dragon claws fell, leaving behind 4 deep gashes on his body. Red dragon bones could be seen clearly. Seeing this, the disciples of the dragon tribe's imperial family felt their blood run cold. What was going on? Someone as strong as the rhombus fire dragon general had its claw sliced off by Qin Yu, leaving such a terrifying wound. Even the rhombus fire dragon general could not kill that human? How was that possible? The other party was not a mysterious Netherrealm Emperor Lord. Senior Brother Liu was also dumbfounded. This is too fake. Die. Qin Yu's eyes were cold as he waved his claw again. 5 resplendent scars shot through the air, stirring up a storm as they charged toward the rhombus fire dragon general. Although Qin Yu was in a hurry to leave, he did not forget his high-difficulty mission. The higher-ups had asked him to kill a certain number of dragons. The Rhombus Fire Dragon General was scared out of his wits when he saw Qianyu unleash that terrifying attack again. He immediately transformed into his human form to dodge Qianyu's attack. But there was still a claw coming toward him. Scarlet Dragon Shield. The Rhombus Fire Dragon General tore off a piece of scale and used the defensive secret technique of the Scarlet Dragon race. The red scale quickly expanded and turned into a scarlet shield in front of him. Whoosh, almost instantly, a neat cut appeared on the scarlet shield in front of the Rhombus Fire Dragon General. It was split into two. Whoosh, at the same time, another bloody wound appeared on his body. This beast claw is so sharp. Could it be from the White Tiger Sacred Race? The Rhombus Fire Dragon General guessed. But as far as he knew, there were no descendants of the White Tiger Sacred Race in the Heaven Origin world. Where do you think you're going? Qianyu's cold voice sounded. Not good. The Rhombus Fire Dragon General turned around and ran. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. However, Qianyu's speed was actually slightly faster than him, and that terrifying beast claw once again swung. Whoosh, the Rhombus Fire Dragon General's other arm was cut off, and one of his legs was cut off. There was a hole in his stomach. Stop. Human scoundrel, surrender now. At that moment, a series of angry roars came from afar. Colorful light clouds rolled over, and there were many huge dragon shadows in them. The dragon generals had arrived. You're too late. Qianyu waved his White Tiger Sacred Claw again, and 5 light scars slashed out. The Rhombus Fire Dragon General was already covered in wounds and extremely weak. He could not resist this attack at all. Whoosh, his body was cut into several pieces by the 5 sharp golden white light scars, and they fell to the ground. What a pity for the Scarlet Dragon race's bloodline, sighing, Qianyu only took the other party's demon core. Senior brother Lu looked at this scene in a daze. He finally understood why Qianyu was so fearless. He killed princes and princesses as he pleased. Now, he felt a trace of regret. If he had followed Qianyu, he might have been able to escape. But now, it was impossible because all the dragon generals had arrived. Bastard! Seeing Qianyu kill the Rhombus Fire Dragon General, the dragon generals in the distance were both shocked and enraged. This hunt had been turned into a mess by Qianyu. The princes and princesses had been killed, and even the dragon generals had been killed. It's over. The dragon generals are all here. There's no way to escape. The gray-robed elder, junior sister Miao, and the others despaired once again. Qianyu was indeed very strong to be able to kill a dragon general. Such strength was shocking. But now, there were 5 dragon generals. How could Qianyu block them? Boom, suddenly, a huge golden pillar of light descended from the distance, emitting a majestic dragon might that swept through everything. Great, it's the Golden Mountain Dragon General of the Yellow Dragon race. The Yellow Dragon Crown Prince smiled. The huge golden pillar instantly traversed the distance of 4,000 to 5,000 zhang, blasting towards Qianyu. Swoosh, Qianyu waved his hand, and a small golden pagoda flew out. It spun and grew to a height of 10,000 zhang, blocking in front of him. The attack of the Yellow Dragon General was completely blocked by the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Human, you can't escape. The 5 dragon generals are here. Why don't you obediently surrender? The Yellow Dragon Crown Prince shouted coldly. However, all of a sudden, Qianyu actually flew toward him. You, what do you want? The Yellow Dragon Crown Prince did not expect that Qianyu would not give up in the face of the 5 dragon generals. Instead, he was charging towards him. Bang, the Golden Mountain Pagoda was the first to collide, sending the Yellow Dragon Crown Prince flying to the ground. He kept vomiting blood. The next moment, Qianyu waved his hand, grabbed the Yellow Dragon Crown Prince, and threw him into the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Let go of the Crown Prince, or I will make you die a horrible death. The Golden Mountain Dragon General of the Yellow Dragon race saw this scene and immediately shouted angrily. The Yellow Dragon Crown Prince was extremely talented and was the successor to the leader of the Yellow Dragon race. If anything happened to him, he would not be able to forgive himself. If you yell at me again, I will cut off one of his arms. If you attack me again, I will kill him first. Qianyu smiled faintly, staring at the Yellow Dragon Crown Prince trapped in the Golden Mountain Pagoda. The latter's hair was unkempt, and he was trembling. You. You bastard. The Golden Mountain Dragon General trembled with anger. Golden light surged around him. Qinyu had used the Yellow Dragon Crown Prince to threaten him. Ah! The Yellow Dragon Crown Prince suddenly screamed. One of his arms had been chopped off by Qinyu. What are you doing? The Golden Mountain Dragon General roared. He hadn't attacked Qinyu, but the latter had chopped off the Crown Prince's arm. You cursed me just now. Qinyu smiled. The Golden Mountain Dragon General suppressed his anger and glared at Qinyu. Behind him, the other 4 dragon generals rushed over. They understood the situation at a glance. Qinyu had imprisoned the Yellow Dragon Crown Prince, so the dragon generals didn't dare to act rashly. But none of our royal family members are his hostages. The Yellow Dragon race is too powerful. If the Crown Prince dies, it'll be a blow to them. The other 4 dragon generals each had their own thoughts. How dare you hold the dragon race hostage? I'll kill you first. The dragon general of the Yinglong race spread his dark blue wings, covering the sky. Boom, the wings flapped, and a storm arose. The dragon general of the Yinglong race spat out a dark blue tornado that wrapped around Qinyu. The dragon race is indeed cruel. Qinyu wasn't surprised that the dragon general of the Yinglong race would attack. Buzz, the star acupoints on his body lit up, and a robe with star patterns gradually appeared on his body. Then, Qinyu retreated. You can't escape. The dragon general of the Yinglong race flapped his wings quickly. The dark blue tornado seemed to transform into a giant dragon that chased after Qinyu. Qinyu waved his hand, and the Golden Mountain Pagoda appeared. Boom, the dark blue tornado collided with a rumbling sound. The Yellow Dragon Crown Prince, who was imprisoned in the Golden Mountain Pagoda, felt the world spin and his head spin. If one hostage isn't enough, then 2. Qinyu laughed and flew back to the 3rd prince of the Black Dragon race. No. When the 3rd prince of the Black Dragon race heard this, he knew what Qinyu was going to do. He turned into a pitch-black dragon and retreated. Get down. Qinyu's speed was far superior to the 3rd Black Dragon prince's, and he used the demon descends the 6th heaven. Boom, a pitch-black demonic foot condensed in the sky above the 3rd prince of the Black Dragon clan. It suddenly descended and trampled him to the ground, breaking his spine. Then, Qinyu grabbed the giant dragon and stuffed it into the Golden Mountain Pagoda. The 3rd Black Dragon prince screamed in pain. Beast, let go of the 3rd prince. The Black Dragon race's dragon general roared and spat out a black ball of light that devoured all the light in the surroundings. He insulted me, so I'll break his arm. Qinyu shouted coldly. At this moment, his hand was still in the white tiger sacred claw form. With a slight movement of his fingers, a sharp golden white light trace appeared. Puff, inside the Golden Mountain Pagoda, the 3rd prince of the Black Dragon race had one of his claws cut off, blood gushing out. Then, the pitch-black ball of light was blocked by the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Rumble, the Golden Mountain Pagoda shook violently. The Crown Prince and the 3rd prince inside were also greatly shaken and felt dizzy. This scene made the Dragon General of the Black Dragon race gnash his teeth in anger, wishing he could eat Qinyu alive. 2nd Prince, 6th Princess, run! He immediately roared. Too late. Qinyu smiled faintly and continued to chase the remaining 2 people of the Black Dragon race. Now, he was the hunter, and the dragon race was the prey. And the Dragon General of the Black Dragon race did not dare to stop him. He was afraid that Qinyu would kill the 3rd prince. In less than 3 breaths, the 2nd prince and the 6th princess were also stuffed into the Golden Mountain Pagoda by Qinyu. Now, Qinyu had 4 hostages in his hands. Of the royal descendants who had rushed to stop Qinyu and the others, only one Void Sea realm of the Yellow Dragon race was left. He was protected by a dragon general, so he was not captured by Qinyu. If anyone attacks me again, I will kill these 4 dragons. Qinyu stood on the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Dragon General of the Golden Mountain, save me. As long as you save me, I will definitely report to my father and ask him to reward you with treasures. The Crown Prince of the Yellow Dragon race shouted. Lord Dragon General, don't do anything. Please don't do anything. The 3rd Prince of the Black Dragon race looked like he was afraid of death. It's not convenient for you to do anything. Let me do it. A giant dragon roared. It had no dragon horns, and its body seemed to be made of ice. It was a dragon general of the hornless dragon race. Stop, don't even think about harming the royal family of the black dragon race. The dragon general of the black dragon race stopped him. If he did not stop him, Xianxia would kill the second prince, third prince, and sixth princess of the black dragon race. The death of 3 royal descendants would definitely enrage the royal family of the black dragon race, so he had to stop him. The yellow dragon race and the black dragon race were 2 of the most powerful branches of the dragon race. The other dragon generals had to pay attention to them. Moreover, the purpose of this hunt was to promote harmony among the major races. If they ended up going to war, their responsibility would be even greater. In the end, the other 3 dragon generals also gave up. My friend Xian seems bold and casual, but he is actually very meticulous. The gray-robed elder was very impressed. Originally, facing the 5 dragon generals was a dead end, but Xianxia had captured 4 members of the royal family of the dragon race, so the dragon generals did not dare to act rashly. Human, what do you want? The dragon general of the black dragon race asked coldly. After all, the black dragon race had the most hostages. Release all the captives here and let them return to the human race. Xianxia said calmly. The gray-robed elder, junior sister Miao, and the others behind him trembled and looked at Xianxia with incomparably complicated eyes. They did not expect that the first request Xianxia made was to release all of them when he threatened the royal family of the dragon race. In fact, Xianxia felt that this group of people was too much of a burden. Without them, Xianxia would not have needed to take hostages to escape. Don't even think about it. The dragon general of the Horned Dragon clan refused. Xianxia actually wanted them to release all the human captives. There were more than 100 people here, and they were all elite warriors of the human race. Oh? It seems that the lives of these members of the royal family of the dragon race are not worth much. Xianxia looked at the people in the Golden Mountain Pagoda, and his body started to tremble. Promise them, Dragon General Jin Shan, you must save me. The Crown Prince of the Yellow Dragon clan shouted. The Dragon General Jin Shan frowned and finally said, I agree to your request. I agree too. The Dragon General of the Black Dragon clan said. The remaining 3 Dragon Generals had no choice but to agree. After they sent out the message. Buzz, the boundary of the entire hunting ground dissipated. All of you go. If you are intercepted by the dragon race on the way, send a voice transmission to me, and I will let these 4 members of the royal family die with you. Xianxia said calmly. Although his words were not pleasant to the ear, the people present were very touched. I will never forget your kindness. The gray-robed elder bowed deeply and immediately left. Senior brother Lu stood awkwardly in the camp of the dragon race and suddenly spoke. He wanted to say that he was also a captive here and could he leave. Brother Lu is already a member of the dragon race. I believe you can do well in the dragon race. Just stay here. Xianxia had a playful look on his face. When the dragon generals heard this, they understood what Xianxia meant. Get over here. The dragon general of the black dragon race shouted and opened his mouth. Senior brother Lu flew uncontrollably towards the dragon general of the black dragon race and was grabbed by him. Lord Dragon General, please spare my life. I have already submitted to the red dragon race. We are all on the same side, senior brother Lu's voice trembled. I didn't know about this. The dragon general of the black dragon race had a cold and cruel expression. Senior brother Lu submitted to the dragon general of the red dragon race, but he was already dead. However, the most important thing was that the dragon general of the black dragon race was furious and wanted to vent his anger. As a human, senior brother Lu was the best candidate. The dragon general of the black dragon race swiped his claws across senior brother Lu and a trail of blood extended from his forehead to his feet. Following senior brother Lu's tragic cries, the dragon general continued his torture. In just a moment, senior brother Lu's body was covered in blood. In the end, even his skin was peeled off by the dragon general of the black dragon race. The cruel methods of the dragon race caused even Xianxia to frown. However, senior brother Lu only had himself to blame. Lad, we have already released the captives. Hurry and release them. the Dragon General of the Black Dragon race said after torturing senior brother Lu to death. When I leave the dragon race's territory, I will naturally release them. Laughing heartily, Xianxia retreated. Although he didn't know the way, when the humans escaped, they left behind many traces which became Xianxu's route. Don't worry, I only threatened them to save my own life. Once I'm fine, I will definitely release them. With a smile on his face, Xianxia chatted with the 5 dragon generals while flying. However, he wasn't so relaxed. What he had done in the hunting grounds had happened a long time ago. As expected, it had probably alerted the mysterious nether realm of the dragon race, facing a terrifying existence like the mysterious nether realm. Even if he had hostages, Xianxia wasn't at ease. Swish, he flew at full speed toward the human territory. Among the 5 dragon generals, only the dragon general of the Yinglong race could keep up with Xianxu's speed. A day later, Xianxu arrived at the border of the dragon race's territory. Hurry and retreat. Don't appear within the range of my spiritual sense. Otherwise, I will kill the 4 of them. Xianxu shouted at the dragon general of the dragon race. The dragon general was helpless. If the 4 members of the imperial family died, it would all be his responsibility. He spread out his spiritual sense and watched as Xianxu gradually disappeared. With his speed, he can leave the dragon race's territory in 20 breaths. I will chase after him then. The dragon general of the Yinglong race thought. Suddenly, endless dark clouds rolled over. The sky gradually darkened, and the surroundings became frighteningly quiet. In this darkness, a huge black dragon suddenly appeared, its might shocking the heavens. In front of the other party, the dragon general of the Yinglong race curled up into a ball like a small loach. Dragon Emperor of the Black Dragon race. Swish, the enormous black figure only glanced at the dragon general before flying over his head and chasing after him. The dragon general of the Yinglong race followed. In less than 3 breaths, the 2 dragons saw 4 corpses on the ground. Damn, that kid didn't keep his word. The dragon general of the Yinglong race cursed. If they had known this would happen, they would have captured Xianxu at all costs. Human, you can't escape from this emperor's palm. The enormous black dragon's furious voice reverberated through the world. Rumble, the ground shattered. Spider-like cracks spread for tens of thousands of feet. Everything in the world trembled under the other party's pressure. With the dragon emperor of the Black Dragon race here, that kid can't escape. The dragon general of the Yinglong race breathed a sigh of relief. If they let Xianxu escape successfully, the dragon race would lose all face. Swish. Swish, the dragon emperor of the Black Dragon race and the dragon general of the Yinglong race followed the aura and left the territory of the dragon race. They chased for a long distance and encountered a few human captives. They killed all of them but did not find any traces of Xianxu. Not long after, the experts of the various dragon races rushed over, including the 10 dragon generals and 2 dragon emperors. However, after searching for a while, they did not find anything. The experts of the dragon race did not give up. Xianxu had killed too many descendants of the imperial family, most of which were from the Black Dragon race and the Yellow Dragon race. The dragon race had sent many experts deep into the human race's territory but found nothing. Xianxu seemed to have evaporated from the world and disappeared. Not only that, the actions of the dragon race had drawn out many experts of the human race and a few battles had broken out. A month later, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground 10,000 zhang away from the border of the dragon race. Everything should be fine now. Xianxu couldn't help but grin. When he came to the border of the dragon race's territory, the dragon race thought he had escaped to the human race. But Xianxu knew that even if he escaped, the dragon race would not let him go. Once the Emperor Lord of the mysterious Nether Realm arrived, he would not be able to escape. Therefore, Xianxu had killed 4 descendants of the imperial family, angering the dragon race and making them lose their rational judgment. As for himself, he went underground and hid in the dragon race's territory. Fortunately, many humans had escaped to the human race. Their auras were mixed and hard to distinguish. And Xianxu's level 3 space profundity was an excellent concealment method. Xianxu left the underground and carefully moved forward, preparing to return to the human race. But he could sense the auras of many living beings in front of him. Is the dragon race at war with the human race? Or is there a large number of dragon race guarding the border? Qinyu guessed and did not act rashly. After thinking about it, he decided to stay in the dragon race's territory. The most dangerous place is actually the safest place. The dragon race would never dream that I am still in their territory. Qinyu used the space profundity to hide himself and walked in the dragon race's territory. His main mission in the Heaven Origin realm was to kill the dragon race. The rule was that he had to kill at least 50 star condensation realm experts, 10 mid-stage star condensation realm experts, and 5 late-stage star condensation realm experts. After completing this number and staying in the Heaven Origin realm for 3 years, he could return to the main world. It is not good to kill the dragon race in the human race's territory unless there is a war. But if I hide in the dragon race's territory, it will be much easier to kill the dragon race. Qinyu was already planning what to do next. At the moment, he did not intend to act immediately. The big trouble he caused in the dragon race had not been completely settled yet. If he jumped out now, he would definitely be in danger. Qinyu searched for a long time in the dragon race's territory. Finally, he found a sparsely populated place and carved out a simple cave abode inside a short mountain. Strength was the only guarantee of safety. In particular, what Qinyu was about to do next seemed relatively simple, but once he encountered danger, the situation would be even more difficult. Qinyu took out the herbs he bought from Celestial Sect and quickly concocted a set of golden spiritual liquid. After smearing the medicinal liquid on his hands, he started to circulate the White Tiger Heaven-Splitting Claws cultivation method. It was lucky that Qinyu had mastered Space Power Upanishad. He could seal the area. Otherwise, the intimidating aura of his cultivation would have alerted all creatures within several thousand meters, which would have attracted the dragon tribe. A month later, Qinyu consumed a portion of metal spirit liquid. Compared to the first time he used the golden spiritual liquid, the effect was slightly weaker, but it still had a greater effect on the White Tiger Sky-Splitting Claw. There are still 2 portions of golden spirit liquid left. Qinyu sighed slightly. The divine body of 4 symbols indeed consumed a lot of resources. Just a few portions of metal spirit liquid was enough to make him feel the pinch. The subsequent cultivation was simply unbelievable. This time in the Heaven Origin world, I have to plunder more resources. Qinyu checked the storage space of the dragon race's royals. As expected of the royals, there were many rare treasures in their storage space. Especially the storage space of the yellow dragon race's crown prince, there were many precious gems and metals. In addition, when Qinyu killed the members of the royal family, he also took away the precious materials they had. But this was not enough. In the next 3 years, Qinyu had to pay attention to this aspect and plunder more resources. After sorting out the spoils, Qinyu took out the metal attribute Upanishad crystal. The White Tiger Sacred Claw had to be combined with the alloy Upanishad to be used to unleash its greatest power. Qinyu had completed the transaction with the White Tiger Sacred Clan and obtained more than 100 metal attribute Upanishad crystals. He no longer had to worry about this aspect. Buzz, the metal attribute Upanishad crystal in Qinyu's hand emitted a dazzling golden light. Countless strands of golden light lingered around Qinyu, cutting countless small marks on the rock walls. After the transformation of his heart, Qinyu's comprehension speed of Upanishads had doubled. In 2 days, the metal attribute Upanishad crystal's power was completely consumed, turning into an ordinary Upanishad crystal. Qinyu immediately took out the second metal attribute Upanishad crystal. Half a month later, at night, Qinyu's body suddenly emitted even more dazzling golden light. Countless strands of golden light streaked across the sky. The entire cave abode was destroyed beyond recognition, turning into an empty circular space. And Qinyu's White Tiger Sacred Claw had also become more solid. The aura it emitted was even more powerful, and the sharpness was astonishing. Metal Upanishad, level 2.5. Qinyu was very satisfied with the results of his cultivation. He also temporarily stopped cultivating the divine body of 4 symbols. With his current realm, it would be difficult for him to improve the divine body of 4 symbols. And Qinyu couldn't just rely on this body-tempering cultivation technique. The 9 revolutions vast star technique could not fall behind, and the murdering heart incantation, demon descends to the 6th heavens, and 6 flame sword finger had even more room for improvement. Half a year later, Qinyu walked out of the cave for the first time. He guessed that the impact of the previous incident had almost subsided. Qinyu left this place and soon encountered a descendant of the dragon race. He searched his soul and roughly understood the terrain of the dragon race. Let's start with the weaker dragon clan branch first. Among the many branches of the dragon race, the yellow dragon race, the black dragon race, the white dragon race, and the winged dragon race were extremely powerful. At the same time, there were also some weak dragon races such as the flood dragon race, the horned dragon race, the hornless dragon race, and the coiling dragon race. 5 days later, Qinyu arrived at the flood dragon clan's territory. That day, the 8th prince, the 9th prince, and the guards of the flood dragon race who were out seeking pleasure all died tragically. 10 days later, the 7th princess of the horned dragon clan was assassinated. A month later, in the hornless dragon race, a group of royal disciples who were hosting a gathering were all massacred. The series of deaths attracted the attention of many dragons. They strengthened their defenses and strictly forbade the royal disciples from going out. There were many guesses as to the culprit. However, in reality, the reason why Qinyu only killed the noble dragons was because they had a lot of wealth. In order to prevent the dragons from thinking of him, Qinyu would burn the corpses with the blood glass flame after the murders so that it would affect the judgment of the dragons. After a few consecutive murders, Qinyu stopped for the time being. 3 months later, the various dragon races held an emergency meeting. In the dark space, there was a cold pool surrounded by black cliffs. In the cold pool, on the cliffs and in midair, there were massive figures that emitted a shocking aura. Some of the figures were avatars or projections while others descended in their true forms. I hope that we can combine the strength of the various dragon races to find the culprit, the horned dragon emperor said. Isn't he just a petty thief who only dares to assassinate in secret? Is there a need to mobilize so many people? The emperor of the winged dragon race soared in the skies with his wings that covered the sun. I believe that we have to resolve this matter as soon as possible. The incident of Qinyu causing a ruckus in the hunting grounds was already a huge blow to the reputation of the dragon race. If this continues, there will be more tragedies. We should combine the strength of the dragon race and capture the culprit as soon as possible. The emperor of the horned dragon race swam slowly in the pool and spoke with a cold voice. If we have to combine the strength of the entire dragon race to resolve a small matter, wouldn't that make us seem too useless? The emperor of the yellow dragon race was only a projection and said coldly. Those who died so far were all royal nobles of the weaker dragon race. The yellow dragon race was completely fine. In fact, he was somewhat grateful to the culprit for weakening the strength of the other dragon races. This was extremely beneficial for the yellow dragon race to unify the entire dragon race in the future. However, right then, in the core area of the yellow dragon race, in front of a majestic golden palace, my lord, just now, the 9th prince and 8th princess, as well as the 10 experts protecting them, have all died tragically. A dragon race guard half knelt on the ground. What? A cold, angry roar suddenly sounded out. Terrifying dragon might accompanied by boundless golden light penetrated the palace and spread out in all directions. The dragon race guard was pressed to the ground and couldn't move. The team protecting the 9th prince and 8th princess had been arranged by this emperor. He was naturally responsible for the deaths of the 2 royals. At the same time, in the dragon race's alliance, the emperor of the yellow dragon race's projection suddenly changed his words. Since all the major dragon races wish to unite, I support it. After killing the 9th prince and a few powerful guards of the yellow dragon race, Qinyu quickly fled. However, he soon heard the news that the 9th prince and 8th princess of the yellow dragon race had died tragically. Eh? I killed the 9th prince. How did the 8th princess die? When Qinyu received this news, he was momentarily stunned. He couldn't think of a reason. There might be another reason for the 8th princess' death, but the yellow dragon race blamed the 8th princess' death on him. To this, Qinyu didn't care. The dragon race united to capture me? Qinyu asked about other news. Since that was the case, he would cultivate in seclusion for a period of time and wait for things to calm down. Another half a year passed. Qinyu left the mountain again and began his operation. Late at night, in the territory of the black dragon race, Qinyu hid in the void and quietly moved. After searching for a bit, Xianxia found many royals gathered in a palace. They were drinking, having fun, and torturing captives. "Today, I'll start with you." Xianxu's figure flew over and approached the palace. Boom! Suddenly, he activated the constellation body, and elemental energy burst forth, shooting into the hall like a meteor. With a punch, several Void Sea Realm dragons died tragically under his fist. The few royals behind were all alarmed, and the scene was chaotic. Xianxia charged over with lightning speed, his eyes fixed on a peak mid-stage star condensation dragon. Could it be? The peak mid-stage black dragon stared at Xianxia and recalled the tragic deaths of some royals, and his face instantly turned pale. "That's right, I am." Xianxia smiled faintly and prepared to let the other party die knowing. But at the same time, a figure appeared behind the palace, shrouded in a hazy purple light. Poof! A purple jade palm flew out from the hazy purple light and landed on the peak mid-stage star condensation black dragon, instantly killing him. Blood splattered on the ground. Xianxia was stunned. He didn't expect his target to be killed by someone else. Was this stealing business? "Why is it you?" A slightly surprised female voice came from within the hazy purple light. The other party obviously knew Xianxia. Xianxia was a little surprised that there was someone else doing the same thing as him. From the fact that the other party had instantly killed a peak mid-stage star condensation realm noble, he could tell that the mysterious woman was extremely powerful, even stronger than him. Since that was the case, Xianxia could only admit defeat when the other party stole his business. "How come it's you?" But the other party seemed to recognize Xianxia. Her voice was surprised, as if she could not believe that she would see Xianxia here. "This voice is a little familiar." When Xianxia heard this beautiful voice, he could not help but feel that it was familiar, but for a moment he could not recall it. "Who are you?" he could not help but ask. The other party should not be familiar with him. Otherwise, Xianxia would definitely be able to tell just from the voice. The figure in the hazy purple light did not immediately answer. "Damn, why is he here? Why did I meet him here?" Lin Yuxuan's mind was a mess. She came to the Heaven Yuan realm to carry out a mission to avoid Xianxia. She did not want to have any contact with him for a short period of time, so that the rumors would die down. How did he know that I was here? Lin Yuxuan stared at Xianxia, a little annoyed. In her opinion, Xianxia must have heard from somewhere that she was here, and then followed her here. A toad trying to eat swan meat, he would not give up until he reached the Yellow River. He does not seem to know who I am. In that case, I will pretend not to know him. At this moment, all kinds of thoughts appeared in Lin Yuxuan's mind. It's just that you look similar. You are not him. Lin Yuxuan lowered her voice, sighed slightly, and pretended to recognize the wrong person. After saying that, she turned and was about to leave. Xianxia was stunned again. This mysterious woman was extremely powerful. Her eyesight could not be that bad. But he did not think that he knew anyone in the Heaven Yuan realm, so he did not care too much. The mysterious woman was about to leave, but Xianxia did not want to stop. Boom, he punched out. Although he controlled the range of his attack, it was still powerful and domineering. The fist light crushed over, leaving a ground of blood and flesh. Boom, a blood-colored flame suddenly flew out of his other hand, instantly spreading throughout the entire palace, burning everything. At the same time, Xianxia was still collecting spoils of war. However, Xianxia suddenly felt a terrifying pressure. It was as if the world had frozen, and even the burning blood flames seemed to have come to a standstill. You're too arrogant. How dare you sneak into the Black Dragon race and slaughter wantonly? A furious roar shook the heavens, causing the world to darken, as if it had fallen into the 9 hells. Xianxia felt his heart beating rapidly, and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. Dark. Emperor Lord. Whoosh, Xianxia instantly dashed out of the palace and saw a huge black dragon floating in the dark sky. It was 700 to 800 meters long, and its scales were dark and gloomy, emitting a cold light. The other party's eyes were like a pitch-black abyss staring at the ground, causing all living beings to fall into fear. Sovereign Lord projection, Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. This place was quite a distance from the core of the Black Dragon race. It was impossible for a profound Nether Realm Emperor Lord to arrive so quickly. Hoo-hoo, under this pressure, the mysterious woman in the thick fog gradually dissipated, revealing a head of crystal-clear purple hair and a perfect face. Lin Yuxuan. Qinyu stared at her. Originally, he didn't care about the mysterious woman, but now he suddenly knew her true identity. She was his fiancée. Didn't Lin Yuxuan dislike me and want to break off the engagement? Why did she secretly follow me to the Heaven Origin world? Could it be that after seeing me on the Heaven Marshal role, her mind had changed? So it's a human. Die. The Black Dragon Emperor Lord projection opened its huge mouth, which was like a bottomless abyss, wanting to swallow everything in the world. Even if it was just the Emperor Lord projection, the power it produced was extremely terrifying. Facing the Emperor Lord projection, Qinyu could only try his best to escape, and he might not be able to escape alive. Luckily, Lin Yuxuan was the main force, and the opponent was a peerless genius ranked 8th on the Heaven Marshal roll of the Celestial Martial sect. Although he hadn't reached the mysterious Nether Realm, he had at least formed 4 Essence Force stars, so he might be able to resist. Boom, Lin Yuxuan was ready, and she activated the power of her bloodline. Her body was like a beautiful purple crystal jade, emitting a hazy dreamy light, becoming the only color in the dark world. She shouted coldly, and with a slap, the purple crystal jade filled the sky, forming a storm, like a chaotic star vortex, crashing into the Black Dragon Emperor Lord projection's huge mouth. Boom, 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 the sky shook, and the purple light spread in all directions. The buildings on the ground all collapsed, turning into ruins. Such terrifying power. Qinyu was shocked, and he turned to escape. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the sky. Qinyu, you are actually still in the dragon race, and you dare to appear in the Black Dragon race's territory. I have been recognized. Qinyu's hair stood on end. It wasn't a good thing to be remembered by an Emperor Lord. He increased his speed and flew away. Rumble, the sky shook violently, and a storm spread in all directions. The momentum was majestic. In the storm, there seemed to be a purple meteor, smashing towards Qinyu. Lin Yuxuan? Qinyu saw who it was. But the other party was injured, and she was smashing towards him. Qinyu gritted his teeth, flew up a distance, and caught Lin Yuxuan. With the soft and fragrant jade in his arms, Qinyu didn't think too much. After all, there was a terrifying enemy behind him. You, let go of me. Lin Yuxuan looked at Qinyu, and she felt his sturdy arms. Her body instantly tensed up, and her face blushed slightly as she shouted. Qinyu didn't think too much, and he immediately let go of Lin Yuxuan. With his speed, how could he escape from the Emperor Lord projection's pursuit while carrying a person? No one can leave. The Black Dragon behind roared. Lin Yuxuan was injured, and he wasn't much better off. His body was a little tattered, and he was missing a black horn on his head. Purple star explosion. Lin Yuxuan shouted, and boundless purple jade light flew out of her body, forming a purple star that flew out rapidly. The Black Dragon Emperor Lord projection's face was ferocious, and he shot out a dark pillar of light from his mouth. Boom, 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 a shocking explosion occurred, and the black and purple light burst out, sweeping in all directions. Lin Yuxuan and the Black Dragon Emperor Lord projection were affected, and they flew back. Pung, Lin Yuxuan's body accurately smashed into Qinyu's back. Didn't you tell me to let go of you just now? Why are you sticking to me now? Qinyu teased, and he pulled Lin Yuxuan, and they continued to escape. Lin Yuxuan didn't know how to retort, and blood suddenly flowed out of the corner of her mouth. She didn't argue with Qinyu. Swish, Lin Yuxuan raised her arm, and a faint purple silk cloth flew out of her sleeve, and it wrapped around her and Qinyu, forming a faint purple ball of light. Release your essence force with all your strength. Lin Yuxuan said softly. Qinyu did as he was told, and white starlight seeped out, fusing into the surrounding faint purple ball of light. Swish, the faint purple ball of light brought Qinyu and Lin Yuxuan away with extreme speed. The injured Emperor Lord projection watched as the enemy disappeared into the sky, and he roared a few times. That human's cultivation hasn't even reached the profound nether realm, but he has such power to resist this Emperor's projection. The Black Dragon Emperor Lord projection's eyes were dark. The difference between the star condensation realm and the profound nether realm could be described as the difference between a firefly and the moon. Could it be a genius that condensed 4 stars? But I've never heard of such a person in the human race. 3 stars meant late-stage star condensation, and 4 stars meant existences that surpassed late-stage star condensation. They were called 4-star kings. The woman just now wasn't just strong, her fighting style was also very vicious. If Lin Yuxuan wanted to escape, the Black Dragon Emperor Lord projection could follow and wait for his main body to catch up. But Lin Yuxuan didn't care about the price, and in a short period of time, she released great power and heavily injured the Emperor Lord projection before escaping. This treasure of yours is not bad. Not only is it fast, but it can also seal our aura, so the enemy can't track us. Qinyu praised Lin Yuxuan's profound artifact when he saw them escape safely. We can't be careless when facing the Emperor Lord. Who knows what methods the enemy has? Maybe they can track us. Lin Yuxuan's face was slightly pale. I thought that rank 8 on the Heaven Marshal ranking would be able to deal with the Black Dragon Emperor Lord projection. How did you get injured like this? Qinyu asked. Lin Yuxuan's chest heaved slightly. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down before saying, "You underestimate the difference between the star condensation realm and the mysterious dark realm. Even a king with 4 origin energy stars would not be able to block a single move from the mysterious Dark Emperor Lord. At the star condensation realm, it wasn't rare to challenge someone of a higher realm. But to challenge someone of a higher realm to the profound nether realm was harder than reaching the heavens. Even if one condensed 4 stars, it was just a bit more spirit energy. Against the overwhelming power of the profound nether realm, it was useless." The two continued to release their spirit energy and continued to fly. Qinyu gradually extricated himself from the sense of crisis. Looking at Lin Yuxuan, who was right in front of him, and smelling the faint fragrance coming from her body, as well as her beautiful face that was a little too close to him, Qinyu's breathing involuntarily quickened. If it was any other man, they would find it hard to remain calm when Lin Yuxuan was so close. Qinyu was no exception. "Aren't we leaving this place?" Qinyu saw Lin Yuxuan suddenly change directions. This time, the profound Nether Emperor Lord had been alerted, and his identity had been exposed. The dragon race would definitely send more people to capture them. Leaving the dragon race's territory was the best choice. "Let's go somewhere first." Lin Yuxuan's face was stiff, and she didn't explain. At this moment, her heart was a mess. What was going on? She had clearly come to hide from Qinyu. How did they end up running into each other, and now they were traveling together, somewhere in the mountain range? Lin Tianfeng stood at the entrance of a cave halfway up the mountain, looking into the distance. "Why hasn't Sister Yuxuan returned yet? I'm too weak. Even if I followed her to the Heaven's origin world, I can't carry out a mission with her." Lin Tianfeng sighed. His strength was on a completely different level from Lin Yuxuan's. If he had entered the dragon race's territory alone, he would first think of a way to leave. But Lin Yuxuan chose to stay here and find a chance to assassinate the dragon race. She even said it was more convenient this way. Recently, the dragon race's undercurrents were turbulent, and they were heavily guarded. But Lin Yuxuan still insisted on going out to hunt enemies. Suddenly, a purple dot of light appeared in the distance. "Sister Yuxuan is back." Lin Tianfeng's eyes lit up. He had been keeping a close eye on Lin Yuxuan. He had been lucky enough to come to the Heaven's origin world with her. If there were no missions, he wouldn't have to fight. How wonderful would that be? This would be his and Lin Yuxuan's world. No one would disturb them, especially Qinyu. He definitely wouldn't appear. Swish, that purple dot of light instantly enlarged. The purple ribbon loosened, and a man's figure was reflected in Lin Tianfeng's eyes. Qinyu. Lin Tianfeng was completely dumbfounded. He screamed in fright, and his words were unclear, as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Tianfeng felt like he was going crazy. Why was it that he could see Qinyu everywhere he went? He hoped that he was mistaken, but reality was cruel. Just what kind of sin did I commit in my previous life to have Qinyu pester me so much that I bump into him no matter where I go? Seeing Lin Tianfeng's expression, Qinyu wondered if he had been too cruel to him. Otherwise, why would he be so scared? "Lin Tianfeng, we're all fellow disciples. Is there a need to be so afraid of me?" Qinyu greeted him with a smile. Lin Tianfeng ignored Qinyu. His stiff gaze shifted from him to Lin Yuxuan, revealing a strong sense of doubt. He wanted to ask Lin Yuxuan how she had found Qinyu. Could it be that Lin Yuxuan came to the Heaven Origin realm with Qinyu? Do they want to live alone in this small world where no one can disturb them? Lin Tianfeng suddenly froze, as if he had been struck by lightning. He felt that this possibility was too high. No wonder Lin Yuxuan had been so cold to him along the way. Lin Yuxuan ignored Lin Tianfeng. She was also troubled. She had come to the Heaven Origin realm to carry out a mission to avoid Qinyu. She also hated Lin Tianfeng. He had been pestering her and had even applied for the same mission. He had shamelessly followed her to the Heaven Origin realm. However, Lin Yuxuan still had a way to deal with Lin Tianfeng. Only, he never thought that he would meet Qinyu here again. Looking at the two, Lin Yuxuan felt that this mission was terrible. Should she give up and return to the Great Cosmos realm? Can we leave now? Qinyu asked. The Dragon Clan would definitely be furious and send people to search for them. It was too dangerous to stay here. Yes, we must leave as soon as possible. Lin Yuxuan said coldly. How are your injuries? Qinyu subconsciously asked. Lin Yuxuan had fought with the Emperor Lord's projection and had suffered serious injuries. She had even vomited blood. Let's leave this place first. If we wait for me to recover, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. Lin Yuxuan's expression was cold. But Lin Tianfeng had no idea what was going on. Looking at Qinyu and Lin Yuxuan's conversation, he felt more and more like a third party. The three left this place and flew. When they reached the border, the Dragon Clan was alarmed. The three killed a dozen enemies and smoothly escaped. After running for a day and a night, Lin Yuxuan's injuries did not improve, so the three of them stopped temporarily. Let's rest here for a while. Qinyu pointed at the valley in front. The three of them temporarily opened up a small cave abode. It was pitch black inside, but it didn't affect a king. Lin Yuxuan distanced herself from Qinyu and Lin Tianfeng. She sat down cross-legged and swallowed a healing pill. Lin Tianfeng also intentionally distanced himself from Qinyu. Currently, he no longer dared to deal with Qinyu. Qinyu's talent was astonishing, and in a short span of a year, he had ascended to the Heaven Martial rankings. Furthermore, he was together with Lin Yuxuan, and the two of them were deeply in love. If he tried to interfere, not only would he offend Qinyu, but Lin Yuxuan would also be unhappy. When Qinyu saw Lin Yuxuan and Lin Tianfeng moving away from him, he also sat far away. The night was silent. Qinyu felt that the atmosphere was very strange. That's right, I didn't tell Lin Yuxuan my thoughts last time. Perhaps she still has some misunderstandings about me. Qinyu thought to himself. He planned to use this opportunity to explain the situation. However, just at this moment, Lin Yuxuan said, Lin Tianfeng, go out first. Lin Tianfeng, who had endured a torturous night, was stunned for a moment before he reacted and obediently left. In the next moment, a purple barrier appeared at the entrance of the cave, isolating everything. What are they trying to do? They want to avoid me? A man and woman alone in a room. Lin Tianfeng's mind was in chaos. The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it became. However, the reality was very different from what Lin Tianfeng thought. The moment he left the cave, the temperature dropped. Lin Yuxuan's body released an invisible pressure that seemed to freeze the air. Qinyu, I have already made things clear to you last time. Why did you still follow me secretly to the Heaven Origin world? What is the meaning of this? Lin Yuxuan's face was cold and arrogant, like a high and mighty goddess. Did you know that I came to the Heaven Origin world and secretly followed me? Qinyu wore a dumbfounded expression. His mission was personally appointed by the Celestial Sect leader. Could it be that the Celestial Sect leader purposely arranged for him and Lin Yuxuan to be together? Lin Yuxuan thought that Qinyu was making fun of her and became even angrier. Qinyu, don't change the topic and avoid my question. There is no possibility between us. You don't have to waste your efforts. Qinyu, don't change the topic and avoid my question. There is no possibility between us. You don't have to waste your efforts. She appeared very strong, hoping that Qinyu would back off. In fact, if Qinyu was determined to marry her, Lin Yuxuan would be in a difficult position. However, Lin Yuxuan believed that as long as he paid a certain price, this matter could be settled. The key was to see how big Qianyu's appetite was. Oh? I think you have misunderstood. My thoughts are actually similar to yours. Qianyu chuckled. Lin Yuxuan thought that Qianyu would be shameless and continue to use the marriage to bargain with her. However, she did not expect Qianyu to say such a sentence. Is what you said true? Lin Yuxuan was stunned and did not believe it. Yes. Qianyu nodded. It seemed that Lin Yuxuan had misunderstood him. Then why didn't you stand out to clarify when the rumors were spreading? Lin Yuxuan still did not believe him and asked. I am in seclusion. The two of them spoke one after another, and after a long discussion, they finally understood the situation. Lin Yuxuan sat on the ground and looked a little dazed. She was no longer the cold goddess. Suddenly, Lin Yuxuan chuckled. After she understood the cause and effect, she felt that it was funny. Such a simple matter had caused such a deep misunderstanding. Her troubles and entanglements were superfluous from beginning to end. The Lin clan owes your father a favor and I will repay it to you. If you have any trouble in the celestial sect in the future, just say the word. Lin Yuxuan's tone was calm and her attitude was completely different from before. It made Qianyu feel a sense of warmth. Then I won't be polite. Qianyu laughed. Along the way, he had met with many troubles. The Lin clan was after all a demigod clan. Qianyu naturally would not waste a favor. Outside the cave, Lin Tianfeng felt that time was passing like a year. He really wanted to know what Qianyu and Lin Yuxuan were doing inside, although he had completely accepted his fate and no longer tried to separate Qianyu and Lin Yuxuan. When he thought that the two of them might be entangled in the cave, he felt extremely pained. Suddenly, the purple barrier in front of him disappeared. Eh? It ended so quickly. After all, he was a star condensation king and Qianyu was a body cultivator. He should be full of energy. Lin Tianfeng glanced over and saw Qianyu and Lin Yuxuan inside the cave. They both had a relaxed smile on their faces. Especially Lin Yuxuan, her complexion looked much better. This made him even more certain that his goddess had been won over by Qianyu. Lin Tianfeng, I will not pursue what you did before. From today onwards, you are not allowed to go against Qianyu. Lin Yuxuan said with a stern face. Lin Tianfeng sighed in his heart. Lin Yuxuan was already siding with an outsider. Yes. He responded and stood to the side in a daze. After resting for a few days, Lin Yuxuan was completely healed. Next, let's integrate into the human forces. This will be more conducive to completing the task. Lin Yuxuan suggested. Due to the previous incident in the hunting ground and the subsequent assassinations, the dragon clan was completely enraged and began to retaliate against the human race. Between the two sides, the flames of war had been ignited. That's what I was thinking. Qianyu agreed. Lin Tianfeng's eyes dimmed as he watched Qianyu and Lin Yuxuan follow their husband's lead. A few days later, the three appeared in a city of the human race. The sect also ruled over the human race in the Heaven Origin realm. Now that the war was imminent, the major forces of the human race had joined forces to resist the dragon clan. There was a notice on the city wall to gather experts. The three were prepared to join the army and participate in the war to complete the task. Moreover, if they wanted to return to the great cosmos realm in 3 years, they would have to use the human race's array. However, on this day, the Human Race Alliance issued an order to the world. In half a month, the Human Race Alliance will elect 5 sacred generals from the many experts. Each sacred general will lead an army of 100,000 to suppress the dragon clan. Qianyu told Lin Yuxuan and Lin Tianfeng about the news he had heard outside. The human battlefield was overseen by 3 mysterious Nether Realm commanders. They would not easily participate in the war. Under the commander of the Emperor Lord were the 5 sacred generals. However, there were too many candidates, so it was difficult to determine who would be chosen. At the same time, the human forces were full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There was no lack of reclusive cultivators or experts of the older generation who lived in seclusion. Therefore, the Human Race Alliance issued a notice that as long as one's cultivation met the requirements, anyone could register to become one of the 5 sacred generals. That's not bad. Lin Yuxuan's eyes flickered with purple light. She was very interested in the position of Sacred General. However, she did not have much hope. After all, the three of them were outsiders who had not left any traces in this world. It would be difficult for them to gain the trust of the human forces. Lin Tianfeng did not have much hope. He had even completely given up on the task. Haha, although it is a little difficult, it is not completely hopeless. Chen Yu chuckled. Oh? Lin Yuxuan wanted to know what Chen Yu had in mind. I just heard that a genius monarch appeared in the human race recently. He is known as the #1 genius in 1,000 years. We are from the same sect. We can use him to eliminate the suspicion of the heaven origin realm. Even if we cannot become sacred generals, we can quickly integrate into the human race and be valued. In a dazzling palace, Qin Wentian was lying on a chair, looking at the sky in the distance. In a year's time, I have completely integrated into the human race. My name has spread far and wide, and I have become the #1 genius. Half a month later, there will definitely be a place for me among the 5 sacred generals. Such a high difficulty task is easy for me. Qin Wentian thought back to the time when he came to the heaven origin realm. But Chen Yu, where are you? Qin Wentian's lips curled up into a faint smile. He believed that through this task, his master would be able to judge who was stronger between him and Chen Yu. A guard appeared outside the palace and knelt on one knee. He said respectfully, Lord, there is someone outside saying that it is an old friend of yours. He wants to see you. Sir, there are people outside saying that they are your old friends and they want to see you. Qin Wentian heard the guard's report and felt that it was funny. How could he have an old friend in the Qianyuan world? After becoming famous, there would always be people who would claim to be related to him. Send them away. Qin Wentian waved his hands, not taking this matter to heart. Qin Wentian continued to ponder as he returned to his train of thought. Once the 3 years time limit was up, he would be able to complete the mission and return to the origin world. As for Qin Yu, he had yet to find any news of him. He definitely wouldn't be able to complete the mission in time. Or perhaps Qin Yu had already died tragically in this world due to an accident. Just as he thought of this. Senior brother Qin, I am Qin Yu. An incomparably loud voice resounded in all directions. Qin Wentian's train of thought was interrupted once again as a look of astonishment appeared on his face. It's Qin Yu. His good mood was instantly swept away. It was obvious that Qin Yu was here to seek help. After hesitating for a few breaths, Qin Wentian walked out. He didn't hate Qin Yu, he just wanted to prove that he was more outstanding than him. Now that Qin Yu had something to ask of him, wasn't this a good opportunity to prove his excellence? Furthermore, he and Qin Yu were from the same sect, it wouldn't be good for him to reject help. Let them in. Qin Wentian's voice rang out. Very quickly, under the lead of the guard, Qin Yu, Lin Yuxuan and Lin Tianfeng arrived. Lin Yuxuan? This brat really tricked her. Humph, what's the use of relying on a woman? Qin Wentian thought to himself as he witnessed this scene. His master had arranged a difficult mission for him and Qin Yu, but Qin Yu had surprisingly requested for help. Qin Wentian was extremely disdainful of this. Qin Yu saw Qin Wentian's face and knew that he wasn't happy to see him. Senior brother Qin, how have you been? He greeted them indifferently. Chen, this is the first time I've heard news of you in the past year. I wonder how far have you completed the mission my master gave you? Qin Wentian asked indifferently. He didn't lie to me. This mission was indeed arranged by the celestial sect leader. After Lin Yuxuan heard this, she trusted Qin Yu even more. Almost halfway. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and gave his answer. The corners of Qin Wentian's lips curled up in a disdainful smile. From his perspective, Qin Yu was definitely lying. Qin Yu didn't want to appear too useless in front of him. If Qin Yu really completed half of the mission, how could he not be famous? With regards to this, Qin Wentian couldn't be bothered to expose him. Junior brother, what business do you have with me? A smile appeared on Qin Wentian's face. It's mainly because of the election of the 5 great divine generals in half a month's time. We want to join in the fun. It's fine even if we fail. Qin Yu directly stated the purpose of his visit. Given your current situation, your chances of becoming one of the 5 sacred generals are 0. The main reason is that your previous background is a complete blank. The human race would never give such an important position to someone with an unknown background. Hence, you want to make use of me to appear in front of the world and eliminate this problem as much as possible. Qin Wentian's thoughts were clear. He could roughly guess the purpose of Qinyu and Lin Yuxuan. In terms of ability, Lin Yuxuan was definitely qualified to become a sacred general. Qinyu also had a high chance of becoming one. However, the selection of a sacred general wasn't based on strength alone. One also needed prestige to lead an army of 100,000. One also needed wisdom to know how to deploy troops. Senior brother, I am also planning to become one of the 5 sacred generals. In that case, we will be competitors. However, I will still help you with this matter. Qin Wentian was confident and generous. After over a year, he had already eliminated all the suspicions of others regarding his background. Also, his talent was outstanding and he had killed many experts from the dragon race. His fame spread far and wide, and he was known as the #1 genius in the Qianyuan realm in 1,000 years. Qin Wentian had a high chance of becoming one of the 5 sacred generals. As for Qinyu and Lin Yuxuan, because the time was too short, the suspicions regarding their origins couldn't be completely eradicated. It was almost impossible for them to become sacred generals. Qin Wentian was very much looking forward to the scene of him becoming a sacred general and Qinyu failing. After chatting for a while, an attendant arranged accommodation for Qinyu and the other 2. Qin Wentian doesn't seem to like you very much. Lin Yuxuan transmitted her voice. Qinyu and Qin Wentian were from the same sect, but their relationship didn't seem to be good. He's just a little serious. At least he doesn't have any enmity towards me. The main reason why Qin Wentian didn't like Qinyu was because he obtained first place in the freshman assessment. Qinyu didn't expect that Qin Wentian would be so bitter about this. After returning to their accommodation, Qinyu took out the corresponding medicinal ingredients and concocted a second set of metal spirit liquid to cultivate the white tiger heaven-splitting claw. Feeling the changes in the white tiger saint claw, Qinyu couldn't help but sigh. The effect of the metal spirit liquid has weakened again. But so far, the effect was still not bad. And with the medicinal ingredients he had, he could still concoct a third set of metal spirit liquid. After that, he would wait until he returned to the origin world before gathering other ingredients. Of course, the heaven origin world wasn't bad either. The density of the heaven and earth yuan qi surpassed the great cosmos world. Who knows, he might be able to gather some good ingredients. The divine body of 4 symbols and the vast star art of 9 revolutions unhurriedly advanced. Occasionally, Qinyu, Lin Yuxuan, and Lin Tianfeng would follow Qin Wentian and appear in front of outsiders. Gradually, the 3 of them also had a new identity. They were the fellow disciples of the secluded cultivator Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's talent is so outstanding. I think his fellow disciples are not simple either. Especially that senior sister of Qin Wentian. She's really beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. Every time they went out, they would attract the attention of many people. Time flowed by. Half a month passed. On this day, the various major powers of the human race arrived at the human alliance in the heaven origin world. The selection of the 5 sacred generals would affect the entire human race greatly. It concerned the safety of the human race. Hence, the major powers all headed there. Inside the spacious hall, there were many people. Qin could even feel the aura of the mysterious dark realm. Little friend Qin, you're here. It's been a few months since we last met. Brother Qin's cultivation seems to have improved again. This time around, there will definitely be a spot for you in the selection of the 5 sacred generals. Given your talent, you will definitely become the Emperor Lord of the mysterious dark realm in the future. Qin Wentian's arrival attracted the greetings of many experts. Qinyu and Lin Tianfeng seemed to have become the supporting characters. Lin Yuxuan, a supreme beauty, was naturally an exception. She received the greetings of many young elites. Qin Wentian's business here is not bad. Only now did Qinyu feel Qin Wentian's influence. According to his judgment, Qin Wentian had an extremely high possibility of becoming one of the 5 sacred generals. Chen, your senior brother has already helped you. But the time is short and the effect is minimal. Don't be depressed when you fail. Qin Wentian had a smile on his face. In the main world, he lost to Qinyu in every aspect. But in the Heaven Origin realm, everything was reversed. Qinyu didn't really mind. The reason he wanted to become a sacred general was mainly because he wanted to better himself. The second reason was because he wanted to complete the difficult missions. Even if he couldn't become a sacred general, he had already left a deep impression on others. It shouldn't be a problem for him to obtain other important positions. Seeing that Qinyu was silent, the joy in Qin Wentian's heart grew even more intense. He was finally going to win against Qinyu. "Brother Chen, it's you?" Suddenly, an innocent girl appeared in front of him. She had delicate eyebrows and white teeth. "Eh? You're actually acquainted with Qinyu?" Qin Wentian was extremely shocked. "So it's Miss Miao Shuer." Qinyu glanced at the girl. Back then when he first arrived at the dragon race's hunting grounds, he met a male and a female. The girl in front of him, Miao Shuer, was one of them. "Brother Chen, you escaped from the pursuit of the dragon race? Why didn't you tell me that you returned to your clan? The gratitude of saving my life that day, this little girl will always remember it." "I thought that Brother Chen had died a tragic death." Miao Shuer was extremely agitated. She continuously asked many questions and expressed her gratitude. Qin Wendian, who was at the side, had a strange expression on his face. It seemed that Qinyu really had some conflict with the dragon race. However, Qinyu's battle achievements were definitely inferior to his. His current fame was accumulated by killing the dragon race. "Haha, although I saved you back then, I didn't know your origins." Qinyu spoke the truth. "Granddaughter, who is this young man?" An old man in white slowly walked over, sizing up Qinyu. Even with his star condensation intermediate stage cultivation, he actually couldn't see through Qinyu. He was somewhat interested that his granddaughter was acquainted with such a young man. "Elder Miao." Qin Wendian greeted the white-robed old man. The other party was the Grand Elder of the Xianxia Pavilion. Back then, he was extremely famous. Now that he was here, his influence wasn't any weaker than a young genius like him. "Grandpa, he is my benefactor." Miao Shuer immediately introduced. "You are the one who saved Shuer?" The expression of the white-robed old man changed slightly. After all, the other party had saved his granddaughter's life. Not only that, according to Miao Shuer, Qinyu had killed many members of the dragon race and threatened them to release all the humans in the hunting grounds. Such courage, such righteousness, caused the white-robed old man to be filled with admiration. "Sir, your courage is astonishing." This old man is impressed. Qin Wentian froze, feeling that something was wrong. This Xianyu Pavilion was even more passionate towards Qinyu than him. No, it was completely ignoring him. "I didn't expect that little friend would be able to escape alive. Those bastards must have been angered to death. In the future, if little friend has any needs, this old man will do his best to help even if it means risking my old bones." The white-robed old man laughed loudly. Just as Qinyu and the white-robed old man were chatting happily, a surprised voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Aren't you the benefactor who saved me back then?" A middle-aged woman's beautiful eyes widened and her jade-like lips slightly parted. She was extremely shocked. "Benefactor, I didn't expect to see you again. I have no way to repay your kindness back then." The middle-aged woman's face was filled with gratitude. "Lu Shu, who is this person?" A burly man with a majestic figure walked towards the middle-aged woman and hugged her waist. "Sect leader Xia, long time no see." Qin Wentian greeted the burly man. Although the Wind Spirit sect could not be considered a peak power, the burly man was the sect leader and his cultivation was at the late stage of the star condensation realm. As for the middle-aged woman, she seemed to be the Tao companion of the Wind Spirit sect leader. However, the Wind Spirit sect leader only greeted Qin Wentian briefly and started chatting with Qinyu with gratitude. "So it was you who saved Lu Shu." "Sigh, I'm ashamed to say this. When I found out that Lu Shu was captured by the dragon race, I wanted to kill my way into the dragon race many times." Qin Wentian's expression turned gloomy. It seemed that Qinyu had done something before. He knew quite a number of human race experts in the Heaven Origin world. He could have asked these people for help. Why did he look for me? Could it be that he intentionally appeared in front of me, wanting to compete with me to see who would be able to obtain the position of the 5 sacred generals? Qin Wendian had a feeling that he was being played by Qinyu. Since that's the case, let's see who will be the winner. Qin Wendian's expression was resolute. With just the connections Qinyu had, it was impossible for him to win against him. The main purpose of gathering the elites of the human race in the Heaven's Origin realm was to unite all parties to deal with the dragon race. The second reason was to select the 5 sacred generals. Currently, the entire war situation was led by the 3 supreme commanders. However, mysterious Dark Realm commanders wouldn't easily appear on the battlefield. Hence, the 5 sacred generals were especially important. The Heaven's Origin realm was filled with outstanding people and there were too many candidates. Hence, this method of selection was used. As early as 3 days ago, the list of candidates for the 5 sacred generals was announced. Among them, there were many famous people, respected seniors, and some unknown people who had never been heard of before. The selection hadn't started yet. The activities on the spot were mostly about canvassing for votes. Even with Qin Wendian's pride, he still had a smile on his face as he interacted with the experts of the various powers. In particular, after sensing the threat coming from Qinyu, he worked even harder. He had to defeat Qinyu. Qinyu had some thoughts about becoming a sacred general, but he didn't have any special desire. Hence, he didn't play the same trick as Qin Wendian. Even so, there were always some people around him, including Miao Shui-er, her grandfather, the Grand Elder of the Profoundu Pavilion, the Wind Spirit sect leader and his partner, etc. As time passed, more and more people gathered around Qinyu. There were around 100 to 200 human captives in the hunting grounds. At least 150 of them managed to escape back to the human race. Most of these people were at the Void Sea realm, and a small number were at the Star Condensation realm. In the Heaven's Origin realm, Star Condensation realm experts could already be considered as experts whose names shook the entire realm. Benefactor, I have no way to repay you for saving my life that day. A golden-robed man clasped his hands and bowed solemnly when he saw Qinyu. Qin Wendian, who was trying to establish a relationship with the experts of the various powers, glanced at Qinyu. It would have been better if he hadn't seen it, but when he did, he was shocked. He saw that around 20 people had gathered around Qinyu, and all of them were chatting with Qinyu enthusiastically. Damn, how did he get to know so many people? Qin Wendian felt indignant. Since Qinyu knew so many people, why did he need his help to fill in the blanks? Seems like he's really playing with me. Qin Wendian's countenance turned somewhat sinister. No matter what, he had to occupy a place among the 5 great sage generals. For this, he was willing to pay a price. Chen, you actually came back alive. An excited voice rang out, and a grey-robed old man hurriedly walked into Qinyu. This grey-robed old man was the only star condensation cultivator among the group of people who had followed Qinyu at the beginning. The grey-robed old man originally thought that Qinyu died in the dragon clan in order to save them, so he could only remember this kindness in his heart. Benefactor, if you have any requests in the future, just let me know. I will climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames for you. Almost everyone was grateful to Qinyu for saving their lives. However, they knew nothing about Qinyu, not even his name. Now that they had met by chance, the people who had been saved by Qinyu back then were all incomparably excited and wanted to repay his kindness. If they were captured by the Dragon Clan, they would undoubtedly die, and before they died, they would even be tortured. As a captive, all of them were filled with despair. Because of this, they would always remember Qinyu's kindness. And now, Qinyu's name was also known to all of them. Qinyu. Most people couldn't think of anything based on this name. Qinyu? Benefactor, that Qinyu among the 5 great sage generals, is that you? The grey-robed old man seemed to have recalled something. That's right. Qinyu smiled and nodded. Things seemed to be going more smoothly than expected. Back then, he had saved many humans, and this kindness was enough for these people to support Qinyu's candidacy. What did you do in the past? Lin Yushuan transmitted her voice to Qin Wendian. She was extremely shocked by what had happened to Qinyu, and also felt a little envious. I just saved many people when I first came to the Heaven Origin world. Qinyu replied with a smile. Given Benefactor's courage and righteousness, you definitely have the qualifications to become one of the 5 great sage generals. The 2 votes in my hands belong to Benefactor, the gray-robed old man said. The selection of the 5 great sage generals was mainly based on voting. Some had more votes, while others had fewer. The final result, if there was no major dispute, would be the top 5. I finally have the chance to repay Benefactor. I will definitely support Benefactor to become one of the sacred generals. The others also expressed their support. Originally, when Xianyu and Qin Wendian entered this place, Qin Wendian was the one who attracted the most attention. But now, even more people cast curious gazes towards Xianyu. Who is this person? He actually knows so many people, but I have never heard of him before. From what sect leader Fengling and the others said, it seems that they all owe Xianyu a great favor. Gradually, Qinyu's deed spread. Other than those who were saved by Xianyu, many people were filled with admiration when they heard of Qinyu's deeds. A major character who was conversing with Qin Wendian couldn't help but speak, to think that this person was the one who entered the depths of the dragon race and rescued so many captives. Such an outstanding talent, this king has never heard of him before. Qin Wendian felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart when he heard these words. Oh yeah, Wendian, that person seems to have come together with you? MHM, that's right, he's one of my junior apprentices. Qin Wendian froze, he could only reply like this. Right now, he felt some regret. He shouldn't have helped Xianyu back then. However, my chances of winning are still very high. Xianyu's foundation is too shallow. Even if he roped in a group of supporters in a short period of time, he still wouldn't be my opponent. Qin Wendian silently mused. At a certain moment, an ancient voice drifted over from the depths of the great hall. Next, the selection of the 5 great sage generals will begin. Those who are able to enter this place will each have at least 1 vote. You can vote for the same person or separately. The crowd instantly fell silent. The most important event of this human race grand meeting was the selection of the 5 great sage generals. Swish, 68 silvery white jade stones suddenly flew over from afar. If one looked closely, they would discover that each of the jade stones had a name engraved on it. 68 silvery white jade stones quietly floated above the heads of the crowd. Let the voting begin. As the sound of the voice faded, Qianyu saw someone voting. Brother Chen, my vote is for you. Miao Shuier said. She condensed her true energy and transformed it into a palm-sized jade token. After that, Miao Shuier used her spiritual sense to inscribe her name on the jade token. Swish, Miao Shuier's jade token flew into the silvery white jade stone with Qianyu's name engraved on it. In an instant, the jade token disappeared, fusing into the silvery white jade stone. The stone with my name engraved on it is a special spatial treasure. There's an internal space within it. Once the jade token enters the internal space, it will be isolated from the outside world. Qianyu, who had the 3rd level profound meaning of space, sensed the voting process with just a little bit of effort. At the same time, the 68 silvery white jade stones glowed and slowly rose. The more votes, the brighter the light? In that case, the top 5 will be clear at a glance. Qianyu looked at the light on the 68 silvery white jade stones, which were all rising rapidly. His gaze fell on the silvery white jade that was rising the fastest. Situ. Linyu. Qianyu looked at the 4 big words on it in disbelief. Is it the same person? The first place should be Situ Linyu. There's no doubt about that, but it's not like Benefactor has no hope. The gray-robed old man said. I've been living in seclusion and know nothing about this person. May I know what's so special about him? Qianyu asked. The gray-robed old man was stunned. He didn't expect that Qianyu didn't know about Situ Linyu. Brother Chen, Situ Linyu is a genius of the human race. At such a young age, he already has a late-stage star condensation cultivation. Miao Shuier didn't think much about it and immediately introduced him. Late-stage star condensation? If this Situ Linyu was really the person he knew, Qianyu found it hard to believe that the other party had such achievements. Brother Chen is also very strong. After all, Situ Linyu is the reincarnation of the Archlord. Miao Shuier's next words stunned Qianyu once again. Situ Linyu, the reincarnation of the Archlord. Qianyu suddenly felt a commotion in the crowd. He saw a handsome man slowly appear in the crowd. The other party had an extraordinary aura and was the center of attention. It's really him. The handsome man's figure overlapped with the good friend in Qianyu's memories. I really didn't expect him to be a mysterious nether reincarnator. Qianyu sighed. In the past, Situlinyu had always given Qianyu a strange feeling that he couldn't see through him. Both of them came from the Kenyan realm. The other geniuses from his hometown were left far behind by Qianyu. Only Situlinyu and Qianyu met in the great cosmos realm and maintained the same cultivation progress. Back then, Qianyu was a little surprised and puzzled. Now, everything was explained. Chen, you seem to be a little lacking in the selection of the 5 sacred generals. Not far away, Qin Wentian suddenly spoke, interrupting Qianyu's thoughts. Qianyu raised his head and looked at the many silver-white jade stones in the sky. Although the voting had not ended, the rankings were already very clear. Situlinyu was once the Archlord of the Heaven's origin realm, so it was naturally not difficult for him to become a sacred general. And Qin Wentian was stable in 5th place. Qianyu could only be ranked 7th. Sigh, benefactor, if you had appeared earlier, with your previous achievements, you would have won the hearts of many people. There would definitely be no problem for you to become one of the 5 sacred generals, the gray-robed old man sighed. Qin Wentian also agreed with this point. In his heart, he felt that he had won because of luck. Qianyu's achievements were only known by a small number of people. Most people had not heard of him. Moreover, Qianyu at least needed the support of a few big shots to have a higher chance of winning. And some of the people he had saved were mostly at the Void Sea realm. At this moment. Qianyu? A voice came from not far away. The crowd instantly quietened down. This kind of situation usually meant that the person who spoke was of a high status. Situlinyu? Qin Wentian looked over, his eyes filled with disbelief. Situlinyu was once the Archlord of the Heaven's origin realm. He was plotted against by the Dragon clan and died, but he was reincarnated using a special method. In his previous life, he was the Archlord and had long accumulated a great reputation. Naturally, it was not difficult for him to become one of the 5 sacred generals. But how did he know Qianyu? Wasn't this Qianyu's first time in the Heaven's origin realm? Brother Situ, I didn't expect to see you again. How have you been? Qianyu also greeted him. I also didn't expect to see an old friend. Situlinyu said meaningfully. Old friend, when the surrounding people heard this, they guessed in their hearts. Could it be that Situlinyu, the Archlord of the mysterious nether realm in his previous life, had a friendship with Qianyu? I didn't expect to see an old friend again. Situlinyu sighed. Not long after the god of cookery feast, the memories of his previous life kept awakening. Situlinyu left the sect and embarked on the road to find his hometown. The great cosmos realm was very far from the Qianyuan realm. He thought that he had nothing to do with his past, but he didn't expect to meet Qianyu after so many years. Even though Situlinyu thought that the Qianyuan realm was his hometown, he couldn't deny that he was in the Kenyan realm. After observing Qianyu for a brief moment, he was somewhat surprised. He was the reincarnation of the emperor and had many memories of his previous life. After returning to the Qianyuan realm, he was nurtured and his cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. He thought that he was miles ahead of the geniuses he met in the Kenyan realm. But Qianyu could still maintain his cultivation speed, which made him look at Qianyu in a different light. I also didn't expect to meet an old friend like you. Qianyu couldn't help but recall the past. Everything in the Kenyan realm flashed in his mind and the people and things were a little blurry. Other than Yi Luofeng, he had only met one old friend, Situlinyu. Oh right, don't expose my identity. I came to the Qianyuan realm because of a mission. Qianyu thought of something and sent a voice transmission. Previously, he had already forged an identity. If Situlinyu revealed Qianyu's other origins as well, the two would clash. Oh? Looks like you also had a lot of opportunities. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come this far. Situlinyu wasn't surprised. Instead, he was a little curious about Qianyu. Situlinyu didn't give up even though Qianyu didn't say anything. He smiled and sent a voice transmission. If you tell me why you came to the Qianyuan realm, I'll help you. Seeing Situlinyu's relentless questioning, Qianyu felt a little helpless. However, this was how Situlinyu behaved in his memories. Not to mention that he had completely awakened the memories of his previous life. He had the demeanor of a grandmaster, calm and arrogant. I came to the autonomous world. Qinyu decided to tell him the details. Although the mission required him not to reveal his identity unless it was absolutely necessary. If only a few people knew about it, it wouldn't be a big deal. Origin world. Sita Linyu's heart thumped. No wonder Qinyu had such accomplishments. He had actually entered the origin world, so he should be doing quite well. Originally, he still had a faint sense of superiority in his heart and didn't put Qinyu on the same level as himself, but at this moment, his state of mind had changed. I came to the heaven's origin world to train and kill the dragon race. Qinyu's simple words were enough. I'll believe you for now. Sita Linyu agreed. This was within his expectations. After all, he had some friendship with Sita Linyu in the past. In addition, they were both from the human race and he was from the origin world, so his status was not ordinary. Moreover, Sita Linyu had no reason to oppose him, so Qinyu felt at ease to reveal this information. The two of them communicated via spiritual sense, completing a lot of communication in an instant. In the huge palace, everyone looked at Qinyu carefully when they heard Sita Linyu say old friend. Originally, Qinyu's deeds had already spread through a small circle, but under such circumstances, it spread even further and became known to everyone. Sita Linyu's old friend? Qin Wentian felt that the scene in front of him was a little fake. Qinyu shouldn't have come to the heaven's origin world before. And Sita Linyu was the reincarnation of an Empyrean lord, so it was even more impossible for him to have any interactions with Qinyu in his previous life. At that time, Qinyu might not even have been born yet. You have exceeded my expectations once again. Lin Yuxuan transmitted her voice. The election for the sacred general position is still ongoing. Let's catch up after it ends. Sita Linyu acted as though he was reuniting with an old friend. All right. Qinyu replied with a smile. However, with Brother Chen's ability, you are completely qualified to be the sacred general. I have a few tickets with me, so I'll give them to Brother Chen as a gift. As Sita Linyu spoke, he condensed his yuan qi into 5 jade tokens and infused them into the silver-white jade stone with Qinyu's name engraved on it. Qinyu knew that Sita Linyu wanted to help him, so he was very happy to accept it. Many thanks. I also have 2 tickets, so I'll give them to my old friend. Qinyu laughed as he condensed 2 jade tokens and tossed them to Sita Linyu. Previously, he didn't have much fame, so according to the rules, he was only allocated 2 votes. The two of them gave each other tickets, and this scene was put on for others to see, to prove their relationship. In his previous life, Sita Linyu was from the Heavenly Ghost sect in the Heaven's origin world, which was one of the strongest powers in the human race. The position of the sacred general also affected the interests of the entire human race. Since Qinyu had a good relationship with Sita Linyu, the Heavenly Ghost sect was also willing to let Qinyu become the sacred general. Some members of the Heavenly Ghost sect, or the powers that stood on the Heavenly Ghost sect's side, also gave some votes to Qinyu. Originally, Qinyu's ranking was only 7th. Now that his fame had risen, and with the help of others, the silver-white jade stone with his name engraved on it emitted a radiance that continued to rise, breaking through a height of 100 feet. The height of the radiance surpassed the 6th place, and it was catching up to the 5th place. No, Qin Wentian raised his head and stared at the few highest pillars of light. At a certain moment, Qinyu's ranking surpassed Qin Wentian, leaping to the 5th place. Great, Brother Chen is in the top 5. Miao Shuier cheered. Those who were saved by Qinyu all had smiles on their faces. From their point of view, it was only natural that their benefactor became one of the 5 sacred generals. The pillars of light emitted by the 68 silver-white jade stones continued to rise, but the 5 highest pillars of light were not surpassed. The election is over. A voice rang out, and other than the 5 highest pillars of light, the other pillars of light instantly dissipated. The names on the 5 jade stones in the sky were read out one by one. Sita Linyu, Qianyu, Zhang Bingqin, Lian Guifeng, Qinyu. Qinyu, you were playing with me before. Qin Wentian glared at Qinyu. Qinyu obviously had so many connections, but he pretended that he had no one to rely on, and asked for his help. In fact, he was trying to make him lower his competitive spirit and take away his position as a sacred general. Other than Qin Wendian, there was another person present who was extremely unwilling. How is this possible? I failed. A black-robed man with green eyes had a ferocious look on his face, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. His votes were originally ranked 6th, and he had hopes of overtaking Qin Wendian, but in the end, he was overtaken by Qin Yu, who was ranked 7th. Who is he? How dare he take away my position? The green-eyed man stared at Qin Yu. Master, this person is Qin Wendian's senior and junior brother, but he seems to be related to Sitolin Yu. The reason why Qin Yu could win was because of Sitolin Yu's help. A pretty maid said. I, Chou Lingdao, am the #1 genius of the dragon-slaying palace in 1,000 years. Who does he think he is? He was a nobody before, but how could he become a sacred general? The green-eyed man growled in a low voice. Lingdao, don't be rash. You still have a chance. A middle-aged man with an extraordinary appearance, but a pair of exceptionally cold eyes, spoke indifferently. He was Lian Guifeng, who was ranked 4th. Although the selection of the 5 sacred generals is decided by voting, if there is a huge dispute, there can be other aspects of the selection to determine the final number. Lian Guifeng said. If that's the case, it couldn't be better. The green-eyed man, Chou Lingdao, glanced coldly at Qin Yu. Qin Yu could sense Chou Lingdao's evil intentions, but he didn't know him, so he didn't take it to heart. I didn't expect Qin Wendian to fail, and you became one of the 5 sacred generals. Lin Yuxuan sighed. Her results were also not bad, and she was ranked 19th. Lin Yuxuan had no foundation in the Qianyuan realm, and the reason why she was ranked so high was because of her beauty. I was just lucky. Qin Yu smiled. Of course, his luck had always been good. The voting is over, and the ones with the most votes have been selected. If there are no objections, these 5 will become the 5 sacred generals of our army. An old voice came from the depths of the hall. I have an objection. A cold and disdainful voice suddenly rang out. Who is Qin Yu? I have never heard of him before. How can a nameless person with an unknown background become a sacred general? Chou Lingdao strode out and faced Qin Yu. His aura was overbearing. Those who were rescued by Qin Yu, although they wanted to refute, they didn't have the guts to. Chou Lingdao was a peerless genius of the Dragon-Slaying Hall, and the Dragon-Slaying Hall and the Heavenly Ghost Sect were the 2 strongest powers of the human race. Moreover, this person's act of canvassing for votes was too obvious. I think that he should be stripped of his qualifications, and carefully investigate his background. He might be a spy sent by the Dragon Clan. As for the 5 sacred general, only I am qualified to be the sacred general. Chou Lingdao's words were incomparably domineering, giving people a feeling that there was no room for doubt. After a moment of silence in the depths of the hall, a voice rang out, Qin Yu, do you have any objections to what Chou Lingdao said? This person is talking nonsense. Qin Yu replied. Logically speaking, he already had the position of sacred general, and as long as nothing went wrong, no matter how Chou Lingdao slandered him, it wouldn't be of much use. However, the Dragon-Slaying Hall was too powerful, and there were many of their people in the upper echelons of the human race. How about this? Whoever is capable will get the position. If you can defeat me, you can have the position of sacred general. Otherwise, hand over the position obediently. Chou Lingdao said casually and domineeringly. Brother Chen, are you confident? Sitolin Yu suddenly asked. He knew that Qin Yu came to an autonomous world. Generally speaking, cultivators of the same rank in the origin world were stronger than those in other worlds. Sitolin Yu also wanted to see Qin Yu's strength. If Qin Yu wasn't confident, he didn't mind helping Qin Yu to secure the position. I'm just dealing with a clown. Qin Yu smiled faintly. If he wanted to secure the position of sacred general, he had to display his true abilities. Qin Yu already had plans to do so. Now was the perfect opportunity. Ha ha ha, who doesn't know how to boast? If you have the ability, then defeat me within 10 moves. But that's impossible, because you will be defeated within 10 moves. Chou Lingdao's aura soared into the sky. Since there is a dispute over the 5th position, I will allow you to fight to decide who the sacred general belongs to. The mysterious Nether Realm Emperor also agreed. Whoosh, the entire enormous palace was open air. Zhou Lingdao soared into the sky and looked down from above, his eyes were filled with provocation. Chen Yu also flew up. Shortly after, the palace was enveloped by a barrier, so it wouldn't be affected by the battle between kings. Chen Yu had also trained the 6-flamed finger sword to the 5th finger. Bang, facing Zhou Lingdao's Dragon Slayer saber, Chen Yu's robe and hair fluttered in the wind, but his expression remained calm. The rest of the people were extremely shocked. Hiss, even he, who was also in the late-stage star condensation realm, did not have the confidence to defeat Zhou Lingdao. Chen Yu's hand seemed to possess the hardness of a top-grade profound artifact, and he actually received Zhou Lingdao's Dragon Slayer saber. Lin Yu, why don't you help him? If he loses, wouldn't our votes be in vain? Boom, seeing this scene, the purple-robed elder was shocked and disappointed. Chen Yu might not even be able to receive this move and would be defeated on the spot. Seems like he is stronger than I expected. This is really unexpected. The crowd was in an uproar. Zhou Lingdao clenched his teeth and screamed. The Yin-attributed sword finger's destructive power was very strong, causing his body to turn cold and his meridians to lose their vitality. At this moment, the Emperor Lord Expert solemnly announced the result: the winner has been decided. The 5th sacred general will be Chen Yu. A pitch-black demonic foot instantly condensed in the sky, emitting a demonic might as though it was going to trample everything into pieces. The purple-robed elder could not help but exclaim. Although he was confident in Chen Yu's strength, Zhou Lingdao's reputation had been spread in the Heaven Origin realm for 40 to 50 years. Zhou Lingdao was extremely talented, domineering, and extremely arrogant. Brother Situ, aren't you underestimating my Dragon Slayer Palace's Zhou Lingdao? Situ Lin Yu casually said. I'm not convinced, let's have another match. This slash is not bad. With the help of the Heavenly Ghost Sect, Chen Yu would still be able to secure his position. He quickly made his move. His palm, which was covered in strange patterns, was wrapped in a layer of silvery white radiance as he grabbed at the Dragon Slayer saber. Boom, Lian Guifeng, who was far away, slightly raised the corner of his mouth. He also wanted to challenge Chen Yu, but if this matter was spread to his master, it would seem that he was too narrow-minded. Back then, he and Chen Yu had participated in the examination at the same time. Although there was a gap, it wasn't too big. Chen Yu bumped into Qin Wendian as he smiled. We are all fellow disciples of the same sect, it's better for you to join me. What position do you want? I will arrange it for you. If Chen Yu was really capable, why wasn't he famous before? The dark green whirlwind around Zhou Lingdao condensed into one, transforming into a giant blade that was hundreds of feet long. The blade was serrated, and it emitted a monstrous baleful aura. Indistinctive dragon roars could be heard from it. Chen Yu was very satisfied with this. His feet exploded with power as he activated Space Upanishad and smashed down like a meteor. However, after cultivating the White Tiger sky-splitting claw, Chen Yu's hands had become the toughest parts of his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to receive the dragon-slaying saber with one hand. Oh? Do you think he has a chance of winning? The eyes of the purple-robed old man who denied Chen Yu earlier bulged out in shock. Boom. Boom, the purple-robed elder was slightly bewildered. Pung, the 5 sacred generals controlled the 5 battlefields. Violent dark green whirlwind swept up around Zhou Lingdao, dispersing the black demonic mist. 4 consecutive kicks landed one after another, each one stronger than the previous one. Zhou Lingdao's Xianxia defense was shattered by Chen Yu once again, and another kick landed on Zhou Lingdao's abdomen. Zhou Lingdao, who was opposite, was slightly stunned. 2 Yang-attributed sword fingers shattered Zhou Lingdao's Xianxia defense. The human race gathering this time around lasted for 3 days. This was the battle technique that he was most familiar with. His enemies had always dodged or been slashed, so how could he receive it with one hand? 200,000 high-grade primal stones a year, and many privileges. Not bad. The dragon-slaying hall taught its disciples how to slay dragons. However, he wasn't surprised because Chen Yu had given him this feeling since a long time ago. Chen Yu only needed to go to the front lines within a month. Boom, pung. 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 Catching the dragon-slaying saber with his bare hands? How ignorant. Zhou Lingdao did want to take care of Qin Wendian, but Qin Wendian left even more resolutely after hearing his words. If he hadn't underestimated Qin Yu and allowed the other party to seize the initiative, he wouldn't have suffered such a miserable defeat. In terms of aura, the six-flame finger sword couldn't be compared to the demon at the sixth heavenly layer, but in terms of killing power, it was much stronger. As for Qin Yu, he didn't know him at all. He only voted for Qin Yu because Qin Yu had a good relationship with Sidolin Yu. The pressure from the demon at the sixth heavenly layer was also incomparably strong, causing Zhou Lingdao's reaction to be a beat slower. But now, he had a feeling that he couldn't catch up no matter what. Lin Yuxuan gave a simple compliment. 200,000 high-grade primal stones didn't seem like a lot, but as a sacred general, his authority was too great. Previously, there were at least 100 people who wanted to rope him in or befriend him. Cough cough, at this moment, Qin Yu abruptly took a step forward. Sacred generals had a high status and the benefits involved were great. Since Qin Yu didn't belong to any sect, it was worth roping him in. When Qin Yu flew up into the sky and faced Zhou Lingdao's azure eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying azure light. A purple-robed old man beside Sidolin Yu said calmly. Instantly, everyone looked at Qin Yu in a different light. Just who was this previously unknown young man? Sidolin Yu had a look of anticipation on his face. I'm not too sure either. Two Yin attributed sword fingers injured Zhou Lingdao, and the Yin flames entered his body, destroying everything. Qin Yu said calmly, as if he was a senior commenting on a junior. Lian Guifeng exclaimed. Zhou Lingdao stood up and roared in anger. Zhou Lingdao's expression changed. The signature battle technique of the dragon-slaying palace, dragon-slaying saber art, has been cultivated to perfection. I wonder how many dragon heads this saber has slain to accumulate so much baleful aura. After being stomped by Qin Yu, although he had 2 layers of defense to block part of the power, he was still heavily injured. He couldn't take it anymore. After the meeting ended, everyone went their separate ways. The defensive armor on his body couldn't completely block the power of Qin Yu's stomp, and it was only weakened by 40%. Qin Wendian was extremely unwilling. Of course, as a sacred general, his treatment wouldn't be bad. On the last day, under the attention of the crowd, the 3 commanders conferred the positions of sacred generals to Sidolin Yu, Qin Yu, and the others. Can Brother Qin win? During the time he spent cultivating in the Dragon Clan's territory, Qin Yu had already cultivated the demon's descent to the 6th heaven to the 5th layer. Moreover, he had also mastered the demon's descent to the 6th heaven. Whoosh, on the other hand, he didn't have the confidence to win. As a member of the upper echelon of the dragon-slaying palace, he knew Zhou Lingdao's strength. Peng, after that, a simple meeting was held. Only the 5 sacred generals and a few mystic underworld emperor lords were present. The purple-robed elder swallowed his saliva and asked. Zhou Lingdao was defeated. The 2 of them only exchanged 4 moves, and Zhou Lingdao was defeated by Qin Yu. Sidolin Yu sighed. Miao Shuier, who was watching the battle from below, felt slightly uneasy. In just a few kicks, Zhou Lingdao was defeated. Zhou Lingdao didn't expect that his carelessness would put him in such a disadvantageous position. The demon descending to the 6th heavenly layer was even more oppressive, and the 6-flame sword finger that Zhou Lingdao executed was even more difficult to deal with. Impossible, how could Zhou Lingdao be defeated? He was extremely clear of Zhou Lingdao's strength. As a late-phase star condensation realm expert, he even had the battle record of killing a dragon general. Suddenly, 5 different sword fingers shot out from his fingers. Damn it, he's in the limelight again. Swoosh, as Zhou Lingdao was too surprised, the scene of Qin Yu crushing the dragon slayer saber shocked him even more. Zhou Lingdao's body was smashed downwards. His face was pale, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Oh no! Qin Yu clenched his hand, and his fingers sank into the dragon slayer saber. Cracks spread, and the dragon slayer saber instantly shattered. The battle ended. What he said was the truth. Zhou Lingdao's dragon slayer saber technique had been cultivated to perfection, and he had slain countless dragons. Bang, Lin Tianfeng sighed. And the remaining force poured down, leaving a bloody hole in Zhou Lingdao's abdomen, and his internal organs were all shattered. Zhou Lingdao coughed a few times, and blood spurted out. Zhou Lingdao didn't give up. As long as he was given a chance to breathe, he would be able to turn the situation around. Impossible. Boom. This attack is only SOSO. He isn't as strong as me. Linyu, this old friend of yours, where did he come from? With his current strength, he can already sit firmly on the Heaven Marshal list. Not bad. Senior brother Qin, aren't you going to join my army? Lian Guifeng, who was ranked 4th in the sacred general election, smiled. The black demonic fog in the surroundings condensed again, and turned into a black demonic foot. The aura it emitted was even stronger than before. Around Cholingdao, a green storm blew, and it was like many dancing giant blades, emitting a domineering aura that could slash through anything. Cholingdao's strength was on par with his, but he was defeated so easily. Didn't this mean that he was no match for Qinyu? A loud sound reverberated through the sky, and the expressions of many people in the main hall froze. But how could Qinyu be so friendly? There was also a young elemental sword finger that missed. The battle hasn't started, and the outcome isn't certain yet. Bang! Qinyu followed up with another attack, and he used the 6-flame finger sword. In less than 10 years, Cholingdao would probably surpass him. As a prodigy of the main world, she had very high standards, and she rarely praised others. Therefore, this simple praise was very rare. When Qinyu returned to the crowd again, there were already over 100 people surrounding him. Also, sacred generals had the right to choose some of the spoils from the battlefield. A loud sound came from the sky, and the battle suddenly started. Not only him, but many of the spectators were also shocked by the scene. Cholingdao crashed into the defensive barrier of the palaces, and he vomited blood and screamed. Everyone saw it clearly. But at this moment, I still have a chance. Cholingdao was bloodthirsty and battle-hungry. He had been on the battlefield almost all year round, and his hands were stained with the blood of countless dragons. The battle had just started, and it was already so unexpected. Cholingdao thought to himself. Sacred generals didn't have to participate in the battle all the time, and most of the time, they would command from the rear. They only had to appear when the battle was desperate. How is this possible? Although he had made the first move, because Qinyu had grabbed the dragon-slaying saber, he had the initiative. Seeing that he was unwilling to work for his army, Qinyu did not force him. Lin Yuxuan and Lin Tianfeng, on the other hand, did not mind. Benefactor, when do you plan to go to the battlefield? I happen to be under the command of my benefactor's army. The gray-robed elder walked over, his smile was filled with respect. If the gray-robed elder was grateful to Qinyu before, now, he had the intention to make friends with him. Qinyu's talent was even higher than Cholingdao's. His future was limitless. Wait a minute, I need to purchase some cultivation resources. There was only one set of ingredients left for the golden spiritual liquid. About 60 to 70% of the cultivation resources for the 9 transformations vast star technique had been used up. As a sacred general, he could issue a request to the alliance. Once there was a resource that Qinyu needed, he would have priority in obtaining it and would even receive a discount. All he needed to do was to wait on the battlefield and someone would deliver the resources to him. This was the privilege of being a sacred general. Brother Chen, please take care of the disciples of my Wind Spirit sect. If you need any help, just let me know. The Wind Spirit sect leader laughed. The gathering ended, but there were still a few people around Qinyu, all of whom were there to befriend or rope him in. 5 days later, Qinyu, Lin Yuxuan and the rest headed towards a huge battlefield in the west of the human race. In the alliance, in a dark secret room. The target has appeared, he has become one of the 5 sacred generals. Sacred general? It will be troublesome to deal with him. In the dark, a few figures were moving. With the Blood Beacon King, what is there to be afraid of? Let's just take action. An ordinary-looking young man said, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust, we have tracked him from the main world to here. It has already been a year. If we kill the target here, it will be hard for the celestial sect to trace us back. It's not that simple. As a sacred general, he has 100,000 troops under him. There are many experts and there are many traps in the army. We are not proficient in this aspect, it will be difficult to deal with him. Furthermore, according to the elder, the moment we get close to the target, he will sense us. He will definitely set up a trap and wait for us to walk into it. An old man with a withered face said slowly. Once they got close to the target, they would be detected. Although it was hard to believe, the clan's upper echelons had solemnly warned them, so they didn't dare to doubt it. Although this king has a 50% chance of capturing him from the 100,000-strong army, there is still a risk. A figure walked out of the darkness. His entire body was shrouded in a black robe, and only his bloodshot eyes could be seen. It was as if he had come from the underworld, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Then what should we do? Once that kid completes his mission and returns to Celestial Sect, it will be even more difficult to touch him. Yeah, we can't miss this opportunity. The old man suddenly stood up. I have a plan. We can find some helpers. You must be joking. Who here would help us deal with the sacred general? The ordinary-looking man said with a smile. Dragon race. The old man spat out 2 words, and the secret chamber immediately quieted down. In the Western Barracks, everyone in the army already knew that there would be a divine general overseeing this place and leading everything. However, most people did not know the identity of the sacred general. From what I see, Sitolinyu will definitely become the sacred general. However, there is only a 50% chance of him overseeing this place. Other than Sitolinyu, Lian Guifeng and Chou Lingdao are both popular candidates. However, they are still lacking compared to Sitolinyu. After all, Sitolinyu is the reincarnation of the Emperor Lord. It would be best if he oversees this place. The 2 deputy generals in the army were from the dragon-slaying palace. One of the deputy generals had a cold expression, and there was a dense bloodthirsty aura around him. The other deputy general was a young lady, and she looked elegant and beautiful. Needless to say, the one overseeing this place will be either Lian Guifeng or Chou Lingdao. The beautiful woman chuckled lightly. At that time, the entire Western Barracks will be under the control of the dragon-slaying palace. The cold middle-aged man's eyes flickered with a bloody light. Controlling the entire Western Barracks would bring great benefits to the dragon-slaying palace. Welcome, Sacred General. Suddenly, a shout came from outside. The 2 deputy generals immediately rushed out of the barracks and prepared to welcome the experts from the dragon-slaying palace. However, they were stunned in midair. Who is this person? Not only were the 2 deputy generals confused, but more than 90% of the people in the army had no impression of Qinyu. They even suspected that he was an imposter. Who are you? How dare you impersonate a sacred general? This is a capital offense. The cold middle-aged man immediately barked. In his view, the sacred general that came here must be someone from the dragon-slaying palace. The rest of the people knew nothing about Qinyu, and since the cold middle-aged man's deputy had said so, they started to doubt him. Impudent. Qinyu's expression was cold, and a powerful deterrent aura burst forth from his pitch-black eyes. The cold middle-aged man's cultivation was at the peak of middle celestial condensation realm, but he suddenly felt that Qinyu was like 10 mountains, emitting an indescribable pressure. His cultivation is lower than mine, so how can he give me such a huge pressure? The cold middle-aged man found it hard to believe. You're slandering the sacred general. I'll give you a slap. Qinyu's cold voice sounded out. The cold middle-aged man's face changed when he heard that. Qinyu actually wanted to slap him. Qinyu was trying to take him down a notch and intimidate the others. If the other party was Sitolinyu of the Heavenly Ghost sect, he would admit it. But who was Qinyu? He had never heard of him, nor had he seen him before. Why would he obediently stand there and let Qinyu slap him? Whoosh, Qinyu suddenly slapped out, and the palm light streaked across the void and instantly descended. The cold middle-aged man immediately retreated. At most, he would lose this deputy general, but he couldn't let Qinyu slap him in the face in public. However, he suddenly discovered that the space around him seemed to have frozen, and everything seemed to have come to a standstill. All of his actions were greatly hindered, as if he had fallen into a world of slow motion. 3rd level of space profundity. The cold middle-aged man was shocked. He frantically circulated his origin energy to resist, but it was too late. Pa, Qinyu's slap landed on his face. Boom, the cold middle-aged man was sent flying 100 zhang away, creating a huge pit on the ground. Qinyu's slap was very heavy. After the cold middle-aged man got up, all of his teeth had fallen off, and his jaw was dislocated. He couldn't even speak clearly. This scene caused the three armies to be silent. The deputy general was sent flying with a slap without any strength to resist. It seemed like this young sacred general had relied on his own abilities to obtain the position of sacred general. Dragon-slaying palace's Cholungdao was trampled under my feet. Who do you think you are? How dare you offend your superior? If there's a next time, don't blame me for being impolite. Qinyu shouted coldly. He looked around, and wherever he looked, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. What? Cholungdao was defeated by this person. The cold middle-aged man was in disbelief. The beautiful woman at the side was also incomparably shocked. The army camp was in an uproar. They had all heard of Cholungdao's fame, and many of them had even seen him in person. He was like a peerless wild blade. However, Cholungdao was actually defeated by Qinyu. Welcome, sacred general. Someone suddenly shouted as he knelt down. Following that, more and more people did the same. In the end, the entire army respectfully greeted Qinyu, and even the two deputy generals lowered their heads. The two of you, come in and tell me about the situation in the army. Qinyu pointed at the two deputy generals. In fact, he had already planned to give the two deputy generals a show of strength to intimidate the three armies. This was what Sita Linyu had asked Qinyu to do to intimidate the two deputy generals. If possible, he wanted to replace the two people from Dragon-slaying Palace with people from Heavenly Ghost Sect. Sita Linyu had helped Qinyu before, so Qinyu agreed to help him with this small matter. On the battlefield, there were not battles every day. Most of the time, there were only small conflicts, and Qinyu naturally didn't need to care about these small matters. Usually, he would cultivate in his own residence. Qinyu didn't try to be frugal with resources. After all, strength was the most fundamental. The purpose of plundering resources was to raise one's strength. Qinyu had been in seclusion for a month, and there was nothing to disturb him. As for his white tiger heaven-splitting claw, it had already reached the peak of Xiaoqing realm, and was not far from the Great Accomplishment realm. Once I step into the Great Accomplishment realm, my strength will be greatly increased, and I will be able to use the corresponding combat skills. Qinyu was looking forward to it. As for the progress of cultivation, it was slightly slower. Even though Qinyu had exchanged for a 6 forms energy gathering array in Celestial Sect, the environment in Qianyuan world was far inferior to that in the main world, and Celestial Sect was the holy land for human cultivators in the main world. Therefore, Qinyu could only spend more time on cultivation. The two deputy generals also knew about what happened during the sacred general election, and guessed that Qinyu might remove their positions. Therefore, they didn't dare to be careless, and did their best in their work, so that Qinyu couldn't find any problems. Because of this, Qinyu was very relaxed. A year passed. On the western battlefield, there were 3 big battles. Qinyu fought twice, and killed 2 dragon generals and several star condensation middle stage cultivators, shocking both sides. In the main hall, Qinyu temporarily stopped cultivating. A year has passed, and I still haven't broken through the white tiger heaven-splitting claw. Qinyu sighed. In fact, the divine body of 4 symbol second level was already very high. But Qinyu had a unique talent in body refinement, and there was still room for improvement. It was just that the materials to cultivate the white tiger heaven-splitting claw had long been used up. Looks like it's time to use you. Qinyu took a deep breath, and took out a jade bottle from the pale silver crystal space. There was a drop of golden blood in it, but it was as clear as amber, emitting a dazzling golden light. Even if it was stored in a special container, Qinyu could feel the strong aura of the bloodline inside. Although there is only 1 drop of white tiger sacred race's blood essence, it is very likely to come from an emperor-level sacred beast. The blood essence of a metal-type sacred beast was a necessary item to cultivate the white tiger heaven-splitting claw, and it had a great impact on the cultivation of this level. Refine! Qinyu shouted, and opened the jade bottle, and the drop of golden blood flew out, landing between his palms. Within the blood essence, the strong and ancient bloodline aura formed layers of golden air waves, spreading in all directions. Fortunately, Qinyu opened a barrier and isolated it with a spatial barrier, otherwise this drop of blood essence might be detected by others. Buzz buzz, Xianxia circulated the white tiger heaven-splitting claws-related technique, extracted the power of the blood essence, and integrated it into the white tiger sacred claw. This drop of metal-type sacred beast blood essence contained enormous power, and it was refined outside, fusing into the platinum patterns on his palms. Buzz, the platinum patterns on Xianxu's palms shone brightly and flew up, releasing enormous power, turning into two translucent metal beast claws. The radiance on the white tiger sacred claw seemed to have a heartbeat, fluctuating and flickering. As the power in the blood essence continued to fuse, the radiance released by the white tiger sacred claw became even more dazzling. The white tiger sky-splitting claws cultivation method stated that only by fusing the metal-type sacred beast blood essence and celestial crystal gold could it be considered complete, and the true power of this cultivation method could be unleashed. The former could allow the cultivated white tiger sacred claw to be close to the white tiger sacred clan's white tiger sacred claw in all aspects, allowing it to unleash some of the power of battle skills. The latter could increase the hardness of the white tiger sacred claw, making the white tiger sacred claw indestructible. Time passed slowly. Xianxia had to refine this drop of blood essence for 3 days before he could completely integrate it into his claws. His claws emitted an ancient and domineering aura, as well as a sense of sacredness, similar to the white tiger sacred claw of the white tiger sacred clan, giving off an oppressive feeling. Not only that. The white tiger sky-splitting claw broke through to the greater success stage while refining the blood essence. Xianxu's understanding of metal profound also deepened, reaching the peak of the second level. Greater success, I can cultivate the many battle skills in this level. Xianxia browsed through the other information of the white tiger sky-splitting claw. There were a few battle skills that he could cultivate. These were new battle skills created by the Skywalker Beast God after comprehending the core battle skills of the White Tiger Sacred Clan. Xianxia quickly chose a battle skill called Sky-Shattering Star-Shattering Claw, which could unleash the full power of the White Tiger Sacred Claw, focusing on pure offensive power and extremely destructive power. This battle skill had a total of 3 moves: Star-Shattering Claw, Star-Shattering Claw, and Star-Shattering Claw. To cultivate this battle skill, Xianxia could not stay in the military camp, or else this place would be razed to the ground. Whoosh, he left the barracks and came to a desolate area. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Xianxia had more or less mastered the first move, Star-Splitting Claw. Buzz, he activated the White Tiger Sacred Claw and closed his 5 claws together. The long and sharp white claws were pressed together as if they had become one. Xianxia suddenly waved his arm and activated his combat skill. The White Tiger Saint Claw's attack was already extremely fast. Combat techniques also focused on speed. Speed itself could increase the power of the attack. Chi, a huge golden white crescent instantly slashed out, sweeping across the sky and slicing everything in its path into ashes. There was also a huge ravine on the ground, and the cut was extremely neat. So sharp. Xianxia sensed the power of this attack. If he were to face Chou Lingdao now, this star-splitting claw would be enough to shatter his dragon-slaying saber and severely injure him. Xianxia began to cultivate the profound of gold after he mastered the combat skill. When he had refined the essence blood, his profound of gold had reached the peak of level 2. If he put in some more effort, he could break through to level 3. Level 3 corresponded to the late-stage star condensation realm. However, Xianxia's comprehension of profound truths had increased several times, and he had many profound crystals of the metal element. Therefore, he could reach level 3 even when he was at the mid-stage star condensation realm. Other than that, he wouldn't fall behind in terms of cultivation. In the territory of the dragon race, inside a grand dragon head palace, the major dragon races were holding a meeting. The yellow dragon race was the main one, and the rest were the weaker dragon races. The main topic of this meeting was the war. Sacred Emperor Lord Jin, it's too difficult to deal with Citilinho. That's right. He was a mysterious Dark Realm Emperor Lord in his previous life. He definitely has many trump cards. Ordinary dragon generals are no match for him. Once mysterious Dark Realm Emperors move, they will definitely attract human mysterious Dark Realm Emperors and cause the situation to escalate. Without a high chance of winning, it's not wise to do so. The upper echelons of the dragon race in the hall discussed. The enemy they were facing was Citilinho, who was in charge of the northern battlefield. The Yellow Dragon race had a huge grudge against Citolineu in his previous life. The Yellow Dragon race had been the main mastermind behind Citolineu's death. However, they hadn't expected him to have a way to reincarnate. Citolineu had already cultivated to the late-stage star condensation realm. It wouldn't be long before he returned to his peak. Citolineu would definitely be stronger than he had been in his previous life. He might even be able to become one with the world and step into the Unity Sky God realm. Disperse! Sacred Emperor Lord Jean of the Yellow Dragon race shouted impatiently and left the hall. Behind him, the upper echelons of the Yellow Dragon race immediately followed. Damned human race. They've grown a lot stronger in recent years. Now they have a reincarnated Citolineu, and now they have an audacious Xianxia. Sacred Emperor Lord Jin's expression was grim. At this moment, a male dragon race walked in front of Sacred Emperor Lord Jean. How dare you? Get out of my way! An upper echelon of the Yellow Dragon race shouted angrily. Sacred Emperor Lord Jean was obviously in a bad mood, but this male dragon race dared to block his way. He must be tired of living. Everyone, please calm down. I'm here to discuss a deal with you. The male dragon race said with a smile. How dare you? The upper echelon of the Yellow Dragon race was enraged. The dragon in front of them was a descendant of the Coiling Dragon race. He was only at the late-stage Void Sea realm, but he dared to come in front of the Sacred Emperor Lord Jean and say that he wanted to discuss business. What a joke. Just as the upper echelon of the Yellow Dragon race was about to capture him, Sacred Emperor Lord Jean stopped them. If you want to discuss business with me, why don't you come in person? Sacred Emperor Lord Jin's eyes darkened. The male Coiling Dragon race in front of them was controlled by someone else. He was like a puppet. His words and actions were all controlled by someone behind the scenes. The others didn't notice anything wrong, but Sacred Emperor Lord Jean could tell at a glance. Hee, I'm afraid we can't discuss business in the heart of the dragon race? The male Coiling Dragon race smiled evilly. The people of the Yellow Dragon race were surprised. It seemed that he wasn't from the dragon race. We're from the blood race. The male Coiling Dragon race said. Blood race. The expressions of the upper echelon of the Yellow Dragon race, including Sacred Emperor Lord Jean, changed slightly. The dragon race was arrogant and thought that they were the strongest race in the world, but they had to be careful when facing the blood race. The blood race in their golden age made all other races tremble in fear. They once ruled the world. What business? Sacred Emperor Lord Jin's interest was piqued. There hadn't been any news about the blood race in the Heaven's Origin world for many years. Now, he had run into one who wanted to discuss business with the dragon race. The dragon race and the human race are enemies. Some time ago, a human by the name of Xianxia wreaked havoc in the dragon race's territory. He killed many members of the dragon race's royal family and rescued over 100 human captives, causing great damage to the dragon race. As far as I know, the Crown Prince, Third Prince, Fourth Prince, and Sixth Princess of the Yellow Dragon race all died in the hands of Xianxia. The male Coiling Dragon race smiled. The expressions of the senior executives of the Yellow Dragon race slowly turned ugly when they heard this. Anger burned in their hearts. The blood race wants to deal with Xianxia? Sacred Emperor Lord Jean was puzzled. What conflict did Xianxia have with the blood race? That's right. Xianxia is one of the sacred generals of the human race and he's in the army. It's too difficult to deal with him. That's why we want to join forces with the strongest of the dragon race, the Yellow Dragon race. The male Coiling Dragon race said, as for the final profit, we can split it equally. That sounds good, but I don't want to work with you. Sacred Emperor Lord Jin's face was cold. If the dragon race teamed up with the blood race, it would damage their reputation. Besides, killing Xianxia could be done by paying a small price even if they didn't join forces with the blood race. It seems that the Yellow Dragon race doesn't trust us. How about this? We'll ask the Yellow Dragon race to help us kill Xianxia, and we're willing to do the Yellow Dragon race a favor. The male Coiling Dragon race sighed and said unhurriedly. What favor? Sacred Emperor Lord Jin's eyes were still dark. The blood race seemed to have predicted that he would refuse. He didn't like the feeling of the situation being controlled. Kill Citolineu. The yellow dragon race will help us kill Qinyu, and we'll help the yellow dragon race kill Citolinyu. How's that? The male coiling dragon race's lips curled up. The yellow dragon race fell silent. This business was indeed tempting. Getting rid of the two humans they hated the most, and both of them were sacred generals, would be of great benefit to the dragon race. On the other hand, the yellow dragon race would also be able to establish their prestige and have more say in the dragon race alliance. They might even be able to slowly rule over the entire dragon race. What's your plan? Sacred Emperor Lord Jin asked. We've already thought of this. Of course, if the yellow dragon race has a better plan, feel free to bring it up. The male coiling dragon race then revealed his plan. The yellow dragon race didn't notice anything amiss. However, Citolinyu is the reincarnation of the Arch after all. He might have many trump cards. Killing him will be several times more difficult than killing Qinyu. Therefore, I suggest that the yellow dragon race take out the 10,000 dragon crown. That way, the plan will be foolproof. The male coiling dragon race suddenly said. Sacred Emperor Lord Jin's eyes narrowed. 10,000 dragon crown? Don't even think about it. This is the yellow dragon race's treasure and the symbol of the dragon emperor. How can you take it out so easily? An upper echelon of the yellow dragon race scolded angrily. He suspected that the blood race didn't really want to deal with Qinyu, but to steal the 10,000 dragon crown. Everyone, think carefully. Citolinyu was the arch of the mystic dark realm in his previous life. His trump cards are definitely not simple. You only have one chance to get rid of him. If you really can't get the 10,000 dragon crown, we won't force you. The plan will proceed as usual. The male coiling dragon race reminded again. The plan will proceed as usual. The 10,000 dragon crown is the yellow dragon race's treasure. We won't take it out so easily, Sacred Emperor Lord Jin said decisively. The blood tribe was gathered in a dark underground cave. Blood Beacon King, do you think the yellow dragon race will really bring the 10,000 dragon crown? The ordinary-looking man asked. There's a 70% chance. First, as a business partner, we're on the weaker side. Plus, this is the heaven's origin world. Second, Citolinyu is indeed difficult to deal with. Bringing out the 10,000 dragon crown is more of a guarantee. The black-robed Blood Beacon King said calmly. If that's really the case, then we've done a great service. Not only will we be able to take back the item the progenitor needs, but we'll also be able to take the yellow dragon race's treasure. Our only target is Qinyu. The yellow dragon race's treasure is my spoil of war. The eyes of the black-robed Blood Beacon King suddenly flashed with a chilling bloody light. Yes, it was a slip of the tongue. The 10,000 dragon crown is your personal spoil of war. The ordinary-looking man hurriedly corrected himself and smiled apologetically. After the deal, Lord Jin and the others returned to the yellow dragon race. Pretend that nothing happened today. If there's anything wrong with the plan, I'll hold you accountable, Lord Jin shouted at the other dragons. Lord Gold Saint Sovereign shouted at the other members of the dragon race. He released his sovereign Lord Aura and observed them closely. If there was anything wrong with their behavior, Lord Gold Saint Sovereign would not let them go so easily. Understood. The dragons replied. This matter was of great importance. If they succeeded, it would benefit the yellow dragon race greatly. They wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Against Citolinyu, only he can make me feel at ease. Sacred Sovereign Lord Gold disappeared in a flash. In the next instant, he arrived at a quiet palace. Lord Jin, what business do you have here? A voice rang out from within the palace when the golden sacred emperor lord arrived. Then, whoosh, a dark yellow dragon flew out from the palace. There were 18 huge wounds on the dragon's body. It was a frightening sight. Huang Shuahong, I have an important mission for you. Lord Jin's expression was calm. A few hundred years ago, Huang Shuahong had been a prodigy of the yellow dragon race, but he had encountered Citolinyu and been heavily injured. He had almost died. Huang Shuahong had survived. He wanted revenge, but his foundation had been damaged, so he couldn't break through to the mysterious nether realm. But Huang Shuahong hadn't given up. He had been in seclusion for a few hundred years and formed his 4th star, becoming a 4-star king. Please speak. After Sacred the Archgold told him everything, the dark yellow dragon Huang Shuahong fell into deep thought. He didn't agree rashly because of his hatred for Sitilinyu. Working with the blood race had its own risks. But this was the heaven's origin world. The dragon race was the strongest, and the blood race probably only had a few. They might even come from other worlds, so they didn't dare to show themselves. I will also report this matter to the dragon monarch and borrow the myriad dragon crown. As long as the blood race does not have any mysterious nether realm experts interfering, given your abilities, nothing will go wrong. You can even use the power of the myriad dragon crown to exterminate the blood race. Sacred Emperor Lord Gold continued. Lord, didn't you say that we wouldn't take out the 10,000 dragon crown if you rejected the blood race's offer? Huang Shuahong revealed a trace of doubt, but he immediately understood. Sir, is this to lower the blood race's guard? That's right, they thought we didn't take out the 10,000 dragon crown, but that's not the case. If everything goes smoothly, you won't need to use this treasure. Sacred the Archlord Gold's eyes were deep. If everything went smoothly, Huang Shuahong only needed to bring out the 10,000 dragon crown at the last moment and capture the entire blood race. Moreover, the 10,000 dragon crown is the Yellow Dragon tribe's treasure. Even if the blood tribe really wants it, they won't succeed. My clan's dragon emperor has mastered a secret technique that allows him to summon the 10,000 dragon crown at any time. The crown of 10,000 dragons was the treasure of the Yellow Dragon tribe. Any tribe member would be tempted by it, even Huang Shuahong. Sacred the Archlord Gold was worried that he would go astray, so he reminded him. This subordinate will definitely complete this mission. Huang Shuahong agreed. Sacred Emperor Lord nodded and headed to the Dragon Palace. The myriad dragon crown was in the hands of the Dragon Monarch, and one could only borrow it with the Dragon Monarch's permission. After explaining everything, the Dragon Emperor lent him the 10,000 dragon crown. The Dragon Emperor was ambitious and had long wanted to unify the dragon tribe. Since he had refined the 10,000 dragon crown, he could summon it back at any time. On this day, Xianxia was cultivating the 9 transformation vast star art in the barracks. Sacred General, someone from the North Barracks wants to see you. The deputy's voice came from outside the palace. Xianxia opened his eyes and murmured, I'm not far from the mid-stage. He was confident that he could break through in another 2 or 3 years. Let him in. Xianxia pondered. Wasn't the North Barracks where Sitilinyu was? Greetings, Sacred General. I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Ghost Sect and Lord Situ's guard. A man in heavy armor knelt on one knee. Lord Situ sent me to tell you that he has something important to discuss with you. The man in heavy armor said. What is it? Xianxia was a little confused. I don't know either. It's probably something important that I can only tell you. The man in heavy armor shook his head. Next, he told Xianxia the location. Swish, Xianxia left the barracks and headed toward the location that the man in heavy armor had told him. What's the matter, Brother Situ? Xianxia couldn't help but wonder. The destination was not far away, and he could reach it in 4 hours. There are 2 living beings. Xianxia's mysterious heart sensed 2 life auras. Did Sitilinyu bring someone else with him? Before Xianxia could get close. Bang, the ground suddenly exploded, and 2 dark yellow streams of light shot into the sky, heading straight for Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's hair stood on end, and he felt a strong pressure. He immediately stopped. Dragon race. He saw clearly that it was not Sitilinyu, but a powerful being from the dragon race. One of them was a female with a voluptuous figure, and she stared at him with a ferocious expression. The other one looked older, and there were many shocking wounds on his body. He exuded an extremely powerful aura that filled the entire sky. The sense of danger came from this middle-aged man from the dragon race who was covered in scars. Bang, the middle-aged man from the dragon race, Huang Shuahong, struck out with his palm, and a giant dragon claw appeared in the air. Because it was a surprise attack, the other party's attack was extremely fast, and Xianxia didn't have time to dodge. He activated his celestial body and clenched his fist, which was wrapped in yuan qi, and punched out. He didn't hold back this punch. Boom, boundless energy exploded from his fist, and a bright beam of light landed on the dark yellow dragon claw, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Xianxia retreated dozens of steps, and the blood in his body was boiling. So powerful. His cultivation is not just at the star condensation late stage. Qinyu's pupils constricted. This was probably a 4-star king who had surpassed the peak of the star condensation late stage. Huang Zhuohong exclaimed. No wonder the blood race wanted to ally with them. He didn't expect that a mere star condensation mid-stage human could safely take his palm. Qinyu, die. The female dragon threw out a giant hammer, which grew to 500 to 600 feet long. The head of the hammer was a ferocious dragon head, and it smashed towards Qinyu. Who do you think you are? Qinyu snorted. Huang Zhuohong was a 4-star king, and his strength was shocking enough to enter the middle of the heaven martial list. But this female dragon was only at the star condensation late stage. Pong, Qinyu clenched his fists and punched upwards. A bright silver light engulfed the giant hammer. Boom, the giant hammer was sent flying by Qinyu, and the female dragon who was connected to the profound artifact was also affected. Her mind shook violently, and she lost control of the profound artifact for a short time. Qinyu turned and left. The dragon race had sent someone to sneak in and attack him. It was obvious that they had come prepared. Also, there was no need for him to fight to the death. He only needed to send a message, stall the enemy for a while, and wait for reinforcements. Just when Qinyu was about to escape, his mysterious heart sensed a few life auras approaching, and he could also sense a few extremely familiar auras. Blood race. Qinyu didn't expect to meet the blood race in the heaven essence realm. The blood race's target must be him. But where did these blood race come from? The blood race from the blood sea realm? Or the autonomous world? However, the first thing that appeared in the range of Qinyu's spiritual sense was not the blood race, but Situlinyu. Qinyu? Situlinyu also noticed Qinyu and the dragon race. At this moment, the two of them instantly understood that the dragon race had colluded with the blood race to attack them at the same time. What's going on? Huang Zhuohong shouted coldly. They had agreed to deal with Qinyu, and the blood race would deal with Situlinyu. There were 4 blood race members, but they couldn't trap Situlinyu and let him escape. This person's strength is not simple. A moment of carelessness allowed him to escape. A black-cloaked man said. He was the Blood Beacon Monarch, a 4-star monarch who had condensed 4 stars. The 3 people behind him were all star condensation late stage. In fact, the Blood Beacon Monarch had done this on purpose. His goal was to deplete the dragon race's strength and force them to use their trump cards. Although Huang Zhuohong had told him that he didn't bring the 10,000 dragon crown, the Blood Beacon Monarch didn't believe him. Run. Qinyu and Situlinyu reached a consensus. The enemy's lineup was too terrifying. 2 4-star monarchs and 4-star condensation late stage. If it was an ordinary star condensation late stage, they would have died a miserable death. Swish, Qinyu activated his celestial body with the profound of space to support it. He shot out like a meteor and disappeared into the sky. Situlinyu was not an ordinary person. He was the reincarnation of a sovereign lord, and with his current cultivation, he could even use some sovereign-level combat skills. Buzz, a layer of black mist rose from his body, and his figure gradually became blurry as he flew away at an extremely fast speed. Although the dragon race and the blood race were not willing to put in too much effort, they would not let Qinyu and Situlinyu escape. The 2 from the yellow dragon race, if you have any tricks up your sleeves, hurry up and use them. If we drag this out, it will be disadvantageous for us. The Blood Beacon Monarch said calmly. I think the blood race is here to cause trouble. The 4 of you can't even stop Situlinyu? Huang Zhuohong said disdainfully. With the 10,000 dragon crown, he was very confident. It was a mistake just now. In order to make up for it, let me stop them. The Blood Beacon Monarch said apologetically. Boom, the heavens and earth were instantly dyed blood red, and a huge hideous blood red spider appeared around the Blood Beacon Monarch. Blood Earth Net. The spider flew into the sky and suddenly exploded, turning into a huge net that covered an area of 3,000 to 4,000 feet. Qinyu and Situlinyu were at the edge of the Blood Earth Net. The 2 of them immediately took action and destroyed the blood red net nearby. However, the gaps in the net immediately reconnected, and it was as good as new. Today, both of you will die here. Huang Shuahong roared. Boom, he flew into the sky and turned into a huge dark yellow dragon that was hundreds of feet long, pouncing toward Qinyu and Sitalinyu. Huang Shuahong attacked with his full strength, wanting to take down the two of them. Qinyu and Sitalinyu looked at each other, and the two of them attacked at the same time. Star pattern robe, the star acupoints on Qinyu's body surged with light, and a starry robe appeared on the surface of his body. White tiger sacred claw, the platinum patterns on his hands floated up and released a majestic power, forming a pair of giant metal claws. An ancient and domineering sacred beast aura spread out. After activating the white tiger sacred claw, Qinyu's aura was so strong that even Huang Shuahong's bloodline was trembling. Sitalinyu also couldn't help but stare at Qinyu. Even with Sitalinyu's experience, he could tell that Qinyu's current combat technique was extremely profound. As the reincarnation of the Arch, he also had his own pride and didn't want to be inferior to Qinyu. Heavenly Ghost Finger. He shouted in a low voice and pointed his index finger forward. The ghostly mist surrounding him rapidly condensed into a pitch-black, withered finger with a sinister and terrifying ghost Dao aura, stabbing towards Huang Shuahong's head. Qinyu waved the white tiger sacred claw and tore out 5 streaks of white light. He teamed up with Sitalinyu and attacked the 4-star monarch Huang Shuahong. Huang Shuahong, who had turned into a dark yellow dragon, pounced forward with his huge golden dragon claw, and a chaotic wave of golden light surged out like a tsunami. Boom, the 3 forces collided violently and destroyed the blood web nearby. The aftermath of the collision hit Huang Shuahong, but he was not injured at all. The dragon race's body was strong, and with his defense, he could easily block this bit of damage. With Qinyu and Sitalinyu working together, they would be able to put up a fight against a 4-star king tier. You're courting death. Huang Shuahong was a little angry. The 2 targets this time were so monstrous that they could fight against him when they joined forces. Although there were still blood race experts here, he didn't use his full strength. Heavenly Ghost Finger, second move. Sitalinyu continued to attack. His finger technique was strange and powerful. Qinyu's white tiger sacred claw was an open and aboveboard attack. It was as fast as lightning and incomparably sharp. There was nothing it couldn't cut through. Bang! Bang, bang. The 3 of them exchanged a few blows. Qinyu and Sitalinyu used powerful battle skills, and Huang Shuahong started to be on the defensive. He had to admit that these 2 targets were really strong. No wonder they could survive until now. Under normal circumstances, Huang Shuahong would use a killing move. As a 4-star monarch, he couldn't lose face. But the blood race was here, and they had more people, so there was no need for that. Kill. The female dragon and the other 3 blood tribe members charged at him together. Sitalinyu's eyes darkened. If there was only one late-stage star condensation cultivator, then he and Qinyu would not care about it. However, for late-stage star condensation cultivators were still an extremely powerful force. As for the Blood Beacon King, he controlled the blood sieve earth net so that Qinyu and Sitalinyu couldn't escape. When I complete the blood sieve cage, it will be the time of their deaths. The Blood Beacon King let out a faint evil smile. Once this technique was completed, he would be able to trap the enemy for a short period of time, and he would be able to join the battle. However, the Blood Beacon King wasn't in a hurry to complete it. He was still hoping that Qinyu and Sitalinyu could put more pressure on Huang Shuahong and force him to reveal his trump card. You 3, remember to preserve your strength. The Blood Beacon Monarch transmitted his voice to the 3 vampire kings. In the chaotic battlefield. Scram! Qinyu shouted and his star robe danced, blocking the attacks of the late-stage star condensation cultivators and repelling them. The enemies did not know the characteristics of Qinyu's star robe, so they were all repelled by their own attacks. The 4 late-stage star condensation cultivators flew back 100 feet, and there were more or less wounds on their bodies. Damn it. The ordinary man of the kindred cursed. If the Blood Beacon King hadn't repeatedly reminded him not to use his full strength and to preserve his strength, he would have used his ultimate technique to kill Qinyu. 100 Ghost Array. Sitalinyu formed a seal with both hands. He had to defeat the enemy and break through the blood sieve earth net. Boom, with him as the center, Ghost Chi surged and formed a huge pitch-black array. Inside the array, there were many ferocious ghosts. This array could not only increase Citilinu's strength, but it could also use various methods to interfere with the enemy and reduce the pressure. The kindred and the dragon race don't completely trust each other. Both sides are on guard against each other. Xianxia transmitted his voice to Citilinu. That's right. Both of them had noticed this. In the battle, the kindred and the dragon race did not cooperate at all. They fought on their own and even hoped that Xianxia and Citilinu would bring more pressure and damage to the other side. It was this point that allowed the two of them to deal with such a powerful lineup. As long as we defeat this 4-star dragon, we can break through the blood sieve earth net and fight with them for a while. Xianxia and Citilinu discussed their plan. In an instant, the two of them attacked Huang Zhuohong at the same time. Damn it. Huang Zhuohong cursed in a low voice. If he faced either one of them, he would be able to crush them, but it was a little difficult to deal with the two of them together. Once he retreated, it would not be difficult for Citilinu and Xianxia to break through the blood sieve earth net. Huang Zhuohong wanted to show weakness and pretend to be defeated, forcing the kindred to attack with their full strength. However, he did not dare to gamble. The dragon race and the human race were great enemies, and he could not let Xianxia and Citilinu grow. Boom! Huang Zhuohong opened his giant mouth and golden light surged. Suddenly, a giant golden bead with dragon-shaped patterns flew out. Roar! 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 The giant golden bead suddenly let out a deafening dragon roar, causing Xianxia and Citilinu to feel a sharp pain in their heads. Then, golden light surged outside the golden residence and formed a translucent golden dragon that pounced towards Xianxia and Citilinu. After I use this move, if the two of them can still break through, I will show weakness and force the kindred to use their trump card. Huang Zhuohong attacked with his claws. The translucent golden dragon with the golden bead as its core also pounced out and let out a dragon roar. Middle grade Xian artifact. It's even higher than the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Xianxu's eyes darkened. He did not take out the Golden Mountain Pagoda, but chose to use the White Tiger Heaven-Splitting Claw. Star-Splitting Claw, 5 giant golden claws came together and turned into a giant golden hook. Boom! The huge golden white crescent moon flashed across the sky and quickly slashed across the transparent golden dragon's body, splitting it in half. The golden bead was sent flying 1,000 feet away. Poof! The dragon scales on Huang Zhuohong's body were cut open, leaving a small wound. What? Huang Zhuohong did not expect that his move would be instantly broken by Xianxia and he was slightly injured. The battle skill that Xianxia had just used was not simple. So powerful. The female dragon was shocked. Xianxu's battle strength was too terrifying. He could even break the powerful attack of a 4-star king. If it were her, she would have been killed by Huang Zhuohong's move. The kindred were also shocked to see this scene. They were glad that they did not attack Xianxia directly. Otherwise, they would have suffered a great loss. This lad is indeed not simple. The Blood Beacon Lord thought to himself. Boom! On the other side, Citilinu broke the blood net and the two of them immediately retreated. Chase them, don't let them escape. Everyone chased at the same time. Your strength is a little too weak. You can't even stop the two of them. The Blood Beacon Lord shouted coldly. The dragon race was cruel and easily angered. He hoped to use this to provoke Huang Zhuohong. The two of them are not simple. You should know that. Otherwise, there would be no need to join forces with the dragon race. If your excellency had used some tricks from the beginning, and you and I had attacked with all our strength, they might have already died. Huang Zhuohong suppressed his anger and expressed his dissatisfaction. Let's go with the old rules. We'll deal with Citilinu, and you help me capture Xianxia. The Blood Beacon Lord's expression was cold. He could not drag this any longer. Blood net cage. He formed a hand seal and the blood net suddenly shrank and wrapped around Citilinu. This was not the real blood net cage, but a weakened version. Citilinu was trapped by the Blood Beacon Lord and would not be able to break free in a short time. The Blood Beacon Lord and 3 kindred late-stage star condensation kindred immediately rushed into the cage and surrounded Citilinu. Facing this situation, Citilinu could only use all his strength to defend and buy more time. You're the only one left. Why aren't you giving up? Huang Zhuohong roared and pounced at Xianxia. In a one-on-one fight, Jinyu was not his opponent, not to mention that he had helpers. The situation is not good. Jinyu sighed in his heart. Citilinyu was already in danger. If he died, Jinyu would not be able to save him. It was already difficult to escape the pursuit of a 4-star monarch, so he might as well fight with all his strength. Murderous heart-rending, dong, Jinyu suddenly activated his secret technique, and his mysterious heart trembled. Not long ago, he had cultivated the murderous heart art to the last level. The first 3 levels used the rapid beating of the heart to affect the hearts of other creatures. As for the last level, it slowed down the beating of the heart and focused on killing with one strike. A clear trembling sound came from Chinyu's body. Huang Zhuohong and the other female dragon race's hearts trembled, and their blood boiled, causing their hearts to swell. A huge hole appeared in the female dragon race's heart, and blood spurted out. She screamed as her body bent over. The female dragon race's heart was heavily injured, and if she continued to fight, her injuries would worsen, and she might even die. In other words, she had lost the ability to fight. Huang Zhuohong, a 4-star monarch, was not much better. 5 small holes appeared in his heart, and blood spurted out. He had no choice but to stop attacking and immediately seal the wounds. In the distance, the 4 blood tribe cultivators were all affected. Because they were the secondary targets, the effect on them was reduced by 30%, but it also gave Citilinyu a chance to breathe. Kill. The instant that Jinyu used the murderous heart art, he turned around and attacked Huang Zhuohong. Accumulating power in his heart, he took a deep breath, and his physique strength increased. Star-splitting claw, Jinyu's white tiger sacred claw emitted the powerful aura of an ancient sacred beast. When the first move of the sky-rending star-shattering claw was executed, a dazzling golden white crescent moon illuminated the heaven and earth. Huang Zhuohong felt a strong sense of danger, and he circulated his metal profound and light profound, forming a dragon-scale light shield in front of him. However, under the star-splitting claw, the dragon-scale light shield was instantly split into 2. The star-splitting claw was too sharp, and its ability to break through defenses was top-notch. The star-splitting claw quickly flew toward Huang Zhuohong, slicing off one of his dragon claws and leaving a 100-foot-long, bone-deep wound on his body. Huang Zhuohong screamed in pain. He was too confident, and he did not take Jinyu seriously in a one-on-one situation. Unexpectedly, Jinyu suddenly used a secret technique, and instead of running away, he attacked with a powerful killing move, severely injuring him. At this moment, Huang Zhuohong felt that Jinyu might be even more difficult to deal with than Citilinyu. Second form, Star-Splitting Claw. After Jinyu used the Star-Splitting Claw, he did not stop his attacks. If he wanted to get out of this dangerous situation, he had to go all out. Boom, he abruptly opened his 5 claws, on which surging golden light flickered incessantly. A terrifying power was about to be released. The second move, Star-Splitting Claw. Boom. Boom, 5 enormous gold and silver streaks of light bloomed from Jinyu's claws. They flew through the air and destroyed everything in their path. Even space itself distorted. The star-splitting claw's destructive power far exceeded the star-splitting claws. The 5 gold and silver streaks of light twisted slightly and exploded like 5 gold and silver thunderbolts. Huang Zhuohong had escaped the influence of the Murdering Heart Sutra, but his aura had been suppressed by Jinyu. Coupled with his heavy injuries, his first reaction was not to attack but to defend. Roar, he roared and golden dragon scales formed in front of him, turning into a golden scale wall. Compared to the golden scale shield he had hastily used before, this golden scale wall's defense was more than 60% stronger. Boom. Boom, the 5 twisted gold and silver streaks of light collided with the golden scaled wall, causing a series of loud explosions. The sound of explosions rang out incessantly. The 5 gold and silver streaks of light quickly embedded themselves into the golden scaled wall and suddenly broke through the obstruction. Bang, the 5 gold and silver streaks of light whipped Huang Zhuohong's body and left 5 large bloody marks. However, the damage caused by this attack was not as great as the star-splitting claw from before. After all, Huang Zhuohong had broken free from the influence of the Murdering Heart method. With his powerful body of the Dragon Clan and his defensive combat skills, it was already very good. That he could cause such a wound. Kill. Qinyu roared and his killing intent shook the sky. Since he had chosen to fight, he could not retreat. He had to go all out and attack with all his strength. If he hesitated and retreated, he would fall into a disadvantageous situation. Ding! Clang clang, Qinyu's white tiger sacred claw and Huang Zhuohong's golden dragon claw collided and there was a metallic sound. Huang Zhuohong and Qinyu both retreated 100 feet. Such strength and physique, is he really a human? Huang Zhuohong was shocked. The dragon race had always been proud of their bloodline and physique. Humans did not dare to get close to the dragon race, or they would be smashed into meat paste. However, Qinyu's physique and defense were not weaker than his. The female dragon race spectators who had lost their ability to fight in the distance were also extremely shocked. Qinyu was actually able to fight head-on against a 4-star king of the dragon race? Could it be that his injuries were too severe and his eyes were playing tricks on him? Kill, kill. Qinyu's offensive power was unparalleled. In terms of attack speed, the white tiger sacred claw far surpassed the gigantic yellow dragon race. Since physical strength and defense were equal, then he would use speed to win. Peng. 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 Every time Huang Zhuohong attacked, he would have to face 2 attacks from Qinyu. His figure retreated continuously. Although there were no injuries on the dragon claw, the huge force penetrated through his body and affected the wound on his body and heart. Qinyu became more and more ferocious as he fought, while Huang Zhuohong was constantly in a state of shock. He had too many thoughts in his mind, and his momentum was low. Buzz, the aura of the dragon race suddenly burst forth from Qinyu's body. Faint golden scales appeared on his body, looking incomparably divine. During the chaos at the hunting grounds, Qinyu did not absorb the power of the dragon race in front of everyone, but when he hid in the dragon race's territory and hunted the dragons, he had absorbed the power of the dragon race's bloodline. At this moment, he was activating the power of the yellow dragon race's bloodline. Huang Zhuohong suddenly felt a familiar dragon aura, and his heart shook again. You're from the yellow dragon race? Qinyu had displayed a powerful body before, and now he was emitting the aura of the yellow dragon race's bloodline. That was why Huang Zhuohong had such a thought. That's right, I was once a prince of the yellow dragon race. Qinyu immediately said with certainty. This was, of course, a lie. His main goal was to affect Huang Zhuohong's thoughts. As expected, when he heard this, Huang Zhuohong's attack paused. Chance. Qinyu's desire to win was strong. There was no retreat, and he fought with all his strength from beginning to end. Huang Zhuohong, on the other hand, was constantly in a state of shock because he had underestimated the blood race, and now he was scared by Qinyu. It could be said that Huang Zhuohong was not in his best state from beginning to end. Star-splitting claw, Qinyu once again used the first form of the sky-splitting star-shattering claw. The yellow dragon race's bloodline increased his defense, and his metal ultimacy also erupted with greater power. Pissed, a huge golden crescent appeared in the sky and slashed at Huang Zhuohong's head. Huang Zhuohong felt danger, and he said with certainty, "You can't be from the yellow dragon race." The battle technique that Qinyu had been using gave him the feeling that it was from the white tiger sacred tribe. Under the stimulation of danger, Huang Zhuohong's battle instincts awakened, and he cast aside all distracting thoughts. This time, he didn't defend. Instead, he attacked Qinyu. He didn't believe that he, a 4-star monarch, couldn't beat Qinyu. Moreover, he still had a trump card. There was no way he would lose. Swish, the dragon pattern golden bead flew over from afar, and the silhouette of a dragon formed around it. It clashed with Qinyu's star-splitting claw. Qinyu noticed Huang Zhuohong's state, but it was too late. You're not the only one with a profound artifact. A golden ball of light appeared in front of him. He punched out, and the ball of light shot toward Huang Zhuohong at an unparalleled speed. In an instant, the golden ball of light expanded, and boundless golden light illuminated the world. Boom, the golden mountain pagoda collided with Huang Zhuohong's body, tearing open his wounds and causing blood to spurt out. So what if you're a 4-star monarch? Qinyu roared, and his aura kept stacking up. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, the mysterious heart entered an explosive technique, and Qinyu's speed and power instantly doubled. Star-shattering claw, he shot toward Huang Zhuohong like a bolt of lightning, and the violent power on his claw exploded once again. 5 twisted golden and silver streaks of light lashed at Huang Shuahong's body. This time, Huang Shuahong didn't have time to use his defensive secret technique. The attack from Qinyu's heart was terrifying, and it tore open 5 huge holes, and the white bones inside could be seen clearly. Ah! Huang Shuahong's shrill scream also spread throughout the world. Huang Shuahong, what are you doing? The Blood Beacon Lord's angry roar came from the other side. Didn't they say that they would capture Qinyu alive? Why was he the one being beaten up? Even if he pretended to be defeated and wanted to force the blood race to take out his trump card, it was too much. The other blood race members also felt that this scene was too unreal. A 4-star king of the Yellow Dragon race had been beaten up by a mid-stage star condensation cultivator. It was too fake. Blood Beacon Lord, should we go and help? The ordinary-looking blood race man asked. They had absolute trust in the dragon race before, but now they were a little skeptical about whether Huang Shuahong would fail. No need. Qinyu has forced the dragon race to this point. Isn't that what we want to see? The Blood Beacon Lord sneered. What he said just now was just to provoke Huang Shuahong. If Huang Shuahong has a treasure of the dragon race, he'll have to use it soon. Even if he succeeds in killing Qinyu, how can he fight against us in his wounded state? The Blood Beacon Lord continued. There was one more thing that the Blood Beacon Lord didn't say. If Qinyu could defeat Huang Shuahong, he would have to pay a great price, and they could also easily win. Damn it. Huang Shuahong felt a bit sullen after being yelled at by the Blood Beacon Lord. He wasn't acting, he had really been beaten up by Qinyu, but how could he say that? At this moment, he was covered in wounds. Fighting with Qinyu would only accumulate more injuries. He was gradually losing. Qinyu became fiercer and fiercer as he fought. He felt that victory was in sight. He felt a bit proud to be able to fight a 4-star king to this point. No, if this goes on, I'll have to pay a great price even if I win. At that time it'll be dangerous for the blood race to deal with me. Huang Shuahong thought. If there were no outsiders here, he would definitely wait until the end to use the 10,000 dragon crown. 6 flame finger sword, Qinyu stabbed out with his finger, and 5 different finger lights shot out toward Huang Shuahong. His opponent was huge, and Qinyu had comprehended space intent, so it was very easy to hit him. Don't be so arrogant. Huang Shuahong completely exploded. He was a 4-star king, but he had been injured to this extent by Qinyu. He had lost all face. Huang Shuahong opened his mouth, and a boundless golden light shot out. A golden crown flew out from the golden light. There were countless dragon shadows carved on it, and a supreme dragon might shook heaven and earth. Chen Yu's blood flow stagnated, and his yellow dragon race bloodline almost froze. He felt a strong sense of danger and immediately retreated, putting some distance between him and Huang Shuahong. 10,000 dragon crown. Situlin Yu blurted out. This was the yellow dragon race's treasure. The Blood Beacon Lord's lips curled up. He really did bring the 10,000 dragon crown. Qinyu, die. Huang Shuahong roared. The 10,000 dragon crown flew into the sky and instantly grew to a size of 10,000 zhang. It looked like a crown-shaped palace. Dragon shadows swam inside and outside the palace. Boom, the 10,000 dragon crown flew to the top of Qinyu's head and pressed down. At this moment, Qinyu felt as if there were countless dragon clan experts above his head, and the pressure was like a mountain crashing down on him. Bang, the golden mountain pagoda flew over and collided with the 10,000 dragon crown. In terms of size, the golden mountain pagoda was 3 times the size of the 10,000 dragon crown, but it was instantly sent flying by the 10,000 dragon crown. A huge hole was left on its surface, and its light dimmed. Run. In the face of such a terrifying treasure, running was the smartest thing to do. As expected of the treasure of the Yellow Dragon clan, Huang Shuahong is still unable to unleash the true power of the crown of 10,000 dragons, but even so, its power is still terrifying. Even I would have to retreat. The Blood Beacon Lord thought to himself. But it was not easy for Huang Shuahong, who was already heavily injured, to activate the 10,000 dragon crown. After he successfully suppressed Qinyu, how much strength would he have left? At this moment, the Blood Beacon Lord saw that Qinyu was getting closer and closer to him. Damn it, the other party was actually approaching him. The Blood Beacon Lord was using the heavenly blood cage to trap Citilinhu, so it was very inconvenient for him to move. Scram! The Blood Beacon Lord punched out with his palm, and a surging blood-colored sun smashed toward Xianxia. Compared to the 10,000 dragon crown, Xianxia felt that this blood-colored sun was nothing. He was wearing a star-patterned robe, and he stabbed out with his claw, allowing the storm to hit him. Citilinhu had been in a state of full defense, but he immediately cooperated with Xianxia to attack. The Blood Beacon Lord was momentarily flustered. The fact that Xianxia could seriously injure Huang Shuahong by himself showed his strength. If he joined forces with Citilinhu, the Blood Beacon Lord had no chance of winning. Rumble! At this moment, the 10,000 dragon crown fell. The Blood Beacon Lord immediately retreated, while Xianxia hid under the heavenly blood cage. Boom! The 10,000 dragon crown instantly shattered the heavenly blood cage, and Citilinhu defended with all his might, but he was still sent flying, vomiting blood. This was because the heavenly blood cage had blocked some of the damage. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for Citilinhu to continue fighting. Xianxu's condition was slightly better, but he also suffered internal injuries. Not only were they injured, but the 4 kindred were also injured. The Blood Beacon Lord was sent flying thousands of feet away, and 2 late-stage star condensation cultivators were seriously injured. The other late-stage star condensation cultivator was directly killed. Bastard, what are you doing? The Blood Beacon Lord cursed. I can barely activate the Dragon Clan's treasure, and I can't control it more precisely. Huang Shuahong explained. In fact, he didn't control it much just now. The kindred still had their full combat power, and he took the opportunity to weaken them. He could only activate the 10,000 dragon crown a limited number of times, and it was best to kill Xianxia, Citilinhu, and the kindred in one fell swoop. Right now, Xianxia and Citilinhu were injured, and they were surrounded by the Blood Beacon Lord and Huang Shuahong. Brother Situ, I have a plan. Blood Kindred, hurry up and attack. The 10,000 dragon crown has appeared. Kill the dragon race. Xianxia suddenly shouted. The kindred were stunned, but they immediately realized that Xianxia was trying to drive a wedge between them and the dragon race. Under normal circumstances, this kind of trick would not be effective. But the dragon race and the blood race did not trust each other and were hostile toward each other. Moreover, Huang Shuahong had taken out the 10,000 dragon crown and no one present could defeat him, so they did not value the blood race's help. What? Huang Shuahong was shocked to hear this. Was this a show? The business between the blood race and the dragon race was fake. Their real goal was to lure out the 10,000 dragon crown. Huang Shuahong, who did not trust the blood race and wanted to get rid of them, was now more convinced. The 10,000 dragon crown was the yellow dragon race's treasure. He could not allow anything to happen to it, or he would be held responsible. Huang Shuahong, don't listen to this kid. The Blood Beacon Lord immediately said. Even he could not resist the 10,000 dragon crown. Xianxia, you're too naive. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Huang Shuahong sneered. Blood race, get out of the way. He shouted loudly. It seemed like he was warning the blood race, but he was extremely fast and did not avoid them at all. Rumble, that huge crown was like a palace, surrounded by countless golden dragon shadows that roared and shook the heavens. Xianxia, Citilinhu, and the blood race were all within the 10,000 dragon crown's attack range. Xianxu's star-patterned robe was completely destroyed by the 10,000 dragon crown's attack and he flew back 100 feet. Citilinhu vomited blood again, his face pale. The other 3 kindred were also heavily injured. Only the Blood Beacon Lord was slightly better. The Blood Beacon Lord knew that Huang Shuahong did not believe Xianxia even though he said he did. The 10,000 dragon crown's attack has weakened. Xianxia thought. Huang Shuahong had just fought with him and suffered grievous injuries. Moreover, Xianxu's words had greatly increased his vigilance against the vampires. He wanted to preserve some of his strength. Right now, Huang Shuahong's strategy was to use the least amount of energy to deal the most damage to Xianxia, Citilinhu, and the Blood Tribe. Damn it, Huang Shuahong has increased his guard against us. Blood Beacon King cursed in his heart. His original plan was to use Huang Shuahong to get rid of Xianxia and Citilinhu, and then snatch the 10,000 dragon crown. Currently, Huang Shuahong's guard against the blood race had been raised. In Huang Zhuohong's heart, the blood race, which had a large number of people and a 4-star king, posed an even greater threat. Blood Beacon King, what should we do? The blood race elder asked. Now, if they still helped Huang Zhuohong, they would suffer greatly in the future. Were they going to give up on the alliance with the Dragon Clan? Everyone from the Blood Clan, I don't know what kind of enmity you have with me or why you want to kill me, but it's obvious that the Dragon Clan intends to kill us all. Sitalinyu suddenly transmitted his voice to Blood Beacon King. Just now, Huang Zhuohong killed a member of the Blood Clan, and there will be a second and a third. With the 10,000 dragon crown, no one will be able to stop him. Do you choose to temporarily ally with me and fight for a chance of survival, or do you want to wait for your allies to destroy you? This was Qianyu's plan. Using the mutual distrust between the Blood Clan and the Dragon Clan as a foundation, he would first raise Huang Zhuohong's guard against the Blood Clan. Then, he would make the Blood Clan feel a sense of danger and waver. Qianyu did not hope for the Blood Clan to really rebel and ally with them. He only needed to disrupt the situation and make the Blood Clan and Dragon Clan suspicious of each other. If they couldn't form a better alliance, Qianyu and Sitalinyu would have more time to breathe. Hearing Sitalinyu's words, Blood Beacon King could not help but think of a better strategy. What should we do? Blood Beacon King hesitated. At this moment, a boundless dragon might covered a radius of 10,000 feet. There seemed to be a resplendent dragon palace in the sky, surrounded by countless dragon phantoms. A supreme dragon might suppress all living things. Huang Zhuohong's attack descended once again, and it still enveloped everyone. Damn it. Blood Beacon King cursed in his heart. Sitalinyu's words just now had caused many distracting thoughts to appear in his mind, and he did not have time to dodge the 10,000 dragon crown's attack. Boom! Blood flames surged around Blood Beacon King, forming 8 huge flaming arms that pushed upwards. 100 Ghost Array. Sitalinyu used a special Ghost Dao battle technique and summoned many ghosts to block the 10,000 dragon crown's attack. Qianyu and the other 2-star condensation late-stage Blood Clan cultivators also immediately attacked to block the 10,000 dragon crown. Boom! The 10,000 dragon crown fell, and an earth-shattering dragon roar came from within. Qianyu could injure a 4-star king, and Sitalinyu was not an ordinary late-stage star condensation late-stage star condensation late-stage. Blood Beacon King was a 4-star king of the Blood Clan, and together with the other 2 late-stage star condensation late-stage Blood Clan cultivators, the 5 of them worked together to block the 10,000 dragon crown's attack. However, they were still slightly injured, and the blood in their bodies was surging. As expected of a treasure of the Dragon Clan, so many people had joined forces to barely block Huang Zhuohong's attack. Here's my chance. Bellowing, Qianyu abruptly charged forward. Although his plan could affect the Blood Clan and the Dragon Clan, it could not last for long. Even if they joined forces, once Huang Zhuohong activated the 10,000 dragon crown with all his might, they might not be able to block it. Therefore, blindly defending was not the best strategy. A seemingly dangerous attack might win them a chance of victory. After all, the 10,000 dragon crown was powerful, and Huang Zhuohong was already seriously injured. Activating the 10,000 dragon crown would also bring great pressure to him. There was only one chance, so Qianyu pushed his speed to the limit. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, the mysterious heart entered an explosive state, and his speed and strength doubled. The 3 Blood Clan cultivators under the 10,000 dragon crown suddenly felt that the blood in their bodies was about to be abolished. They felt a sense of Blood Clan ancestor from Qianyu, and it made them instinctively revere and worship him. Whoosh, Qianyu's figure blurred, and only a ray of light could be seen flashing through the void. His aura was shocking, and the white tiger divine claw shone brightly, making Huang Zhuohong feel a strong sense of danger. Qianyu, if you want to die, I'll help you. Huang Zhuohong immediately calmed down after a moment of shock, and with a thought, the 10,000 dragon crown quickly attacked Qianyu. Without the help of an outsider, the 10,000 dragon crown could easily kill Qianyu with a single strike. Murderous heart-rending, dong. With a huge shock, Qianyu once again activated the secret technique, only targeting Huang Zhuohong. The other party's heart had been injured by the murderous heart art before, and now that he was hit again, the effect was even more obvious. Ah! Huang Zhuohong let out a heart-wrenching scream, and the 10,000 dragon crown, which was already difficult to control, slowed down. "I'll take your dog life," Qinyu shouted, and the star acupoints all over his body shone dazzlingly, wrapping him up. This was the battle technique Falling Star. Qinyu's speed and strength erupted again, and his whole body turned into a surging star, smashing towards Huang Zhuohong. No, Huang Zhuohong's scales trembled, and he felt an unprecedented danger. He barely put up a defense, and a dragon scale light shield condensed in front of him. "Break!" Qinyu roared. Bang! The dragon scale light shield was instantly broken by him, and did not stop Qinyu in the slightest. Qinyu felt that no one could stop the falling star under the explosive state of his heart, combined with the white tiger divine claw, and this insignificant defense was like paper in front of him. Die! Qinyu, whose body was shining brightly, peeled off Huang Zhuohong's dragon scales and flesh with a pair of huge platinum white tiger divine claw. PFFF, in the next instant, Qinyu charged out from behind Huang Zhuohong and left a huge hole in the latter's huge body. This wasn't the end. Qinyu used the star-splitting claw, and a huge gold and silver crescent landed on Huang Zhuohong's dragon head from behind, completely cutting it off. 4-star King Huang Zhuohong had died. Qinyu immediately stopped the explosive state of his heart and the falling star state, and he let out a long sigh. He didn't expect that he could kill a 4-star king. Of course, there were many factors involved. For example, Huang Zhuohong didn't use his full strength at the beginning, and he was heavily injured by Qinyu. After taking out the 10,000 dragon crown, Huang Zhuohong's confidence increased greatly, and he didn't put anyone in his eyes. However, controlling a treasure that he couldn't control actually increased the pressure on his body, and it consumed a lot of energy. His injuries worsened, and in the end, he died under Qinyu's full-strength attack. The blood race in the distance saw this shocking scene. What a powerful burst of power! Even I would find it hard to block that burst of power just now. The blood beacon monarch exclaimed in his heart. If he was caught off guard, there was a chance that he would fail miserably. However, he believed that Qinyu wouldn't be able to maintain this burst of power for too long, nor would he be able to use it continuously. After killing Huang Zhuohong, the only enemies left would be the blood race. Qinyu turned around and saw a huge crown falling from the sky. Before dying, Huang Zhuohong controlled the 10,000 dragon crown to attack Qinyu. Although Huang Zhuohong was dead, the 10,000 dragon crown's attack didn't stop. This treasure had a spiritual nature, and it wanted to kill the human Qinyu. The blood beacon monarch was also extremely excited when he saw this. Qinyu, who had just used his full strength, was at his weakest. How could he block the attack of the 10,000 dragon crown? Kill Citolinyu! The blood beacon monarch roared. They killed Citolinyu, and the 10,000 dragon crown killed Qinyu. The final victor would be the blood race. Although the process was a little complicated, the result was still the same as he had planned. "Qinyu, be careful!" Citolinyu shouted and prepared to help, but he was suddenly surrounded by the 3 blood race people. He was seriously injured, and it was difficult for him to face the blood beacon monarch alone, let alone 3 enemies. He couldn't help Qinyu, and could only watch as the dragon race's treasure, the 10,000 dragon crown, suppressed Qinyu. Rumble, the 10,000 dragon crown fell to the ground, and an explosion spread in all directions. There seemed to be countless giant dragons swimming in the sky. There was a huge pit that was 2,000 feet wide in the ground. The pit was bottomless, and only the shadows of countless dragons could be seen. "Ha ha ha, the final victor is still us." The blood beacon monarch laughed. Without any effort, they had killed Qinyu with the help of the dragon race, and Citolinyu would also die in their hands. Citolinyu, the reincarnated emperor, must have hidden a precious treasure. Not to mention anything else, the method of reincarnation was very precious. "Aren't you celebrating too early?" A cold and indifferent voice rang out. The blood beacon monarch looked over and his smile froze. Qinyu. The 3 kindred were dumbfounded. They had seen with their own eyes that Qinyu had been suppressed by the 10,000 dragon crown. But at this moment, the other party had appeared in front of them alive. It was like seeing a ghost. "Brother Chen, are you okay?" Citolinyu was also very shocked. Even he would have a slim chance of surviving an attack from the 10,000 dragon crown. How did Qinyu survive? "Kindred, your real target is me, right?" Qinyu cast a cold gaze at the blood beacon lord. He didn't expose this before because the enemy was too strong, but it didn't matter now. Sita Linyu had always been curious about why the kindred wanted to kill him. It turned out that the kindred's target was Qinyu and the dragon's target was him, so the kindred and the dragon joined forces to set up this trap. Whoosh, Qinyu flew over. The blood beacon lord was frightened by Qinyu's sudden appearance. His first reaction was not to attack, but to retreat. He thought about it carefully. This was the territory of the human race. Given the current state of both sides, the possibility of him taking down Qinyu was extremely low. If he was not careful, he might even die here. Retreat. The blood beacon lord immediately made a decision. As long as there's life, there's hope. The other two star condensation late-stage blood race cultivators were extremely unwilling. Originally, victory was in sight, and they were the ones who had the last laugh. However, because of Qinyu's appearance, everything was ruined. Where do you think you're going? Sita Linyu immediately attacked. A bone-chilling black wind blew between heaven and earth, and there were countless ferocious ghosts floating in it. However, Sita Linyu was seriously injured at this moment. If the blood beacon lord wanted to escape, he couldn't stop him. Qinyu was also injured. If he wanted to catch up to the 4-star king, he would have to burst his heart. However, the blood beacon lord had seen Qinyu's power and wouldn't underestimate him. It would be very difficult for Qinyu to stop him. Even if he couldn't stop the blood beacon lord, he couldn't let the other two late-stage star condensation kindred go. Qinyu and Sita Linyu each chased after one person. Blood beacon lord, save me. When the old man saw Qinyu chasing after him, his face paled and he shouted in panic. In this battle, Qinyu had given them too many shocks. In the end, he had even killed a 4-star king. The old man no longer had any intention to fight, only fear and panic remained in his heart. This king will avenge you. The blood beacon king left behind these words and fled. In his opinion, Qinyu and Sita Linyu were chasing after the other two blood tribe members. This was the best time for him to escape. Qinyu activated the white tiger sacred claw, his finger drew a line in the void, and a golden-silver light mark swept out. All the hair on the old man's body stood on end. His origin energy burst forth and he shifted 100 meters to the left, dodging the attack. However, at this moment, Qinyu's second attack descended. The old man could only turn around and resist, or else his life would be in danger. Pung, he brandished a wooden staff, which erupted with a layer of blood-colored light wave to block Qinyu's attack. Zung. Zung, the old man was forced back dozens of steps and was about to escape again, but Qinyu's attack descended once again. Qinyu was not flustered at all. He kept waving his fingers and unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks, completely suppressing the old man. A bloody gash appeared on the old man's arm. Following this, more and more wounds appeared on his body until he was covered in wounds. Qinyu's goal was to capture this blood tribe member alive, so he did not use any killing moves. Instead, he slowly tortured him. When the old man's injuries reached a certain point, Qinyu circulated the profound truths of space and formed a giant hand that grabbed the old man. Qinyu had many questions that he wanted to get answers from the blood tribe member. However, he did not interrogate him. Instead, he searched his soul. As the old man screamed in pain, Qinyu gradually learned everything. The blood tribe is indeed related to my mysterious heart. From the old man's memory, Qinyu learned that the blood tribe's higher-ups had issued the highest secret order to capture Qinyu alive. If there was no other choice, they could also kill him. As for how the blood tribe tracked him here, it had to start from when Qinyu participated in the celestial sex assessment. At that time, he passed by a cultivation city and was sensed by the blood tribe. They disguised themselves as cultivators participating in the celestial sex assessment to get close to Qinyu. In the end, they were all killed by him. However, before the blood tribe member died, he sent a message. After that, the blood tribe kept an eye on Qinyu and even infiltrated the celestial sect. When the blood tribe found out that Qinyu had left the celestial sect and came to the Qianyuan world, they immediately sent people to kill Qinyu. These people were the Blood Beacon King and the others. You can die now. After receiving the information, Qinyu killed the old man. The blood tribe is determined to get my heart. It's almost a life and death situation between me and the Blood Tribe. Qinyu sighed in his heart. The Blood Tribe was good at concealing themselves and setting up sneak attacks. For example, this time it was almost a life or death situation. With Qinyu's current strength, how could he fight against the entire Blood Tribe? Although the Blood Tribe had been severely injured by the other races and was sealed in a forbidden place, they were still not something that Qinyu could fight against. The key is still strength. If I am strong, would the Blood Tribe dare to attack me? Swoosh, Sitolinu also killed another Blood Tribe member and came to Qinyu. What happened just now? You were hit by the 10,000 dragon crown, why are you not injured? Sitolinu first asked this. The Blood Beacon King, who had already escaped, also wanted to know this. However, he was destined to be puzzled and not get an answer. Go and take a look and you will know. Qinyu did not explain further. Swoosh, Sitolinu came to the 2,000 feet wide pit. The pit was so deep that he could not see the bottom and it was pitch black. But Sitolinu still saw a huge pile of metal at the bottom of the pit. This is his profound artifact? Sitolinu judged that this pile of metal was the profound artifact that Qinyu had used before, the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Even with Qinyu's defensive strength, he would have died if he had been hit by the 10,000 dragon crown. At the critical moment, he took out the Golden Mountain Pagoda and entered the inner space, escaping the disaster. However, the profound artifact, the Golden Mountain Pagoda, was completely destroyed and turned into a pile of scrap metal. I see, Sitolinu's doubts were cleared. Qinyu had escaped, but he had paid a huge price. His powerful profound artifact had been destroyed. No, that did not seem to be the point. What about the 10,000 dragon crown? Sitolinu reacted and turned to look at Qinyu. Brother Chen, the 10,000 dragon crown, is a supreme treasure of the dragon tribe. It is extremely powerful and valuable. You can't keep such a precious trophy for yourself. Under normal circumstances, Sitolinu would not argue with Qinyu about the trophy. The key was that the 10,000 dragon crown was too precious. Even in his previous life, Sitolinu had longed for a treasure like the 10,000 dragon crown. Moreover, it was the most precious treasure of the Yellow Dragon tribe. If it fell into the hands of humans, it would greatly boost morale and defeat their enemies. Brother Situ, my Golden Mountain Pagoda has been destroyed, and I don't have a suitable weapon. This 10,000 dragon crown is not bad. A gentleman should not take away someone else's treasure, Qinyu said shamelessly. Who would not be tempted by such a treasure? Moreover, his weapon was indeed destroyed. To tell you the truth, I have been targeted by the Blood Tribe. They have chased me all the way from the main world to here, and even the 4-star king has been dispatched. If I have this treasure, my ability to protect myself will greatly increase. If you really want to take away someone else's treasure, I'm afraid you will never see me again. Qinyu began to play the emotional card. For the 10,000 dragon crown, he was ready to risk it all. Blood Tribe, Sitolinu muttered. The appearance of the Blood Tribe had indeed surprised him. He now knew that the Blood Tribe's target was Qinyu. It was indeed dangerous to be targeted by such a terrifying race. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would die without a grave. Brother Situ is the reincarnation of the Arch. You can't fight with a junior like me for the spoils of war. Moreover, Brother Situ will definitely ascend to the mysterious dark realm, while I still have a long way to go. I need even more fortuitous encounters. Sitolinu was somewhat speechless by Qinyu's words. His age in this life was not much different from Qinyu's. No matter what, you saved my life this time. I will let you have the first pick of the spoils of war. In the end, Sitolinu compromised. He did not want to become enemies with Qinyu. Moreover, with his current heavily injured body, he would not be able to defeat Qinyu. He had to admit that the reincarnated him was not as good as Qinyu. Qinyu had played a great role in saving him this time. The 4-star king, Huang Zhuohong, had died because of Qinyu. It had nothing to do with Sitolinu. To a certain extent, Qinyu had saved Sitolinu's life. On the other hand, the 10,000 dragon crown was not suitable for Sitolinu. To him, it was mainly a powerful trump card, and he had many trump cards himself. However, Sitolinu had given a corresponding condition. The spoils of war of the dragon and blood tribe that had died would belong to him, and the credit would also belong to him. Also, you owe me a favor, Citolinu said solemnly. Jinyu's monstrous talent had exceeded his understanding. Even Citolinu, who had reincarnated, felt that he was inferior to him. As long as Jinyu did not die, his future achievements would be limitless. He might even be able to go further than him. Citolinu's foresight was great, and he asked for a favor. He hoped that his decision this time was not wrong. Okay. Jinyu agreed solemnly. He was already prepared to face Citolin's jade saber and sword. Citolinu was indeed the reincarnation of the arch. His vision was high, and he was willing to give up such a treasure. The two of them had known each other since they were young, and it was not easy for them to get to where they were now. Today, Jinyu had acknowledged Citolinu. If Citolinu had any needs in the future, he would do his best to help. Not long after, the human race's experts and troops arrived. The Yellow Dragon tribe had joined forces with the Blood tribe to assassinate the human race's sacred general. The Blood tribe was the enemy of almost all living beings, and the Yellow Dragon tribe had actually joined forces with the Blood tribe. They were looked down upon by the other races, and their reputation plummeted. Citolinu's reputation spread throughout the Heaven's Origin realm. In this matter, all of the enemy's contributions were attributed to him. Jinyu did not mind at all. Not only had he obtained the 10,000 dragon crown, but he had also asked Citolinu for the 4-star King Huang Shuahong's demon core. The Yellow Dragon tribe. Inside the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Emperor was furious when he heard the news. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the heavens, and the sacred the Archlord was sent flying out of the Dragon Palace by the Dragon Emperor. The Yellow Dragon tribe's treasure had been lost, and Huang Shuahong was dead. The sacred the Archlord naturally had to take all the blame. The sacred the Archlord could not refute such a heinous crime. How could this be? I can't feel the 10,000 dragon crown. Did an immortal state warrior stop me? The Dragon Emperor could not believe it. There could not be an immortal state warrior among the human race, or the dragon tribe would have been defeated. If there was no immortal state warrior, then why did his secret art not work? Where was the 10,000 dragon crown? The matter of the Yellow Dragon tribe colluding with the Blood race to assassinate the sacred general of the human race gradually faded. No one knew about the 10,000 dragon crown, and the Yellow Dragon tribe seemed to have forgotten about it. But Jinyu knew that it was all an illusion. The Yellow Dragon tribe didn't tell others about the loss of their clan treasure mainly to stabilize the morale of the dragon tribe. Secondly, it was a matter of face. If the Black Dragon tribe, the Crimson Dragon tribe, and the Winged Dragon tribe knew, they would laugh at them and even take the opportunity to suppress the Yellow Dragon tribe. Therefore, the Yellow Dragon clan must be in a desperate situation, secretly investigating the 10,000 dragon crown. Jinyu felt uneasy now that he had a powerful treasure on him. The 10,000 dragon crown had been lost in human territory. Although the Blood race was involved, the Yellow Dragon tribe couldn't find them at all and could only investigate from the humans. Only Jinyu and Citolinu had participated in that battle, so Jinyu didn't think too much about it even though he knew he was in danger. One day, Jinyu took out the 10,000 dragon crown from the mysterious crystal space. Although he didn't know the grade of the 10,000 dragon crown, any treasure had to be refined before it could be used. Whoosh, a golden and translucent crown appeared in Jinyu's palm. Countless dragon shadows revolved around the crown, and a supreme dragon might that could suppress all things faintly spread out from it. At the same time, the Dragon Emperor of the Yellow Dragon tribe in the Dragon Palace sensed something and used a secret technique to summon the 10,000 dragon crown. Boom, the 10,000 dragon crown suddenly released an extremely powerful dragon might. Dragon roars came from where Jinyu lived. The next moment, the 10,000 dragon crown left Jinyu's palm and flew away. This scene gave Jinyu quite a fright. Whoosh, he flashed out, grabbed the 10,000 dragon crown, and put it into the light silver crystal space. I really can't be too careless. Jinyu heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he couldn't take the 10,000 dragon crown out casually in the Heaven's Origin realm. Fortunately, he had the space inside his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep the 10,000 dragon crown even if he had it. No, the Yellow Dragon tribe might have already sensed the approximate location of the 10,000 dragon crown. Jinyu fell into deep thought. Not long after, he made a decision to resign from his position as a holy general. This action shocked the entire human race. The human forces that had invested in Xianxia regretted their decision and tried to persuade him. Who would have thought that Xianxia, who had only been a sacred general for 2 years, would resign? The dragon-slaying palace was the first to stand out to support Xianxia. They helped Xianxia handle some procedures and successfully resigned. Ha ha ha, the position of sacred general is still mine after all. In the previous voting, Zhou Lindao, who was ranked 6th, took over Xianxia's position. In his opinion, Xianxia must have stayed on the battlefield for 2 years and suffered an assassination attempt. He must have been scared silly, so he resigned from his position as a sacred general. After Zhou Lindao lost to Xianxia, he trained bitterly in the dragon-slaying hall for 2 years and his strength improved greatly. He was even prepared to spar with Xianxia again to save his face. But now that he had just become a sacred general, every word and action of his was being watched. It was not convenient for him to seek revenge on Xianxia. I'll let you off for now. Zhou Lindao temporarily put aside his hatred for Xianxia and went to the battlefield to take up the position of a sacred general. After Xianxia resigned from his position as the holy general, he could finally relax. He had already completed the requirement of killing enemies. He only needed to stay here for another year before he could return to the main world. He temporarily stayed in the Miao family where Miao Shui'er was and decided to return after cultivating for a year. 3 months later, Xianxia heard a piece of news. The western battlefield that Zhou Lindao was guarding encountered a powerful dragon race army and suffered heavy casualties. The sacred general, Zhou Lindao, almost lost his life. It seems that the dragon race has indeed sensed something. Fortunately, Xianxia left quickly and resigned long ago. Zhou Lindao took the blame for this incident. However, the yellow dragon race did not find the 10,000 dragon crown. Moreover, Xianxia's resignation was too suspicious. The yellow dragon race would definitely suspect Xianxia. Xianxia could do nothing about it. He could only hide in the human race alliance. As time passed, Xianxia quickly completed the requirements of the high-difficulty mission. After 3 years, Xianxia did not even bid farewell to Lin Yushuan and Situ Linyu. He used the teleportation formation in the Qianyuan realm and hurriedly left the realm. Xianxia rode on a large silver ship and sailed in the pitch-black outer space. Swish, he took out the 10,000 dragon crown again. Xianxia did not believe that the yellow dragon race would still be able to sense this treasure after he left the Qianyuan realm. I'll refine it first. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to use any of this treasure's power. Xianxia thought to himself. This was a treasure of the dragon race and had a spiritual nature. If Xianxia was not careful, he might be killed. Buzz, white yuan qi flowed into the 10,000 dragon crown like streams of starlight. Xianxia's spiritual consciousness also flowed into it, wanting to leave his soul imprint inside. However, the 10,000 dragon crown was a treasure of the dragon race. It was extremely resistant to humans, making it difficult for Xianxia's yuan qi to completely permeate it. Moreover, this treasure still had an owner. It was branded with the Dragon Emperor's soul imprint. With Xianxia's current ability, he could not erase it. If he did not erase the Dragon Emperor's soul imprint, he would not be able to brand his own soul imprint. He would not be able to refine the 10,000 dragon crown and naturally could not use it. This is a little difficult. Xianxia felt a headache coming on. Although he could slowly and persistently erase the Dragon Emperor's soul imprint, it would take too much time. I can only put this matter aside for now. I'll think about it when I return to the celestial sect. Xianxia placed the 10,000 dragon crown into the light silver crystal space. The journey was long. He focused all his attention on the 9 revolutions vast star technique. This seclusion lasted for more than 4 months. He only ended his seclusion on this day when he arrived in the main world. At this time, Xianxia's cultivation level was very close to the peak of the star condensation intermediate stage. After entering the main world, Xianxia came to the human race's territory. This place was very far from the celestial sect. However, Xianxia's current status was different. With his status as a celestial sect disciple, he could use most of the teleportation portals in the human race's cultivation cities. In less than 2 months, Xianxia successfully returned to the celestial sect. Indeed, the cultivation environment here is still the best. Qinyu walked on the martial god mountain, feeling relaxed. The moment he returned to the celestial sect, Qinyu went to the mountain peak to pay his respects to his master. "You're back." The celestial sect leader, Sikong Wanli, sighed. 3 years had passed. He really wanted to know how much Qinyu had grown. The celestial sect leader stared at him. Although he did not release any pressure, it caused Qinyu to stiffen, as though he was carrying 10 huge mountains on his back. Not bad. After observing for a while, the celestial sect leader gave a simple evaluation. In 3 years, Qinyu's cultivation level was only a step away from the peak of the star condensation intermediate stage. In the eyes of the celestial sect leader, this cultivation speed was not considered fast. The reason why he said it was not bad was because he saw something else on Qinyu. However, to enter the top 20 of the celestial martial roll within 10 years, the chances are still slim. These 3 years in the Qianyuan world, the cultivation environment was average. Now that you're back in the celestial sect, work hard and raise your cultivation level. The celestial sect leader continued. Qinyu nodded his head. If he could cultivate the 10,000 dragon crown, entering the top 20 of the celestial martial roll within 10 years wouldn't be difficult. However, relying on external forces to enter the roll was meaningless. Instead, he would be looked down upon by others and lose face for the celestial sect leader. "Have you completed the mission?" the celestial sect leader asked. "It should be." Qinyu thought for a while before replying. "It should be?" The celestial sect leader frowned. He was not satisfied with Qinyu's answer. Although it was a difficult mission, his disciples were the cream of the crop. This mission shouldn't be too difficult. He couldn't accept that his disciple had failed the first mission. This was a sign of incompetence. "It's like this. The mission requires me to kill at least 50 star condensation realm cultivators, 10 star condensation intermediate stage cultivators, 5 star condensation advanced stage cultivators. I've completed the first few missions and even exceeded the requirements. However, the last mission requirement. I only killed 4 star condensation advanced stage cultivators." Qinyu explained. "That means you didn't complete the mission." The celestial sect leader's expression didn't change. However, the atmosphere in the main hall suddenly became heavy. Originally, the celestial sect leader was satisfied with Qinyu's performance. However, he didn't expect that Qinyu didn't complete the first mission he gave him. Qinyu could have stayed in the Qianyuan world for a longer period of time and completed the mission before returning. However, he didn't. This showed that he didn't place the mission in his heart at all. "No, I even killed a 4-star king. I'm not sure if this counts as completing the mission?" Qinyu finished what he wanted to say. The mission didn't mention anything about the 4-star king. He just felt that he had completed the mission. As for whether or not it counted, it would depend on the sect. "What?" The celestial sect leader was stunned. His usual cold and calm image was shattered. For Star King, the celestial sect leader regained his composure and regained his composure. "Of course it counts," the celestial sect leader said calmly. However, in his heart, he was cursing this disciple of his. Was he playing with him on purpose? A 4-star king couldn't even fight against a 3-star king? That's not right. How did Qinyu have the strength to kill a 4-star king of the dragon race? This was unbelievable. 3 years ago, Qinyu won against Gung Handong through a bet. At that time, Gung Handong's cultivation level was only at the peak of the late stage. However, Qinyu went to the Qianyuan world and killed a 4-star king. As Qinyu's master, he didn't doubt his own disciple. He also believed that Qinyu wouldn't dare to lie about this matter. "You are not bad. Go to the sect affairs hall to submit your mission and receive your reward. If you have any questions regarding cultivation, you can come and ask me," the celestial sect leader praised. He was even more satisfied with Qinyu. If he didn't remember wrongly, he had gone to the Qianyuan world earlier than Qinyu and had yet to return. This disciple shall take his leave. Qinyu hurried to the sect affairs hall to submit his mission and receive his reward. The demonic core of a 4-star king of the dragon race was extremely valuable. The celestial sect increased Qinyu's reward by 50%. Following which, Xianxia received the cultivation resources that he had accumulated for the past 3 years. During these 3 years in the Qianyuan world, Xianxia's storage of cultivation resources had been completely depleted. Fortunately, he had plundered quite a lot of resources in the Qianyuan world. My cultivation level is only a step away from the peak of the mid-stage of the celestial condensation realm. It's about time for me to break through. Xianxia headed to the Sky Treasure Hall to purchase spiritual pills and precious materials for breaking through. The Sky Treasure Hall wasn't just a place for the sect to exchange for treasures. The disciples of the sect could also set up shops here to sell their treasures. Eh? This soul-cleansing fluid can erase the soul imprint? As Xianxia was purchasing spiritual pills and precious materials for breaking through, he suddenly discovered a type of spiritual fluid that had a miraculous effect. Soul-cleansing elixir. Xianxia happened to see a type of spirit liquid. This spiritual liquid could cleanse and purify the soul. It could also be used to erase the soul imprint, but the effect of the latter was slightly weaker. A bottle of 100,000 high-grade essence stones. For a late-stage star condensation cultivator, this price is a little high. Xianxia estimated that if he wanted to erase the soul mark left by the Dragon Emperor on the dragon crown, he would need at least 10 bottles, which was 1 million upper-grade primordial stones. Ordinary late-stage celestial condensation realm cultivators simply could not take out so many essence stones. Xianxia had earned a lot of resources in the Heaven's Origin world, and he had also received a lot of rewards for completing difficult tasks. Now, he had a total of more than 2 million upper-grade essence stones, but it was still a little painful. Let's buy 2 bottles first. Xianxia paid 200,000 for 2 bottles of soul-cleansing liquid. Next, he bought some cultivation resources, as well as a star-gathering pill. This pill was used to break through the bottleneck of the star condensation realm. After leaving the treasure hall, Xianxia headed straight to the skyward platform. The last time, he had broken through to the intermediate celestial condensation realm on the rising sky platform. With his current cultivation foundation, coupled with the help of the star-gathering pill and the sky-facing platform, breaking through to the peak of the middle stage of the star condensation realm was already in the bag. Below the skyward platform, a red-haired man with a pointy mouth had his hands behind his back as he looked up at the 10 jade pillars. On the 10 jade pillars, there were people trying to break through the bottleneck. This is the Celestial Sex Heavens platform? A training ground specifically for breaking through bottlenecks? The pointy-mouthed man squinted his eyes and casually sized them up. That's right. Young Master Shi's cultivation has reached a bottleneck. It's a good time to give the skyward platform a try. Beside the pointy-mouthed man was an elegant young master dressed in white and holding a folding fan. Pong! At this moment, at the top of one of the jade pillars, the white ball of light suddenly shook and collapsed. Boundless and chaotic yuan qi of heaven and earth poured out. The female disciple in closed-door cultivation coughed out a mouthful of blood, and her face paled. It failed. The celestial sect female disciple said unwillingly. She immediately left this place and returned to her cave residence to recuperate. Brother Long, is this heaven's platform reliable? What if this young master fails to break through to the heavens platform? Is the celestial sect willing to take responsibility for this? When the pointy-mouthed man, Xiao, saw this scene, he laughed and teased. The white-robed young master looked a little embarrassed and didn't answer Xiao's question. This was not something he could decide. I'll give it a try. Xiao saw that the white-robed young master's expression was unsightly, but he didn't say anything. The corners of his mouth curled up as he walked forward. Whoosh, on the other side, a figure flew out and instantly arrived at the top of the jade pillar. Who? Xiao frowned and shouted coldly when he saw that his seat had been snatched by someone else. Xiao looked at the man on the jade pillar. He had a robust appearance, but he looked very young. His body was straight, and his pitch-black eyes stared at Xiao without any ripples. He brought an invisible pressure to Xiao. This person is not simple. Could he be a senior disciple? However, when Xiao sensed the other party's cultivation, a look of disdain appeared on his face. I will stop here first. This position should belong to me. Hurry up and leave. Xiao's face was filled with pride. Xianxia was only at the middle stage of the star condensation realm, while he was already at the peak of the middle stage of the star condensation realm, preparing to charge into the late stage of the star condensation realm. First come doesn't mean first served. I've already paid the contribution points. This place belongs to me now. Qinyu explained kindly. Xiao was infuriated by Qinyu, but he couldn't refute him. He wasn't a disciple of Celestial Sect and didn't know that he had to pay contribution points to cultivate in the skyward platform. Long Aoyun, who is this? Qinyu looked at the white-robed young master beside Xiao. This white-robed young master was Long Aoyun. When he first entered Celestial Sect, he had many conflicts with Qinyu. He was also the first person that Qinyu recruited in the secret territory. After entering Celestial Sect, Qinyu hadn't seen him much. Chen. Brother Chen, this young master is from Vermilion Bird Holy Tribe. Long Aoyun said in a panic. He was traumatized by Qinyu. Now that he saw Qinyu all of a sudden, he thought he was seeing things. These few years, there were many people who wanted to challenge Qinyu and enter the Celestial Martial Leaderboard. However, Qinyu wasn't in the sect. Since you know that I am from Vermilion Bird Holy Tribe, why don't you give up your position? Xiao said again. You are from Vermilion Bird Holy Tribe. What has that got to do with me? Qinyu said calmly. He then closed his eyes and started cultivating, not looking at Xiao again. He was just curious about this demon's identity and asked casually. Brother Long, is this how your sect treats its guests? Xiao's face turned red as he scolded. This? Brother Shi, why don't we wait a little longer? Long Aoyun said helplessly. As an esteemed guest, Xiao should be polite to others. However, Qinyu was an unlucky star. He couldn't afford to offend him. Moreover, Qinyu was the Celestial Sect leader's disciple. Even if he were to be rude to Xiao, it would be reasonable. Hearing this, Xiao was even more furious. His eyes were burning with anger. Does your Celestial Sect have a Celestial Martial Battle platform? You can challenge anyone? I wonder if I can challenge you there. Xiao's face turned cold. As a guest, he was looked down upon by a star condensation intermediate stage cultivator. He wanted to make Qinyu regret it. Sect leader said that everyone from Vermilion Bird Holy Tribe is a guest. Your treatment and privileges are the same as Celestial Sect's disciples. Naturally, you can challenge anyone at the Celestial Martial Battle platform. Young Master Shi, do you want to challenge him? Young Master Shi, please calm down. Do not challenge him. His strength isn't simple. Long Aoyun suddenly realized and tried to dissuade Xiao. Qinyu was an expert who made it to the Celestial Martial role. Although he was lucky, he shouldn't be underestimated. How could Xiao be a match for Qinyu? However, Xiao understood the meaning behind Long Aoyun's words. This time, the Vermilion Bird Holy Tribe was here to spar with the new disciples of Celestial Sect. Long Aoyun said that he wasn't as good as Qinyu. He was looking down on the geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Holy Tribe. More importantly, Qinyu's cultivation level was obviously lower than Xiao's. Xiao couldn't tolerate Long Aoyun and Qinyu humiliating him. What's his name? Xiao interrupted Long Aoyun. His name is Qinyu. However, Brother Shi, it's just a seat. You'll get it in a while. Why do you have to make such a fuss? Besides, Qinyu, Long Aoyun continued to persuade him. However, Xiao turned around and left. He headed towards the Celestial Martial Battle platform to challenge Qinyu. And Qinyu is on the Celestial Martial roll. Long Aoyun sighed. However, Xiao had already left. He couldn't hear what Long Aoyun said. He was really thinking for Xiao's sake. He didn't want to embarrass Xiao too much. Otherwise, the Vermilion Bird Holy Tribe would say that Celestial Sect was bullying the weak. Qinyu, who was on the Jade Pillar, was concentrating on his cultivation. He didn't know what was happening below. Activating the 9 transformations vast star art, Qinyu crazily absorbed the heaven and earth yuan qi from the Jade Pillar. In his star C, there were 3 stars. 2 of them were exactly the same, round and resplendent. The third one was a size smaller. Its surface wasn't smooth, and its radiance was dimmer. At this moment, the third star was absorbing the huge amount of yuan qi from the surroundings. Gradually, it started to change. At a certain moment, Jinyu took out the star conglomerate pill that he bought at the Celestial Treasure Hall and swallowed it. Under the effects of the mysterious heart, the star conglomerate pill's medicinal effects were fully unleashed. The speed at which the third star was condensed increased by 3 times. The possibility of accidents happening was also greatly reduced. Just like that, Jinyu's cultivation level increased rapidly. In a short while, he broke through a small bottleneck and reached the peak of the star condensation intermediate stage. At this moment, Xiao returned. "Brother Shi, you've already arranged for a battle?" Long Yaoyan asked. "That's right. With this person's cultivation level and age, he should be the newest disciple of Celestial Sect. For me to exchange pointers with him, it wouldn't be considered as bullying the weak." Yao's lips curled. Not only that, he had defeated Jinyu, proving the strength of the Vermilion Bird Holy Tribe. The higher-ups might even reward him. Long Yaoyan sighed. He could only hope that when the time came, Jinyu would show mercy and not humiliate Xiao too badly. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura spread out from the sky, causing Long Yaoyan and Xiao who were below to feel a huge pressure. The stars in their bodies trembled slightly. Someone broke through? Xiao looked up. This aura was at least of the star condensation advanced stage. However, he discovered that the person who broke through was actually Jinyu. It's him? Breaking through a small bottleneck in the star condensation intermediate stage also has such power? His elemental energy is unexpectedly condensed. It seems to be even stronger than the star condensation advanced stage's elemental energy. Xiao's face froze as his jaw dropped. The opponent he had arranged for a battle was not simple. At this moment, Xiao felt a little regretful. His chances of winning had dropped significantly. "Brother Long, this person is not simple. Could he be a disciple of one of the higher-ups?" Xiao inquired. "That's right. He's the sect leader's disciple." Long Yaoyan's words gave Xiao quite a shock. Sect leader's disciple. The celestial sect leader's disciple was definitely the cream of the crop. Xiao felt that his chances of winning were even lower. "Brother Shi, to tell you the truth, he's on the heaven marshal list." "What?" Xiao exclaimed. Someone on the heaven marshal list. Although he was from the Vermilion Bird Holy Tribe and did not know much about Celestial Sect, he had heard of the heaven marshal list many times. The heaven marshal list only recorded 100 people. To a certain extent, it was the top 100 people in Celestial Sect. He had actually foolishly challenged an expert on the heavenly marshal list. Xiao felt that his life was bleak. Whoosh, Jinyu flew down from the jade pillar. When he ended his closed-door cultivation, he used his identity token to receive a message from the heaven marshal dueling platform. "You are Xiao? You want to challenge me?" Jinyu landed in front of Xiao and asked curiously. Could it be that this person was a genius from the demon race? If not, why would he have the courage to challenge him? From Xiao's expression, Jinyu got his answer. He then said, "There's no time like the present. Let's begin now." He had just broken through his cultivation level. Moreover, this person was from the Vermilion Bird Holy Tribe. Jinyu was curious about the strength of a demon race genius. I'm not in the best condition today. Let's talk about it in a few days." Xiao's forehead started to sweat as he casually found an excuse. He did not want to embarrass himself. Whoosh, after speaking, Xiao ran away immediately. He did not dare to stay any longer. Jinyu was speechless. Long Yaoyan took the initiative to challenge him and he accepted. In the end, he ran away. Could it be that he was joking? Why are people from the Vermilion Bird Holy Tribe so weird? Jinyu did not care much about this. Now that his cultivation level had broken through, he wanted to return to his cave and use the soul cleansing fluid to erase the soul imprint on the 10,000 dragon crown. Returning to the cave abode, Jinyu opened the barrier and entered the secret room to prevent others from spying. Swish, the 10,000 dragon crown floated in the air, flowing light flashing within it. Faint dragon shadows circled around it, emitting an invisible might. This time, the 10,000 dragon crown didn't move. But when Jinyu touched it, he could still feel a strong resistance. He took out a bottle of soul cleansing fluid and tried to erase the soul imprint within. Gurgled a milky white liquid dripped onto the 10,000 dragon crown. Jinyu used his spiritual consciousness to control the liquid and slowly seeped into the soul imprint left behind by the Dragon Emperor. Every time it seeped in, the soul imprint would disappear a little. Although the process was slow, it was definitely much faster than Jinyu erasing it himself. 3 days later, a bottle of soul cleansing fluid was used up, and only 1/20th of the soul imprint had been erased. Looks like I underestimated the budget. I need at least 20 bottles of soul cleansing fluid to completely erase the Dragon Emperor's soul imprint. Jinyu shook his head. The Dragon Emperor of the Yellow Dragon race was too high. He should be a relatively strong existence in the mysterious Nether realm, and this soul cleansing fluid was targeted at late-stage star condensation realms. The gap between the two was quite large. But it was much faster than Jinyu slowly exhausting it by himself. Also, Jinyu's soul power could be tempered and gradually strengthened during the process of erasing the Dragon Emperor's soul imprint. In general, as Jinyu's soul power grew stronger, his cultivation level increased, or the grade of the supplementary fluid increased, the speed of erasing the Dragon Emperor's imprint would become faster. Originally, Jinyu might need 10 years if he relied on himself. But now, if he spent a little more time, he could erase the Dragon Emperor's imprint in a year. After making a plan, Jinyu no longer worried and proceeded step by step. While consolidating his cultivation and cultivating his combat skills, he erased the Dragon Emperor's soul imprint. His cultivation had reached the peak of mid-stage star condensation realm, one step closer to late-stage star condensation realm. The white tiger heaven-splitting claw had room for improvement again. Other than that, Jinyu still had to think of a way to obtain heaven crystal gold to make his white tiger sacred claw even more perfect. In addition, Jinyu had another important matter to attend to, and that was to return to the great cosmos world and bring Yi Luofeng over so that his master could break the curse of eternal death. After Xiao returned to his cave, he was flustered and couldn't calm down no matter what. What should we do? What should we do? He was extremely regretful that he had been too impulsive at that time. Jinyu was an expert on the heaven martial list. If he challenged him, wouldn't that be asking for humiliation? At night, Xiao gathered his 2 friends to discuss countermeasures. Brother Shi, look at you. Who provoked you? A man with brown feathers all over his head said with a smile. I made a mistake today and issued a challenge to a human on the heaven martial ranking. Xiao did not hide anything in front of his good friend. You're too muddle-headed. Ha ha ha, I'm going to die from laughter. Xiao, you want to challenge someone on the heaven martial ranking with just this bit of ability? One of them was shocked, while the brown-haired man laughed out loud. Don't forget, we are representing the demon race's holy land for cultivation, Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. Your actions are too stupid. The brown-haired man said. The demon race and the human race had formed an alliance and had a wide range of interactions. This time, the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest and the Green Dragon Divine would had brought their newest batch of disciples to the celestial sect. Both sides were discussing and learning from each other. However, whichever side's disciples were more outstanding would also reflect the strength of the faction. If the higher-ups were to find out about Xiao's self-humiliating behavior, he would definitely suffer. Next, everyone helped Xiao think of a solution. We can look at it from another angle. That Jinyu is someone on the heaven martial list. Even if Brother Shi fails the challenge, it is reasonable. The brown-haired man said. Xiao thought for a while and felt that this was true. But if we can win, it would be a great honor. Hence, in order to win, even if we have to resort to some tricks, it would be worth it. The brown-haired man laughed evilly and continued, hee, so I suggest that. Taking turns? After hearing this, Xiao felt that it was possible. Jinyu was on the heaven martial list and was very famous. Winning by taking turns would not be despicable and shameless. I've heard that this Jinyu was only able to reach the 99th rank on the heaven martial list because he won by luck in a bet of 3 moves. Hence, his true abilities are not that strong. I've heard that many celestial sect disciples wanted to challenge Jinyu, but this kid went out on a mission and hid for a few years. Another demon clan member said. After hearing this, Xiao's spirit was lifted. If Jinyu did not live up to his name, then their chances of winning would increase by quite a bit. As long as Jinyu agreed to take turns, the final victory would be theirs. Hence, Brother Shi's foolishness this time might not be asking for humiliation. Who knows, it might be an opportunity for you to gain some merit. The brown-haired man laughed. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you two brothers. You two can challenge that Jinyu first. At least half of his elemental energy will be depleted. Even if I can't fight him head-on, I can drag him out. Xiao took out some wine and toasted the two of them. It's nothing. I just hope that when Brother Shi defeats the 99th ranked Jinyu on the Heaven Martial list, you won't forget us. The brown-haired man said. After sending off his two good friends, Xiao was in a good mood. I should first break through to the star condensation late stage. That way, the plan will be more appropriate. Xiao started his seclusion. In less than half a month, Jinyu finished the 2 portions of pure soul cleansing fluid. He left the cave and went to the heavenly treasure hall to buy another 2 portions. At the same time, he bought a few other resources to cultivate the white tiger sacred claw. When he returned to the cave, Jinyu met 2 people. Jinyu, why did you leave without saying goodbye? A beautiful purple-haired girl said with slight dissatisfaction. She was Lin Yuxuan. After the two of them cleared up their misunderstanding, their relationship gradually improved. In the end, Jinyu left without saying goodbye, causing Lin Yuxuan to feel a little upset. Lin Tianfeng, who was beside Lin Yuxuan, shook his head and sighed, not wanting to speak. Haha, due to special reasons, I left in a hurry and didn't have time to say goodbye. Jinyu gave a simple explanation. His relationship with Lin Yuxuan was average, so it was not appropriate to reveal the 10,000 dragon crown. Lin Yuxuan saw that Jinyu was hiding something from her, and for some reason, she felt a little dissatisfied and frowned. It's Lin Yuxuan. Senior sister Lin is back? She's actually with Jinyu. It's over, my goddess has completely fallen. When Jinyu and senior sister Lin disappeared at the same time, I had my suspicions. Now, it seems that they were carrying out a mission together and went to spend time together. Lin Yuxuan had only stayed here for a while, but she attracted attention. Some disciples slowly walked over and greeted Lin Yuxuan. Let's forget about this matter. Lin Yuxuan ignored the others. She took a deep breath and calmed her mind. After a while, I'll take you to the Lin family. That matter is not entirely up to us, it still needs my father's approval. Lin Yuxuan's jade face was calm. Although Jinyu clearly understood her intentions, what if it was just a temporary measure? Lin Yuxuan would not be at ease until the engagement was dissolved. Alright, I'll go there when I have the chance. Jinyu nodded. Back then, the Royal Blue Sky Emperor and the Lin family's patriarch, Lin Yutian, had set the engagement. The Royal Blue Sky Emperor had given the decision of the engagement to Jinyu, but it still needed Lin Yutian's approval. What? Lin Tianfeng was dumbfounded and stood rooted to the ground like a fool. Was he going to marry into the Lin family so soon? Wasn't this a little too fast? Although Lin Tianfeng had already accepted his fate and no longer fought with Jinyu, he still found it hard to believe that Jinyu was going to visit and get engaged to Lin Yuxuan so soon. The hearing of a star condensation cultivator was extremely sensitive. When the surrounding people heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Is he going to visit? A handsome man suffered a blow and stood rooted to the ground. Although they knew that Jinyu and Lin Yuxuan were already together, it did not mean that they did not have a chance. But today, they heard with their own ears that Lin Yuxuan wanted Jinyu to visit her parents. This was too fast. They were afraid that they would be engaged and married soon. Jinyu and Lin Yuxuan bade farewell. The two had already clarified the misunderstanding and settled the matter, so they did not have too many misgivings. They did not expect that their normal conversation would have a different meaning in the eyes of outsiders. The news that Jinyu was going to visit and get engaged to Lin Yuxuan spread among the disciples in an instant. Master, something bad has happened. A servant shouted from outside the hall. What's the matter? A cold and dignified voice came from inside the hall. I heard that Lin Yuxuan is with another man, and it has developed to the extent of visiting her parents. The servant said what he had heard. What? An angry roar, accompanied by the loud cry of a bird, resounded in all directions. Clang, the door to the hall opened and a man dressed in a blood-red robe walked out. His face was white and his lips were red. He had a pair of demonic red eyes. Although he was from the demon clan, he was definitely handsome from a human's point of view. Is this true? The man in the red robe asked again. A flame started burning around him, turning into a huge figure of a sacred beast. It was the vermilion bird. My father has suggested marrying the Lin family many times, but Lin Yutian has always rejected him. It seems that he has his eyes on another talented person. I want to see who this person is, to dare to snatch my woman. The man in the red robe, Xianxia, looked gloomy. It's a person called Chenyu. Chenyu? The person who has been spreading rumors about Lin Yushuan? A piece of trash like him? Xianxia's red eyebrows started to burn, and his eyes started to emit flames. The people from the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest had been in Celestial Sect for more than a month. Xianxia had already heard some news. I also heard that Lin Yushuan has disappeared recently because she went on a mission with Chenyu. The servant continued. Good, very good. I can't wait to meet this person. Xianxia laughed in anger. If Lin Yushuan and Chenyu were together, wouldn't that mean that he, as a member of the Vermilion Bird Saint clan, was inferior to Chenyu? Master, tomorrow is the day you challenge a human on the heaven martial list. The servant reminded, afraid that Xianxia would be too angry and forget about it. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have remembered. Since that's the case, let's get rid of that kid tomorrow. Xianxia's face was cruel. Master, that Chenyu is lucky to be ranked 99th on the heaven martial list. How would he dare to accept your challenge? The servant said. Young people are full of vigor and are very competitive. After I defeat the 83rd on the heaven martial list tomorrow, I will challenge that kid. He will definitely think that I have exhausted myself and want to take advantage of him. Xianxia explained, turned around and walked into the hall. Master is wise. As Chenyu was practicing the 9 revolutions vast star technique and erasing the soul imprint in the 10,000 dragon crown, a demon suddenly came to visit. What's the matter? His voice traveled from outside the cave. Chenyu, my master is going to fight a disciple of the Celestial Sect at the Sky Martial Arena tomorrow. Please come over. The servant outside the cave said. After that, the servant left without waiting for Chenyu's response. What does the demon have to do with me? Why did they invite me? Chenyu was a little puzzled. The day passed quickly. Chenyu came out of seclusion and went to the Sky Martial Arena. Firstly, he was a little confused about the invitation from the demon servant. Secondly, the news of Chenyu's return to the Celestial Sect had spread. Just a few days ago, he received a message saying that 5 people had challenged him. Among the 5, 3 were humans and 2 were demons. 2 of the humans had indicated the time of the challenge, which was today. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Chenyu felt that he had to show his strength to deter others, so that he wouldn't be challenged again and again. Just now at the Sky Martial Arena, Chenyu saw Xianxia and Xiamu. Apart from that, there were many others who stared at him with unfriendly gazes. After all, the rumor that Chenyu was going to the Lin family was spreading like wildfire. Chenyu, when are you going to accept my challenge? At this time, a tall woman with twin peaks approached Chenyu. Zhongyu, Chenyu recognized this female disciple. She was ranked 99th on the Sky Martial list and was defeated by Gung Handong. When Zhongyu heard that Chenyu had become the new 99th on the Sky Martial list, she was ready to challenge Chenyu. Unfortunately, Chenyu wasn't around. Anytime. Chenyu said casually. Zhongyu was one of the 3 humans who challenged him. Okay. Zhongyu saw that Chenyu had agreed, and her eyes lit up. Brother Chen, you're back. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. Chenyu nodded. When Xianxia entered the Celestial Sect, she was only at the star condensation initial stage. Now, she was at the peak of the initial stage. Looks like there will be a battle on the Heaven Martial rankings today. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many spectators, Chenyu said with a smile. Among the spectators, there were humans and beasts. Chenyu could even sense the aura of many 4-star kings. Most of them were humans, and they might even be experts on the Heaven Martial ranking. That's right. Today, there will be a top-notch battle between the 83rd on the Heaven Marshal ranking, Zhu Xianxia of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. Kong Qiuya's eyes lit up, looking forward to this battle. This battle involved two major races and two top forces. Naturally, it attracted a lot of attention. Did Zhu Xianxia send someone to invite me to watch the battle? Qinyu was a little interested in Zhu Xianxia. He had nothing to do with the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan, so why would they invite him to watch the battle? No, he wasn't completely unrelated. A few days ago, something unpleasant had happened between him and the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest Shiryao. Just as he thought of this, Shiryao's figure appeared in front of him. "Qinyu, don't forget about the battle between you and me," Shiryao said with a faint smile. Qinyu looked at this monster with a strange expression. Back then, when he fought, Shiryao had fled, but now he had the guts to shout in front of him. He also discovered that Shiryao's cultivation had broken through, and he was already at the star condensation late stage? Was this where his confidence came from? "I didn't forget, but even if you broke through, you will lose without a doubt," Qinyu said with a faint smile. Although the surrounding people didn't like Qinyu, they didn't think that there was anything wrong with his words. After all, a few years ago, Qinyu could defeat two star condensation late-stage experts. From the perspective of the clan, Qinyu was the same kind. They couldn't help the monster race and say that Qinyu was wrong. "Okay, then we'll see," Shiryao snorted. Qinyu looked down on him, which aroused Shiryao's competitive spirit. "The plan remains the same. When the time comes, the two of you go first and injure him as much as possible, increasing his consumption," Shiryao said to his two friends. "No problem," the brown-haired man said. Whoosh, a cold wind blew, and many people couldn't help but shiver. "He's here." They saw a man with an old-fashioned face and a cold expression, with his hands behind his back, stepping on ice and snow. Gung Handong? Qinyu recognized this person at a glance. His 99th position on the Heaven Marshal list was snatched from Gung Handong. "Qinyu?" Gung Handong was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Qinyu to come back. "Although my current ranking has surpassed yours, there is still a battle between us," Gung Handong said with a cold face. He had lost to Qinyu before, so he must win back this time. Heaven Marshal List 83rd? Qinyu guessed that today's battle should be between Gung Handong and Zhu Xianxia. Back then, he occupied Gung Handong's ranking, and Gung Handong began to cultivate in seclusion. In 3 years, he successfully condensed his 4th essence force star, reaching the 83rd rank. Qinyu had been improving these 3 years, and after Gung Handong tasted defeat, he also worked hard. His talent and potential were shocking, and he couldn't be underestimated. "This young master seems to have come late," a clear and proud voice suddenly sounded. Swish, there seemed to be a scorching scarlet firebird flying over from afar, instantly descending on the Heaven Marshal Arena platform, and taking human form. A scarlet flame wave spread out in all directions with this person as the center. Everyone felt a burning sensation, and they felt uncomfortable. "Not late." Gung Handong looked over, and his gaze collided with Zhu Xianxia's. Where their gazes met, flames and storms interweaved, and explosions rang out continuously. Heaven and earth seemed to have been cut in half. One side was cold, and the other was blazing. Suddenly, Zhu Xianxia's gaze landed on Qinyu. At this moment, Qinyu felt like he was close to the sun. His body was boiling, and it seemed like his blood was about to evaporate. A 4-star king of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan is indeed not simple. In terms of battle prowess, Zhu Xianxia was even stronger than Huang Shuahong of the Yellow Dragon Clan that Qinyu had encountered. The Yellow Dragon Clan of the Heaven Origin world could only be considered the descendants of the Yellow Dragon Clan. Their bloodline density was lower, and they weren't the orthodox Yellow Dragon Clan. Hee. Zhu Xianxia smiled faintly. "It's good that Qinyu is here. I'll deal with him later." He turned his gaze to his next opponent, Gung Handong. What a powerful bloodline aura. I wonder if Gung Handong can win. I've heard of this Zhu Xianxia. He's from the orthodox Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan, but Gung Handong isn't an ordinary person either. He had a fortuitous encounter a few days ago and condensed 4 essence force stars, which greatly improved his cultivation. Who knows if he used his full strength in that battle? Maybe Gung Handong has the strength to reach a higher rank? The surrounding people discussed. This battle concerned the honor of the two great clans and forces. Gung Handong and Zhu Xianxia entered the Sky Martial Arena. The defensive barrier was also activated at the same time to prevent the battle from affecting others. Whoosh, Gung Handong suddenly waved his hand. A cold wind suddenly rose and turned into an ice storm, freezing everything it passed. In just a breath's time, half of the Sky Martial Arena had turned into a world of ice and snow. Zhu Xianxia's figure was also covered in ice. Small tricks. Zhu Xianxia smiled disdainfully. Crimson feather patterns appeared on the surface of his skin, and countless crimson flames burst out, instantly melting the surrounding ice. Moreover, the crimson flames that Zhu Xianxia released quickly turned into a huge fire bird and flew towards Gung Handong. Bang, ice and fire collided intensely. Thousand Ice Sword attack. A low roar sounded. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Countless ice blades pierced through the explosion and flew towards Zhu Xianxia with bone-chilling killing intent. This move is not bad. Zhu Xianxia's handsome face had a faint smile. As he waved his hand, a red feather fan appeared. This profound artifact was waved lightly, and flames burst out fiercely. Gung Handong's Thousand Ice Sword attack was instantly destroyed. His expression slightly changed, and an ice crystal pendant appeared in front of him. He pointed at the pendant, and an extremely cold ray shot out, sweeping towards the sky full of flames. The battle between Gung Handong and Zhu Xianxia quickly reached its climax. The surrounding spectators held their breaths. Judging from the current situation, it was still impossible to determine the winner. These two should have just reached the 4-star king realm. Chen Yu thought. Although Zhu Xianxia and Gung Handong were powerful, compared to Huang Zhuohong, who had reached the 4-star king realm many years ago, there was still a gap in the usage of origin power. Gung Handong took out the Thousand Ice Pearl. Someone exclaimed. Chen Yu had seen the power of the Thousand Ice Pearl before. It could greatly increase the power of Gung Handong's battle skills. Not only that, but Gung Handong also activated his bloodline power at the same time, increasing his battle strength. Boom, he thrust out his palm, which turned into an ice mountain that crushed towards Zhu Xianxia. How can your bloodline power compare to the vermilion bird's bloodline? Zhu Xianxia smiled lightly, and an ancient and sacred bloodline power spread out from his body. Boom, Zhu Xianxia's whole body was covered with fiery feathers, and a pair of fire wings appeared on his back. A scarlet firestorm swept out, devouring the ice and crushing towards Gung Handong. Boom, boom. Boom, on the Sky Martial Arena, Zhu Xianxia and Gung Handong fought fiercely. Gung Handong is going to lose. Chen Yu judged based on his experience. Hehe, 83rd on the Sky Martial ranking? Shi Yao could also see that after Zhu Xianxia released his bloodline power, he gradually gained the upper hand, and victory was in sight. Incineration. Zhu Xianxia's claws were covered in a scarlet flame, which turned into a metallic flame claw that tore at Gung Handong. Crack, Gung Handong's ice defense was shattered, and 2 scorched wounds appeared on his abdomen. A scorching energy invaded his organs. I almost forgot that I still have to deal with that brat Chen Yu later. Since that's the case, I can't win too easily. Zhu Xianxia thought. If he had defeated Gung Handong too easily and performed too well, would Chen Yu still dare to fight him? Zhu Xianxia shook his head and retracted his bloodline power, continuing to fight with Gung Handong. Eh? Zhu Xianxia's attack suddenly weakened. Did he suffer an internal injury? If that's the case, Gung Handong still has a chance. Many people discussed. Gung Handong also noticed this, and he seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Zhu Xianxia purposely showed weakness for his next plan, and he even let Gung Handong injure him several times. The intense battle lasted for a long time. It's about time. Zhu Xianxia's eyes flashed. Rumble, he controlled the red feather fan, which turned into the shape of the vermilion bird sacred beast's flames, and attacked Gung Handong with lightning speed. Boom, Gung Handong's injuries were more serious, and he couldn't block Zhu Xianxia's sudden attack. He was sent flying and smashed into the barrier. His body was scorched, and he spurted out several mouthfuls of blood. Gung Handong, 83rd on the Sky Martial ranking, was defeated. Many celestial sect disciples sighed. This battle was full of ups and downs. In the middle of the battle, Zhu Songyan's internal injuries acted up and his attacks weakened. The celestial sect disciples hoped that Gung Handong could turn the situation around. But in the end, Zhu Songyan's strength suddenly increased and he defeated Gung Handong. But what Gung Handong, as the person involved, felt was different from what others saw. He felt that Zhu Songyan had purposely let him win. Even so, he did not manage to grab the opportunity. He did not use his full strength when fighting me. I still lost. Gung Handong was unsatisfied. His defeat in this battle had also caused Celestial Sect to lose face. Haha, Brother Gung is indeed powerful to be able to fight with me for so long. If I was careless just now, I would have lost to you. Zhu Songyan laughed. Gung Handong snorted coldly and ignored him. He knew that Zhu Songyan had purposely let him win. Wasn't Gung Handong trying to humiliate him? In fact, humiliating Gung Handong was only one of the reasons. The other reason was to show his weakness to Qinyu. Brother, hurry up and challenge Qinyu. Shi Yao whispered to the brown-haired man. He was afraid that Qinyu would challenge him directly. Hence, he quickly carried out his plan. Qinyu, do you dare to accept my challenge? The brown-haired man stood up and shouted. Why not? Qinyu looked calm. This brown-haired man was in the star condensation late stage and did not look extraordinary. But at this moment, Zhongyu suddenly spoke, hold on. Qinyu, accept my challenge first. That kind of opponent is not worth your time. Zhongyu was full of vigor, eager to take back the ranking that belonged to her. Qinyu was slightly hesitant, unsure of who to accept the challenge. He had just witnessed the demon race defeating Gung Handong. Now, he wanted to defeat the demon race and spread the name of Celestial Sect. But the brown-haired man's strength was too low. In comparison, Zhongyu was a more suitable opponent. She could show off Qinyu's strength and intimidate others. This would prevent him from being continuously challenged. The surrounding people looked like they were watching a good show. Some people were confused. Why did so many people want to challenge Qinyu? Among them, the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, the Azure Dragon Divine Tree, and the Myriad World Sect were the main forces. Not only did the two great demon clans come to the exchange of new disciples this time, but one of the three great human clans, the Wansheng Sect, also came. This Qinyu relied on luck to win a gambling battle and entered the Heaven Martial rankings. After that, he ran away to hide for 3 years. He just returned recently, so there are naturally many people who want his position. A Celestial Sect disciple explained. I wonder whose challenge Qinyu will accept. Everyone was waiting to watch a good show. However, within the Tianwu arena, a voice suddenly rang out, Qinyu, I heard that you are the #1 disciple of the Celestial Sect. Do you dare to come down and spar with me? Everyone looked over and saw that the person who spoke was actually Zhu Songyan. Why would Zhu Songyan challenge Qinyu? He just defeated Gung Handong. His strength should be at least rank 80 on the Heaven Martial rankings. Qinyu was only ranked 99 by luck. How would he dare to accept Zhu Songyan's challenge? Not necessarily. Zhu Songyan had just gone through an intense battle and was injured. He is not in his peak condition. Qinyu has a chance of winning. Hee, you underestimate the Vermilion Bird Holy Tribe. What are those injuries to Zhu Songyan? The disciples of the Celestial Sect, Wansheng Sect, Vermilion Bird Sky Nest and Azure Dragon Holy would started arguing. Qinyu squinted his eyes and looked at Zhu Songyan. Previously, he did not know what Zhu Songyan's intentions were. Now, he finally understood. Zhu Songyan was standing on the side of the enemy. However, he did not know where this hostility came from. Sure. However, Brother Zhu has just gone through an intense battle and is injured. He has also expended a lot of energy. I'm afraid he is not in his peak condition. Qinyu said politely. Previously, he was in a dilemma whether to fight against the demon clan or Zhongyu. Zhu Songyan's appearance solved Qinyu's worries perfectly. Not only was his opponent from the demon clan, he was also strong. When Zhu Songyan heard Qinyu's words, he snickered in his heart. Qinyu's words sounded so nice, but in the end, he was just trying to reject the challenge. The others also felt that although Qinyu had agreed to the challenge, His words were obviously rejecting. This young master is not a new disciple of the vermilion bird sky nest. Moreover, my cultivation is at the 4-star king realm. If I were to fight you fairly, it would be unfair. Now that this young master has gone through a battle, I am not in my peak condition. This way, it would be more fair. Zhu Songyan laughed. Many celestial sect disciples cursed at Zhu Songyan in their hearts. His strength was already in the top 80 of the Sky Marshal list. How was this fair? Gung Handong's body trembled. He suddenly understood why Zhu Songyan went easy on Zhu Songyan. Zhu Songyan's real target was Qinyu. However, he was afraid that Qinyu would not dare to accept the challenge. Hence, he went easy on Zhu Songyan, pretending to be evenly matched. He actually looks down on me. Gung Handong felt very sullen. However, the loser had no right to speak. Qinyu, don't accept his challenge. This Zhu Songyan is very strong. Gung Handong put aside his personal grudges and transmitted a message to Qinyu. However, Qinyu did not seem to hear Gung Handong's advice. He flew into the Sky Marshal arena and said, "Young Master Zhu's words make sense. Since that is the case, I will fight with you first." Zhu Songyan saw that Qinyu took the bait so easily and was overjoyed. However, he did not show it on his face. "Qinyu, you are too stupid. Even if Zhu Songyan is injured, the physique of the Vermilion Bird Saint clan is very strong. This kind of injury is nothing," Zhongyu said coldly. He actually accepted Zhu Songyan's challenge. He is asking for trouble. The brown-haired man was very surprised. He felt that Qinyu was a masochist. Isn't this better? He will definitely lose this battle. When the time comes, the two of you won't even need to fight. I will go up and challenge him directly. I don't think he will dare to accept the challenge. Shi Yao was very happy to see this scene. He thinks that Zhu Songyan is not in his best condition and has the chance to win. He is really stupid. If he loses, Zhu Songyan will lose 2 Sky Marshal role experts consecutively. Celestial Sect's face will be thrown away by him. The rest of the people couldn't help but laugh. The Sky Marshal arena opened again. It was still a battle between Sky Marshal role experts. You are very courageous. I am impressed. Zhu Songyan looked like he was impressed, but in reality, he was mocking Qinyu. Cut the crap. Let's begin. Qinyu didn't want to be polite with Zhu Songyan. Kid, you are looking down on me. Don't cry if you lose. Zhu Songyan mocked loudly. Pung, a loud sound came from beneath Qinyu's feet. His body flashed and he activated his celestial body. Elemental energy condensed in his hands as he punched towards Zhu Songyan. You talk too much nonsense. Qinyu soft. Sai came from beside Zhu Songyan. Sneak attacks are useless. Zhu Songyan shook his head and smiled faintly. Red flames gathered in his palms and formed a ball of light. However, something unexpected happened. Pung, the red ball of light that Zhu Songyan had sent out was instantly shattered by Qinyu's fist. Qinyu's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the middle stage. Coupled with the power of the divine body of 4 elephants and the sharpness of the white tiger's divine claw, the power of his fists and palms was enough to fight against a 4-star king. What? Zhu Songyan's expression changed slightly. What happened? The strength that Qinyu had displayed was not just the 99th on the Sky Marshal roll. Zhu Songyan took out his Xian weapon and a red feather fan appeared in front of him. It released layers of fire waves, forming a flame barrier. It seemed like Zhu Songyan was the weaker one in their first exchange. This scene was unexpected. Could it be that Zhu Songyan is severely injured? Someone thought. It seems like young Master Zhu's injuries are not light. Otherwise, I would have lost in the first exchange. Qinyu mocked. Zhu Songyan's face was filled with anger as he cursed in his heart, how dare you mock me? Vermilion Spirit Fan, Scarlet Fire Strike. Zhu Songyan waved the feather fan at Qinyu. Boom, the scarlet feather fan emitted a fiery light that filled the sky. The instant it flew out, it condensed into a ball and turned into a wave of flames that swept out. Zhu Songyan's attack was so powerful that it shocked the onlookers. Zhu Songyan was careless in the first exchange, but the second exchange would probably decide the winner. Sigh, I don't have a suitable Xian weapon. Since that was the case, Qinyu could only use the White Tiger Sacred Claw. The White Tiger Sacred Claw was indestructible and had been cultivated to the Greater Mastery realm. In terms of toughness, it was far stronger than a mid-grade Xian weapon. Buzz, platinum stripes appeared on Qinyu's claws. The White Tiger Sacred Claw appeared and an ancient and overbearing sacred beast aura spread out. At this moment, Zhu Zongyan's sacred beast aura was overshadowed by Qinyu. This is White Tiger Sacred Claw. You're not a human? Zhu Zongyan was shocked when he saw Qinyu's claws. Qinyu did not answer. He instantly struck out with his claws and 5 dazzling light scars containing terrifying power tore out. His cultivation had broken through to the peak of the star condensation realm middle stage. In addition, he cultivated the 9 transformations vast star technique. His elemental energy quality far exceeded the star condensation late stage and was close to Zhu Zongyan's elemental energy quality. The White Tiger Sacred Claw combined with Qinyu's special physique made its power unparalleled. Boom, a series of loud explosions sounded. The blazing flame light wave was cut into 5 parts by Qinyu. The White Tiger Sacred Claw's attack was known for its sharpness. Qinyu's level 3 metal ultimacy, in addition to his space ultimacy, had broken through to level 3.5 on his way back to the Celestial Sect. With 2 powerful ultimacies, Zhu Zongyan's level 4 fire ultimacy could not display its advantage at all. Zhu Zongyan's face turned solemn. He did not expect that Qinyu could use the White Tiger Sacred Clan's techniques. In terms of attack power, the White Tiger Sacred Clan was superior to the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan. Pung pung pung. Chi chi, the White Tiger Sacred Claw's attack landed on the flame barrier in front of Zhu Zongyan. 3 of the attacks were blocked, causing surging flames. But the remaining 2 attacks cut the edge of the light shield and slashed across Zhu Zongyan's shoulders, leaving 2 deep wounds. Even the crimson bones could be seen. The Tianwu arena was completely silent. The battle had just started and Zhu Zongyan was injured. What was going on? Shouldn't Zhu Zongyan have defeated Qinyu with an overwhelming advantage? Shi Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Zhu Zongyan be injured by Qinyu? You injured me. Zhu Zongyan's cold voice sounded. His body was surrounded by flames, but his face was covered in frost. Zhu Zongyan challenged Qinyu to prove that he was 10 times, 100 times better than Qinyu. Then, he would go to the Lin family to propose marriage. But he was injured by Qinyu at the start of the battle. This was a great humiliation. Looks like Child Zhu's injuries are too severe and you've used too much energy. Even if I win, it'll be an unfair victory. Qinyu chuckled. Qinyu, you've completely infuriated me. Zhu Zongyan's lips curled into a sinister smile when he heard Qinyu's mockery. Boom, he suddenly activated his Vermilion Bird bloodline, and red flaming feathers materialized all over his body as a pair of flaming wings over 1,000 feet in length appeared on his back. After all, Zhu Zongyan was a true descendant of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan. His bloodline aura was more powerful than the White Tiger Sacred Claws. I was afraid of hurting you with my full strength, but seeing how thick your skin is, I don't have to worry about that anymore. Zhu Zongyan's fire wings flashed and he flew into the air. His body emitted a scorching heat wave that swept across the entire space, burning everything. It wasn't over yet. A ball of red flames suddenly appeared in Zhu Zongyan's palm and turned into the shape of a small vermilion bird. It flew around Zhu Zongyan as if it had a mind of its own. Vermilion Bird True Flame. This is the acquired true flame that the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan specializes in. The Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan had a long history and had 3 kinds of true flame recipes. Among them, the Vermilion Bird True Flame was ranked in the top 100 of the True Flame Spiritual Flame list. The acquired true flame could be cultivated continuously and could even devour other true flames. Gung Handong's eyes twinkled. Zhu Zongyan didn't use this kind of true flame when they were fighting just now, so he was even more certain that Zhu Zongyan had purposely held back. Whoosh, the Vermilion Bird True Flames fused with Zhu Zongyan's scarlet wings, and like adding oil to a fire, an even more terrifying destructive flame burst forth. Zhu Zongyan's aura rose again, making Gung Handong's heart palpitate. What a powerful Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings! Many spectators gasped. The vermilion bird sacred wings of the vermilion bird race gave them extraordinary mobility and terrifying lethality. Boom! Zhu Xianyan's wings flapped lightly and the sky full of fire feathers shot out like tens of thousands of fire arrows. His attack was so terrifying that Qianyu had no space to dodge. Qianyu's eyes narrowed. Zhu Xianyan was giving it his all. The strength of a 4-star king of the vermilion bird sacred clan was indeed terrifying, but it wasn't like he didn't have a chance. Zhu Xianyan and Gung Handong had fought fiercely for a long time and had consumed a lot of his energy. He had also suffered some injuries. Although they were not serious injuries, they could not be ignored. Star-patterned clothes, Qianyu activated his defensive combat skill, and then a blood-colored flame burst out from his palm, covering the white tiger sacred claw. Chi! Chi! Qianyu brandished his claws twice in a row, and a golden-red claw mark swept out, tearing apart the fire feathers that collided with it. Zhu Xianyan's attacks were indeed terrifying, but Qianyu's attacks were more condensed and focused. Facing dozens of fire feathers alone, he still had the upper hand. Many of the flaming feathers pierced into the star-patterned clothes, leaving holes in them. However, they did not cause much damage to Qianyu. Facing Qianyu's attack, Zhu Xianyan flapped his wings and disappeared, dodging the attack. That was close. This kid's space ultimacy has reached the 3rd NA. Half level. If I didn't have the vermilion bird sacred wings, I wouldn't have been able to dodge. Zhu Xianyan thought to himself. Fire wing slash. The vermilion bird fire wings on his back emitted surging flames, and he slashed at Qianyu. This attack was a crimson wing slash 1,000 feet long, and it fell from the sky. Star-splitting claw, Qianyu clenched his 5 fingers together, and a huge golden-red crescent rose into the sky, colliding with the crimson wing slash. Boom! 2 condensed, sharp, and terrifying attacks collided in the shape of a cross. In the next instant, Qianyu's star-splitting claw slashed the crimson wing slash apart. In terms of destructive power, Zhu Xianyan's attack might be slightly stronger, but the white tiger sacred claws were incomparably sharp, and there was nothing it couldn't cut through. Bang! Bang! The crimson wing slash that was sliced in half fell to the ground, leaving behind 2 bottomless, pitch-black ravines, and flames kept spewing out from them. Meanwhile, Qianyu's star-splitting claw struck one of Zhu Xianyan's wings, and half of it was sliced off. Bastard, where the hell did you cultivate the white tiger sacred claws? Zhu Xianyan cursed. He had suffered several losses because of Qianyu's white tiger sacred claws. Cursing aside, the battle continued, and Zhu Xianyan's attacks became even more violent. He held the crimson feather fan in his hand, and with every attack, a raging sea of flames surged out. The wings on his back also flapped continuously, and the crimson wing slashes kept flying toward Qianyu. After going berserk, Zhu Xianyan's attacks were terrifying, and in terms of destructive power, they surpassed the white tiger sacred claws. Even the star-patterned robe couldn't completely block them. Qianyu switched from offense to defense, and if he focused on defense, it would be difficult for Zhu Xianyan to injure him. If the battle continued, Zhu Xianyan, who had fought with the 4-star king Gung Handong, would definitely be the first to fall. Damn it, this kid isn't attacking anymore. Zhu Xianyan stared at Qianyu. His opponent's attacks were comparable to an ordinary 4-star king, and he also had the space profundity. If he went all out, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Qianyu in a short time. However, he couldn't drag it out for too long, or the situation would be disadvantageous to him. This battle seems to be even more exciting than the previous one. Some of the spectators exclaimed. It's only been 3 years, how did he become so strong? Zhongyu was stunned. With her strength, she wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves against Zhu Xianyan. If that was the case, wouldn't she lose to Qianyu for sure? This person is the #1 disciple of the celestial sect? A disciple from the Azure Dragon Divine would said with a solemn expression. The exchanges between the 4 forces were all centered around the new disciples, and Qianyu, a new disciple, could actually fight with the senior disciple of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, Zhu Xianyan, to such an extent. Look, Zhu Xianyan is using the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan's secret technique. The battle is about to end. The crowd exclaimed a few times, and then quietly looked at the Sky Martial Arena. Zhu Xianyan's body was surrounded by crimson flames, and his figure was gradually covered by the raging flames, as if he had turned into a giant sun. This is the blazing sun burning sky, anything that comes near will be burned to ashes by senior brother Zhu. Xiao laughed lightly. Once hit, Qin Yu would definitely be severely injured, and it would be hard for him to recover in a short period of time. Boom, Xianxia, which had turned into the blazing sun, smashed towards Qin Yu, and the terrifying temperature caused everything around it to turn into nothingness. I was waiting for you to take the initiative to attack. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. This move is somewhat similar to the falling stars. Maybe the sky travel demonic god created the falling stars from the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan's blazing sun burning sky. Starlight surged on the surface of his body, turning into dazzling starlight that enveloped his entire body. With the activation of the falling stars, Qin Yu's strength had increased tremendously, and every attack was able to unleash the full power of his body. However, Qin Yu's falling stars was not as powerful as Zhu Songyan's blazing sun-burning sky. After all, Zhu Songyan had activated the Vermilion Bird bloodline, and his cultivation was higher than Qin Yu's. Star-shattering claw. Qin Yu focused the power of the falling stars on the white tiger sacred claw. The star-shattering claw was the third move of the sky-shattering star-shattering claw, and its sharpness and lethality far surpassed the first two moves. Boom, as Qin Yu's claw struck out, a chaotic golden red light shot out, containing endless power that could destroy everything. Boom. Rumble, Qin Yu's star-shattering claw hit Zhu Songyan, who was in the blazing sun-burning sky state, and a violent explosion shook the earth. Flames and golden light covered the entire heaven martial arena. What's the result? Zhu Songyan will definitely win. The collision was too violent, and the victor was definitely decided. Boom, suddenly, a figure with a pair of giant fire wings appeared on the barrier. It was Zhu Songyan. Zhu Songyan was hit by Qin Yu's claw on the barrier, and he vomited blood. On his chest, there were several terrifying wounds, and blood kept dripping from them. The injuries from the previous battle had completely erupted, and Zhu Songyan could not hold on any longer, and his body fell to the ground. On the other hand, Qin Yu's star-patterned clothes had been destroyed, and there were many charred marks on his body, but they were recovering rapidly. Qin Yu wins. Deacon Li, who was in charge of the Heaven Martial Arena, announced the result excitedly. I didn't misjudge this kid. Deacon Li thought to himself. Qin Yu's victory not only made him famous, but also brought glory to the celestial sect. Young Master Zhu, it seems like your injuries from the previous battle were too severe, and you lost so quickly. Qin Yu laughed softly. Hearing this, Zhu Songyan was so angry that he vomited blood again. He had purposely said this to lure Qin Yu into the battle. However, Qin Yu's words were a form of mockery and humiliation. Qin Yu, wait for my injuries to recover, and we shall fight again. Zhu Songyan said angrily. He felt that his injuries from the previous battle were too severe, or else he wouldn't have lost. He couldn't accept losing to Qin Yu. If that's the case, how would he have the face to ask for Qin Yu's hand in marriage? What's in it for me to fight with you? This time, I accepted your challenge because you are my guests, and I'm giving you face. This is a rare opportunity, and there won't be a second time. Qin Yu laughed out loud, and left the Heaven Martial Arena. His gaze swept across the crowd, and many people trembled as they took half a step back. This was the effect of his battle with Zhu Songyan. As for Xiao and the other two, they ran away immediately, not daring to stay any longer. How could this be? How could he be so strong? Even Senior Zhu isn't his match. Xiao's face was pale and panicked. Against Qin Yu, what's the use of consecutive battles? At the Heaven Martial Arena, the crowd gradually dispersed. The news of the two battles spread like wildfire. In the first battle, Zhu Songyan defeated Gung Handong, who was ranked 83 on the Heaven Martial leaderboard. But in the second battle, the powerful Zhu Songyan was defeated by Qin Yu, who was ranked 99th on the Heaven Martial ranking. Many people who knew about this were confused. They wondered if there was something going on, or if Zhu Songyan was too heavily injured in the first battle, and Qin Yu took advantage of him. But no matter what, Qin Yu sat firmly on the 99th position, and no one dared to challenge him again. His fame spread across the four forces. Even those who had challenged Qin Yu were distressed and didn't know what to do. When Qin Yu returned to his cave abode, his injuries from the battle had completely recovered. He went into the secret room and summarized the battle. The sacred vermilion bird wings of the sacred vermilion bird aren't simple. If I were to fight with Zhu Zongyan at his peak, he would only need to use the sacred vermilion bird wings to his advantage, and it would be very difficult for me to win. The sacred vermilion bird wings had the advantage of mobility, and its destructive power was also shocking. But Zhu Zongyan was in a hurry to end the battle, and he clashed with Qin Yu head-on. It could be said that he was using his weakness to attack Qin Yu's strength. The white tiger sky-splitting claw has reached the phenomenal success stage, and it's not far from the perfect state. I can consider the sky-burning vermilion bird wings for the next level. Qin Yu started thinking about which path he should take for his body-tempering cultivation technique. Other than the sky-burning vermilion bird wings, he still had the azure dragon divine wood leg and the Xian Wu sea suppressing arm. The black tortoise sea suppressing arm was completely focused on defense, the azure dragon divine wood leg could be seen as a support, and the vermilion bird burning wings could be used for both offense and support. Qin Yu felt that he could cultivate any of them, but the key was the resources he had. After all, every type of cultivation required different types of resources. The more types of resources one had, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. Next, Qin Yu took out a metal element profound crystal to increase his comprehension. Just as night fell, someone came to visit. It was Zhongyu. Qin Yu and Zhongyu met in the hall, and he went straight to the point. "Senior sister Zhong, what brings you here so late at night?" "Haha, there's something I want to discuss with Chen." Zhongyu smiled, but she seemed a bit reserved. "What's the matter?" "Just say it." Qin Yu immediately revealed an impatient expression. Zhongyu braced herself and said, "Chen, it's like this. I challenged you on the martial heaven arena a few days ago. Do you think we can cancel it?" After seeing Qin Yu defeat Zhu Zongyan, Zhongyu didn't dare to challenge Qin Yu anymore. That would be asking to be humiliated. Everyone cared about their face. Why would they participate in a battle that they would definitely lose? But the martial heaven arena had its own rules. Zhongyu had challenged Qin Yu, and unless Qin Yu rejected, the challenge would always be there. Cancel? Qin Yu understood what Zhongyu meant. "I wanted to spar with senior sister Zhong. Why should I cancel it?" He revealed a playful smile. Zhongyu thought that he was weak, so she challenged Qin Yu. If Qin Yu wasn't strong enough, he would be bullied by Zhongyu. Now that Zhongyu knew his true strength, she wanted to cancel the challenge. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Zhongyu also knew that Qin Yu wasn't related to her, and they had almost become opponents. How could she agree so easily? 2 profound crystals. How about it? Zhongyu stated her condition. 4. Qin Yu doubled it. 4? Zhongyu took a deep breath. She didn't expect that Qin Yu would ask for such a high price just to cancel the challenge. At most, she would accept Qin Yu's challenge and be humiliated. But after thinking about it, Zhongyu still compromised. The strength that Qin Yu displayed was too strong, and to a certain extent, it also reflected his talent and potential. He could almost be called a proud son of heaven. Alright, 4 it is. Zhongyu took out 4 Upanishad crystals, but she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she chatted with Qin Yu. She was turning an enemy into a friend, seizing this opportunity to build a good relationship with Qin Yu. "Chen, it's only been a short 4 years, yet your strength is already in the top 80 of the heavenly martial rankings. With such a speed of improvement, I'm afraid even Qin Wendian, who's known as the heaven's chosen of this generation, can't compare to you." Zhongyu praised. Speaking of which, why hasn't Qin Wendian returned yet after completing the mission? The exchange event between the 4 transcendent powers will be held in a month's time. Zhongyu muttered to herself. Qin Wendian, as one of the strongest among the new batch of disciples, received a lot of attention. His absence caused the new disciples of the other 3 transcendent powers to disregard the celestial sect. What event? Qin Yu asked. It's the exchange event between the new disciples of the 4 transcendent powers. I'm not sure about the specifics, but there might be fights. In any case, there will definitely be a winner. As a senior disciple, Zhongyu didn't pay much attention to this matter. Among them, the number 1 disciple of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, Zhu Lingyuan, and the number 1 disciple of the Azure Dragon Divine Wood, Xianxia, both have the pure bloodline of a saint beast. As for the number 1 disciple of the Wanxiang sect, Zhuge Tao, not only is he strong, he's also proficient in puppets and formations. However, since Qin Wendian isn't here, with Chen around, there shouldn't be any problems in the exchange event between the four transcendent powers. Qinyu had only heard of the exchange event between the new disciples, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't know much about the other three transcendent powers, and only heard a few words from Zhongyu. After sending Zhongyu off, he suddenly remembered that Zhang Chen, Gung Handong and the rest still owed him some profoundness crystals. Hence, Qinyu walked out of his cave dwelling and went to collect the debt. After the battle between Zhongyu and Qinyu was cancelled, the other two disciples of the celestial sect who had challenged Qinyu immediately went to ask Zhongyu for advice. On the same day, they came to visit and gave him 4 profoundness crystals, cancelling the battle. Not only did they become friends with Qinyu, but they also avoided being humiliated by Qinyu on the sky martial arena. Not many people paid attention to these matters, but Shi Yao and the rest who had the same troubles were an exception. 2 days later, Shi Yao and his 2 brothers made a decision to settle the matter privately with Qinyu. "It's my honor that the 3 of you from the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest have come to visit." Although Qinyu said those words, his face was filled with disdain. "Hee, Brother Chen is too polite." The 3 of them didn't dare to be angry, instead, they smiled apologetically. "Brother Chen, I was a little muddle-headed a few days ago and didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me." Shi Yao first lowered his head and apologized to Qinyu. Then, Shi Yao gestured to his 2 friends, and the 3 of them each took out 4 profoundness crystals. "Brother Chen, I wonder if we can cancel the battle." Shi Yao smiled in a low voice. He had no other choice. This was the exchange period between the 4 forces. As a new disciple of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, if they fought Qinyu one after another and lost all 3 battles, they would be laughed at. The higher-ups of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest wouldn't let them off easily. Thus, the 3 of them could only settle the matter privately. "It's not that you can't, but your sincerity is a little too little." Qinyu's face was cold. Against Zhongyu, 4 profoundness crystals was Qinyu's limit. If it was any higher, Zhongyu might rather accept the battle. But the 3 from the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest were different. "Brother Chen, didn't Zhongyu and the others ask for the same price?" Shi Yao suppressed his anger and asked. "I'm from the same sect as them, so it's cheaper. What do you guys have to do with me?" Qinyu retorted, and continued, 6 profoundness crystals per person. "You're robbing a burning house." The brown-haired man shouted agitatedly. Qinyu was indifferent, and stood up as if he was about to send them off. "Slowly, 6 it is." Shi Yao gritted his teeth and agreed, and the other 2 gradually followed suit. Just like that, Qinyu spent a few words and earned a few dozen profoundness crystals. On this day, the celestial sect leader summoned Qinyu. "Greetings, Master." Qinyu greeted the celestial sect leader. The celestial sect leader stood quietly in the center of the hall, and his gaze fell on Qinyu. A faint smile appeared on his face. "Seems like you had many opportunities in the Heaven Origin world. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have lost to you." The celestial sect leader had also heard of the battle between Qinyu and Xianxia. The reason why the 4 major powers gathered here was because of the interaction between the new disciples. And the fact that a new disciple of the celestial sect had defeated a senior disciple of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, Xianxia, made the other 3 major powers pay more attention to the celestial sect. The celestial sect leader felt that ever since Qinyu became his disciple, he kept on giving him surprises. As for Qin Wendian, he had high hopes for, his performance was actually so mediocre. The main reason is because Xianxia was too arrogant. Earlier, after fighting with Gung Handong, he even took the initiative to challenge me. Qinyu spoke the truth. Even if there's this reason, your current strength shouldn't be too far off from Gung Handong, and you should be ranked 83 on the Sky Martial rankings. The celestial sect leader analyzed. One must know that Qinyu's current cultivation base was only at the peak of the intermediate star condensation realm. If things continued to develop like this, Qinyu might really be able to accomplish the goal set by the celestial sect leader. In a few days, there will be an interaction between the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, Azure Dragon Divine Wood, Celestial Sect and Wanxiang Sect. Since Qin Wendian hasn't returned yet, you will be the representative of the Celestial Sect. This is a star pill. With your current cultivation level, it will be very useful. Also, take these 2 profound crystals. In half a month's time, you will represent the celestial sect and fight for first place in the competition between the new disciples. The celestial sect leader solemnly stated. Initially, the celestial sect leader's goal wasn't too high. However, the strength displayed by Xianxia far surpassed the geniuses of the other 3 major powers. Since that was the case, he might as well seize the first position. As soon as the celestial sect leader finished speaking, 3 specks of light appeared in the air, flying towards Xianxia. Stellar pill. Xianxia stared at the spiritual pill in his hand. It was the size of an infant's fist, round in shape, and emitted a faint glow. He could clearly feel the boundless energy contained within it. The stellar pill was a pill meant for late star condensation realm cultivators. It could increase one's cultivation base, saving tens of years of bitter cultivation. The stellar pill given by the celestial sect leader wasn't of an ordinary grade. It was extremely useful for 4-star kings. Other than the stellar pill, the other 2 profoundness crystals were slightly different as well. Profoundness crystals are also divided into different grades. Most of the profoundness crystals contain roughly 5 levels of profoundness energy. As for the 2 profoundness crystals I gave you, they are of a higher grade, allowing you to comprehend up to 6 levels of profoundness. The celestial sect leader calmly explained. Although Xianxia's current profoundness level hadn't exceeded the 4th level yet. If he used a higher grade profoundness crystal, the speed of his profoundness would undoubtedly be faster. As for the 2 profoundness crystals given by the celestial sect leader, they were a space type 1 and a metal type 1. After the celestial sect leader gave him a few more instructions, Xianxia excused himself. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to use the stellar pill and the high-grade profoundness crystals. Such treasures were undoubtedly more effective when used to break through bottlenecks. However, Xianxia wasn't idling around either. He went into seclusion to comprehend the white tiger heaven-splitting claw and the metal-type profoundness. There were only a few days left until the exchange between the new disciples of the 4 forces. Inside the secret chamber, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. Metal-type profoundness, 3.5 levels. Countless rays of golden light flashed around him. Each ray of light was like a sharp sword that could cut through anything. Currently, his metal-type profoundness had reached the same level as his space-type profoundness. However, he had consumed a total of 68 profoundness crystals to comprehend the metal-type profoundness. Although the consumption was huge, Xianxia's metal-type profoundness had reached such a level in just a few years. This consumption was worth it. As for the space-type profoundness crystals, Xianxia had consumed less than 30 of them. Within a short period of time, it would be hard for his metal-type profoundness to improve any further. Hence, he focused more of his attention on the space-type profoundness. Other than the increase in metal-type profoundness, the white tiger heaven-splitting claw had also improved. Xianxia felt that within 2 years, the white tiger heaven-splitting claw would reach the completion level. End of chapter 1087. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.